Clark pulls up, another deep one is good.
Ryan Ruocco on the call for ESPN alongside Rebecca Lobo. And look, we got Warriors and Mavericks later today. We're going to touch on the Giants and Dodgers and the Giants lineup that kind of looks disgusting right now, 1 through 9, in terms of just the order or whatnot. But they lose to the Dodgers yesterday. But I thought the women yesterday stole the show. And kudos to those young ladies from USC, from UConn, from LSU, and, of course, from Iowa, and Caitlin Clark. And the show she put on yesterday, the hype that was put on this game, Shasky, with Iowa and LSU, I think everybody was watching. It's going to break ratings records. It was just an unbelievable atmosphere, unbelievable theater. And you get Caitlin Clark nailing 9 threes, 9 made threes, scored 41 points, dropping 12 assists, 7 rebounds. And that's where we're going to start. We're going to give the ladies some love here, Shasky. The women's basketball tournament has delivered time and time again. And with the names getting bigger and bigger and bigger, all those young ladies, Paige Beckers, Juju Watkins, Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark, they all delivered yesterday.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable theater. I was at the edge of my seat yesterday just watching both, like, getting chills from all the big shots these young ladies were making in the tournament game.
You know, I'm clearly biased. I admit this on the front end, okay? I've been to probably 50 women's high school basketball games in the last 2 years because of my niece. And, you know, watching the women's game, my appreciation has gone through the roof in the last decade from just coaching a lot of young girls that are playing ball, that are now getting into high school, that are going to the next level. And to watch that game yesterday, there was star power across the board. I mean, clearly Caitlin Clark is an intoxicating star when it comes to, like, she pops on the television.
Right. Polarizing.
I mean, she's incredible, and, like, we could talk about her for, but like, then I look at LSU, and LSU has stars everywhere. That young girl, I can't even pronounce her first name. She had like 6 blocks. She was unbelievable in terms of blocks. And then Angel Reese is clearly a dominant post player.
You're talking about Flajay Johnson.
Thank you, Flajay.
She's a rapper. I didn't Flajay's something special.
She had like 3 chase down blocks.
Flajay's nasty.
She was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then Kim is one of the great villains in sports right now.
Mookie,
and so feeling the energy pop through the television, I'm all about big games. Yeah. Like, I love big games. I don't even have to be that dialed in. If it's a big game, Bruce Mahoney, big game. You know, it's a high school local event. If it's a UFC 300 in 2 weeks, big game.
Turkey Day.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. Like, Turkey Day, the Jungle Game, SI versus Sarah. Like, there are certain games that, to me, like, all right, I lean forward. You know, Monday Night Football, certain matchups still do it for me. You know, they just do. And since the Super Bowl, I think yesterday was one of the more entertaining games that I've seen in any sport across the board. No doubt about it. I was thoroughly entertained.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a game since the Super Bowl that I was just jacked up about. That was just really, really good. And the Warriors, and we're getting to something Steiny said yesterday, because I think we were kind of alluding to it yesterday as well. In terms of our energy coming off a 4-1 road trip, I think Warrior fans are smart enough to know, and I know Warrior fans are smart enough to know, it's like, look, yeah, you do go 4-1 on the road trip, but you look at the teams that you beat, there wasn't a lot of sizzle, and from where the Warriors have come from over the last decade, how much is it really hitting them that they're battling for a play-in spot when they've been battling for finals appearances in championships for so many years? But that's not, but this whole tournament, like, it started even last weekend, and look, like you, I've been biased with women's sports because I covered it for a long time. Mm-hmm. I got to know these young ladies. Some of my favorite memories at City College of San Francisco is covering Brittany Allen and Marlee Rice and Monet Peoples and Shantae Taylor, Robin's daughter.
Oh, yeah.
That team was so fun to cover. I got the PA announced. I got to write articles about them. But even the high school teams here in the city, I covered a lot of SI girls basketball. I covered a lot of Sacred Heart girls basketball. Covered a lot of Lowell and Washington and Lincoln and Liberty and you name it. So I've always been a fan of the game because it takes a lot of skill.
Yeah.
Dominique, my niece, shout out to Leon out there who's been running around the bar scene, club scene for many, many years, working security. But his daughter's playing in Occidental, and they were in the tournament this year. They won their league championship. And watching Dominique grow and ball out, go to Liberty and now go to Occidental. The women's game, it takes a lot of skill, man. Ball handling, shooting, precision, nice passing, cutting, defensive communication, all that stuff. But to see it grow and grow and grow and grow and grow, and you got the legends involved in the game. The Don Staleys of the world. Tara Vanderbilt, still doing their thing.
Mm-hmm.
Gino Hurriama's going back to another Final Four, his 23rd Final Four. And the stars, now they're getting their love with the NIL deals, the Nike deals, the Adidas deals, and now they're popping off. I just think the whole tournament, the women's tournament, starting last week at the Farm where Iowa State and Stanford are trading three-point shots in overtime. It's been riveting stuff, Shaska. It really has.
Well, and I look at yesterday's game as a great example of the contrast of styles that I think we kind of grew to love. You have a dominant post player in Angel Reese who plays traditional. And I think a lot of us miss that style. Even though Jokic is in the league, he does different things than the traditional, back to the basket big. I mean, this guy can do anything on a basketball court. Right. But Angel Reese is a throwback. She's rugged. And that LSU team, I mean, they got a lot of players. I mean, a lot of players on that team. And then you watch the way Iowa plays and freedom of movement. And you have a point guard that's going to try to push the tempo. And it's got a showtimey feel to it because they play without the ball very well. They play in transition well. When they showed the stat, 42% of all Caitlin Clark's assists are in transition. I'm not surprised because her vision on the floor is unbelievable.
Yeah, I underrated
And the way she kicks it forward, I'm not even being hyperbolic. When I watch her, clearly there's an aura and a presence. I see a Larry Bird, Steph Curry hybrid type of a player where she can get to any spot on the floor that she wants, get into the lane. She can create for others. She can play off ball. She can play on ball. Clearly the shooting range is there. And then she has this screw you kind of toughness attitude to her. She's an excellent player.
No,
I love watching her be. I really do.
She's really good. I mean, look, I'm not going to compare her to the great ones there. I wanted her to get to the FW.
Giving her an aura,
I hear you. No, I hear you. I underrated her court vision. I knew she could shoot the three very, very well, but her court vision in this tournament is just popped off the chain. No, she's about that life, and I do love the 10-minute quarters. I think the men's game didn't go to 10-minute quarters.
I'm with you.
That was the best thing I think to happen to women's college basketball.
I agree.
When they went to the quarter system, I was like, oh, this is legit. So you got her, and then Paige Beckers, who we've all forgotten about in the nightcap against Juju Watkins, and you had a little more slowed out game. It was more of a chess game, which I loved because it was a 3-point game going into the fourth quarter, and Paige Beckers getting buckets. Now you get Paige Beckers against Caitlin Clark in one side of the Final Four. You get Don Staley in undefeated South Carolina against NC State, who's rated threes over everybody. But Caitlin Clark, her aura, she's the real deal. And she's a good ambassador for this game, man. There's no doubt. And there's a lot of pressure on her to deliver against LSU, and she's been classy the entire time. Even last year when she lost in the national championship, and Angel Reese was talking and waving bye-bye, and Caitlin Clark said, it's all good. Trash talk is okay. I'm cool with Angel. Angel said the same thing. It's like, look, there's nothing personal.
It's called sports.
I
don't know why.
It's competition.
I have no problem with it, whatever. It is wild to me because we've had a lot of women stars. Like Maya Moore was a star. Diana Taurasi. These are stars.
Well, Breanna Stewart is a star.
Exactly.
Going to New York. Sabrina Ionescu.
Yes.
Ionescu, excuse me.
But now they have the platform to be able to perform.
Exactly.
And I think having it on a Monday night where it's kind of quiet time of the year, I mean, they fully took advantage of the window yesterday. And it was Rangers-Rays on one television, and I flipped over the second the game was about to start, and it was on ESPN. And I'm like, all right, here we go. And I had whatever the 2 or 3 hour window until the Giants game started. It was a perfect slot for them to get that game in. And I'm very intrigued to see if the entire country was intoxicated like I was. My wife was sitting there enjoying it with me.
I think the country was. I think the country looked forward to this. I mean, Bomani Jones kind of made the comp like this could be UNLV Duke from '91.
That's a good call.
That's how. And you know what?
That's a good call.
It was poor Van Lith, the young point guard who transferred from Louisville. Kid Mookie leaving her on the island against Caitlin Clark. Her defensive teams just sucked. Get Flage on her, double trap, do whatever you got to do to get the ball on her hands.
Box and
Give
one.
her the Steph Curry treatment.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
Blitz her.
I'm not going to lie to you. The Giants and Dodgers, they were on my phone last night because I had to pay respect to Juju Watkins and Paige Beckers in UConn. And let me tell you, Juju Watkins is only a freshman.
She just broke the scoring record, basically.
She's so smooth.
It's pretty incredible.
I mean, she's so smooth. And she will learn from that loss. So you could see the emotion after the game. She was crying at the podium.
I love USC's jerseys.
And the jerseys were just popping.
I'm a
the
sucker.
jerseys pop.
It's
the
just,
Southern Cal, the cursive.
As much as I don't like LA in general, the SoCal jerseys are pretty hard.
They're pretty sick. And then Paige Becker's just coming off screens, mid-range, three-pointers, floaters, going to the cup, just willing UConn to a victory up there in Portland, Oregon. I thought both games delivered on a now I know a lot of people probably a lot more people watch Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark and Iowa versus LSU, but the USC-UConn game did not disappoint whatsoever. So I think women's basketball is in a great place, and hopefully that momentum carries over to the WNBA where the Las Vegas Aces, they've had some great series against the Seattle Storm. They've had some great series against the Liberty. So I'm eager to see what happens when we get this WNBA team out here, how that translates when you have a Stafford playing very, very well and you have the women's game growing.
Bunty, this is what the old college basketball for men's used to have, was continuity. Just 2 years of rivalries creates an entire generation of fans. That's all you need. I think of Alabama versus Clemson. What did that do for Southern football, and what did that do for the NFL as all of those guys get baked into this rivalry and they all go to the league?
Yep, no doubt.
It's a big deal. And so I look at Ohio State versus Michigan yearly, that's always a thing, but like these big time rivalries, when you get them back-to-back years, it does resonate. I want to go back to Iowa for just a second. O'Grady, the big center, was banging underneath with Angel Reese. And then I forget what the other girl's name was. She kept having left-handed layup after left-handed layup. The way she was moving without the ball, I don't know if it was Murphy or whatnot. Iowa's team was moving without the ball, catch and shoot, the ambidextrousness around the rim. I was very impressed with the team aspect.
You may be talking about
90.
Yeah, you might be talking about Martin there. It was
Is it Martin? Okay, Martin was playing her butt off.
They run up and down.
4 girls played the whole game.
Well, you had 3 girls played. 2 girls played 40 minutes. One girl played 39. The other played 37. The other one played 21. And that was due to foul trouble there. LSU, you had Angel Reese 36 minutes. Morrow 40 minutes. Flajay Johnson 37 minutes. Van Lith, who was sick, needed IVs. How about that? You need IVs. You're a bit sick. And it's like, go card Caitlin Clark one-on-one on an island. Poor girl.
And then initiate offense.
And then initiate offense on the other side.
Because that's the other part. I felt like they were doing way too much.
Do better, man. You got to do better. She just left her out there on the island.
And Van Lith is a very good player.
She's a very good player. I feel so bad for her because, Twitter's going to Twitter or X, whatever's going to X.
But that's part of sports.
That's part of sports.
That's part of the modern sports. It's the unintended consequences of when the Q rating of the entire sport goes up, you're going to become a meme.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. Paige Beckers was player of the year her freshman year. And she did have that big-time injury, but she's back. She's back in full effect, and she is balling. She is hooping, man.
I know.
I think the Stars.
I don't like Gino.
Stars. Yeah, I know. I can tell you don't like Gino, but I do have a respect for Gino.
No doubt.
Continue
legendary.
With all these coaches now with higher profiles, with Kim Mulkey and Don Staley, you got the UCLA coach, you got everything. Lindsey Gottlieb, who formerly in Cal, now at USC, and you got Gino there with the gray hair. They were just showing Rebecca Lobo winning her first national championship at UConn back in 1995. And I remember that game. I watched that game. It was on CBS. They played Tennessee. It was always on, usually on a Sunday morning back in the day. Because I remember when North Carolina beat Louisiana Tech at the buzzer with a 3. Anyway, to see him still doing it with the gray hair, I do appreciate him. Like, I hated Coach K for the longest time. Then over the last 5 years, I said, you know what, man? This guy's been doing it for so long. There's something that he's doing. There's a reason why he's so good. And parents still sending their kids there. And then when they came out to the West Coast, I was like, all right, I'm all about Coach K. We got to see his last win here in San Francisco. But Gino with the gray hair, and I know he's prickly at times.
No, he's got Saban-like whiner qualities.
But you know what?
You've been winning for 30 years.
They all do, though, Shasky. He
didn't lose a game for what felt like a decade, and he had top 3 picks year after year after year, and he's always complaining. That's all. That's just my particular opinion.
They all complain. All these coaches complain.
I find him to be a tremendous whiner.
Brian Kelly complains. Saban complains.
Brian Kelly hasn't sniffed even like a tenth of the amount of winning as Gino.
Which is why he gets on my nerves with all the complaining he does. All these guys complain at the highest of highest levels. They're always looking for an edge there. So
he makes a great villain.
Yeah, I mean, but he's kind of the OG now. He's like the grandpa now. You know what I'm saying? I respect the hell out of Gino, man.
I hear you.
I like Gino.
You know I got to find my enemies.
Yeah, I mean, you like everybody else.
I like to find my enemies. You know? Kim makes a great villain as well. I think watching her on the sideline, she's hilarious.
But Kim is out of her freaking mind.
Yeah, but that's part of but isn't that part of it?
Yeah, but no, she takes it to another level.
When Angel Reese gets called for the charge and she is losing her mind on the sidelines.
She takes it to another level because of some of the things
she's out of her mind.
Yeah, exactly. Like Gino ain't that crazy.
I appreciate her doing her best cosplay of the Masters champion yesterday in that green. Next Thursday, by the way.
She was actually tame yesterday. That outfit was tame.
Because they got thoroughly dismantled.
Well, it was a tie game at
in the second half. I thought Iowa's half-court offense picked them apart.
Well, no, what it was, too, is I think the pace got to LSU.
I totally agree.
It was 45-45. It was 45-45 at the half. Like, the first quarter was I was eating pizza with Baby Chaz. Took her to go. The only way I could get out the house yesterday was go get some pizza and go to the cleaners and get ice cream. Just down the street to Round Table.
Oh, nice.
But no, we had got ice cream, and I went to the cleaners, pick up some stuff, and I was like, we got to get out the house. It's a nice day, Chaz. She just wanted to be in the house, whatever. But we're locked in on that first quarter. I was like, did I just watch that? Like, they came out. It was like tip off, boom, go. I know. And I was just like, so I think the pace really got to LSU there. You could see their shots were short. They couldn't get any lift on those shots, and they just got worn down, man. That's a tough pace to play. How's UConn going to deal with that pace? I have no idea.
I don't know, but Caitlin Clark wasn't even winded at all. I mean, she looked like she could play a whole nother game.
No, she's used to that.
I couldn't believe it.
She's used to that, man. Like, the third quarter was it. 24-13. Caitlin Clark, she had to move where she's just kind of lollygagging at the top of the key.
The back,
she went around the back, goes in, just nails it.
Step back three in the fourth.
I was like, damn. All right, Caitlin, you're clout.
She took a logo shot, though, and
some chill.
They were up, I don't know, I think 12, and I'm saying to myself, I don't love that shot. And it had a huge Steph Curry feel to it, where it's like, I get it, you're cooking, but like, can we bleed a little clock here and get a better shot?
Right. But I'm happy, though. I'm truly happy, because honestly, there's no cap here. Grandma Essie, shout out to Grandma Essie. I should be at her house. And we watched all the NCAA Women's Championship games. Going back when Stafford was going to Charlotte, North Carolina, lost to some young girl named Sadia Roundtree. I could never forget the name, from Georgia. But then Tennessee. Remember they had the Tennessee documentary with Pat Summit. She's yelling at these kids. These kids are crying. They figure out a way to win the championship, right? Shamika Holmes-Claude, Tamika Catchings, and Kara Lawson, who's now coaching at Duke University. I'm glad the women's game is getting their respect. I'm glad there's not, there's going to be some creeps and some dirtbags out there who's going to be misogynistic. I'm not going to watch a second of the women's. The women's game's been good for a long, long time. The skills, the shot-making ability, the pace of play. Like, the women's game, they get up and down. Like, City College San Francisco, for example, Jamie Hayes and now Derek Lau, they did a great thing. They are seeking that state championship, but they've played with a great pace for so long. I'm glad it's finally getting the appreciation and the names. There's no doubt now. The women's tournament, with the names that they have, is so much bigger than the men's tournament right now. It's not even funny. And you said it. Continuity is a big reason why.
And I also believe that, like, on some level, like, when the competition is through the roof, you get the best out of everyone, it becomes an entertaining product. Yep. I think, we talk about baseball. There's too many games. There's not a sense of urgency. But we love playoff baseball. But there's clearly way too many games. The NBA, what's one of the biggest knocks of the NBA? I don't know who's playing on a Tuesday. Load management. They don't care. There's 82 games. There's too many. You're watching that game yesterday, and just for a one-off, if that was the first time you ever tuned in, you're going to tune back in again.
Well, it's a tournament game, so.
No, I know, but that's what makes it unique.
Yeah, no doubt. But
and the one-and-done nature.
Yeah, but you can't just get rid of the regular season. Like, you got to have regular season.
No, but I'm saying
games.
The build-up is there, and so it'll lure you in.
Yeah, I hear you. Ruocco's texting us, man. Said he was locked in, and Lake sat down and watched for sure. Once she locked in, she didn't move. That's impressive. I think a lot of people were like that yesterday. Once you locked in, you did not move. And, like, all weekend long, even the Elite Eight games, the Sweet 16 games, I was like wooing like I do for an NBA game. Oh, what a shot. How did she do that? What the hell? Like, the gall that so many of these girls are taking, man, these shots, man, is unbelievable.
I liked Ryan Ruocco on the broadcast. He has grown on me a lot.
Oh, he's been doing this for a long time.
His name
Ryan Ruocco. Yeah, Ryan, we've had him on the show.
He's grown on me. I really like him as a broadcaster.
Maybe we should get Ryan Ruocco on the show Friday.
He was good.
Hey, love to see if we can get Ryan Ruocco on the show Friday, man. The Final Four is in Cleveland, Ohio. Maybe we'll get Ryan Ruocco on just to talk about the game. And
they're talking about pressure. I don't know if you were that tapped into it, but they're talking about pressure and expectations and all this stuff. And just listening to Caitlin Clark, talk to the analysts prior to the game about pressure and how she deals with pressure. And it was just really interesting.
Yeah, she was like, I take it a game at a time. Game at a time. All right, let's break here. We're going to break on time today. We'll get all the reads here on the other side. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages. We've added the QR code on both pages. Shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. Coming up on the roast, let's get into the Golden State Warriors. We got Giants Dodgers too. We do that as well. We go both ways. Go in either direction here on the other side. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake. Full service baking, no compromises.
Life doesn't stop.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, we'll see you later today. Steph Curry as the Warriors take on the Dallas Mavericks at home in a very important game for the Golden State Warriors. We will get to them a little bit later. Sam Gordon from the San Francisco Chronicle is going to make his Morning Roast debut at 9:20. We'll talk to him. The new beat writer for the San Francisco Chronicle, Sam Gordon. Mike Bassick's going to join us at 7:30 to give us a little look at the Dallas Mavericks. Our good friend from down there at Dallas 105.3 The Fan. Not R.J. Sean and Bobby Boucher. Those guys are disheveled. They're down bad. Mike Bassick's a good guy. I think he might be a color analyst for the Rangers now. He might be doing some things like that.
Pre and post, I believe.
Pre and post for sure. I thought he was doing some other things too with them. But anyway, he's a big basketball fan, and Kyrie and Luka are cooking right now. The Mavericks look very, very scary. Very scary in the Western Conference. But Giants-Dodgers, first time we got to see this. The 2024 rendition, Shasky. Giants-Dodgers down at Chavez Ravine, and you just forget how much the Dodgers annoy you. Dodger Stadium, it gets loud. You've been down to Dodger Stadium, correct?
Mm-hmm.
It gets super loud. They pump in all the noise, just like Seattle. Just like Seattle. Their sound system is they're playing like it's like a concert. I'm not going to lie. It's not bad. The lights and the different lights, and they go dark once they hit a home run. I'm not mad at it. Pretty damn good.
It's cool.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And their lineup is pretty cool, too.
Well, let's start here. I said to you, and I said it online, and I'll say it over and over, I believe Mookie Betts to be one of the great players of the last, 40 or 50 years in baseball. This guy can do everything. Normally, when a guy can't play the infield anymore, they slide over to first base, they DH, maybe they go to the outfield. This guy could have been a center field Gold Glover, moved to right field for Boston, was an elite Gold Glove right fielder, one of the best arms, range in the game, moved to second base out of necessity because of the injuries they sustained with the Dodgers last year, and is now their starting shortstop. Their starting shortstop. Now, I tell you right now, the Boston Red Sox trade is going to go down as one of the worst trades of the last 50 years.
It's hard to argue with that.
And look, for a time, people were like, Verdugo's good.
I do like Verdugo. But no, Mookie Betts is all world.
Verdugo, now he's a Yankee now, but in 4 years with Boston, he had 280 hits, 43 home runs. Last year alone, Mookie Betts had 39 home runs and 180 hits.
I just don't get how the Red Sox, and I get they were trying to save money.
He wanted to stay?
Yeah, I know. He won the World Series there. He loved the Red Sox. Jackie Bradley Jr. was his boy. Rafael Devers was coming up. They had J.D. Martinez rolling. I don't get, it is
one of the worst trades ever.
And the Red Sox haven't been the same since.
No.
They have not been the same since.
Agree.
And I had to warm up to it being a wonder. Where I like to see things play out. We always quick in sports culture. 3 months into a trade, we're like, oh, that's a terrible trade. Like to see it play out. I wouldn't give Verdugo his time. Oh, it is. It's probably the worst major league deal I've ever seen in my life. I don't even know what comes close.
The Babe Ruth trade?
Well,
we weren't born. That was 1918. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, dude. That was 120 years ago.
You see the literally, the trade happened almost 100 years apart. They got basically nothing for it, and they made a team and the Dodgers incredibly good as a result.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a worse trade. It may be the worst trade in all of sports.
So the Francisco Lindor trade, which was around that time, not the same time, but around that time, they got back a guy who has been an all-star at second base, okay? The Guardians, who most people don't know. Like the Matt Olson trade, early returns are, that was a great trade for the Atlanta Braves. Mookie Betts is one of, top 3 players in the game?
Ohtani, he's in a conversation.
Do you get Freddie Freeman?
He's in a conversation.
Do you get Freddie Freeman if you don't get Mookie Betts?
I don't know.
Do you get Shohei Ohtani if you don't get Mookie Betts?
I don't know. I think, honestly, it's a conversation for one of the worst trades in sports history. Like, Randy Moss going to the Patriots for a 4th-round pick. But I get it because Randy Moss dogged it with the Raiders. I thought he was watched. I told you the story of the fantasy football draft. I threw a temper tantrum because I was like, I auto-drafted Randy Moss. I did not want him. And he scores 23 touchdowns. I was like, oh, my God, I got Randy Moss. This guy's incredible. He's good again, But in all the sports, when you think about all the bad trades in all the sports, this one's up there with the best of them. Like, in all the sports.
I'm
not just talking about baseball.
Was it Vladdy for Kobe? Or the pick that would be
Vlade
Kobe.
Divac and a pick for Kobe, and because Kobe, and look, Vlade was a really good player.
He was a really good player.
It turns out to be a terrible trade by the Charlotte Hornets, but we knew Kobe wasn't going to the Hornets.
And that wasn't a cost-cutting move.
Right.
That was like a selection and a draft pick, and you get credit for the development. This was one of the best players in the game who, as you referenced, won the Red Sox a World Series.
I know. Against the Dodgers. How about that?
And I can't get over how bad. Connor Wong, he's a backup catcher. Jeter Downs at one time was a high prospect.
Right. But that's why you take major league talent, proven talent, over prospects all day long.
And he's killing that first play of the game last night. You lose the strike zone. You got to come in. Mookie Betts blasts one to the wall, and I don't know how Jung Hoo Lee, didn't hurt himself flying into the wall.
Yeah, I thought he could have caught the ball. I think he maybe lost the ball on the lights. Did anybody ask Jung Hoo Lee about that play?
Crushed the wall.
But he could have that could have been a devastating injury. Jung Hoo Lee beats Wall beats Jung Hoo Lee. I don't know. Hey, somebody needs to ask him whether or not he lost the ball on the lights. I thought it was a catchable ball.
I did too. But it said, boom, triple. Game's over. Like right then and there. Like you could feel the energy out of the room. And Mookie Betts wasn't even sprinting coming out of the box.
I think, honestly, I'm stuck on this trade. Because I see
it's one of the worst trades ever.
650 Xfinity Mobile text line. CMC trade was pretty bad by the Carolina.
Yeah, that's actually really.
There's no doubt about that.
CMC trade is pretty bad.
I mean, there's some bad trades.
Another bad one for baseball. The A's trading Josh Donaldson, who immediately won an MVP for Brett Laurie, Kendall Graveman, and Franklin Barreto.
I mean,
it wasn't bad.
The A's have a bunch.
Well, I know, but I'm saying. He won an MVP literally the season after that.
The only assessment is for Lester.
Is one of the big.
I still defend that one because they were going for it, but
you lost your four-hitter.
And you get this in baseball. You get some bad trades in baseball. This one, no. This guy is he's got everything. He's got speed. He's got power. He's got range. He's got charisma. Yeah, I mean, he's a great bowler. He probably could have been a great football player, a great slot back.
Every team in every sport would want him to be their best player.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because of how he represents the organization.
No doubt. And now he's leading the Dodgers and this new look Dodger team, and they're loaded, man. I mean, Paxton, he didn't have his great season. He walked five guys.
He's whatever.
But, you win 8-3, and Keaton Wynn, I don't think pitched bad for the Giants. Again, he only walked one guy. I can live with that. You hold that line up to 3 runs through 5 innings, and you hand it over to the bullpen, okay, I'm cool. But so far, this Giants bullpen has underwhelmed. They've underwhelmed. They've got to clean it up, and they've got to pick this up in a heartbeat here. They got to pick it up in a hurry. But this lineup, and the order of the lineup, I'm really having a problem with it. In what world should Austin Slater be batting second on a major league lineup? Why is he batting second, Shasky? And then you get Soler batting third. Get him down to 5 right now. Get Soler down to 5. Get Conforto up because Conforto's calling the baseball right now. He's got 3 home runs. You heard the call by Kipe on NBC Sports Bay Area. Get Michael Conforto in the top 5. Get Estrada up there if he's not hurt. So he's batting 211, but why is he batting 8th? Why is Austin Slater batting second? Why is Wilber Flores batting right behind Chapman? So this lineup order. It feels like Farhan's got his fingerprints over this, or is this Bob Melvin? Is this what Bob Melvin does? Because right now I do have a problem with the order of the lineup.
So I'm glad you're bringing this up. We all agree. Jung Hoo Lee, great acquisition. Thus far. It's early, right? They gave him $100 million. The guy looks like a player. I mean, he went the other way early on that bat. I mean, he's a very good player.
2 for 5 yesterday.
Yeah, I like him. Okay, Jung Hoo Lee, great. This team is they think so highly of these combination of players. I just don't get it. Slater, Wade, Nick Ahmed, and Yaz. Nick Ahmed, we'll see. Like, time will tell. I would rather see the young guy, but whatever. Put him to the side. Slater, Wade, Yaz. I'm so sick of watching Slater, Wade, and Yaz on this team. Let me just Slater has 38 home runs spread out over 8 years. 38 home runs spread out over 8 years. Yaz had a career year in 2021. He had 25 home runs. Okay? He went 17 and 15. He plays every day. Let me just read you the first 5 guys for the Dodgers. Their home run totals over their careers. Betts, 18, 31, 24, 32, 29, 16 in the COVID year, 23, 35, 39. That's your leadoff hitter. Ohtani, 22, 18, 7 in the COVID year, 46, 34, 44. Oh, Freddie Freeman, 18, 31, 24, 32, 29, 23, 35, 39. That's their first 3 hitters. I can go right down the list. Even Will Smith, who's not one of their power hitters per se, his His numbers across the board dwarf those other guys. Why are we so reliant, and why do we continue to miscast Lamont Wade Jr., Mike Yastrzemski, and Austin Slater as key cogs to the 2024 Giants?
I don't know.
There are 5 guys on the Dodgers that start their lineup.
It's not
Max
just
Muncy,
the Dodgers.
Will Smith, even James Outman.
It's not just the Dodgers. It's the Padres. It's the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
It's the Texas Rangers. It's the Atlanta Braves.
Phillies.
I mean, it's the Philadelphia Phillies. These guys have lineups that are deep, and they have a lot of depth to them. The Giants, if you want to maximize your depth, I think you got to go Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yes.
You got to get Conforto up there.
I would agree.
Get Estrada or Luis Matos if he comes up.
Sums up with Estrada.
Soler, Chapman. But this lineup, when you look at it compared to the Dodgers lineup, you're like, good Lord, it's not even close here. So you're going to need Logan Webb, Blake Snell, who's going to make his debut for the Giants next Monday.
Thank goodness.
Next Monday, I see some people here on the Xfinity Mobile text line asking about Blake Snell. He's thinking about next Monday, his Giants debut. This pitching's going to have to carry this team this year again. And you're going to have to make some moves for some bats at the deadline.
100%.
You're going to have to do that. And if Luciano's not the guy, we're just talking about the Dodgers flipping prospects for major league proven talent. Luciano may have to be that trade piece to go get some major league proven talent and get me a legit bat in that lineup. Austin Slater batting second is just criminal.
It triggered me. And then he grounds into a double play. It just triggered me. I also, Tom Murphy. You kept Tom Murphy, who has 223 career hits. You know what?
Pick it up on the other side. It's the Warriors Game Day, big Warriors Game Day, presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromise. We'll continue to talk about this lineup before we shift gears and get to the Golden State Warriors and their big game and have a nice little conversation about the Dubs. But we'll continue to roll in this Giants game. They lose to the Dodgers last night 8-3 to fall to 2-3 on the season.
Tim Roy, and then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
That's right, Draymond. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call them to the roast, you better bring it today, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. And we flushed BPA yesterday. Good to get him on the list. Who's next? I'm ready for a bad take. This segment is sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations.
I'm not doing anything crazy.
When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Don't know if Jonathan Kuminga is going to play. Well, ask Sam Gordon that from the SF Chronicle at 9:20. We do have Mike Bassett coming up at 7:30. He's all over the Dallas Mavericks and the Texas Rangers. We can squeeze in a baseball question there, but Luka Kyrie in town today to take on the Golden State Warriors. And of course, Mike Bassett, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, also does a lot of things with the Texas Rangers pre- and post-game. I think he may be calling some games. He may be on the side of the color analyst, but we're talking about the Giants before the break. And Tom Murphy, you brought up the catchers yesterday, Shasky. Kurt Casale, Chadwick Trump, who I completely forgot about.
Austin Wins,
forgot about him, who couldn't hit. I mean,
how could you forget about them?
I know, I couldn't forget. I haven't forgotten about them. Kurt Casale, Austin Wins, Chadwick Trump. Who else do it? Blake Sable.
They spent a whole year with Blake Sable, who couldn't play any defense.
We couldn't, and now we got Tom Murphy, who's an automatic out.
Well, I mean, he's got 200 hits in 9 years.
You can give Joey Bart a crack on this
that's
team.
what I'm saying.
You could just give him a sniff a month.
Who is knocking down your door that has to have Tom Murphy on their roster?
Nobody.
I just, so, and not only that, he bats sixth yesterday.
He's batting in front of Michael Conforto.
Who's one of? If you just watch the at bats, he's been one of the best players in terms of taking pitches, barreling up balls. He's been one of your best hitters this year. I don't get these lineups.
Now, how much money is Tom Murphy? I'm not trying to pocket watch here, but Tom Murphy's making what? Maybe $1 million? Is he on a minimum contract? Loveman, what's Tom Murphy making? Let's focus up here, right? So Langford, what's up, baby? Langford, how much is Tom Murphy making this year? How much is he making?
Wow. He got an 8.25 2-year contract.
So he's making $4 million per.
Wow.
Basically.
For
$4
a
million
backup
per.
catcher.
For a backup catcher. Michael Conforto's what, making $18 million?
Yeah.
You're going to put your $4 million backup catcher?
Why
you got to have your
do this?
$4 million backup catcher bat ahead of Michael Conforto, who's making $18 million and is one of your better hitters.
He's never had more than 71 hits.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
And that was in 2019.
It just, what am I missing here, Giants fans? 888-957-9570. Wow. I know we're only 5 games in, and I'm not freaking out about this.
No, but these are like...
But Tom Murphy's making $4 million per year as a backup catcher, and he's batting 6th ahead of Michael Conforto, who's making $18 million. He already has 3 home runs, hitting the ball well. Hit the ball well last year before he started to deal with injuries. And then you got Austin Slater batting second.
Well, I'm glad you're bringing this up because, we all agree. Jung-Hoo Lee right now has been one of the more impressive Giants. He's a big league ball player. He's good.
Yeah.
Soler and Chapman, these are legitimate. Both guys have over 150 career home runs. These are legitimate players. So I love that. But Austin Slater in the 2-hole, and then you go to Lamont Wade as a pinch hitter. Combined, they have less home runs than Will Smith the last 2 years. And Will Smith bats, I don't know. For this team, he bats cleanup, but he's really not a traditional cleanup. James Outman last year was batting 6th. He had 25 jacks. The kid from Sarah.
Yeah,
we're batting Tom Murphy. He's batting 200 hits in his career.
He's batting 6th for the Atlanta Braves. Michael Harris II, who's batting 438 right now, is one of their better prospects. Who's batting 2nd for the Braves? Ozzie Albies, who's batting 412 and went 2 for 4 yesterday and is an absolute stud.
Well, I look at it here and I'm like, thank God they got Soler. Thank God they got Chapman. Jung-Hoo Lee, we'll find out whether they overpaid or not, but he's a ball player. I really like him. But your top dogs need to be at the top of the order. And right now, I just see too many at-bats from random guys. They believe in Lamont Wade way more than any of us do. The Dodgers don't fear Lamont Wade Jr.
No.
At all.
Do we need to go through the numbers of 2021 in the NLDS when Yaz, Ruff, Wade, Flores, and there was somebody else who batted Alex Dickerson, who could bat a combined 5 for 76 in that series? Do we need to go down that route?
And I look at Austin Slater. He's been here 8 years. And this is all I'm going to say is when you've been mediocre for 8 years and you're a fringe guy and you're not even like a real everyday player, what are we doing? He has been a Giant longer than Will Clark? How? How?
That is unbelievable.
You want to hear a fun fact?
How?
You want to hear a fun fact, Shasky? It'll drive you crazy. Next year will be his 9th year on the Giants, which means he will be officially eligible to join the Wall of Fame someday.
No. I'm not trying to hate on. I'm on it. Austin Slater's probably a really nice guy. How?
We're talking baseball here, folks, not personal shots. He's probably is a
but
nice
am I
guy.
wrong?
Probably is a great dude in the community.
He will be a Giant longer than Kevin Mitchell.
Yeah, that's
How?
insane. That's insane. He's going to be a Giant longer than Jeff Kent?
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
And I'm not trying to hate on the guy. And even Yaz, we've seen this experiment. Yaz is a 4th outfielder, okay? I don't. So to me, Slater, Wade, Yaz, one can stick around. Bring up Matos. Let's see him play.
Now, maybe this is a thing. 209, Xfinity Mobile text line from the 209. I believe Bob is still learning the ins and outs of the team. I'm not surprised what's going on. Let's hope they figure it out soon. Well, there may be something to that 209, but I will say this. You spent 6 weeks in Arizona spring training. You kind of see these guys hitting. I don't know. 209. You may be out on. You may be onto something there. Maybe Bob is still trying to figure out what he can do with this lineup. But you did have 5 weeks of spring training.
When the lineup card was released yesterday, we had a group thread going, and I saw it was Jung-Hoo Lee, Slater, Soler, Chapman, Flores, Murphy, Conforto, Estrada, Ahmed. That was the order from 1 to 9. What did all of us in the group thread say? That's a Farhan lineup.
Yeah. All day.
That has Farhan written all over it.
But maybe it's Bob Melvin. Let's Spinoni. Is this something, because you follow Bob Melvin, obviously you're the A's fan, and I feel really bad for you. They just sent down Ruiz yesterday. Ruiz batting over 400.
Roster politics.
Don't get me started on David Forst.
And they just sit Ruiz down saying, he needs to hit the ball more. It's like,
lipstick on a pig.
Yeah, it's criminal what's going on out there.
I really am.
But Bob Melvin, is this a move that Bob Melvin makes? Is this his doing? What do you believe the power structure is? What was the power structure in Oakland?
Well, it's interesting because, and you guys have been growing up in the Bay Area. It's been Billy Beane and everyone else.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's the Moneyball guy. So, everyone says, he prints out something, he just hands him this. But with Bob Melvin, he did have some say and have some leeway when it came to riding guys come playoff time, stuff like that. You'd see Liam Hendricks, who was then the closer. He'd ride him for a couple innings, maybe when the analytics would say, hey, let's shift, do this, let's do that. So he did have free range to do it. Now, with Farhan Zaidi, I'm not sure the relationship there. It's very raw and fresh. Obviously, Farhan was with Bob in the early days. Now, I'm not sure. But he did have some free range to say, you know what, Billy, I think we should go in this direction. Now, it's interesting. Remember in that playoff one game in New York City? That was Billy Beane's call to do the opener there.
Liam Hendricks,
and
right?
they did that.
Was that Liam Hendricks?
That was Liam Hendricks, and it was bad, and they should have gone with Mike Fiers or whoever at the time. It just didn't work out. So I'm very interested to see, to your point, Bonte, how things progress with him and Farhan, because it's very early. We're not sure of their relationship.
And look, don't get it twisted. We're not we're just questioning the lineup. We're not complaining about it. And I get it. You're playing the Dodgers.
You're playing the Dodgers. This is their lineup. This is who you have to contend at least the next couple years. Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, who just signed a $100 million deal, Max Muncy, who Max Muncy's an afterthought. Let me give you his home runs. 35, 12 in the COVID season, 36, 21 in a lost year, and 36 last year.
Damn.
And then James Outman, who came kind of out of nowhere last year and hit the scene. That's the top 6 players.
Well, then you didn't even bring up Teoscar Hernandez.
And Gavin Lux.
Teoscar Hernandez already has 4 home runs and 9 RBIs.
Yeah.
Teoscar Hernandez, you want to read his home run totals? 2018, 22 home runs. 2019, 28 home runs. 2020 down year, 50 games, 16 home runs. 2021, let me just go ahead and jack up 32 home runs with 116 RBIs and 36 walks. 2022, 25 home runs. Seattle, 2023, pitcher-friendly ballpark. I'm just going to go 26 home runs, 93 RBIs, 8 stolen bases. Teoscar Hernandez is an afterthought who signed a 1-year deal with the Dodgers. He's batting 6th for them, and he already has 4 jacks.
But to me, there's this sense Farhan's great at working the back of the roster. And I've had a big issue. there's been too many redundant parts over the last 4 or 5 years. And again, it's early on, and we'll give it a month or whatever. But like right off the rip, you DFA Joey Bart. He could have been your emergency first baseman. Right. He's played first base at the big league level. Before Wilmer Flores gave it a go, in pregame, they were going to start Tyler Fitzgerald at first, who had never played first base in his entire career in the minor leagues. Now, maybe he could pull it off. I don't know. But like, to me, it's like, how did you go from 700 first basemen last year to not one? I just it's odd to me, and I look at Tyler Fitzgerald.
But again, I want to fix our tone a little bit here because we do sound a little.
I just look at the Dodgers and they feel very
but we do that.
Dynastic.
It shouldn't be surprising. We do that.
Well, it was telling on a day where you're starting a guy after starting Dalton Jeffries, then you start.
Keaton Wynn didn't pitch bad. He gave up 3 runs in 5 innings. That's your 5 starter, if that. He's a spot starter.
It's the first week of the season.
Yeah, but I mean, Blake Snell's going to come back on Monday. Let's not freak out. So they're going to have Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, Blake Snell. And you can start, if Keaton Wynn's your 5th starter, I'm not mad at that for right now. I'm not mad at that. But and as a 5th starter, he walked 1 guy. He allowed 4 hits, gave up 3 runs in 5 innings, struck out 6. He gave up 3 runs. He kept the Giants in the game. It was a 3-1 game. Now, really, the bullpen, if we're going to panic about something, maybe it's the bullpen right now because Rogers gave up a run yesterday. Miller got tagged, right?
Miller's been out there the last couple of days. Yeah, I think he's a little tired.
Maybe a little tired. Yeah. Nick Avila came in there, and he got tagged as well. I'm not going to panic yet. We're only 5 games in. But I am questioning the order of the lineup. I want to see a consistent lineup. Let's go. Let's stop. There's no need to manufacture and tinker and experiment right now. You have 5 weeks of spring training to do that. Let's go. It's go time.
So to your point about spring training, it's a point well taken. Spring training is not everything. Casey Schmidt batted like 400 last year in spring training and then hit the ground running early on, and then just the bottom fell out.
It's not so much about performance with spring training. It's more so about getting to know your guys.
No, I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? But like they didn't even bring Casey Schmidt up on a spring training.
I know, but to your point, Matos was one of the best players in spring training. Slater didn't play at all.
Yeah.
At all. He had the elbow injury. He didn't play at all. And then you're easing this guy back. Let's put him in the 2-hole. Come on. I want to reward one of my young prospects when you're a team that hasn't had a lot of prospects. And I just look at it, I see where these things go. Like, Slater's going to get a ton of leeway here. And I don't think he's earned it. I think I want to see one of the young guys. You brought in Soler, you brought in Chapman, you have Conforto, you got a lot of veterans. We don't need an 8-year journeyman as one of the platoon guys.
No, I hear you.
Bring in one of the youngsters, flip-flop this lineup around, and get Conforto higher up there. To your point, he is making $19 million. That's a great point.
Right. And, I mean, get him up in the order. But also, what are we going to do with Marco Luciano? How long until we wait on him? Because Tyler Fitzgerald he's not in your long-term plans. And the Giants, I don't think their goal is to win the World Series. I don't know. Maybe that is their goal.
It's to get in the playoffs.
But it's to get in the playoffs.
I would say it's to get in the playoffs.
But I also want to see, if you're not going to do anything with this young guy, then let me get a first baseman.
Well,
let me go get some major league talent. Like, I watched Mike Trout hit a 473-foot home run yesterday. Oh, my God. Did you see where that landed? Nah, his contract it's going to be tough to trade that contract, a team taking on that contract. But I need some dudes in the lineup. If you're serious, and we're serious, and we heard Flynn, and we kind of agree with him, like, yeah, let's go take on the Dodgers. Well, to go take on the Dodgers, you got to get rid of the butter knives. You need, you know what I'm saying? You got to get rid of the butter knives.
Right.
You got to.
You're so right.
You need some machetes out there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, and since he's taken over, now I can make an argument that each one of these was unrealistic for a variety of reasons. But JT Realmuto, since Farhan took over, he was traded. Goldschmidt was traded. Francisco Lindor was traded. Matt Olson was traded. Soto was traded twice. Trey Turner was traded. Nolan Arenado was traded. The point that I'm getting at is I think we've overemphasized free agency. Now, they've done a nice job in free agency this year. Go make a trade. Pete Alonso could be out there.
That's what I'm saying.
Pete Alonso could be available.
He might be out there.
To your point about first base, he is a perfect kind of a guy to have at first base. Paul Goldschmidt's another guy. He will be available come the deadline. I would love to add Paul Goldschmidt to this lineup, wouldn't you? I mean, a legitimate thumper that you could put at the 3, 4, or 5 spot. Now Soler and Chapman, they've got some protection.
This is why I'm not going to freak out. If the Giants can stay in this race and you get to the deadline, I didn't know on the back end that Robbie Ray may give me something in the last
that's a good point.
6 to 8 weeks of the season. And I've got Snell, and I've got Hicks, and I got Logan Webb, and I got Kyle Harrison, and I do believe they'll hold up well. Now, the bullpen, they need to fix this. They need to turn this around in a heartbeat here. I think this bullpen has capabilities of being special, but so far, they're off to a rocky start.
They haven't been able to get the ball to Duvall.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's very simple to me.
Yeah, you got to get the ball to him. So
it's time for you to do the legal.
Oh, okay. All right, Philmo. You're listening to 95.7 Game. KGMC,
love that.
FM and AC1 San Francisco. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. That's all I got to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages. And shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. So when it comes to the Giants, so we're going to get to the Warriors here 7:20 because it is a huge game today. There's no doubt about it. And I do think Warrior fans are kind of in wait-and-see mode. They are in wait-and-see mode. 4-1 road trip, cool. But we also know, and we're not dummies, Dub Nations, this is a very intelligent fan base. You know who Miami trotted out there. You know who Charlotte trotted out there. You know who the San Antonio Spurs trotted out there. So we are happy that they did go 4-1 on the road trip. We are happy that they are 22-15 on the road away from home, which gives me confidence if they do get to the playoffs that they can win away from home. They got to figure out the home thing here. That's been strange to me. It's the worst home record under Steve Kerr. I'm going to throw away 2019-2020 because we know what that season was all about. But I feel like Warrior fans need to see them beat a team like the Mavericks in order to be like, okay, let's go. Let's go, because we're still in 10th place. But we'll get to that conversation in a second here. But when it comes to the Giants, when you get to the deadline and you are in this race, I do believe this is the year you're going to have to try to trade for a bat. And I do believe there's going to be some guys who are available. There are. Like Pete Alonso's a great call with the New York Mets. I don't think the New York Mets are going to do anything. No, and he's fighting with them.
Yep.
And he's fighting with them to try to get a long-term deal. Well, I would love Pete Alonso to play first base at Oracle Park and pencil him in for 40 home runs, a 220 batting average, and I don't care.
Yeah.
You're going to bat fifth.
Yes.
You're going to hit bombs to the Coke bottle. Or Paul Goldschmidt. I like to call him Paul Goldschmidt.
And I'm going to be honest with you, and others may not. I would take on Trout's contract, knowing it's a huge risk.
Oh,
I would.
It's $212 million left on that contract for Mike Trout. If you just DH him,
I would.
I may do that. But how about this? Pete Alonso, he's on a 1-year, $20 million deal, and Paul Goldschmidt is a free agent after the season.
Yeah. These are perfect rental type players.
You need a first baseman.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's stop platooning first base, please.
I know.
Let's stop.
Well, then you can have Wilmer as one of your backup guys, as opposed to let's be honest. Wilmer was your best player last year.
Yep.
That's a sad indictment of where your roster is. Wilmer on the Dodgers is playing once a week.
Mm-hmm.
On the Giants, you need him to play almost every day, and I think his body won't allow it.
Look, 510, I get it. 510 Xfinity mobile text line. Also, Slater's he's batting 285 lifetime against left-handed pitching.
But look at the last 2 years.
But yeah,
the last 2 years, those numbers have dipped.
They have dipped, and not only that, get him down to the 6th hole. Should not be your 2-hitter.
Also, put on top of that, Matos hit lefties better than Slater last year. I think Matos was
if you're going to go numbers,
315 hitter against lefties last year. Slater was in the 260s, 270s. So even that logic, it's still Matos.
Yeah, you go Matos. Meanwhile, it's 925.
Thank you, Sam Lubman, for saying that.
Yeah, no doubt. 925, Xfinity mobile text line. Meanwhile, the A's have 12 errors in 5 games. I mean,
well, so what happened yesterday with the A's? Because
he just got beat like 8-0.
Estuary Ruiz got
he got sent down to Las Vegas. Despite did he already have 3 stolen bases? Two stolen bases.
He had 65 or something last year.
Yeah, no, he was ridiculous.
If he didn't get hurt, he'd have like 100 steals last year. He was unbelievable. They optioned him down to Triple-A. They called up a guy that they got in a trade with Baltimore, Tyler Nevin, some nobody, 200 hitter. But the real problem is their 2 best players from last year, Brent Rooker, who had 30 bombs and who was actually very good for them, was an all-star. He's gotten benched. And then your most exciting player, without a shadow of doubt, one of the most exciting players in the league, because the steal now is obviously a fun play. It's huge now.
It's huge.
It's just awesome. And he's sticking your middle finger to the fans, and you send him down. And it doesn't make sense to me, Bonte. Like, if you're going to do the major league thing, and we all know that's what's going on here. Like, Estuary Ruiz, is it going to be the difference between 60 wins and 40 wins?
Right.
Like, that's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. And their excuse David Forrest, Mark Kotze, their excuse was, well, we just have a crowded outfield, and he needs consistent at-bats, and he's only going to get that at AAA.
Can I ask you something?
Who is taking this guy's spot? Lawrence Butler? J.J. Bleday? Tyler Nevin? Who are these people? They're create players. They're create players. Like, come on.
Can I ask you something, Spadoti? What's this thing going on the internet with the dive bar wristbands?
So that's a conspiracy theory. So the last dive bar is like a thing where they lean in on the Coliseum being like this dump, but it's our dump kind of thing. And they're really cool. They have a lot of merch and stuff.
It is cool. I like that.
The last dive bar, so they do a lot of good stuff. I think they were sponsored with Fan Fest when they did the fans only Fan
Fest. So players were wearing the bracelets.
Yes, and Brent Rooker's been very outspoken about all this thing. I think you saw in the offseason when they had the graphs for the new stadium in Vegas. They had Brent Rooker in there batting like 230 or something. He's batting the 7th spot, and he poked fun at himself. He's a funny guy, but he understands the situation that he's in right now, and he's been outspoken. Now, do I think that that's gotten to John Fisher and Dave Cavill, and they've sent out code red on it?
See,
I don't think so.
I believe Cavill's petty like that.
I kind of do too.
I have a source within the A's system, according to sources, that said the Ruiz thing has been in the works before the season, which actually makes me even more infuriated.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing then?
So they're prematurely tamping him down?
Yes, which makes no sense to me. Again, why?
I don't.
They're just, not only are they a clown show off the field, we get that with Cavill and Fisher, but now on the field, and I feel bad for Mark Kotze because clearly he just has to be the mouthpiece.
He signed up for it, though.
No, I understand, and it's a major league spot and all that sort of stuff, but he's got no shot. They had 5 errors yesterday. Yeah. They now have more errers on the season than runs scored.
Didn't they have
Are you
5
kidding
errors?
me?
Yeah,
they had like 15 errors and like 13.
Didn't they have 5 errors in the first 3 innings yesterday?
Yes. It was embarrassing.
I mean, poor Mark Kotze.
And I'm sitting here complaining about Slater. I'm sorry, Joe.
It's a joke.
I'm sorry. I feel pretty foolish.
It's a joke, though.
I'm listening to Dallas Braden on the broadcast, trying his best not to just rip into this team left and right.
So
it's
Dallas
like the 5th game of the year.
I had a long conversation with Dallas Braden at the Positive Coaches Alliance just before everything. He was honoring his coach.
Is the beard real?
The beard is real. He didn't wear a hat. I was like, dude, I don't even recognize you without the hat. But he was honoring his high school coach from Stockton. How this guy saved his life.
Yeah.
His mom passed away and he wasn't going to school.
Mother's
you know the story.
Day. Yeah, the story was
the perfect game on Mother's Day. But his coach, he was honored his coach, breaking down. And I was just talking to that. I told Dallas, I do think Dallas is one of the better ambassadors of the sport of baseball.
Hands down.
All about it. No doubt about it. I told him, I said, what you have to navigate on a daily basis is all the more impressive. Like, I really have a lot of respect for you, Dallas, and getting to know him and telling you, he's like, dude, I'm just trying to do my job. I'm trying to bring, I get what's going on, and it's tough to tap dance around it. Think about the jobs they had to do in that. Jenny Kavnar is on her first job as play-by-play voice of the A's. And she's got to navigate this. How do you sugarcoat what's happening out there on the diamond?
I don't know. He is really good. The one thing I would say about Dallas Braden as a joke, and I mean this with the most endearing way, the man looks like William Shakespeare. I'm dead serious. When I see old pictures of William Shakespeare, he looks dead on like him. When he does the little hot tub videos and he comes flying out, they're some of the funniest.
He's all in on the Pirates this year, and whenever they win, he puts on the pirate hat.
The Buccos.
Like I love that.
Raise it.
Does Guru still tweet out the flag?
No, he messages
5-0.
Oh, he messages it.
Steiny hates it. Oh,
they're 5-0.
Don't sleep on the Pirates.
They're 5-0. Pirates are rolling.
You know who O'Neal Cruz is by the end of the year.
Hey, raise that Jolly Roger. All right. We're coming up on the roast. Mike Bassick is 7:30. Let's get into the dubs here on the other side. And that is brought to you by my favorite app right now, Prize Picks.
Cash in on basketball's
No, that's gone too far.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Huge game today at Chase Center, folks. Huge game. Huge. Download the free Odyssey app, and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. You catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews. I don't know if this was amazing. Was Tim Kawakami really amazing with Willard and Dids? Hey, TK, were you really amazing?
And the question is?
My greatest hits of backfired interviews is just an all-time sadness clip. What was the question that I asked him?
I don't know. It was like 90 seconds long.
Well, and the question is?
I kind of fell asleep. Honestly, I didn't know what the question was. No,
it's a very long-winded question.
I'm kidding. We all have those moments.
Yeah, we do.
We all get on Guru. I have moments. And the funny thing is, when it's getting long.
Yes, you do.
When it's getting long. Well, then
I look at you and you start to go,
My favorite was from a couple of years ago. She asked me, we were doing the butcher shop with Covey and Lucas. And I think it was Tom Habistro or something we had on, and Lucas put the wrong information, and he listed off all the stuff that he's been doing, and it was completely wrong. And then he immediately interrupts you to correct what he's been doing. And we just had a drop of Shasky just saying, I'm so sorry. It was just that. And we just played that. It was basically just so embarrassing.
I didn't know what to do.
There's
Tom Habistro, another guy never played in his life.
I remember when...
I am shook.
Not to call out Guru, but he kind of called us out yesterday. I love you, Goo. Speaking of private,
how did he call us out?
He goes, they were still a material in the morning. I was like, I don't know. I think he was just joking.
Well, here, I will still a little material here. And as you talk about the Warriors.
Well, hold on. Let me finish the story real quick. About Goo.
Didn't know there was a story.
But no, we were talking about long-winded questions just now. And I remember the question he asked Jim Barnett about the Steph Curry missed three in Game 6. And Guru was arguing with Steiny, and I was like, he should have made that. So I was like, dude, they almost threw the inbound pass out of bounds.
And that's how Guru feels.
But Guru asked Jim Barnett about the shot. He broke down the play. It was like a minute and 20 seconds long. And JB goes, yeah, and... okay, I forgot how he responded. He's just so lost about it.
Don't talk about that.
No, it wasn't that answer. By the way, City Mobile text line real quick to ask you 510. Guys, I'm trying to get the breakfast. I'm trying to go to the breakfast burrito place you were talking about. It's called Jack's Breakfast Burrito or Jack's Cafe. No. It's called Jack's Restaurant Bar and Grill.
Yeah.
They have a few locations. Where are you at? Are you in the city? Are you in San Bruno? Are you in San Mateo? Because their breakfast burritos are hitting.
So good.
So which one? It's Jack's Bar and Grill. Jack's Bar and Grill.
Locations in Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, San Jose, and Newark.
And I believe they're on food catering apps. I'll find out what the apps are that you can get it delivered as well.
No doubt. So 510 Jack's Bar and Grill there. All right. Speaking of the Warriors, they're playing the Mavericks, and I get it. A lot of people were... Steiny asked a question yesterday about, how does anybody feel about the 4-1 road trip? Are Warrior fans, why aren't they feeling better about the 4-1 road trip? And I think it's a simple answer. One, Warrior fans are educated. And we kind of touched on it in our show yesterday. It's like, had they won the Minnesota game, I think people would have felt better because people understand we've seen a lot of the T-Wolves over the last 4 years. We had the baseball doubleheader with them at Chase Center during the pandemic season. We got a first glimpse of Nas Reed. We saw him the second year. We're like, this team's getting better and better and better. And, of course, what happened with the theatrics earlier this season at Chase Center between the Warriors and T-Wolves. And I think if they would have won that game, it had gone 4-1 and won that game, people would have felt a lot better on that road trip. But when you beat a short-headed Miami team and you struggle to beat them now, you did outlast them in the fourth quarter there. You're able to separate yourself. Then you play the Charlotte Hornets and the San Antonio Spurs, and I don't think a lot of people understand the Orlando Magic or know about the Orlando Magic. People feel lukewarm about that. And plus, when you think about where this team has been over the last decade, I don't know. I understand why a lot more people weren't hyped up off that 4-1 road trip. Shasky?
Yeah, I was listening to Steiny, to your point, and he was like shocked. Fans weren't excited. And I would say to him, to your point about educated fans, I do believe that the Bay Area, the more and more I do this job, I realize there are a lot of really smart fans out there. A lot of casual fans that are really smart and acute to what's going on. And I do believe the Warriors are victims of their own success. And I remember hearing Dan Le Batard explain this about Miami. When you go from LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, it's really difficult to get fired up for Duncan Robinson. because you kind of been spoiled, a victim of their own success. Now, I do believe, especially like the Miami situation, when you're down for a few years and then you come back, naturally everyone gets more reinvigorated and excited.
Right.
I think with the Warriors, they gave us a decade of the greatest basketball most of us will ever see in our lifetime. Yep. The highest of highs.
Yep.
And to win the championship in 2022 felt like it came out of left field. Mm-hmm. Especially on the heels of how kind of irrelevant they were the 2 years in between. And I think that right now, Warrior fans are smart enough to understand you're not battling for the 8 seed. You're not even battling for the 6 seed or anything like that. You're the 10 seed trying to fight off the 11 seed Rockets. So I think there's the realization that this team is really far away and they need to shake it up in the offseason. And I also believe, and I think this is the deeper point, I think some indifference or apathy has set in with the fan base. Acceptance might be the other word.
Right.
Where we feel like a shakeup is needed. And I think a lot of people are kind of not exhausted. That's a little too strong. But I think we're sitting here and it's like, all right, we've been doing the same thing for a couple years. It's getting worse. It's not getting better. I'm a little annoyed with some of the guys on the team and the theatrics and things like that. They don't look like they're a champion. I'll tap in toward the end of the year.
Right.
You know, I'll be tuned in for the playing game, and I really want them to win, and I hope that they win, and I hope they get into the first round, and then anything can happen. But kind of wake me up until you get there.
Yeah, and with the way the season has played out, they had the 14-4 stretch in the month of February. Look, they've won, if I'm not mistaken, 13 of the last 16 or 14 of the last 17 on the road. And they've been really good on the road. They haven't been good at home. And we're used to that home court advantage and the crowd going crazy. And we're desperate for one of those games. And every time they take a step forward, it feels like they take a step back. And also the team just hasn't clicked as one yet. You know, they haven't clicked. They haven't been in sync as a entire roster. Like, you may get 2 guys playing well, may get 2 guys struggling. You may get 3 guys playing well, may get a guy struggling. There's been a lot of inconsistencies there. But to your point about the last decade of excellence, I'm very eager this upcoming football season to see how Niner fans react. Because the one thing left is to win the Super Bowl. What happens if the Niners go 14-3 again? What happens if they get the number 1 seed? Well, I think a lot of people, will be jacked up about the regular season, but I guarantee you every single week they win a football game, there's going to be a segment of 49er fans saying, yeah, okay, that's cool, but we've seen this movie before. We've seen this story before. We need the whole thing. And when we see Steph Curry and Draymond Green, conversely to the Golden State Warriors, a couple years ago, they just won a championship.
Yes.
Last year, they go to the second round of the playoffs. And think about where we're at right now. We're like, wake me up when we get to the playoffs.
Well, but Bonte, I think like if they were the 5 or 6 seed, and I think there would be a little more hope. I think the understanding, and this is where I think the sports fan is more sophisticated. You're in the play-in game, right? So, and I think that reality does matter. The other part that you brought up, you bring up the Niners. I think it's a good point. Let's say the Niners were, let's go 9-8. Okay, 9-8, and they get into the playoffs. I think it would be more similar to what the Warriors are going through now. It's like, wait a minute. You've been one of the top dogs forever. Like, you just barely backing into the playoffs. I think that would be different. Now, you would have the layers of it's football, we gamble, Brock's contract. There are conversations there. This, to me, feels a little more Giantsy. And it's not a like for like. But I think in 2021, when the Giants had a historic year, there was a big part of the Giants fans that were like, I don't believe you.
They didn't wake up. I remember in September, people didn't really believe. And the crowd told you that.
Yes.
Because of lack of attendance. Coming back now.
We waited till the very end to kind of tap in. And then there was this like acceptance, like, well, they're the Dodgers. We're the Giants. Like, and how many times I've heard the Giants broadcasters, and I'm not knocking them, and I heard John Miller say, like, this is, Farhan was the architect of a 107-win team. And I'm always like, that wasn't a real 107-win team. And I don't even know why I say that. Like, I look at that year with great indifference and skepticism, even though I acknowledge it was a special season. So I look at the Warriors and I feel like they're closer to the Giants zone where you gave me championships.
You know what, though?
And I feel spoiled and I feel privileged saying that.
You know what, though? This is a little different.
Okay.
It's a little different than the Giants you won because 2021 you had Buster Posey, Brendan Belt, Brendan Crawford, but you didn't have that same pitching staff that you had during those championship seasons. That was damn near a decade later. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You still have Steph Curry.
Webb.
And I heard a caller yesterday, all-star guru named Marvin Marvin called into their show. And he was the most optimistic Warrior fan I've heard from in a month. Where he goes, guys, I still believe this team can make a deep run. We still have Steph. We still have Clay. We still have Draymond. This is Marvin. And Sighting Guru let him go off for about 3 minutes. And he was now, I didn't tap into their entire show, so maybe they got more calls like this, but this one stuck out to me because I literally got in my car, and it was Marvin. And he's just saying, like, look, man, if they get in, with the way they're winning on the road, who's to say they can't go on the road? If they could just click, because we just haven't seen, now maybe they don't click, but if they could just click, you do still have stuff.
No doubt.
You still have these guys, and you look at the top 2 teams, or with 2 of the top 3 teams in OKC and Minnesota, a lot of people outside of those regions still got it. They're still saying, we got to see them do it in the playoffs.
But that's a different conversation. So, like, to me, like, could they do something in the playoffs is different from we live and die on every game. Because at one point, Warrior fans were living and dying. Well, and we did this with the Giants.
Well, the Warrior fans really haven't lived and died on every single regular season game really since about 2017.
But we didn't do that in 2022. That 18-2 start, I felt like we were
a little bit. But then the injuries came, and then people were like kind of doubting them. But
maybe you're right.
But I will say we were more tapped into that regular season because they had lost a play-in game. I would say that was the most tapped-in regular season for Warrior fans
in a while
since 2017.
Yes,
because 2018, where is this like wake me up when the finals come around?
I get the sense from football like this year the Niners, the last 3 or 4 weeks, it did feel a little like, well, they beat the Washington football team, and it was like, wait a minute, Brock just broke all these records, and I did feel like it's all about winning a Super Bowl.
Well, no, it felt like after the Philadelphia game, the air out of the balloon popped a little bit. It was like, all right, you beat Philadelphia, you beat Seattle. Now let's get to the playoffs.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Because even Baltimore Christmas Day, I was hyped up for that game, but people were like, "Oh, it doesn't really mean much because you got cushion."
That's what I'm saying,
and everything like that. So we just kind of threw it in the fact that Brock Purdy looked awful in that football game, and plus it was during the holidays, so you're like, you know what? It's a one-off, whatever. We'll see him in the Super Bowl.
I do just think that like the Bay Area fan gets labeled as soft or wishy-washy or bandwagony, and I think it's we're very end game oriented. Like, are you in the mix in the end game? That's what we care about. I know like we have too many things going on, and it's just a reality.
I think that's a cop out. It kind of sounds like front runner. It sounds like front running. When you describe that.
But the way I view it is like I do think that there's a level of acknowledgement of exhaustion with this particular version of the Warriors.
I think the Bay Area fan base is very hardcore. Like,
no doubt.
The fans I've met over the last decade and growing up here in my life, I don't think this fan base is soft at all. I think this fan base is very educated, and they understand what's going on. But when it comes to regular season and getting now, we got 8 games left. Now it's time to go.
No, I'm with you.
You're taking on the Dallas Mavericks today, and you haven't beat them all season. We're eager to see if this team is legit or not. So,
can we acknowledge it's been pretty messy the last couple of years in terms of like really wrapping both arms around the team? There's always been something.
Well, I'm
just
something.
being real.
No, it has, and that has sucked the life out of some Warrior fans.
That's yes.
We know about what happened last season in training camp, and we know what's happened this season. So there's been a lot. The Andrew Wiggins thing, it's been mysterious, right? A lot of it's none of our business what's going on with Andrew Wiggins personally. Like, I try not to get into these players' lives personally at all. I only follow a few athletes. I follow like Steph, Juju Watkins, Javon Kinlaw. Like, don't ask me how we met at Chase Center. He was like, "Yo, follow me on Instagram. I'll follow you right back." I was like, "Sure, why not?" I'm happy for Javon Kinlaw going to New York City, but I try not to stay in their personal lives. But there is a segment of fans who want to know what's going on with Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
And want to know if that's affected his game or not. It just is what it is. So hopefully we get some urgency today at Chase Center as they take on the Dallas Mavericks in a makeup game. Of course, they're going to take them on Friday as well, 2 times in the same week. We know Mike Bassick, he loves his Dallas Mavericks. He also loves his Texas Rangers, which I want to tap in because that lineup looks sexy as hell, man. They're the defending champions, and I don't think they're going anywhere. Mike Bassick, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. Of course, former Major League pitcher. We know who he is. He's been on the roast many, many times, and we welcome him back on the Morning Roast. Mike, good morning, man. Now, I know you're on Rangers pre- and post-game. If I'm not mistaken, are you also doing some color for the Texas Ranger broadcast as well this season?
Man, I got lucky enough that, they hired me for a third of the game, so I got to do the Chicago Cubs series and headed with the Rangers to Detroit and Atlanta in a few weeks. So it's really exciting. It's a dream come true. That was my dream job after baseball was over. But I'm like, to be honest, I was like, I probably wasn't good enough baseball-wise to.
Oh, we just Lubbock came back in and put the lights on. Not a Mike. Let's get Mike Bassick on. He just dropped him. All right, we'll get Mike Bassick on. So he is doing some color. I told you he's doing some color now for the Texas Rangers. Good for Mike, man. He's really good at his job, man. Pre and post on the radio as well, and he's tapped in here. So we'll get to the Dallas Mavericks as soon as you get on. Like the Dallas Mavericks, I know a lot of people probably haven't watched the Dallas Mavericks. This team's legit. I mean, this team is good.
Kyrie and
Luka is working.
And I think they've built a really fun team around them, and they've got a lot of pieces that, to me, complement each other. And I think that like, as we talk about the Warriors, and I do think a lot of fans are trying to fast forward, like, get to the end of the season, let's see what happens in the playoffs, and then a lot of fans in their minds are fast forwarding to the offseason. Right. You know?
But I can't blame, like, with this team in particular, I can't blame them for not being psyched up about the 4-1 return. All right, we got Mike Bassick back. All right, Mike, we dropped you off a little bit. No, I'm happy for you, man. I saw the news on X over the weekend. I was talking to my producer. I was like, I think Mike is calling games for the Rangers, and what a team to call games for, man. To be a color analyst with that team, that lineup, you get to be around Bruce Bochy. You're our lucky guy. But real quick, before we get back into baseball, the Dallas Mavericks are in town, and I know you're a big hoop fan. And we were curious as to see whether or not Kyrie and Luka could work together. Well, I'm looking at the Dallas Mavericks right now in 5th place in the Western Conference. I said it on our pregame show here at NBC Sports Bay Area in the Bay Area. The Mavericks are going to beat the Clippers if they beat them in the first-round series. I truly believe that because of the moves they made at the deadline. But let's start with Luka and Kyrie. Are you surprised it's worked so well between the two since they've traded for Kyrie from Brooklyn last season?
Yeah, I guess surprised is a strong word, but I will go with that. It is right now, I would say this is very rare in all sports. Obviously, you guys saw it with the Golden State Warriors at a time, 2021 recently. The Mavericks are playing at their full potential, which is so rare in sports that a team can reach their full potential, and I don't know if they can keep it up. I hope they do, but right now the Mavericks, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I really do think they're title contenders. Can they keep playing this way? They have two great athletic bigs to go with the best offensive player in the NBA in Luka, and Kyrie is playing at such a high level and staying healthy. So if they're both playing off of each other well, it seems like Luka gets his 25 by halftime, and then Kyrie in the fourth quarter kind of takes over the game, and it's working out well.
That's really interesting how they've kind of got that dynamic. I feel like they've really catered the roster to fit around those two guys. How many moves have they made around them, just for the average Warrior fan looking at Dallas? Because it feels like a very different roster this year versus the last couple of years.
Well, the last few games last year when they tanked to make sure they kept their pick because it goes to the Knicks in the Porzingis trade, they got Derek Lively Jr. out of Duke, and he wasn't very good at Duke, to be honest, but he has been great, a 7-foot athletic young guy. Then they get Gafford, another 7-footer from Washington. So now for 48 minutes, they're playing with athletic, long, rangy centers. And you guys saw if the Warriors fans aren't following Dallas, I get it, but in the playoffs, you saw the Mavericks let Kevon Looney turn into Bill Russell in the playoffs. And so now that can't happen anymore. Then P.J. Washington, who's inconsistent offensively, but a great physical defender and rebounder. So now all of a sudden the two major weaknesses of the Mavericks through Luka's time has been defense and rebounding. And now they're above average in both of those. I'm not saying they're great or the best, but they are above average. And offensively, they're one of the best teams in the NBA. So it has been awesome to watch them. They're on a tough stretch right now. The schedule, and God bless you guys. I know that the reason the Mavericks are going to San Francisco tonight was because of the horrible tragedy you guys had. But it's been a really tough schedule for the Mavs, so I don't know how much energy they're going to have. It was in Utah, at Sacramento for 2, back to Houston for 1, and now back to San Francisco. So that's a really tough schedule. So sometimes you'll see a team. I'll give the Mavericks an excuse tonight if they don't play well because of the travel.
Talking to Mike Bassick, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, of course, former Major League Baseball player, pitcher as well. We know he's made history there, but we don't need to go there. He's a good guy, good friend of the program. Rangers pre and post, going to do some games as a color analyst for the Texas Rangers, but big-time Dallas Mavericks fan. And you bring up Gafford, Lively, and, of course, P.J. Washington coming over from Charlotte. I know Gafford had that crazy stretch. Where'd he go, 35 for 35 at one point?
And
or
the Warriors
like that?
were in the middle of that.
The Warriors were in the middle of that. So you get these long athletic bigs, but Luka Doncic, I mean, the guy dropped 42 the other night, hit 9 threes, 47, whatever it was. I mean, every night it seems like he's flirting with the triple-double. How has his game grown under Jason Kidd, Mike?
So he's pushing the ball a little bit, but what he's doing now, and you might notice it tonight, he's turned into, because his passing is so unbelievable, he's turned into Kevin Love. He'll throw now off a rebound. He immediately looks up for a 70-foot outlet pass for a catch layup or a catch dunk. And so you have to watch out for that now, too, because the Mavericks will leak out on you, and even the bigs will do it off of a rebound. If they have to guard a guy up top, let's just say Draymond Green is up top, instead of trying to go get the rebound, they'll leak out. Luka, because he's such a great rebounder, will now rebound, look up, outlet like Kevin Love. And so that's one thing he's added. The other thing that I didn't know he could do is he shot a 20-foot finger roll.
Yeah, we saw
the other night. Like, I've never seen that. I've never seen that in basketball, and I've never seen a dude shoot an 18-foot fadeaway hook over Jokic to win a game in Kyrie Irving. So what's really fun watching the Mavericks with those two guys, you'll usually see something on a nightly basis where you have to question yourself. Have I ever seen a pass like that? Have I ever seen a move like that? Have I ever seen a shot like that? And so it is really entertaining to watch. And the Mavs, when Luka is out, Kyrie takes over, and they really push the ball. So I think it's confusing to teams. They know it, but the Mavs play at two tempos. There's the Luka tempo, and then there's the Kyrie tempo, and then you're not sure when Luka's in. Are they going to push it, or are they going to pull it back? It has been very good. And Dante Exum, Jason Kidd compared him to Sean Livingston the other day, and I thought that's a pretty good comparison on what Sean Livingston brought to the table for the Warriors.
That's a good call. Exum's been excellent off the bench for the Mavericks, man. That's a really good call. I didn't even think about that one, but I want to know what the Kyrie tempo is, because I think people, you get a little exhausted with Kyrie off the floor, especially in Brooklyn, but you forget how good, like, the last time you guys played the Warriors, Kyrie put on a show. He made a left-handed and one floater from like 15 feet.
And then a game winner on the same kind of shot.
Same weekend, the same week against the Denver Nuggets. You kind of forget. And Warrior fans know about Kyrie Irving. Trust me, from 2016. He's kind of our kryptonite there. And that's going to be curious for me. How do they defend him? But what is it like watching Kyrie Irving on a nightly basis? You bring up the Kyrie tempo. What's that like?
Unbelievable. I mean, obviously, you guys have Curry. Curry's handles, they might be a little bit different, but they're similar in, wow, how they can handle a basketball and how they can put a defender on either on their heels or on their butt. And so you just watch them at times take over a game, and it's like Luka doesn't mind. Everybody has egos. You hear about Kobe and Shaq or Penny and Shaq or whatever. Like, guys have egos, especially at young ages, but right now I think also the growth of Luka is he's at times deferring to Kyrie, seeing that Kyrie has it going. He's like, hey, I'm going to stand in the corner or stand up top. They're not going to leave me. They'll guard me, right next to me half court. So you guys can play 4-on-4 basketball right now. And Kyrie takes advantage of that opportunity. But the way that he does layups or around the basket with his left and right and switching in midair, it's tough because I can't compare it to anybody else.
Mike, I don't want you to placate the Bay Area. This is why we have you on, because I think you're really authentic. You also give us a player's perspective, having played in the bigs. Like, when you look at the Warriors, how are you viewing them? And don't give me they still have Steph Curry, so they're still a champion. Like, the Warriors this year, what's the feeling you get from them?
One, I think they're too small. They're athletic, but too small. Because the centers in the West there's just so many of them. It's a different way, so I just think they're too small. And then I just my wonder is where they're at standings-wise last year and this year, and how much Curry has left. I don't know where the future is for the Warriors, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. It's almost like they need to rebuild a team around Curry, but then you have to ask yourself, is Curry young enough and have enough left in the tank that we could do like a 1 or 2 year rebuild, and in 2026 possibly put a championship team around Curry? Like, that's where I look at Golden State. They're a threat, but I just don't see them winning a 7-game series because they lack size, and they're going to get tremendously out-rebounded. And defensively, I don't know how they guard some of these teams. Like you'll see tonight, maybe the Mavericks don't take advantage of it, but when Gafford and Lively dive to the basket, it's not Dwight Powell and Kleba anymore. And so now you have 7-footers that are 2 feet above the rim, and I don't know. Draymond Green can't defend that.
No. Thanks for the cold dose of reality there. Before you get on out the door, I opened up the different websites this morning, and I saw Josh Young broke his wrist. What happened there? I got him in fantasy.
Dude, this dude Matan came in. I'm probably saying his name wrong, but he was with Houston last year. So Houston and Texas, huge rivals, and it was by accident. He backfoots Evan Carter with a breaking ball hit by pitch. Then it looked like he might have broke Adolis Garcia's wrist, but luckily he didn't. Then next batter, he hits Josh Young in the wrist and does break his wrist.
Oh my gosh.
It was 3 hitters in a row, and it was unintentional. It wasn't intentional, but it's just unfortunate because he had a homer yesterday. He was off to a great start, and if you look at Josh Young's pro career, minors and majors, he just can't avoid injury, and it's not his fault. Like, there's nothing you can do about getting hit with a pitch in the wrist and it breaking. It's not like he's not stretching or working out, and so now they're going to have to go, I'm assuming, 6 to 8 weeks without Josh Young. The lineup is devastating.
Yeah, I know.
I think Dodgers, Braves, and Rangers, I think, have the 3 best lineups in baseball.
Wait, not the Giants?
The Giants? Well, that is a tough part. That's a tough park to hit in, and no, the Giants are going to have to do it other ways. But, man, I'll tell you what, when you get a chance, when you get to watch this kid Wyatt Langford,
we have.
If you squint, you're like, I'm watching Mike Trout. If you squint, you're like, oh, no, I'm watching the next Mike Trout.
Oh, my gosh. Mike, we were just talking about the most, and we'll let you go in a second here, because, you're a busy dude, but we're just talking about the most lethal lineups like the Braves, the Dodgers, the Phillies, and the Rangers, of course. You guys are the defending World Series champions. I mean, it's so deep. Like, Josh Young, you guys will miss him, but you got Evan Carter. You got Wyatt Langford. You got Jonah Heim. You got Corey Seager and Marcus Semien. And you got Bruce Bochy managing that club. And Jacob deGrom, I know, is going to come at some point. So, come back at some point. So, I mean, you guys have embarrassment of riches in Texas. I mean, really. Is that now a baseball town, knowing how much the Cowboys flame out and don't get to the NFC title game? Is now Dallas becoming a Ranger town?
I wish I could say yes, but I will say the first series, the Ranger fans were way more into it. This has been a very cordial crowd, and against the Cubs, you could feel the energy. Now, it was ring ceremony, it was the banner, it was a whole bunch of things, but they take on the Houston Astros Thursday through Monday or Friday through Monday, so that's going to be huge, and 2 of those games are nationally televised. So we saw some beanballs yesterday. I really think we're going to have at least, not saying people will throw punches, but I bet in those 4 games, one of those games, the benches will clear.
All right, Mike. Mike, congratulations on the new gig, man. Going to call a third of the Rangers guys on TV. We'll have you back on soon. Mavericks and Warriors are going to play twice this week. Huge games. Dallas right now in the 5th spot in the Western Conference. Felt like a couple weeks ago they were in 9th place, and now they're 5th place. Warriors need this game as well. Mike, you're always kind to us, man. Thanks for the time as always.
Dallas.
All right, Mike Bassick here, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. He's right, the Texas Rangers, man.
I have to try to make a trade for this Langford guy.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you did draft him. I tried to draft him. I got Evan Carter, though, so it's all good. All good.
It is interesting. Dallas, they've played the Warriors a couple of years ago in the 2022 season, and they've really reshaped that entire roster since then. And he's I asked him about the Warriors because I do think this is a relevant conversation. Like, look at how he views the Warriors. Yeah, they're a threat if they can get in and this. And I think that's how a lot of Warrior fans are seeing it. Like, well, yes, any team with Steph Curry you don't want to eliminate. No one is saying you do that. And it's no disrespect to any of the guys on the team. They've had some great years. Pajemski, TJD, Kuminga. Hopefully he can come back. Moody's been pretty good when he's had an opportunity. And I think Clay's had a rejuvenation to some degree. Draymond's been up and down. Chris Paul's been really good off the bench, yet they're that far away, and it's a tough thing to grasp right now from a Warrior fan. When to your point, we've been accustomed to what seed are we in the top 3?
Right.
You know, who's the matchup in round 1 and what's the path to round 2 and round 3?
Right.
It does sound spoiledy. I know I sound like a bandwagon spoiled Warrior fan.
No. Listen,
I can't believe I've evolved into this.
The one thing is, the one thing about working at NBC that I really enjoy is I get to watch the game with players. And I like talking to Mike Bassick because he's a former player. And when FP Santangelo comes on, I like getting his perspective because he's a former player. And he knows what it's like to be out there. You know, talking to Mully and Darrell Wright and Festus Ezeli and any other player, coaches or No, Mully was talking about playing the Celtics, right? And when you played to Boston Garden in 84 and 85 and 86 and 87, you're like, oh, boy, this is Boston Garden.
Yeah.
Where you played at the Great Western Forum, and there's Magic and Kareem, and there's Worthy, Big Game James coming down on fast break, slamming with one hand. You're like, wow. Byron Scott's hitting threes, and Michael Cooper shutting everybody down. It was just different. But then you played the Celtics in 88, in 89. And Mully was talking about, like, he stripped Larry Bird. He went down for a layup, and he's at the Garden. He's like, next thing you know, we're winning. And it's like, wait a minute, this is the Boston Garden. But you could tell they got older. They didn't have that same pizzazz. They had lost a step. That fear factor was all of a sudden gone. It was gone when you went into the Boston Garden. You felt like you could win there. You felt like you could win at the Great Western Forum once Magic was slowing down and Kareem was retiring. And the same thing, we touched on this earlier this season. When teams are coming to Chase Center or when they used to walk into Oracle, the game was over before it started. The pregame warmers were playing, DJ D-Sharp was playing beats, the Warriors were going through the layup line. The teams knew, let's just try to keep it within 10. Let's try not to get embarrassed tonight. They come out hot, and the Warriors be, figuring it out. Next thing you know, you're down 20. And it was like, damn, game's over. That team bus rolled into Oracle or it rolled into Chase Center. Game was done. Now, you look at this season. That fear factor, you've since this early on, teams were coming in here like, we're going out the Warriors. We're no longer afraid of them.
Well, and
that fear factor to that's what I'm saying. That they're older. And so now teams that were seeing the Warriors for so many years and seeing Steph in his prime and Draymond and Clay, you're like, wow, they're the avalanche of threes and the third quarter runs or whatnot. And now they're like, wait a minute. They lost in the second round last year. They're smaller. They don't have bigs. They're just getting older and older. They're getting less athletic. Just like Steph Curry, just the tick. Post All-Star break numbers. Slightly down, and you're like, wow, what's going on here?
They need slightly more from him right
now. Exactly. But that fear factor is now gone, and it happens to every team.
But why are we surprised?
No, nobody's surprised. Nobody. Who's surprised? Nobody's surprised. That's not even the point of what I'm saying.
There is a segment of fans that is surprised that, guys are starting to get older, and the team's not as good. And this is where we go back to the whole, two timelines conversation. I will forever be on the side, and it was whatever. It didn't work out, but I will forever be on the side of every company in America, sports or not, every industry is trying to develop young talent to take over for whoever's at the top of the company for right now. I still believe it was the appropriate thing to do because you needed an influx of youth to be able to get there. They weren't the right guys and they weren't ready in time to take the baton, but the older guys also were ticking down. And so to trade every single asset to get a bunch of mediocre veterans, I don't think that was the right choice either.
But just looking at what Mike Bassick said and what I heard from Mully and what I heard from other players when you go into certain arenas, like the San Antonio Spurs, there's a point where you went down to San Antonio, you're getting L.
What was the Warrior? They lost 30 years in a row or whatever?
No doubt. But now when you go down to San Antonio, you're like, oh, it's just another basketball game.
Exactly.
But for damn near 20 years, even the Lakers, when they were good with Shaq and Kobe, you're like, damn, we got to go to San Antonio? Oh, man, Duncan and Robinson and Manu and Tony, and then later on Kawhi. And then at some point it flipped where you're like, you know what? We're no longer scared of these dudes. We can go get a game in San Antonio. When Dallas beat San Antonio in a Game 7 with Dirk Nowitzki, I never saw that coming. I was like, oh, wow, look at that. The Mavericks got over the hump. That fear was starting to dissipate. And that's what we're seeing with the Warriors.
And I used to see that a lot with the Saints at the Superdome. Remember when they were at their heyday? You could not beat Drew Brees and Sean Payton there. You just couldn't. If they had home field advantage, they were getting wherever they needed to go. It was impossible to win there.
Yep. Seattle for so many years.
Yeah,
Seattle for so many years. That fear is like you going up there and getting
Yankee Stadium.
Yankee Stadium. Fenway.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Fenway Park.
The aura.
You get to the ninth inning at Yankee Stadium, we're like, oh, boy. 27 ounces so hard here. Fenway Park, 27 ounces so hard here. And all of a sudden, you're like, oh, we can go out here and kick our feet up, eat some fried chicken in the dugout. We'll do whatever we got to do and hit some home runs and go out of here with a dub. So I just, it's very interesting to see how dynasties, when they do get older, it just feels different now. And so we'll see what happens to the Mavericks. We'll continue to roll on the Golden State Warriors. A big game. 888-957-9570 is the number. But first, we got to get to the injury report.
Ow!
415 Xfinity Mobile text line. They're still doing 2 timelines. Second timeline is just better than the last one. Kind of seeing it, but now I think with the 2 timelines, there's no longer 2 timelines. You now integrated the youngsters with the veterans, and I think that's been the biggest development this season. But as we mentioned, the Warriors have a massive showdown tonight with the Dallas Mavericks at Chase Center. But we will not know until close to tip-off how complete the roster will be. Klay Thompson still dealing with some right knee tendonitis, currently listed as a game-time decision. Jonathan Kuminga, I got to look at the updated injury report here, but he's a game-time decision as well with tendonitis in both of his knees. It's kept him out of the last 3 games, not 4. 3 games. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerser, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, what's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. If the Warriors win tonight, Dub Nation, if the Warriors win tonight, what would that feeling be? Do you need to win tonight against the Dallas Mavericks to say, you know what? Maybe there is something left with this core. Maybe there is something left with this team for this season. 888-957-9570. How big of a game is this in your mind, Dub Nation? Taking on the Dallas Mavericks tonight at Chase Center again. They're 0-2 against Dallas this season. Need a win here just to stave off the Houston Rockets for that 10th spot in the play-in tournament. That's all coming up here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. I'm on the court like I'm Kobe or LeBron.
Dude.
Come into Friedman.
We're not hard on Brock. Oh, baby. We got action today at Chase Center, baby. Action, action, action. ACT, IO win. Warriors, Mavericks, today at Chase Center.
What was that?
That was a cheer. You ever been to cheer camp? Clay Thompson, by the way.
I have not been to cheer camp.
By the way,
never heard that in my life.
Yeah, explain.
Never heard the cheerleaders? I play Pop Warner football. I know you guys didn't play a lot of sports.
I did play Pop Warner football.
Shasky was always hurt, but the cheerleaders always had a cheer. We want action, action, action. ACT, IO win.
Oh, no, I like it.
Yeah.
But I had never been to cheer camp.
More of a.
Not cheer. I mean, like a cheerleading competition. That's what I meant to say. They had one. They used to have one at USF for all the Pop Warner cheerleaders.
Oh, that's cool.
Dude, cheerleading competitions go down. Go down.
Was it break the yard or
Bring it on?
Bring it on.
Bring it on. That's what it was like. That's exactly what it was like.
What it was called.
That's what it was like, man. It
was that a Nick Cannon creation?
No, I think it was like pre-Nick Cannon.
Like Gabrielle Union.
Yeah. Gabrielle Union, okay.
She looks the same, dude, from that movie. She does
look the same.
That movie was...
She's from San Francisco?
No.
I think Gabrielle Union has some San Francisco ties.
Really? That's random. All right, as you look that up, the injury report, I think we lied on the injury report. Jonathan Kuminga is questionable today. Questionable. Klay Thompson, probable. Right knee tendonitis. Dario Saric is out.
Here we go. Gabrielle Union, born in Omaha, Nebraska, moved to Pleasanton, California.
When? For how long?
At the age of 8.
How long was she out here?
She dated fellow student Jason Kidd during her junior year.
Foothill High School.
She went to Foothill High School?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I told you she had like
Wait, you said she dated Jason Kidd?
Yeah, I'm looking at her Wikipedia, and unless it's been amended. It says she competed in varsity soccer, track, and basketball. Union dated fellow student Jason Kidd during her junior year.
Wow, I didn't know. That's pretty cool. I like how they say fellow student.
Well, I thought Jason Kidd also went to St. Joseph.
St. Joe's, yeah. Gabrielle Union, the one with Dwayne Wade right now, right?
Yeah.
The one that Rocky and I cheers to a shot, right? Oh, he's like that. That was the highlight of our day down there at 2021 Dynasty Championship game. Ruocco, of course,
I had partial Gabrielle Union knowledge then.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I did not know that.
I knew there was some tie.
I did not know that. Wow. I did not know that.
So,
high school at Pleasanton. Jason Kidd didn't go to Pleasanton.
Yeah, I thought he went to St. Joe's.
Yeah, he went to St. Joe's, Alameda.
So Wikipedia is messing with us.
Played for Frank Laporta. Won a state championship. By the way, Kuminga questionable today. Questionable. Not a game time decision. Questionable. And Dario Saric is out. Klay Thompson is probable. As you say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to all the overnight dancers, all the homicide detectives, all the carpenters, BART conductors.
Gabrielle Union.
Good friend of the program, very good friend.
Shout out Foothill High School.
Shout out Foothill High School, the Foothill Falcons, I believe. I think they're the Foothill Falcons. Could be wrong there. I don't know, but they wear like all blue, whatever. She's from, that's crazy. I did not know that. That is unbelievable. Goes from Bring It On, cheer, all that stuff. And no, I was not a cheerleader. I played football. I got nothing against male cheerleaders, but I was not a cheerleader. But I went to the cheerleading competitions, man. They were a lot of fun. A lot of fun to support the cheerleaders. Anyway, shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code to both pages. Xfinity mobile text line. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water, Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water, Plumbing and Drain. Listen, I think we've intimidated some of the callers with this drop.
Why?
Because they're petrified to get dropped.
Well, no, I think it's a badge of honor.
No,
when Brian in Palo Alto is bestowed upon a Flowing Water, Plumbing and Drain flush, anyone can get it.
No, well, BPA had a terrible take.
I'm not doing anything crazy.
If you think this team's going to go anywhere without Jonathan Kuminga, you're badly mistaken.
I'm not scared.
No, he's always scared.
Is there something to Kuminga the last handful of games when he was healthy, wasn't playing as well, though?
He struggled against Indiana. There's no doubt about that. 4-17, going to the paint. I think the paint was there was a lot of spacing issues with that starting lineup, but Kuminga's been fine. Kuminga was fine against Miami just last Tuesday. What are the people talking about here with Jonathan Kuminga? backsliding. Like, Kuminga's been as consistent as anybody on this roster for the most part. Like, that Indiana game was like his first, like, poor performance.
Well, the team also played poor.
Right. So I'm cool with Kuminga. Look, he had 26 against Memphis, the CVS Memphis Grizzlies, because they had an injury report that was longer than a CVS receipt. The Pacers game was rough. Minnesota, he scored 14, 3 rebounds. They lost by 4. 18-7 against Miami this last time out when they beat the Heat. So, and I know the Heat was shorthanded, but, it's a big game today. I wonder what this game will do.
Do I sound like a bandwagoner the way I'm describing?
What do you mean?
Well, not that Warrior fans aren't. Like, I think we flippantly say, like, oh, hey, you're not loyal and you're not tapped in and you're not some diehard. It's like, dude, I watch every game. I've been watching every game my adult life. I can count how many games I've missed on the big 3 sports on 2 hands here. But I do feel like a little bit of apathy has set in for a segment of Warrior fans because it's been kind of a grind the last couple of years. And I mean, just like everything.
Well,
everything.
Well, I'll say that is a lot of people aren't built for the grind. A lot of people aren't built for the dark days. A lot of people it's just so easy to just tap out and say bye-bye. Like the Danny Freisinger, who we all love. Shout out to Danny Freisinger. But I remember after the Warriors invested in the NBA Finals for what was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight seasons?
Uh-huh.
Danny Freisinger, when they did go 15-50, I remember the miss of that season, he goes, Bonte, I don't mind it. It's been a lot over the last 5 years going to the finals. I'm exhausted. I'm like, you're exhausted from winning? You're exhausted from playing deep into the playoffs?
Can we put him to the side?
No, I'm just saying, but that's
But are all your relationships in life, whether it's the loyalty to your team, are they all constant or are they kind of up and down a little?
I'm constant.
Really?
Yeah, I'm constant.
Because I know my relationship with my wife, we got great weeks. We got.
Oh, I mean, well, that's day to day. That's
the same thing with these teams for me. Like, I love hard. And there are times where, like, the Niners, I always love my Niners. But there was a point in time, I didn't love them as much. And I don't mean like I didn't care for them. They weren't my number one. And I didn't miss a minute. But it was like, ugh. Like, it was like watching them almost in a disgust mode.
Yeah.
And I'm not there with the Warriors. But I'm saying, like, there was a point in time with the Giants where I'm like, I'm anger watching, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you hate watch.
Yeah.
Or you anger watch where you're not hoping for them to lose, but you're just disappointed that the team looks like they look.
Well, I feel like the Warriors, and I'm not saying, like, I still love the Warriors, but there are times where I'm very indifferent watching them because I feel like we've hit a little rut here, and it's like clear to me that, like, we got to get to the end of the year. I want to see what happens at the end of the year, and then I also know in the back of my head, man, they got to make a lot of big moves if they want to be back into the mix.
Well, I want to get to that in just a second. By the way, late addition to the program, Ryan Ruocco, ESPN, friend of the program, is going to join us at 8:30. He was calling the Iowa LSU game last night, doing a hell of a job doing that. What a tournament! Caitlin Clark, she was phenomenal. Angel Reese was good. How about Paige Beckers for UConn, outlasting USC and Juju Watkins? She's a baller, just a freshman. So impressed with the ladies out there holding it down in the women's basketball tournament. And women's game is growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. And it's good to see them love. So we'll give Ryan Ruocco some love and ask him about calling these games here. But when it comes to the Warriors, maybe you just need a big change. Maybe people might change. Maybe people want to change. I don't know. But Brian,
but if I didn't have, real quick before you go play the sound, if they didn't have Steph, Clay, and Dre, and it was Podziemski and TJD and Kuminga, and they were in the same exact spot record-wise they were right now, it would just feel different for everyone. I don't know. It would feel different. And I think that the fact that you've had the same core for a long, long, long time, and they've gotten us to the highest of highs, it has recalibrated everyone's expectations on what success is. And I believe once that core, goes away, we will recalibrate again.
Yeah, probably. But I will never get bored of watching Stephen Curry.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, I hear what you're saying. You just want something to change. This team, I want to see, what I want to see is how this is going to end.
I do want to see them in the play-ins.
I want to see what they can do now because they've only lost one Western Conference series under Steve Kerr, and I get that. This is a completely different team. They're older. They're less athletic. They've all lost a little something. They've all lost a little something. It's fair to say that. They are getting older. This team, it's just been a lot with this team. The inconsistencies, I think that's what has you feeling like this, Shasky. I think Draymond Green being suspended multiple times and ejected has done something to the fandom here. I think Andrew Wiggins stepping away from the team due to personal reasons. Whether you like it or not, whether you know what's going on or not, that has done something to the fan base. And it is what it is. And it's unfair, but it is what it is with some of these fan base.
No, I think
the lack of winning at home.
Yes.
The inconsistencies. When you get inconsistent play, and you're coming off of last season, which was, let's face it, man, last season they had a 5-game winning streak a couple times, and that was it.
Yeah.
That was it.
And then the way the playoffs went down and
the lack of road wins.
Yeah. And the other aspect is this. I think when you watch every night, it's like, wow, this team that we're playing, who's been, and also ran for a decade, they're more athletic than the Warriors. Wow, they shoot better than the Warriors. Wow, it's been a lot. So the overall takeaway is we're not so much clear cut better than everyone every single night, and I have to recalibrate as a fan, and there are some frustrations as I'm watching.
But that's sports, though.
No doubt.
So I don't get why
it's not exclusive to the Warriors.
Brian Getzeiler, Sirius XM Radio, joined Steiny and Goo yesterday. And they were talking about big changes. What does big changes look like? What does this sound like? What are big changes for the Golden State Warriors? Here's Getzeiler on those potential big changes.
All right, so what's a big change? Not re-signing Klay Thompson. Yeah. That'd be a big change.
Yep.
Right? And listen, I still think they're going to re-sign Klay Thompson. But the bottom line is that we're here at April 1st, 2024. His contract expires June 30th, 2024, and they don't have his name on an extension. So we have to explore that. Again, don't think it's going to happen, but that will be a major change. I think they're going to be out there trying to find any taker they possibly can for Andrew Wiggins. I think, and that would be a substantial change. Now, who will that taker be? Will they have to attach draft picks to him to get rid of him? Maybe it's some kind of swap with someone like the Nets to bring in the last year of Simmons' contract to get them out of the last, 3 years of Wiggins. It could be something like that. But I think that would be a substantial change.
So obviously a huge change would be moving off one of the members of the big three, Klay, Dre, or Steph. And we know Steph's not going anywhere. Sounds like Draymond's not going anywhere. Klay Thompson doesn't have a contract yet. We'll see what happens with him. Maybe is one thing that we'll probably talk about in the offseason is this even the best situation for Klay Thompson moving forward? Considering the style of basketball play, considering the style of play, considering where he's at in his career. I don't know. That's something we'll visit.
That's an interesting question. They did make a big – I think they did make a big move last year. They traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. And it doesn't feel like it's enough of a game changer. Would you agree?
Nah, because I think a big move is people want size and athleticism. Bigger
No, but I mean big move in the sense of
moving off
contracts.
Poole was just here. Yeah, in terms of contracts.
And he was a top, would you say, even at his worst, Jordan Poole was a top 7 player on the team?
Yeah, no doubt. Right? No doubt. But he wasn't here long enough to where fans, after what happened last season, a lot of people blame Jordan Poole. What happened? Emotional connectivity.
That's it.
The emotional ties to Draymond, Steph, and Klay
is way deep.
It's deep.
It's not even close.
Jordan
it's like
Poole's
moving off of Matt Duffy versus, Belter or Crawford. I agree with you.
There's a lot of Warrior fans who would say, well, Jordan Poole caught lightning in a bottle. It was a fluky season. That's how they will try to interpret it.
I have a lot of really good memories of Jordan Poole.
I do too. I try to have a lot of good memories of Jordan Poole. But here's Kawakami, who joined Willard the Dibs yesterday because he had Joe Lacob on his podcast, about a month ago, Spadone? Within the last 2 weeks ago, he had Joe Lacob on his podcast. And Kawakami tried to explain what Lacob may have meant about making big changes this offseason.
I think Chris Paul coming back is now very dwindling chances of that happening. That's a contract that would just disappear. Klay Thompson will not be signing for $40 million. I'll tell you that. And if he does, it will not be with the Warriors, and it might be half of that. I think those are two easy things for them. Those are two big changes, right? To not bring back those two players would be large, or to bring back Klay at a low number. I think Kevon Looney, probably at this point, I would not draw him down as being on the roster. So just those three things would be interesting, or they could possibly use the Chris Paul contract. It's non-guaranteed. If the other team, if you trade him to a team that guarantees it, you can use it to try to acquire money back. Those are the easy things, or maybe not easy. Those are the kind of the workable things.
See, that to me doesn't sound like big changes. Because I think going into the season, we all assumed that this was a one-year deal with Chris Paul. Now, some of us would love to see Chris Paul back. But are you going to bring him back at $30 million?
Well, I don't want to lose the $30 million in trade cap exceptions.
Right, exactly.
Right? Because it's so different. You don't just, if you lose Chris Paul and he just opts out and he goes into the oblivion and you don't do a sign and trade, you lose that money.
No doubt. You lose that slot. You lose that money, no doubt.
You can't get significantly better without that money. But there's the catch-22. Are you going to go that deep into the luxury tax?
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think you are when you're in 10th place right now. But
sure
to
feels
me,
like
Chris Paul moving on wouldn't be a big change. A big change would be moving 2 of your top 6 players, which is Clay or Wiggins.
We'll get to that in a second. I would be kind of disappointed, though, if you took the Jordan Poole ascension 1 year, gave him money, traded him for 1 year of CP3, only to lose all of that. That would be. I mean, it is what it is, but it's a tough pill to swallow.
40 years old, and I'm not sure Chris Paul is extremely. Chris Paul's been a complete professional. I'm so impressed with Chris Paul.
No doubt.
I have so much respect for him. But what I'm saying is, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, Chris Paul may not think this situation as being advantageous for him moving forward.
No question.
You know what I'm saying? His role has been kind of
I understand.
You don't settle the final lineups and rotations, and one day you're seeing 25 minutes, one day you're seeing 18 minutes. I don't know, but you got to get under that second apron at some point. You have to do that, and you're not going to try to go spend more money on a team. You're already the most expensive roster in basketball.
I mean, but this is where the requirement is you're going to have to probably move off of Wiggins. Who knows what they do with Draymond? Clay's going to have to accept less money. I mean, there's a variety of things that need to happen because even if you just have Wiggins' trade, his salary cap to trade, it's not enough to net you the true difference makers who are making 15 to 20 million more than what he's making.
Before we get to Samita, though, think about this, though. If you're Klay Thompson, and I'm not pocket watching here, but you see Andrew Wiggins, you see Poole, and you see Draymond get the money that they got from the Golden State Warriors. Why the hell would you take a pay cut?
From his point of view, I get it. Pay cut? Yeah, he has to take a pay cut. He just does. If he wants to stay compromise. Because I can't justify paying him $43 million.
I don't think he's looking for 43.
Oh, no. Well, then that's a pay cut. So anything less than that is quote-unquote pay cut.
We're going down $20 million.
I think 25-ish is around the range to me, give or take. That's the range.
I'm going to stick by this.
I think he's right around. I think he's worth more than these guys. Yeah. But I think what they'll end up trying to give him is something in the Wiggins, Draymond Green category.
So I'm looking. Look, I'm going to stand 10 toes down on this one. I think there's going to be a team that offers Klay Thompson 30 a year.
But don't the Warriors have to do what's best for them?
Absolutely. But I'm saying, and they do. But we look at the Warriors and we say, boy, there's a lack of shooting here. Lack of shooting? You want to give up one of the better shooters in the league?
Well, the second best shooter on your team, by far. Right?
Not even close.
Right? So forget the league. I just look at your current team. How are you filling that need?
Don't know. You don't have a lot of wiggle room. Let's go to Samita in Los Gatos. Samita, what's happening? You're on the roast. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Morning. I just wanted to make a couple of comments.
Yeah.
First of all, Vontae, your fit on Sunday was great. It was fun. I really love that outfit.
Oh, thank you. I tried to give you a little Easter Sunday special, man. A little pink, a little light blue.
I like
so one time blue. I could pull it out.
The light blue is very nice. Very fashionable.
Yeah, that was a nice fit.
Thank you.
So about the Warriors, I gotta tell you, I think I'm with Chatsky on this one. I'm a diehard. I've said that every time. I grew up in the Midwest, so we live and die with our teams out there. I think sometimes it feels like the fans want it more than the team. I mean, I watched that San Antonio game, and I was like, how did we almost lose? How did we play this poorly against a team that's won 18 games and is missing a couple of key guys? It just seems like, it's almost like my situation with my team where you're like, I know you're capable of better. Why can't you just put it together and perform? Why'd you miss that assignment? Why did you make that careless mistake here? Mm-hmm. That's kind of what it seems like to me. The inconsistencies to me are now starting to feel like as a collective, the team is just not locked in. Steph's locked in. Dre is sometimes locked in. Clay's now coming off the bench. I think the young guys, some of them, it's too much inconsistency. I don't feel like all the horses are going in the same direction when it counts.
Yep. No, hey, and Samita, that's a great point. I'll keep staying on the line here before we get to Joel Burbank. So, Samita, no, and that's something. I want to see over the last 8 games, can this team possibly play as one? Because to your point, they've all been inconsistent this season. Even Stephen Curry post All-Star break, his shooting numbers are down, even though he's still giving you 22, 4, and 4. But the efficiency hasn't been there because everybody else hasn't been. They haven't been in sync as one. That's the most frustrating part of this season.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's, you feel like the pieces are starting to come together. The young guys, we talked about the 2 timelines. I heard you guys talk about the 2 timelines kind of coming together, and it's meshing a little bit better. But, yeah, I mean, we don't have a 1A. We have a 1, and we don't have a 1A option.
Yep.
One other point I just wanted to make, I've been thinking about this ever since Shatsky was gone for a couple of weeks, and I just wanted to let you guys know it's life out here in the Bay is pretty rough. Everybody's, just trying to do their best and kind of survive. And what you guys do, it really provides a really nice start to the day where I'm focused on something else. I feel like I'm part of a collective. I feel like regardless of what I do or where I live or how much I make, I'm part of this, sports fan base, and you guys really bring that out. And I just wanted to let you know that that's important, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much.
That's the kind of thing somebody said in a long time. Thank you so much.
Great call.
I appreciate that. I really do. That's all we try to do, even though I can sound grumpy like I did yesterday at times. Loveman's telling me to break in the first break of the show.
No, but it's interesting. She said something there, and no one is questioning the desire of the Warriors. So I want to say that on the front end. But it does, this fan base wants it bad for this team. But there's also a level of acceptance that, even if the guys want it, they might not be good enough to be able to go out and get it.
Nothing lasts forever. They just gave us a decade.
The best basketball we'll ever see.
Let's see how it ends. Let's see how it ends here. Joe in Burbank, real quick before we get to Ryan Ruocco at 8:30. Joe in Burbank, what's happening, Joe?
Hey, I got to agree with that other lady. You guys are absolute best. You really get us off to a... Hey, listen, 4 championships. Most cities don't even have one. The Bay Area fans, the Warrior fans have so much to be thankful for. It's unbelievable. But, and I think the Warrior fans appreciate everything the Big Three has given us. I'm sure we expect statues outside Chase Center Arena and also many special be held in their honor. So, but since we won the championship in 2022, Joe Lacob has lost a lot of money last year and this year, giving the core a chance to win again. And I think a lot of Warrior fans, I think most Warrior fans feel it's time to put the franchise first instead of putting the core first. Warrior fans I talk to don't want to see us give up draft picks to move players. They also don't like the idea of moving the young players. They like all the young players. I know, some people feel they should give some of them up to give the older players another crack next year at championship. But, I just wanted to mention that. But love the Warriors. Love your show. You guys are fantastic.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it, man. Joe, appreciate it. We'll get right back into the Warriors after Ryan Ruocco. Huge game against Dallas. Huge game against Dallas tonight against Kyrie, Luka Doncic and company. Jason Kidd back in town. But Ryan Ruocco is going to join us. He was on the call last night for LSU, Iowa. Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, the dynamic behind Kim Mookie. How's it covering her? She is something else.
Dude.
That's a lot. Is that Ryan Ruocco? Who is that?
That's Bassick.
That's Bassick? Dude. Oh, that's great. That's great.
Dude.
That's great. I love that.
Doing his best Nahegan right there.
Oh, man. He's
Dude.
Not just a guy? Is he a boss?
Dude.
No.
Is he a chief? J.K. Dobbins might be a chief. J.K. Dobbins might be a chief. Damn.
Must be nice.
I will make an analogy after Ryan Ruocco about where I believe this Warrior version is, and it reminds me of one of the all-time great films in cinematic history, one of the great collections, many trilogies, and I'm going to run this by you, and you can let me know what you think.
A Star Wars reference. Great.
Could be Rocky. Could be Star Trek.
It's Star Wars. And that's going to be brought to you by Pacific Coast Turbite. ACT, IO win.
Americans pay a lot.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. Oh, baby, can't wait to see him at Chase Center tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. It's always show when Kyrie and Steph are on the same floor. And there was a show last night with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese on the same floor. By the way, real quick, we did talk some Giants earlier today. Giants lose the first game of a 3-game set to the LA Dodgers. But if you're looking for the best Giants talk out there, and there's a new episode out right now, Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys, better subscribe to that podcast. Sam Lubman will talk your ear off about Taylor Fitzgerald and Keaton Wynn and all those guys.
No.
And Joe Shasky will freak out over the lineup. You get all that on the podcast. I listen to it. You should listen to it, too. The Bay Area needs it. It's a new episode available right now. Subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify or wherever you like to listen to your podcast.
I feel like a beached whale.
Where is that from? Oh, my
That's
God.
That's probably me talking about the chiropractor.
I got a bad visual. By the way, I got Alizan, Ange, Eugene yesterday. Stretch Lab down on Brandon Street. Oh, my God.
Dude.
Said my flexibility is already growing. Dude, my back feels so good. I felt all those pops yesterday. Pop, 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 pop. Oh, my God. I feel like I could play a game. Crack, crack, crack. I go out there and see a little bit of right now and drain a couple threes, baby. Get out there stretching like Kobe and LeBron. Like I said, like Stefano. You know, when they got the foam rollers like KD, on the floor. I always want to do that, man. On the court like I'm Kobe or LeBron. Dude, you sit on the court with the foam roller, going back and forth, getting stretched out. It's about 15 minutes on the clock for tip-off. I wonder what that feels like.
When I see Bonte with a foam roller, I think LeBron, Kobe. Yeah.
KD.
I love it.
Steph.
I love it.
Get the little waistbands. I need all that stuff. I need it all. By the way, last night's ratings, wow. 6.87 million people watched that game. It's going to be last night.
No, I think these are over the weekend.
Oh, these are over the weekend. These are over
Not
the weekend.
Not the LSU versus Iowa.
That's going to be sick.
So what was the number? 6 over the weekend?
Yeah, no, over the weekend, LSU, UCLA got a 3.83 million, but Iowa, Colorado got 6.87 million. On ABC Saturday, man. That was a great game.
Even the under 4 million, that's better than a lot of World Series games.
Yep.
Just to give you an idea.
No doubt. Well, last year the national championship peaked at 12.6 million on ABC, ESPN. Nearly 10 million, average of 9.9 million viewers watched that game last year. The most watched NCAA women's basketball game in history. And it may be historic this year if Caitlin Clark gets to the championship, but it's not going to be easy getting by Paige Beckers and UConn, man. What a tournament. And let's talk to Ryan Ruocco, who's on the call last night. He's been one of the better ambassadors for women's college basketball. The WNBA finals have been on fire. The West Finals a couple years ago with Seattle and the Vegas Aces was really good. Ryan Ruocco, of course, of the Yes Network, ESPN, the R2C2 podcast with Cece Sabathier, our Bay Area native here in Vallejo, California. Ryan, long time no talk, man. Excellent job last night. Excellent job during the tournament, man. Really doing a hell of a job calling these games, man.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Last night was, gosh, it was just so fun, guys. Oh, my gosh, it was so fun.
We had so much fun watching it. And just all weekend long. And really, the women's tournament has been really good. I love the quarter system. Once they flipped the format and going to the quarter system, I feel like you've even gotten greater play. But the names, the characters, I mean, there's no doubt the women's tournament is blowing away the men's tournament just in terms of star power. But I thought you and Rebecca Lobo really encapsulated it. It captured the passion and captured the moment there last night with the LSU and Iowa. And Ryan, you couldn't settle in last night because right away, Caitlin Clark started draining threes. In that first quarter, I got dizzy because I'm saying, how the hell can these ladies keep up the pace that they were playing at last night?
It's so true. You think about it, right? We're all going into that game with these grand hopes and expectations, and what does this young woman do? She hits a 28-foot left wing three, boom, on the first possession, and it's like buckle up. And then in that first quarter, before you blink, she has 10 points and 3 assists, and then all of a sudden, Angel Reese has 10 points and 5 rebounds and a couple of blocks, and it's just like, my gosh, and the pace back and forth. It was the most points in a first quarter, most combined points in a first quarter in a tournament game since I think 2018.
Wow.
It was amazing. And that's the thing, right? You get the audience there, and we're all so excited for it, but then you want the basketball to live up to the hype, and obviously the stardom too as well, to continue to draw people in and pay off their ambitions and expectations, and it not only pays it off, it exceeds them. Mm-hmm. And we got a feeling that it was going to right out of the gates. It was remarkable, and it was just fun. It was just really fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this game, and we've been depressed here in San Francisco after losing the Super Bowl to the Chiefs. And I said to Bonte, it's like, that might have been the most entertaining game I've seen since the Super Bowl in any sport. And I'm biased. Like I've been coaching girls basketball a long time. I got a niece who's playing at a high level right now. And so I'm all in. And watching Caitlin Clark and the way that she plays the game and the contrast to the way LSU was playing the game, where you have the traditional big and even Morrow is more of a banger. And just the free-flowing, fast-paced, stretch it out Iowa offense. I just loved the way the game looked aesthetically, and I thought it was just a great, entertaining environment. What was it like in the actual venue yesterday as you're calling the game?
It was incredible, and I totally agree with what you're talking about with the style, and that's credit to Lisa Bluter, Iowa's coach as well, because she just does such a wonderful job of using Caitlin's gravity to create maximum space and cutting, and Caitlin's passing is as good as her shooting, remarkably, and so it makes for this just beautiful style of basketball. But the atmosphere was amazing, guys. And one of the ways I can always tell, or I try and use as a barometer for, okay, what's the crowd going to be like today, is are people filing into the crowd when it is, the doors have just opened, right? Mm-hmm. What's the crowd look like 30 minutes before tip? All those kind of things. Well, the doors opened yesterday an hour and a half before tip, and people came rushing down to the bottom of their sections, wanting to get as close as possible to watch Iowa and LSU during these warm-ups. When I was sitting at the table going through some of our elements and our open before tip on headset, we sit down as a crew and we go through certain things. I'm looking around, it's already full. And I'm just like, what? We have an hour? We actually have like an hour and 18 minutes before tip and it's full? Like it was, the atmosphere was absolutely electric. And you could even feel it walking around Albany a little bit yesterday, where people were just buzzing, anticipating the start of the game. And it felt like one of those days where it's like, all right, when is Tip going to get here? When is Tip going to get here? And everybody in the crowd felt the same.
Well, you've got 3 games left, Ryan, out in Cleveland, Ohio, for sure, which will be fascinating as well with undefeated South Carolina. You got Paige Beckers and UConn outlasting Juju Watkins and USC. Of course, you got Iowa, Caitlin Clark, and NC State, who nobody's talking about, who can light it up from the perimeter as well. I think they're going to give South Carolina a run for their money. Ryan Ruocco here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, ESPN, Yes Network, R2C2 podcast with CC Sabathia was on a call alongside Rebecca Lobo. They do a great job together. Unbelievable job. So the coverage. First, before we get to the coverage of the sport and everything that's happened over the weekend, Caitlin Clark and the growth of her game. Ryan, I was very impressed. This whole tournament, I didn't know she was the playmaker she was. The floor game, dropping dimes, cross-court passes. Is that the biggest growth of her game from her junior season to her senior season?
You know what? Her passing has been there a while. It's just gotten that much better, I think, with the familiarity of the offense. She's gotten a little bit stronger. Just more and more reps and chemistry with her teammates. But her passing has been elite for a while. It's just continued to grow and grow and get better, because this is a young woman who is obsessed with being great. She is obsessed with milking every aspect of her talent to become the greatest player she possibly can. And I'm telling you right now, there are 3 or 4 times a game where she makes a pass and Rebecca and I just slap each other. We're like, oh my gosh. Like my dad texted me the other day and he was like, it's like watching Gretzky in the sense that he would see the ice, as you guys know, before anybody else would, right? Like he would just see things before they develop. She really does that too. She had a pass the other day in the Colorado game. It didn't result in a bucket, but where Rebecca and I we were literally jaws dropping. She turned and spun and threw a pass knowing exactly where Hannah Stokey was going to be without ever having eyes on her. Not like a no look where you knew the person was there, but you looked at, like, literally she had never ever looked at Hannah Stokey, but knew where she was going to be and just fired behind her back to her right on target. And we were just like, oh my gosh. But she does that multiple times a game. Her get ahead passing is incredible. And I say this, her range we have never seen before in the women's game, ever. Much like we had not seen it before Steph in the men's game, right? It's completely unique to Caitlin in the women's game. The things that I think remind me of other players in the best way is she's almost an amalgamation of Sue Bird and Diana Taurasi in this regard. Sue's passing, especially her get-ahead passing, and then Diana's ability to shoot off the dribble. And so you add those two, all-time greats together, and then you add in her range, which is unmatched, and you have one show-stopping star.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I was telling B, it reminded me of some version of Larry Bird and Steph Curry, just in terms of getting to any spot on the floor anytime that they wanted, being able to hit from anywhere. And there was a sequence that reminded me so much of Curry where you've got Angel Reese in the backcourt. She's going in transition, and Caitlin Clark kind of just slows up ever so closely. And here comes Angel Reese because she's got to defend the three-pointer because she could rip it at any point. And it's all to set up a passing lane for one of the trailing players coming down. And that's where I want to lead you to is I thought Iowa's surrounding cast did a great job in this game, moving without the ball, finishing around the rim, hitting buckets, boxing out. I don't know. I was thoroughly impressed with Iowa's team game yesterday.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. And even Addison O'Grady coming in.
She was banging.
Yeah, she really was. And, against two of the best posts in the country in Reese and Morrow, and being able to hold her own after Stolke got in foul trouble. Stolke, it was interesting talking to Lisa Bluter yesterday. She said, Stolke is so soft-hearted. Tonight we're going to need her to be steel-hearted because she knew with all the hype around the game, it would be so easy to get frustrated and discouraged when you get blocked by Angel Reese or when you get scored on by Morrow. And you could see Stolke even at the end. She had that sort of exclamation point and one on a Caitlin pass late, and you could see her really let go of the emotion, which I thought was even a sign of emotional growth from Stolke in this moment. And then Kate Martin, they consider the glue of this team, was terrific, doing all the little nitty-gritty things, defending wonderfully. She's such a great leader, and she ends up putting 21 points up. And Sydney Affolter, sneaky big player for Iowa because she had been off the bench all season. Molly Davis gets hurt on senior day. Affolter slides into the starting lineup, and she has played wonderfully and is confident. And, for Caitlin to feel like she can, pass you the ball in big moments, she's got to believe that you're confident. And Sydney is that. We saw her hit that driving layup against West Virginia in the second round when the game was tied with a little over a minute to go. And so they all came to play yesterday. And they understand the cutting, the screening, the timing. They understand all of it and how to make Caitlin at her absolute best.
Ryan Ruocco here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Ryan Ruocco does a great job for ESPN and the Yes Network R2C2 podcast. A couple more for you here, Ryan, as you get ready to go to Cleveland, Ohio. Fly J. Johnson was special for LSU. Angel Reese, we know about her play and her pro prospects. I was a little, I guess, befuddled by the defensive strategy by Kim Mulkey, and we know how controversial she is, but I don't want to ask you about that. We'll leave that for another day. But Van Lith was on an island, poor girl, guarding Caitlin Clark. What did you think about their defensive strategy against Caitlin Clark? I thought they throw more traps at her, more doubles at her, maybe press her a little bit more, but Van Lith, poor child, man, was left on the island, and she was barbecue chicken last night.
Yeah, I agree. That was a really tough spot to put Haley Van Lith in. Van Lith also has been sick, so who knows if that affected her motor a little bit. She's in incredible shape, but that might have affected her motor a little bit. But no matter what, that's going to be an impossible assignment. It's basically an assignment that no one defender can take on. But you kind of saw a blueprint. West Virginia, the way they pressured Caitlin with 4 really physical, fast perimeter defenders. Not every team in the nation has that kind of personnel to do that. But Flau'jae Johnson's incredible, and I was really surprised that LSU did not spend any time putting Flau'jae on Caitlin. Now, their idea was Caitlin's going to get hers no matter what. They have been preaching, hey, she scores 30 in wins, she scores 30 in losses. What we need to do is we need to make sure nobody else goes off. So with that philosophy, their idea was having Flau'jae elsewhere and thinking that, hey, if Flau'jae guards Caitlin, maybe she's going to get into foul trouble quicker, although, as it turns out, she ended up in foul trouble anyway. Yeah. Or maybe she's going to, Caitlin's still going to score on her, and now all of a sudden they're weaker in other places. But I just feel like there was also, there's times where Van Lith is going under the screen and the big is in drop coverage, so there's no one near Caitlin. It was curious the way they went about it. Now, of course, Caitlin's so great that she may have rendered any defense meaningless and just found a way to win last night. But I do think if I was LSU, once I saw the way things were going, and their response to Van Lith was putting in last year Poa, who last year did a pretty nice job against Caitlin in the national championship game, forced a couple offensive fouls,
right?
And is a good defender. But last night she struggled with Caitlin as well, and I probably would have given Flau'jae some time.
Yeah, no doubt. Before we get you out of here, did we all sleep on Paige Beckers in UConn? Because I thought the job Juju Watkins is special. I mean, she is smooth, and she's a freshman, and that was a hell of a game up in Portland. But I thought UConn and their defenders did a hell of a job on making Juju work. I think she went like 8 minutes in the second quarter without even shooting a basket, without a field goal attempt. It felt like we slept on Gino, Paige Beckers, and these UConn Huskies again. And I think that matchup against Iowa, which we're talking about, Ryan, is maybe they could implement some of those things that West Virginia did against Iowa.
Yeah, you know what? It's going to be a really interesting matchup. You're right. Everybody slept on Paige. And the reason is just the injuries, right?
Yep.
We didn't really get to see her fully in her sophomore or junior seasons. We just didn't. In her sophomore year, she did still end up in the national championship game,
right?
But it was like a reduced version of her who was clearly still not 100%, dealing with injury, rehabbing. Last year, out the entire year. So I think it was easy for people to forget just how good she was her freshman year. Remember, when UConn and Iowa played in the Sweet 16, Paige's freshman year, Caitlin's freshman year, Paige was absolutely the better player on the floor that day. Now, Caitlin's game has grown a ton since then, but Paige is reminding everybody how wonderful she is. And I think regardless of the result on Friday, people will come away from that game saying, oh, we get to see another year of Paige Beckers at UConn, and she, along with Juju, will kind of carry the flag that Caitlin's held this year in college basketball. So, UConn, between Nika Mule, KK Arnold, and Paige, they can definitely put some pressure on Caitlin on the perimeter. And then Aaliyah Edwards, who's going to be likely a top 5 pick in the WNBA draft, as the big in the center, who's really good. As long as she stays out of foul trouble, UConn's going to be a really tough game for Iowa. But Iowa still has Caitlin Clark, and that means they have a great chance every time they step on the floor.
Man, what a Final Four for you guys over at ESPN. South Carolina going for an undefeated season. NC State, the Wolfpack, shocking everybody, blowing out Texas, beating Stanford. I'll last it up at Portland. And, of course, on the other side, you get Paige Becker against Caitlin Clark. UConn against Iowa. The women's game in great shape here, man. It's so cool to see the women's game get their proper respect. I feel like the tournament's been really good for a long, long time. And now, finally, you got the star power, you got the viewership, you got the eyeballs, you got social media, and you, Ryan Ruocco, have a lot to do with that, with the way you're calling the games and your passion for not only the women's basketball tournament and the NCAA, but also the WNBA as well. And that game continues to grow. We can't wait to get it out here in the Bay Area. Ryan, thanks so much for the time on short notice, man. Continue the great work. We'll be listening when you call the games in Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio this weekend.
Thank you guys so much for the kind words. I so appreciate it and just honored and love getting to do what I do, and happy to talk with you guys anytime.
Absolutely. Perfect. Ryan Ruocco here on the Morning Roast. We'll talk some baseball with him later in the season. Calls Yankee games as well. Was out there in New York City, man. What a day for women's college basketball yesterday. Unbelievable.
I do want to make a good point here. There are a lot of things that have created a cottage industry or a niche or found their lane and have been wildly successful that maybe won't be Coca-Cola or the Apple, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Or Google, right? So everybody's like, are they ever going to be bigger than the NBA? Who cares? Golf is not a real sport loved and beloved like the big three, basketball, baseball, and the NFL. It is a unbelievably, wildly profitable niche industry. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Okay. I don't think tennis is on the same level as those other three. Wildly successful and profitable. I do too.
Tennis. Oh my gosh.
But Bonte, just because the WNBA or women's college basketball is not going to jump into the top 3 doesn't mean it can't have unbelievable success. Masters Sunday, which we all agree has the prestige, it has the history, it's got a specific time slot on Sunday, the music, we can all envision it. 12 million people watched the Sunday of the Masters, and it's going on for like 6 or 7 hours. 12 million people, all right? It's one of the most profitable things that we have in sports. The women's game and the college Final Four for them, it can be wildly successful and never even come close to what the NBA or the NFL is, and it doesn't need to be. So I'm looking right now at this very moment, the minimum ticket price on StubHub to get into the men's Final Four, $570. The minimum ticket price on StubHub to get into the women's Final Four, almost double, $970.
And that went up after yesterday. Before Caitlin Clark and Iowa punched their ticket, I believe the ticket was around $350. And then Caitlin Clark punched her ticket, and then Paige Becker's punched her ticket. And you got Don Staley and the South Carolina Gamecocks being undefeated, looking for a perfect season. People are like, oh, we got to be in Cleveland, Ohio.
Why?
No.
Because it's got stars, and it's the in vogue thing to do. Would you agree?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of, we call front runners or whatnot. But no, I think people are fascinated, and it's good quality basketball.
Exactly.
And you know what I was more pleased with? Not only during that interview with Ryan Ruocco, but even yesterday. The stuff that happened over the weekend with the Washington Post article and the LA Times article about LSU and Angel Reese and Kim Mulkey, that all got overshadowed.
Yeah, because the game.
It's all about the game.
Yeah.
The game. And that's what I want to get back to with the NBA, with pro football, with baseball. I want it to be about the game. It's too many times we're talking about something that has nothing to do with the game. What I was pleased with that, they had their stage yesterday. UConn, USC, LSU, Iowa. They had their platform yesterday. It was all about the game. And those young ladies, those coaches, they delivered.
Well, Bonte, and when you score 90 points, like aesthetically, what does it look like? Like, are you playing defense, right? Because I think if you score 90 points, no one's playing. Did you watch the game? Like, every shot was contested. It was unbelievable effort and energy that was going on. And the execution was beautiful. It was beautiful basketball. And there was a contrast of styles. I watched the first half. I forget what game it was. It was 27-11 at halftime.
Oh, it was Virginia.
And I said,
Virginia. Well, no, the first quarter was Warriors Magic.
No, it was 27-11 at halftime in a men's college
it's
basketball.
Probably Virginia.
It was horrible.
Yeah, it was
and
awful.
I was watching like a brick fest. And it's just, and so I'm saying, like, where I'm going at with all this is that the women's game has had a little lane here, and they've ran with it, and they've made the most of it. And people that are trying to compare it to the NBA, that's a fool's errand. What you need to do is appreciate that it's taking its opportunity, finding its niche, and creating a way to not only be wildly popular and successful, but to grow their game.
This is why I also, when we compare players, and we quick to compare players, and, 415, Xfinity Mobile text, I say, you guys always need to make things about top 3 this and top 5 that, top 3 this. Just keep it about sport. And I totally agree with that. I stopped doing top 5 to top 10 lists. I don't care about who's a top 10 player. It's all opinionated anyway. I don't care about that stuff. What about the game? What about the sport? What about the moment? And that moment yesterday with LSU Iowa, the hype that it received leading up to that game reminded me a little bit of USC Texas in the Rose Bowl.
That's a good
and
call.
There's been other things where the game actually lived up to the hype. Like, Texas
was a great game.
Texas USC got hyped up so much, and it lived up to the hype. And you had Keith Jackson on the call, which made me feel special because Keith Jackson was phenomenal. But rarely do you get a game that lives up to the hype, right? A matchup that lives up to the hype. You think about Super Bowls. How many times we hype up in Super Bowl, and the Super Bowl just kind of,
Bucks Chiefs was kind of it was a letdown Super Bowl.
Well, it was also pandemic too, no fans.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's Brady versus Mahomes.
Yeah, but
and it felt over after a quarter.
But it just and it was just different because Kansas City didn't fly into Tampa Bay until like that Friday or Saturday.
Did Chiefs Niners live up to the hype?
I don't know if it did.
I thought it did.
I don't know if it did.
I mean, it ended on a walk-off.
Because I had people texting me saying that hey, this game's a little dull.
Really?
Because of all the punting and all.
Maybe I'm too close to it.
But see, no. But let me ask you guys this: how you feel about Rams
It was a great,
Patriots.
It was a defensive
13-3.
It was one of the great defensive archetypes.
The word I would use for both of those games is intense.
Yeah,
like no one was pulling away.
Every moment mattered.
They were both tight a little bit. It's like no one wanted to make the mistake, and no one could capitalize on the mistake.
So I agree with that.
Except for the Chiefs.
I love that game. But a lot of people thought 13-3. Yes, 16 points in the game. Because people need points, right?
It was a Wade Phillips, Bill Belichick.
It was.
I know, but if you ask the average fan, they say, "Oh, that's one of the worst Super Bowls ever." A lot of people would say that about 13-3.
Like the Carolina versus Denver was more of a defensive struggle, but it was kind of an ugly game.
It was ugly, but you kind of do that.
I enjoyed it.
Right? I enjoyed it. I enjoy all games. They're all different.
Well, I just think last night, to your point about living up to the billing, it was aesthetically pleasing, and I thought it was a brand. Watching Iowa reminded me a lot of watching the Warriors. There was high IQ, gals were hitting buckets, moving without the ball. I saw one team was clearly undersized compared to the other, and they were doing a great job team rebounding. The passing was beautiful, movement without the ball, and then clearly when you watch Caitlin Clark, her ability to get anywhere on the floor is next level.
Yeah, it was just, she's fascinating. She's such a good player. She's fascinating. She's going to be the number one pick in the WNBA draft, I'm guessing. And then, a lot of people are asking,
can the
Warriors Cameron Brink from Stanford?
Yeah, it might be, but I doubt it.
WNBA, like the Warriors are going to have their team coming in 2025, so they'll enter the draft.
I would have loved to have had Caitlin Clark.
Could have get Paige Becker, so I'll settle for Paige Beckers.
What we need is Caitlin to accept that big 3 contract for $5 million and then leave after a year, then go to the Warriors.
See, but, I think that she'd be doing herself a disservice.
Yeah. Well, I know she's not actually going to do that. Well, should she actually? She's going to get paid a lot of money there.
She'll get paid more. Should probably get just as much money going to the WNBA, and not just through the WNBA, but through sponsorships.
I watched a person last night who looked like they wanted to compete with all the smoke with whoever's got it. Like, just seeing her compete level last night, she wants whatever the top-notch competition is, she's going to be searching it out. And that's what I appreciate. I want to see the best, and I felt like I was watching the best.
Now, apparently we're going to get the 2-on-2, Caitlin Clark, Sabrina Ionescu, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, but I want
the three-point shootout.
The three-point shootout, but I also want I want 2 more. I want Dame in Oakland, Dame Lillard from Oakland. I want them involved, and you get maybe Kelsey Plum. I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Chelsea Gray. I don't mind getting Chelsea Gray involved. She's a baller.
I walked past Kelsey Plum at the Pac-12 championship game when I ran into Roxy.
She's a good person. I met her.
She's very tall.
Pac-12 Media Day.
Please explain.
You know what she said to me? She actually said this to me. True story. I was working for Yard.
That guy you work with is awesome.
No.
Shasky is the best.
Please explain.
This is long before you were on the map.
That guy you work with won't let you talk.
No.
Shasky, I'm talking to Bronte.
It was also before that. It was Yard Barker Fox Sports Days, if you let me get it out. Yard Barker Fox Sports, who always with the Pac-12 Media Day.
Oh.
And she looked at me and she goes, "You kind of look like Drake." I was like, "You're not the first person to say that." No, I don't know.
Now might not be the time to look like Drake with Kendrick Lamar going at him.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Drake's got a lot of money. They all got a lot of money.
They all have a lot of money.
I think he's got his old freaking 707 for crying out loud. So anyway, no, that was my interaction with Kelsey Plum's actually got a great personality. Great personality.
Great power couple, her and Darren Waller, too.
Well, Darren's got to live up to his side of it.
No, he's done. He might retire, they're talking about.
What?
No, yeah. The Giants don't know if he's gone or not.
Why don't you hit me with the Filmo Mike legal, and then I want to get into an analogy I have regarding the current Golden State Warriors and the fans.
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
Call him for drops.
Wait, one more time? Call it for drops. Spinoni already, see, this is where Shasky gets lost.
We're like a piano bar in here.
Spinoni and I have already worked this out. He knows. We did this 2 hours ago. Spinoni, whenever we get around the legal, just play the film on Mike. We're already there.
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
We're like Dwayne Wade to LeBron James when he threw the alley-oop. We're there. Our chemistry's there. But we don't have to call for it and demand it.
Austin Reeves, LeBron now. Yeah.
Oh, that's what Worldwide Hef called us.
You went from hating Austin Reeves a couple weeks ago, and now you're back.
Well, pivot, don't panic.
I do it all the time. You do it all the time. Don't get on him about it. No, but it really bothers me.
When reacting to new information,
there you go.
You don't
like the stock market, the stock market.
There you go. But Worldwide Hef, he really made Spinoni feel good. He goes, "Man, this Spinoni kid's growing, man. You guys are like AR-15 to LeBron." I said, "Damn."
AR-15.
He's going to have a sophomore slump here soon.
Nothing easy. He almost went Kobe and Shaq. He almost went Kobe Shaq, but the group chat does love some Spinoni, I will say. Oh, all right. What was Football Mike say? What did he say?
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD17.
I love that so much.
And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages. A shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. We love you guys for all the participation. Even you, 661, who are tweeting some nasty or texting some nasty things to me, man. 661, you got to stop. I don't know why you want a reaction, but you got one. Golden State Warriors taking on Dallas Mavericks. Sam Gordon will join us at 9:20, the new beat writer for the San Francisco Chronicle. I haven't met him in person yet. Followed each other on Twitter. Can't wait to meet him. Can't wait to hear from him. He was on with Starty Guru last week, so he has a ton of energy. He sounds like he's tapped in. We'll get to know Sam Gordon and his viewpoint of the Golden State Warriors as he's new on the beat for the SF Chronicle. But what is your analogy? Go ahead, Chelsea.
Well, no, I would like you to just walk down this lane with me, and it might not hold for you. All right,
you may walk down the lane. I'm going to sit down in this chair, turn my mic off, and let you talk without interrupting you.
So, 3 of us on this show of the 4 are big Star Wars fans, and we've watched the movies.
I knew it's going to be Star Wars.
Well, he teased it. He couldn't give it away.
I know.
Well, he did give it away by saying this trilogy.
Could have been Lord of the Rings.
But it wasn't Lord of the Rings.
So I look.
It wasn't the Rocky series.
I don't like Lord of the Rings.
It was only Star Wars.
Yeah, it was going to be Star Wars.
It's the only trilogies he's watched.
All right. So Star Wars came out 47 years ago. All right. And it was a trilogy. And it was, by many people's standards, one of the greatest sci-fi trilogies of all time. Standalone movies, one of the greatest sequels of all time. It's Godfather 2. It's Empire Strikes Back. I mean, there's a short list. I mean, for a variety of reasons, it was a trendsetter. It changed how we film, how we do, action movies, all of the different things, like the choreography in terms of the lightsabers and whatnot. I mean, there was so much groundbreaking stuff, and it's a lot like the Warriors dynasty. All right. If you grew up and you consumed the original Star Wars trilogy, that's the benchmark. All other Star Wars movies are viewed, if you're my age, through that prism, right? Of A New Hope, of Empire Strikes Back, and of Return of the Jedi. Those are the gold standard. If you're a Warrior fan and you're in, let's say, your 30s, right, or your 20s, the gold standard, or even in your 50s, the gold standard of Warrior basketball has been the Steph, Clay, and Draymond era. Everything that happens from here on out is going to be through, that's the gold standard. Nothing can get better than that. It was incredible. Every single night, they were putting on an unbelievable show. It was the best of the best. The best of the best. And then 20 years after that original Star Wars trilogy came out, they came out with, they call it the prequels. And Spadoni, you weren't my age. You were younger.
I was 5. Yeah. So it's actually going to be the 25th anniversary this May, Shasky. And I'm going to take my son to see it because they're re-releasing it in theaters, The Phantom Menace. My dad took me and my brother Ray, took us out of school early to go see it. Darth Maul, double-sided lightsaber, coolest thing ever. Memory for life.
So I'm older, right? So for me, the originals were the gold standard. Then they come out with the prequels, and I rejected it originally. I said, no, this isn't good enough. And like a lot of Warrior fans rejecting what they've seen the last couple of years, no, this isn't good enough, right? Because of the standard of the originals. But someone like Joe Spadoni, I'm sure the prequels hit hard for you.
They do.
Because you didn't have the gold standard of the originals.
I mean,
changing your view.
Ewan McGregor is my Obi-Wan.
Exactly.
Not Alec Guinness.
So as we have this plane in the air, and I'm sure we're going to land it at some point.
Well, wait a minute. The Millennium Falcon can soar.
We're still in the air. Right? We're only halfway through the flight. Okay. All right.
But as I've gotten older, I've learned to appreciate the prequels, and I really like the third one. I really do. The final scene where you have Obi-Wan Kenobi and what? And Anakin going at it, and he slices up Anakin, and he becomes Darth Vader.
Are we descending, or are we still 30,000 feet in the air?
So the point that I'm getting at, they will never be the originals for me.
Okay.
but I've grown to appreciate the prequels. What I'm watching with the Warriors this year, it's never going to be the gold standard. But I'm doing the best I can to appreciate what we have in the moment and understanding that if you give me a little, Luke in these next movies, in these sequel trilogies, I'm okay with it. Give me a little Curry in the first round and let's do it.
Roasters, please put your seatbelts on. Please get back to your seats. We're now descending.
No, but I really truly believe that, if you look at the Warriors and what they did during their dynastic run as the original trilogy for the Star Wars, and everything else that's compared to it is going to look lesser than. And it's really hard to recalibrate. Now that I'm older and I'm raising a little boy, I love The Mandalorian, even though I know it's flawed, even though I know it's not great. I love Boba Fett, even though I know it's not what the originals were. I love Pajemski. Is he going to be Kevin Durant? No. I understand that. He can't hold, Jabba the Hutt's candle, but that's okay. I can still enjoy it, and let's see where it goes. So that's where I'm going today. I'm making the comparison that the old Warriors were the original Star Wars movies, and everything else that we're basing off of, it's almost unfair.
Roasters. We'd like to take this time for listening to the show and flying with us here on 95.7 The Game. May you enjoy your trip, and please fly with us again soon. Beep.
What remake movie in your mind?
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Did not need to be redone, right? Let's say it's White Man Can't Jump. That's the gold standard. You don't need to do another one. We all agree. No, the original stands alone. That's what the Warriors were. But it doesn't mean that you can't watch the new one and be like, all right, I'll enjoy it. I'll do my best I can to be entertained.
I hear where you're coming from, Shasky, especially with the comparison to the sequel trilogies. Because, again, with the sequel trilogies, there have been moments where you're just like, that was really cool. In Last Jedi, where they go to where Holdo does the light speed with the ship and they go through the Imperial ship. That was so cool. I didn't even know you could do that.
You can't. That's the problem. You can't do that. The sequel trilogy just retconning everything.
See what I'm saying?
Please.
I'm a little Morello and pedal a little bit. It's force that's called front running. Now we got the flight jokes.
But I also understand.
Southwest Airlines.
But I also understand. I'm jaded because I watched the originals through a child's eye. When I watched the original Dynasty of the Warriors, it was through a child's eye, if you will. I was naive. I wasn't accustomed to being a Laker fan.
30 years old when the Dynasty started,
and it was incredible.
You're not a kid. You're a grown ass adult.
And now everything is through that prism. So of course it's going to fall a little short.
This was like taking Spirit Airlines 650.
Hey, he'll get you where you need to go.
No, not all the time.
Just keep expectations.
You're making a flight canceled. Shout out Spirit Airlines.
Now, if we're keeping it really 100 with the sequel trilogy, Han Solo ends up dying in the first one.
Oh, great.
Luke passes away in the second one. Carrie Fisher ended up passing away in between them.
Couldn't give me a Creed or Rocky. We had to go Star Wars. You lost half our audience.
It's only one of the highest grossing movies of all time.
Great. That doesn't matter. There's a lot of highest grossing movies that I've never watched before. Can you even name the best film from last year? What was it, Oppenheimer? I've never watched that movie.
You haven't seen Oppenheimer yet?
No, I haven't.
Dude, you need to bookmark 3 hours out of your day to watch it.
Oh, great. Awesome.
I try to watch all movies.
Maybe I'll just watch it during the Giants game when they're betting Austin Slater's second. Maybe that's when I'll watch Oppenheimer.
Judging from the YouTube chat powered by First Credit Union, I think they want this to happen, unfortunately. I don't want to do it, Shasky, but they're making me.
I feel honored.
You play.
I feel honored. Spadoni, you are my producer.
Flowing water plumbing and trade. Shout out to Brian. I didn't want to go. I'm just going to wait this out. Go ahead, get your Star Wars stuff off now. I'm not following it up. I'm just glad we landed the plane. Not waiting to get off the flight. You know, everybody's standing up waiting for their luggage. That's what I'm doing right now. Please let me off this flight. Please. I need to get to my Uber right now. I need to get the baggage claim right now. Please. That's where I'm at with the Star Wars. I tried to walk down the lane. I tried.
Well, you haven't watched 1 minute of any of the films.
I watched Star Wars the original like 50 years ago. I was like 10.
47 years.
My heart hurts.
I stand by the take.
Comments are hilarious.
They had their Revenge of the Jedi, Revenge of the Sith moment, though. They won it 2 years ago.
Exactly. That was the bonus title. That was like the final minutes of Rogue One where Darth Vader gave us that incredible scene. That's what the bonus title was.
That was Game 4 stuff.
Tell me on YouTube. We're stuck on a tarmac right now. We're the Warriors in New York City. We can't get to Toronto fast enough.
That's all right. It's all right. I know you feel me, though.
You lost me.
Well, because you just don't understand it. Yeah.
It's just like,
you don't get the sequels.
650. Nah, man, I'm taking a parachute.
Sam Gordon on the other side.
Sam, did you like that?
I like
it. It was
the
well
effort,
thought
man.
out.
No, it was good. It made sense. It tracked. It held up. That was a good analogy, Shaq.
You know what the problem is that sometimes
wrong, that analogy.
my significant other on radio doesn't want to ride with me, and I get that.
I tried.
The force just doesn't flow through him.
He pulled a tray. He jumped out of the car. He didn't want to get in the car with Doughboy. It's okay.
You went pretty cool.
Okay.
You went this. You went that way. You went that way. We zigged. We zagged. I threw up on the flight.
I don't know, Joe.
Where's my crab fries? What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Sam Gordon, the Chronicle. The jokes just write themselves, man. My heart is hurting. I guess man, I don't know where we're going for the last 40 minutes. We'll try to recover. We'll get off the tarmac, I promise you. We'll get off the flight. It's done.
You were the chosen one!
Please let me off this flight. Please. I need to get to my Uber right now. I need to get the baggage claim right now. Please.
What you should have done was land your plane. You don't own that plane. The taxpayers do. Son, your ego is writing checks your body can't cash.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, we're back.
Top Gun, huh?
We're back. I'm sorry, guys. I know there's a lot of Star Wars fans out there. They're all coming at me. Trust me. I went to the bathroom, saw a couple DMs. Screw you, Bonte. The Star Wars analogy is spot on just because you don't get it, man. Screw you. Right.
No, that's what I said to you. What did the DM say?
They added a couple adjectives in there.
What's the worst character in the history of Star Wars? It's Jar Jar, right?
Or Finn.
Finn's not that bad.
Anyone from the sequel trilogy. Jar Jar at least has
I'm
memes.
sorry. I've regrouped. I've regrouped from laughing because it took long. I didn't know it was going to take 7 minutes to get the analogy out. But I was trying to figure out the point. You're basically saying that. I don't even know what you're saying, to be honest with you. I think I know what you're saying, but Frisco native. Star Wars is more interesting than anything Bonte's ever got to say. Well, yet Frisco native 415, you're in the chat every damn day listening to our show. So maybe your life is just not that interesting, buddy.
Are you going to go see Dune?
No.
Did you see Dune 1?
No.
No interest? At all? I do want to go see Dune 2. I want to give it.
I don't even know what Dune is.
I want to get. Well,
what is Dune?
It's kind of like a lot of the Star Wars stuff was based off the original Dune's books from back in the day. At least that's what Dune lovers will say. But the first movie came out a couple of years ago, and aesthetically, it looks absolutely, unbelievable. And it's a star-studded cast.
I just when movies continue to add on, it feels like it's just a money.
Well, everything's a franchise.
Because they know you guys are all suckers. You're going to go to the movies and dress up like Star Wars characters, which is why we have Star Wars Night at Jason. It was hilarious. That Star Wars Night at Jason. The only thing I could think of was Lubman.
Well, TJB does like Star Wars.
He does like Star Wars. A lot of people, I just asked Guru and Evan, they're big Star Wars guys. I asked
Guru dressed up as Lando as a kid.
Dude,
Who did?
Yeah.
Wow.
I asked Stardy, I was like, you like Star Wars, Stardy? He looks so slow, he goes, what do you think? I said, Starny, you're more like me than you think you are.
I watched Matlock growing up.
Hey, Matlock was a good show. The reruns hit.
No, but I would say this. Like, for example, I went in very skeptic on Barbie, the movie Barbie. Barbie was awesome.
I heard Barbie was good.
It was really good. I don't know if it's for kids per se, because I think it's got a lot of adult material, but like, Barbie's a quote unquote franchise from a toy, but they had a whole new spin on it, and I thought it was awesome. I thought it was really well written, well done. It was one of my pleasant surprises of watching movies.
So this 408 text before we get to Sam Gordon of the SF Chronicle. I'm gonna ask him if he's a Star Wars guy, and if he is, I got respect for him, no problem. Some people just don't have the same artistic vision and aren't cultured enough, so they won't understand you, Shasky. You love the original, but appreciate the attempt to replicate, especially what you were trying to say about the Golden State Warriors.
Yes.
Huh? There you go. But it just took some. You went all these. Great point, Shasky. I don't want to sound like a bully here because I know that's what people think. Sam Gordon, SF Chronicle.
Are you a Star Wars fan, Sam?
Star Wars
Let's
fan?
get to know you, buddy.
Yeah.
Not particularly, fellas. Not particularly.
Hey, you know what, Sam? I like you even better now. I can't. Hey, when I see you today at Chase Center, no, we're not flushing Sam. We're not flushing Sam.
No,
Sam. I love you even more. You know what, Sam? Let's just book you for a weekly right now. Matter of fact, how about you become our third host here on the Morning Roast, Sam? Since we want to get to know you, you don't like Star Wars, so your stock's up in my book. Where you come from, man?
Very much appreciated.
Yeah, where you come from, man? Because you're new on the beat. All of a sudden, I see this guy, Sam Gordon, right for the Chronicle. I'm like, who the hell is that? So where you come from, man? Tell us about yourself.
Well, first and foremost, guys, happy Tuesday. Very much appreciate you welcoming me on the program. I was born and raised in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Went to college at the University of Minnesota. Was there a couple years after graduation, working a few different jobs, part-time and freelance for the St. Paul Pioneer Press, working with Sport Radar, and then moved over to Las Vegas for a 7-year stint at the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and covered a little bit of everything there. Chronicled, was on the ground when as the city really transformed into a pro sports market. So had the chance to cover the Raiders and kind of the emergence of the NFL in Vegas, the Las Vegas Aces, of course. The sweet science of professional boxing, and then UNLV and just kind of the community the Las Vegas community and sportsman community at large. So it's been great. I've been in the Bay now, I think this, coming up on 2.5 months. So it's been great. I've appreciated the warm welcome from everybody here, including you guys and everybody, in media and obviously with the organization and whatnot. So it's been a heck of a ride so far, and we'll see what happens these last couple weeks as the regular season gets ready to conclude.
Yeah, you had me at boxing. We can talk boxing all day long. I love that about you already. But since you've covered the Golden State Warriors, what's your takeaway from this season, man? From watching the far and in, now cover the team, going on the road. They obviously went 4-1 on this recent road trip, but I think a lot of fans are saying, well, you just beat San Antonio, you just beat Charlotte. We need to see you beat Dallas. So what is your impressions here as we head into the last 8 regular season games?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think it's, the fact that, obviously not the season that anybody, I think, thought that the Warriors were going to have, right? When you have that kind of payroll, when you have that kind of pedigree, I don't think the expectation from anybody is to be, battling for the 10th seed in the play-in. That being said, I arrived kind of at the point where the Warriors started to turn things around. They've been pretty steady, pretty consistent for the most part since I've been on the beat, per se. Now, I know there's been, some game-to-game inconsistencies and whatnot, but they've been, since Draymond Green has returned from suspension, right? They've been pretty solid for the most part. 22-13, one of the better net ratings in the NBA, and they take care of the teams. Generally speaking, they take care of the teams they're supposed to take care of, right? They're beating the teams that they outclass. Where they've struggled is against teams that are of a higher class, right? Against the better teams in the NBA. A team like the Dallas Mavericks, who they're playing tonight, I think certainly represents that now at this point in the season with what they've kind of been able to discover, post All-Star break after acquiring Daniel Gafford with the rhythm that, Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving have found playing off one another. I think at this juncture of the season, they're playing, just about as well as anybody in the Western Conference. So tonight, represents a big test. But, a lot of the big tests that the Warriors have faced, in my time, they're either right there and kind of fade down the stretch or just haven't measured up to the better team. So I think these next couple of weeks are crucial. You want to, of course, get in the dance. That's the most important thing for this team. That's obviously the priority. But I think a win over a team like Dallas, who they're going to see again on Friday, they're going to have an opportunity to go into Los Angeles again next week. Like racking up some of these wins against playoff caliber teams that they're going to need to beat if they want to make any run. I think are paramount to just kind of show that they can they can compete at that level, because that's what they're going to need to do again in order to establish any kind of playoff run. They really haven't done that. And tonight, I think, presents a prime opportunity to kind of carry some momentum over from the trip into a game at home.
Sam, I consider myself an artist, a creative, if you will. And sometimes you get a little too close to the painting and you miss a spot. From someone on the outside looking in, what was your opinion of the Warriors before you got here, and how has that changed now that you've been around them for a couple of months?
Oh, that's a great question. I would say it's clear what the class of organization the Warriors have been. That's been pretty clear from the last, the decade plus, and then obviously reading, everything from afar and just kind of learning about the way they operate. You get a sense that they, tend to do things a little differently, and that in a lot of ways is responsible for the success of the last 10 years, right? And I think coming in from an outsider's perspective coming in, definitely see that up close, just kind of the professionalism and the standard of the organization from top to bottom, from management to coaching to the players, to the way, I've been treated and welcomed to the standard Steph and Curry sets on and off the floor. That's all been very much lines up with the impression that I had, before taking the job. So in a lot of ways, I don't think my opinion necessarily changed, right? From speaking from a basketball standpoint, before I got here, the first half of the season was what it was. You saw the ups and downs. You saw the team play very well at stretches. You had Draymond Green's suspension. You saw the team trying to find its identity for a large part, and now here they are kind of battling, again, like we just talked about, battling now for the play and kind of scrapping and trying to figure out how far this team can go. So I think even from a basketball standpoint, certainly they've been better. They've played better, but a lot of it has kind of lined up with what I saw before the break, or before I got here as well, right? Right. Trying to develop younger players while concurrently hanging on to the elements that this veteran group provides and the experience that they provide. So marrying those two groups has certainly, I think, been a challenge at times for Steve Kerr. I think he's done a good job at developing younger players, but still knowing when to defer to the veterans and letting them kind of lead the way. And the veteran group has been, I think, very accepting Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis, Moses Moody, so on and so forth, allowing them to contribute. So lo and behold, the Warriors are in the position that they're in, and my impressions are very much lined up from what I kind of noticed on the outside before I got here as well.
Any updates on Kuminga and Klay Thompson? We know Klay Thompson was battling through some tendonitis in his knee. He did play on Sunday. He didn't have his best game, but they hit the killer 3 there to seal the deal. And then, of course, J.K. missed the last 3 games. What's their updates here? Can we expect to see both of them tonight against the Dallas Mavericks?
Yeah, injury report has Klay Thompson probable, so I'd expect him to see him out. I'd expect to see him out there, and then Kuminga questionable as well. And you have to wonder, right? Kuminga's so durable through the first, 85% of the season, played 70 of the first 71 games. And, he was out warming up pregame in San Antonio and looked pretty good. He was moving well, was getting shots up. And I think with Kuminga, it's just a case of day-to-day. That's, what Steve Kerr had said previously in Charlotte, just a kind of a day-to-day injury that they're monitoring. So I'm not necessarily sure if he's going to return tonight, but I don't expect him to be out too long. Just kind of, you don't want to rush it back. The team still has a relatively good groove without him, and I think any kind of run that they're going to make in the postseason, he's going to, be a crucial part of it. You want him to be as close to 100% as possible before, having him return to the lineup, especially with the force and physicality that he plays with.
I can't put my finger on it, but maybe you can. What's your best reasoning on why the Warriors are struggling at home versus on the road? Because last year they were horrible on the road and good at home, if not great, and this year it's completely reversed.
That's a tremendous question. I've tried to find that out myself and just talking to different players about it and trying to garner perspective, and nobody really seems to have an answer. Maybe there's just, more urgency on the road this year. Maybe it's, fewer distractions. The team's, together. That's one thing that, guys have said, the opportunity to be a little, to spend so much time together without coming from so many different places at home and just kind of the comfort that comes at home. And, it's really been bizarre. That's one thing I know that has been a staple of the Warriors the last decade is how dominant they are at home. On the road, their last 16, they've 13-3. So it's something that they're going to have to get shored up. You'd like to see, I think, the Warriors establish a little bit of a run here at home, and having an opportunity against the Dallas Mavericks to do that in a relatively big game. There's no better place to start. But it's been bizarre. I wish I could put my finger on it too. I really don't have an answer for you. It's definitely been a kind of a polarizing flip with how they performed at home compared to the road, for sure.
Well, let's go a little off topic then, because, Bonte fancies himself as someone who's extremely knowledgeable about the most random things. You said you went to the University of Minnesota?
Yeah.
Is Bud Grant the greatest Minnesota Golden Gopher of all time?
Oh, is Bud Grant the greatest Minnesota Golden Gopher of all time?
Drafted in the NBA, played for the Lakers, and in the NFL.
Why wouldn't it be Bobby Jackson?
I don't know, a 9-letter athlete coming out of Minnesota. He played baseball, too.
Yeah, I know.
Bud Grant's one of the greatest Minnesota Golden. I'm just asking.
I think Dave Winfield's up there, too. 3,000 hits, 3,000 hits in the big leagues. And he was a multi-sport athlete in Minnesota as well. He did a little bit of everything. Bud Grant's on the short list. He's definitely on the short list, but I'm going to go with Dave Winfield.
What about Eric Decker? Lawrence Maroney.
Here we go.
Marion Barber, the Barbarian. Come on.
Those are the guys I grew up watching. Decker played baseball for the Gophers, too, in addition to being a 1,000-yard receiver. So he was a two-sport athlete there. The Maroney-Barber tandem, those guys were unbelievable. I grew up going to games at the Metrodome, seeing them play. 1,000-yard, I think they each had 1,000 yards back-to-back. You don't see that with running backs in the backfield, teammates doing that. So that was an incredible era for Gophers.
I've always wanted to go to Minneapolis. I heard it's a very underrated city. It's St. Paul, Twin Cities right there.
Tell Sam the truth.
What?
Sam, I don't know if you know this, and I'm assuming you're a Viking fan. Bonte, huge Kirk Cousins fan.
That's a lie.
Is that so?
No, hell no. Are you kidding me? Do I sound like a Kirk Cousins guy? Kirk Cousins.
No, you definitely don't.
Yeah, see, there you go. The best thing to happen this offseason for the 49ers was Kirk Cousins signing with the Atlanta Falcons, so we no longer have to hear about the Kirk Cousins rumors. No longer. Oh, my gosh. I feel sorry for you, Sam, that you had to root for Kirk Cousins. Like, the biggest takeaway in the quarterback, Doc, wasn't Kirk Cousins taking America's hearts away by being such a good guy. It was Patrick Mahomes being a damn gangster on the football field.
110%. And look, it was time for a clean break. Kirk Cousins, solid 6-year run. but not a traditional franchise quarterback when you think of somebody that can have you compete for Super Bowls. 6-year sample size of that. Good luck to the Atlanta Falcons the next 4 years.
There you go. Hey, welcome in Sam Darnold. Have fun with that, Sam. From one Sam to another.
They'll see what they do in the draft. I'm expecting them to draft a quarterback. I don't think Sam Darnold's a long-term answer. Just a stopgap. We'll see how that goes.
All right, I can't wait to talk some boxing with you. You were out there in Las Vegas, man. Got some big fights coming up. Haney, Garcia. We had a big fight weekend last Saturday. So, Sam, very nice debut here on the Morning Roast. Get to know you, and I love you even more because you're not a big Star Wars guy. I like my friend over here. My friend across from me is ready to kill me for these Star Wars things. So, Sam, have a good day. I'll see you later today, Chase. And I'll introduce myself.
I appreciate you guys, and we can talk to Sweet Science anytime. Time or place, you name it, I'm there.
Oh, I love that. I love this guy, Sam Gordon, man. I love this guy.
Golden Gophers. Maroney definitely is on there.
Yep.
But Kevin McHale's probably one of the more known.
Michael Thompson.
What?
Michael Thompson's number one overall pick out of Minnesota. Yeah, he was a Minnesota Golden Gopher.
I know that Bud Grant, because he was drafted in into the two big sports at the time, and I know he played for the Lakers for a couple of years, and he was also a legendary coach.
Their gym is very unique. They call it the Barn, and it's like the old Chicago Stadium where you come from downstairs up to the court, up the stairs. You know how they have the elevated courts in the men's Final Four? Yeah. Kind of like it's like that in Minnesota. The old Barn is what they call it. Now they have the outdoor stadium out there in Minnesota after leaving the Metrodome.
Joe Mauer, you said?
Sleeping on St. Paul, Minnesota's own Joe Mauer, just inducted into the Pro Baseball Hall of Fame.
Twin Cities
also
up there
a
is
big
fascinating.
football player in high school. What?
Yeah, Twin Cities is fascinating because Minneapolis, St. Paul right there, obviously the 10,000 Lakes, but you got the bridge. And so the Minnesota Wild hockey team, they play in St. Paul. The T-Wolves and Twins, and of course the Vikings, they play in Minneapolis. Just some knowledge on Minnesota.
I didn't know for the longest time what the TC meant as a kid, and then it was Twin Cities. I was like, oh, it all made sense. There we go.
We actually, our layover when we flew out to Philadelphia was in Minnesota.
And it was...
We got off the flight, and it was what, -5? Or was it 5 degrees or something like that?
Whatever they said it was colder.
Yeah, and I remember taking a photo of the Minnesota Golden Gophers football stadium as we were in there.
That was pretty cool.
And it was covered in snow. I was like, wow, look how cool that looks. Anyway, we got JJ San Jose. We got 18 minutes left. I'm not sure the direction of the show right now. I'm really not. Let's go to JJ San Jose. I'm sure Matt Nahiga will clip that for our Wednesday meeting. Oh, you guys don't have a plan. JJ San Jose, what's happening?
Hey, what's happening, man, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Hell of a show today. I'm kind of, you guys been wondering why fans haven't been so excited these past couple of games, and you guys kind of hit it on the nails because it's because of the inconsistencies and because we can't beat the good teams. If we lose tonight, I think it'll be like a nail in the coffin for many of us, which is why I'm hoping tonight we can kind of get. I'm hoping to get a throwback 2017, 2018 Kyrie Curry game. I know Bonte knows what I'm talking about. Curry dropped 49, and this was with Boston Kyrie, his first year in Boston. That was a legendary game. I was there.
I do remember that.
Night game.
Yep.
I'm hoping tonight can kind of turn out to be a game like that because I feel like that's the only way to get the fan base back on the hype and to try to make a run for the playoffs.
It's a good call. Is it the nail in the coffin for the Warriors? I won't say it's the nail of the coffin. But I think a lot of Warrior fans will call in tomorrow saying, see, told you so. They just can't beat good teams. This team's just not that good. They're who their record says they are. It's a big game for the Dubs. Just to get one at home. And you asked Sam the question about the home record. Nobody knows. I could try to...
He said it was a tremendous question.
He said it's, tremendous question.
Just want to make sure we clarify.
Tremendous. The greatest question.
I think Sam understood.
A lot of questions.
I think Sam Gordon realized.
I've seen a lot of them. This one is a tremendous question.
I don't know why.
It's the cadence.
I don't know why you guys quote that guy.
It's hilarious.
But Sam Gordon felt like you needed to pick me up after he ripped Star Wars. So I think he was... I'm kidding.
Well, the way I look at it is either you've had an epiphany or you haven't, and that's okay.
It's not serious. Let's not.
Some people like chocolate. Some people like vanilla. Some people like them both.
I think everybody likes them both. I don't know how many people don't like chocolate or vanilla. Anyway,
my wife's not big on chocolate.
The home record thing. One of it is, you've missed Draymond Green for a lot of these games. You think about the first homestand. Then you think about the second homestand in which they struggled, those big homestands where they had a 6 or 7 game homestand. You didn't have Draymond Green. A couple times you didn't have Stephen Curry. Few games where you didn't have Chris Paul. Hell, Chris Paul missed a lot of time there. So the home record, I'm just trying to figure out why they haven't won at home. It's just very, very strange.
But like even when, they've been at full strength, they haven't played good basketball.
They haven't played great basketball. No, they haven't.
And so like there has been something to, I believe, like they're more focused on the road. Like I don't even know why that is, but it just, my eyeballs are telling me they play a more buttoned up brand of basketball. I would love to see the data. Turnovers, just turnovers in general. I feel like at home, they're just so careless with the ball. And they draw these huge deficits, and they have to come from behind, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where the stadium's not loud. Well, yeah, they're down 15 in the first half, and there's not a lot to cheer for.
Well, Echo Pest Control. I understand that you're like trying to clear out rats or something, and maybe the rats got into your brain and started chewing away at your brain. But what we're talking about here is the home record this season. Last season, the Warriors were 33-8 at home, I believe. Was it 33-8? Could have been 30-11, whatever. They were really good at home last season. What we're talking about is the struggles this season at home. At home, they have not been good.
Is it because they're playing more young guys?
It's been a combination of a number of things. Consistent play, turnovers, bad shots, defense. But also, look, we've touched on this early in the season. When they go into games, the other team is more athletic, just by the nature of the starters.
But why doesn't that carry over the road?
Size.
Yeah, but
a lot of road games.
Like
too,
your athleticism is your athleticism. Why should that?
But look at a lot of the road games that they've won. Like they won, and I'm not trying to take away from their wins, but these are the truths. The truth is, when they played the New York Knicks in Madison Square Garden, they were missing a lot of guys. A lot of guys. You played Charlotte. We saw what that looked like. We saw San Antonio a couple times. We saw what that looked like. I don't know why it's strange. It's very strange. It's very strange.
I feel like there's been moments where I'm like, this team's not playing this guy. They should win this game at home, and it doesn't correlate.
Well, how many good teams have they been on the road? Right. How many good teams have they been on the road? Let's think about it. OKC, they beat them in overtime in the IST opener. That was a good win.
That Friday night game?
That was a good win.
That was a great win.
They haven't won in Denver.
That was a great win. Looking back, that was so much fun.
They didn't beat the Clippers in L.A.
Beat the Lakers in L.A.
They beat the Lakers and AD got hurt.
Exactly. Changed the game, right? There's all these little guys, and I'm not trying to take away. These are the Warriors. No. But let's just go down the list, and I can think about all the games they played on the road. Minnesota, they didn't win in Minnesota.
No.
The Clippers, they didn't beat the Clippers in L.A.
Yeah, I don't think highly of them. But continue.
They yet to beat Dallas.
Yeah.
And they're going to get another crack at Dallas coming up. New Orleans, they got blown out at home by New Orleans.
They got a rocket win in Houston.
They got a rocket win early this season in Houston. Steph Curry went night home alone.
Are they a good team? I mean, they're the 11th seed.
I don't think so.
Okay. What you just said there is very profound because they're right on the heels of the Warriors.
Right. Well, then you got Boston. They got blown out in Boston.
Yeah.
Philadelphia.
Miami's a good team, but they were sitting Jimmy Butler and what's his face?
Tyler Hero.
Yes.
And Kevin Love. So, I mean, I don't know. It's been a weird year, but maybe they could put it together over the last 8 games, and I'm eager to see that. Hopefully it doesn't end like Star Wars. Because by the way you guys make it sound like Star Wars, the ending's not good.
Well, it's still very, popular.
Yeah, that's fine.
But we don't have enough time for that rabbit hole.
But like again, the reason that I was saying is
popularity's awesome.
Star Wars has an unbelievable diehard fan base, and there's a portion of the fan base.
Kirk Cousins is popular. He ain't won a damn thing. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no, there's just a portion of the fan base that like anything that's not the originals. There's zero tolerance for. And I do believe, not all, but there's a segment of Warrior fans, like anything that's not us, starting the season in the Western Conference Finals is intolerable.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's everyone, but I do think it's a large chunk. And the other aspect, which I'd like to explore down the road, I'm not ready to explore it today. Steph Curry is so good and so unique. He has a Michael Jordan-like quality where there are a ton of people who are Warrior fans because of Steph Curry. And really, they're Steph Curry fans, and as a byproduct, they're Warrior fans. Not all. I'm just saying he's so good. He's so lovable. He's so dynamic. And I see a lot of guys our age that were Bulls fans because of Jordan. And they jumped off the Bulls, right away.
My guy Victor, though, is still a Bulls fan, though. I will say, Victor
I'm sure there's loyal
There's still a couple
ones.
guys still Bulls fans. There's still guys still Laker fans.
How many?
I think
how
the
many
real
guys
diehards will continue to be Warrior fans. But I don't know. How do you even gauge that when it comes to fandom? This is my struggle. This is my struggle. Like, I don't know who's a bandwagon fan. I don't know who's a front running fan.
More like NBA gives us these stands,
and everybody fans differently. Like, I'm not your typical fan, right? I'm more of a cynic. I'm going to try to be objective. I'm going to be a little pessimistic at times, but I'm going to watch a game at home if I can. Like, I'm a different fan than you are.
Well, the majority of fans don't go to games.
There you go.
There are like a small fraction of whatever your fan base is. Only a small fraction actually goes to games, either because they can financially or because they have the time, energy, and the want to go do it. So, like, whatever's in the stadium, they are very, very loyal. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is like that's only a small fraction of whatever your total fan base is in any sport. For every team.
I don't even know how. Like, every fan is different. Every fan has their own motive on what makes them tick or what makes them excited. Like, I was a fan for many years that wouldn't even wear the team gear. And people will question my fandom. Oh, you're not wearing the gear. I'm like, I just don't wear the gear.
Who's team gear?
The teams that we root for.
Oh.
Like, if I go a couple weeks without wearing a Niner, or if I'm at a game, oh, you're not wearing gear. Who cares? I know who I root for. Why does it matter to you? I think I don't know. The fandom thing it gets strange, man.
What do you mean?
It gets a little strange. It's just the way we fan. And the way
the policing of other fans is weird.
I just hate, like, you know what I'm saying?
But you have to admit, to some level, like, because of how popular Steph Curry is and how he's just very different. He's in a total unique stratosphere. And because of the sport he plays, there are a lot of Steph fans who watch the Warriors. And so a lot of Warrior commentary from afar, it's more Steph Curry commentary as opposed to Warrior fandom commentary.
Well, we had our boy from France, what was his name? Antonin. Antonin. Was it Antonin? Yeah, Antonin over there in France. I don't see him tweet much. Does he still tweet?
I don't
or
know.
X? I haven't seen him tweet much. That'd be the algorithms were all jacked up now. Know. But he's a Warrior. He's a Steph fan. Started watching Steph and became a Warrior fan all the way from Paris, France. In case I took Paris from Kanye when he was on Punk.
So
I gotta go to Paris. Remember that episode?
But that's a great example.
I gotta go to Paris.
I'm glad you bring him up. Like, that's a great example. I don't know. Like, maybe he'll continue to be a Warrior fan moving forward. Maybe he won't.
I don't know. I don't know what makes people.
That's a good point, though.
I don't know about today's fandom. I kind of just worry about like when people say, like, we were having a conversation a couple months ago. You know, when people go to other games and wear their team's jersey, it's a way to represent their team, although their team is not playing in that game. Mm-hmm. See, I have no issue with that. You talked about that. You're just like, I don't get it. Everybody fans differently. You know what I'm saying?
Like when I go to another team, like I went to the Phoenix Suns Nuggets game in Phoenix. I didn't wear a Warrior jersey. I just wore, a polo shirt or whatever.
I probably would have wore a Warriors hat. Okay. Just be like, hey, I'm watching you guys, but this is who I root for. Just know I'm a Warrior fan. Just to let them know. Like when I went to Raider games, I always wore a Niner hoodie or a Niner hat. Just like, hey, I'm here to enjoy football because I love the sport of football. But I'm a Niner, so I'm going to wear my Niner hat. But I don't know. Everybody's different.
Like Mahomes has reached that stratosphere where I believe there are Mahomes fans and then there are Chiefs fans. Like Whitley is a Chiefs fan and has been a Chiefs fan for her entire life and clearly is in love with Patrick Mahomes, the player, right?
Think about how many Patriot fans are Patriot fans because of Tom Brady.
Well, I've got a nephew. Directly correlated. And I'm like, how are your Patriots doing right now?
So it happens in every sport. Like Shohei Ohtani. There's more Shohei Ohtani fans.
Well, I'm a Shohei fan.
I just want to go see him hit. They go follow him from team to team. I just want to go see him play. He's a big fan of mine, like Julio Rodriguez, Ronald Acuna Jr. Can't get enough of those guys. Cannot get enough. Bobby Witt Jr. Why is the only reason why we're watching Kansas City Royal games? Because we want to see Bobby Witt Jr. hit.
I don't think it's a bad thing. I'm just saying
I don't either. But there's stands. It's just not.
Steph's just the one I'm highlighting.
Basketball, yeah, but because basketball. But no, I see this a lot with the NBA. Say the NBA is the only sport that has player stands.
No, we do it in every sport.
You know what? We do that in every sport here. Every sport. There's player stands. There's people who will jump from team to team to team to team to team. There may be a Chief fan today. 10 years later, they may be a Buffalo Bill fan.
Well, when for example, with baseball, I'll just give you, the kids. Kids have Shohei jerseys, Acuna jerseys, the T-shirt jersey. Acuna, Mookie Betts, Shohei with the Angels, and Bryce Harper. Those are the four guys that I see more than any other. Yep. And that doesn't mean they don't wear a Nationals hat. They'll just wear the jersey.
And so, like, I think about the OGs, right? There's a lot of OG Pittsburgh Steelers fans. There's a lot of OG Miami Dolphins
Hell
fans.
yeah, there are. Hell yeah,
dominated the 70s.
Hell yeah,
and they were
That's
always on TV. And so they're still, even though they may be from Oakland, California, or maybe not Oakland, California, because I know they were Raider fans and they hated Steelers, but maybe they're from LA or some. I don't know. But there's Pittsburgh Steelers all over the country because of what they did in the 70s. And they said, you know what? I'm just going to stick with that team.
But I think the way we consumed sports in the 70s is not parallel to what we do now because of the fan dueling and because of the fantasy.
No, I understand that.
It's just it's like it's.
Well, I understand that, but
you're
those
right about
same
Steelers fans. They're everywhere.
They stay with that team, even though they watch it. Now it may be different now if they did consume TV the way we do today. If they consumed it the same way in the 70s, but they didn't, and they stuck 510 right here. Xfinity Mobile text line. Hey, you're talking to a Dan Marino fan who's been stuck with the Dolphins for years. Love Dan Marino. Boom, he's stuck with the Dolphins.
There you go.
Like I got my boy Zubair Latif. He jumps from team to team because of players. He grew up a Dolphins fan because of Dan Marino.
Interesting.
All of a sudden he left. He became a T.O. fan and was like, I'm just gonna follow T.O. everywhere. So I'll be a Bills fan with T.O.'s there. I'll be a Cowboy fan with T.O.'s there. So
what is he now?
Who knows? I don't know. Zubair jumps from team to team. He said hops. He may be a Patrick Mahomes fan. Who the hell knows?
That's
Zubair, if you're out there listening, Zubair, text me. Who does Zubair root for right now?
I don't have one friend in my friend circle who does that. That's interesting. And maybe we're too old.
I don't have a friend. I mean, I got a lot of friends. I mean, you probably have a friend somewhere, right?
That does that?
Yeah.
That jumps around teams?
I got a lot of friends.
No, I got my buddy Kyle Walsh. He's been a Raider fan his whole life. Him and his dad, Raider fans their whole lives. And he's like the one Raider fan in our crew.
Yeah.
Everyone else, Niners, Giants, Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, like our crews, my small circle of crew fans stick with their teams and whoever they
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
but a lot of friends, being broader here, a lot of people that we grew up with. I know people who've jumped from team to team. It's like, oh, you rooting for them now? Oh, you rooting for that now?
Well, how would it be different
if Worldwide Hef, for example. Worldwide Hef
which
follows
is very
LeBron
rare.
everywhere.
I know.
Follows LeBron everywhere.
Yeah, I find that odd.
It's just fandom. Fandom is an odd thing, right?
Well, I always ask myself, what if there was, let's say in football, if there was no Niners, how would I have picked a team? Would it have been the closest one? Was that who my family would have been rooting for? If there was no baseball team, who would I have rooted for? I think about that at times.
Well, it's like fandom. Like we're talking about Star Wars fans. I don't get Star Wars fans. I don't get the hype. I'm not ripping Star Wars. I know I was laughing at the analogy. We're just having fun here. I was trying to lighten the mood up.
It's a very toxic community, by the way.
It is. Well, I'm learning that.
Very toxic.
Every time I dip my toes, anytime I dip my toes into Star Wars trilogies or say I don't get it, they come at. I swear to God, they come at me in the DMs.
They wanted the actors. They wanted like a 10-year-old kid who played Anakin. And they didn't like how he acted.
Yeah,
they
ridiculous.
Sent him letters to his family and stuff.
But see, when we talk about fandom in certain movies, we always don't like to say movies. People lose their minds.
They lose their minds.
So anyway, Fast Five. My final thought is, I don't think you're less of a person if you love Star Wars. I was just waiting for the play of the lane. We were waiting for 8 minutes. Like, where's this going?
You were the chosen
Can you say spaceship instead of plane?
No, I'm going to pull a Shasky here. Shasky's ready to choke me out here.
No, that's Darth Vader.
That's a tremendous question.
If we're going to go Star Wars now, my final thought is, I truly believe in my heart of hearts, the greatest 2 minutes in all of the Star Wars enterprise of all the things they've done, cartoons, movies, whatever. It's the final 2 minutes of Rogue One where Darth Vader shows all of his full powers. I'm telling you, it's the best 2 minutes in all of Star Wars.
I'm not being a bully, man. Why you guys see, I hate being in this position. Because whenever I joke with you guys, I'm the bully. But you guys joke with me, and it's like, yeah, get them. So, see, we're divided. I'm
what did I do?
I'm like Duke University.
We are all here.
I feel like a Duke Blue Devil with somebody chat.
It's okay that you don't like Star Wars.
No,
None of us are.
I don't not like it. I just don't.
It's not your thing. That's all right.
No one's missing out but you.
And Matt Steinmetz and many others.
I love how you and Steiny are much more closely aligned than you wanted to admit.
No, you're more like me than you think.
There, I knew you were going to play that.
And he doesn't get that.
You were gonna play
he doesn't get that. Which is why I'm starting to grow to respect Steiny a lot more with his takes. He has been on fire. He is having a hell of a year. Somebody's got to keep you fans in check.
Steiny and Bonte podcast coming to
that would be a very boring
feed
show.
near you.
That'd be a very boring show. Go ahead, guys.
I'm going to need Steph Curry to do tonight to the Mavericks what Darth Vader did to those rebels in that hallway scene at the end of Rogue One. And then Draymond, avoid the darkness, stay with the light. Do not let the hate flow through you. Remember, a good player lets the force flow through him.
Is he a gray Jedi in this universe?
He's a bounty hunter.
He's a bounty hunter, yeah.
Draymond
he is
Green.
a bounty hunter. Great call.
Get out of here.
Great call.
My man's hanging out in Sarlacc pits. That's it.
Sarlacc pits.
Draymond's the king of the cantina.
When Luke hits that little boomerang off of the diving board, that is badass scene.
That's it.
That's it. That was Fast Five.
That's a tremendous question.
Brought to you by Star Wars or Xfinity. Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
Wish it was Star Wars. That Star Wars money's different.
It is.
Yeah, you guys are suckers for it. You can keep giving them all that money. Dressing up in those crazy-ass costumes, man.
Well, I mean, you pay for Disney, right? I do.
Yeah, I do. For my daughter.
Yeah, I enjoy some of the stuff on there as well.
I do, too.
X-Men 97, very good.
Don't remember that one.
It's re-released. It's new.
Have a good day, everybody. Steiny go next. Warriors and Mavericks. It's Warriors game day. Steiny, you're more like me than you think you are.
I'm what you might call fairy.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Morning, everybody. Matt Stein, Metz Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you. 95.7 The Game.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, man?
Just fired up.
Why?
I had an experience last night with the women's basketball college game that was incredible. We'll talk about. No, it was incredible. The world watched, and I watched it with Nahegan the boss. I watched it with millions. Look at your eye. Not in person, on X. That's when X is beautiful. Last night, Steiny, the world was watching, and I watched 8 straight hours of just awesome basketball in the women's college game, and now I can't wait to Friday. I really mean that. I can't wait. You're smiling. You believe me.
It's only 4 hours of basketball. What, 8.
Yeah. 8 quarters.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
No, it was a lot of fun. I watched both games with my buddies, and then I went home and watched it with my daughter.
Well, yeah, you were active on the Vine.
I was?
Yeah, for you.
What'd I say?
Just, you were watching.
That the women's game's overtaking the men's game in real time?
Well, I don't know what to do with that. Well, who's to blame? But
I mean, I enjoyed those games last night.
Oh, my gosh.
A lot. And I'm trying to figure out why.
Now, damn.
And there's something about the 4 women who played that are the best players on each of their teams.
Okay.
Like, they're more... It's just more fun watching Beckers and Watkins because they stick out because they're so good from all the other players. I feel like the men's game, there's some great players, but you can watch a game and one night somebody will be better than the other. I don't know. I just, I love.
Well, the men's is missing that, right? And it's nobody's fault.
Well, I'm even I'm comparing it to the pro game. Even.
Okay, yeah.
It just feels like. I've always, I don't want to put this. I guess I should have come in scripted today.
No, Matt, we don't. Come on now.
The best basketball games I've ever watched is when there's a player on the floor that's better than everybody else. So, Steph was like that at times during his career. I loved watching. I saw Billy Owens play in high school.
Man,
and Sam Bowie. And they were dominant. And that's kind of the way that the women last night, like Juju Watkins,
they were calling her Carmelo.
I think she's the best. I think
they were calling her Melo.
She might be the best of the 4. She's incredible.
She's freshman.
Yeah.
But Caitlin Clark, Steiny, what if I told you and Evan and Spadoni, I feel like this is a slight, but it's the ultimate biggest compliment in the world. I felt like I was watching prime Steph Curry last night. She was shooting from the logo.
A couple bad ones. Is that what reminded you?
Stop.
How about the
chef? We got 2 chefs in the kitchen, but Steiny, she's awesome, and I can't wait to watch again. But I will say something because Evan pointed it out. I don't want to throw him under the no bus, but there is no bus. The game changed when we saw Angel Reese go under the basket and roll the ankle. She balled out. Isaiah Thomas, she toughed it out. But at the end of the day, Steiny, you could tell she was getting offensive boards, rebound. She couldn't explode, but that still does not take LSU's coach off the hook for not trying to get the ball out of Caitlin Clark's hands.
You coming down Mulkey's Road?
I guess
national champion.
Goo, you coaching? Yes, I am.
Oh, and you've been watching them play that
2-3,
that 2-3 zone and that matchup zone all year. You wonder why they went away from it, huh?
But this is special when you got a player that's open at half court like Caitlin was. Just a thought I had. Like, man, you got to get that ball out of her hands, Donnie.
The thought I had was, to me, I'm fascinated with how seasons come to an end.
Well,
we'll be talking about the Warriors in a moment.
Oh, dude.
To me, and I said this to Evan, and I just want to know if you thought this too, just watching that game. I get it. We're not watching these teams all year, but I followed LSU a little bit. They've had some issues this year. Angel Reese was suspended for 4 games. We still don't even know why she was suspended. Mookie never said why she was suspended for 4 games. But anyway, I watched that game, and you know what I thought? one team's together and one team is fracturing. And I said this to Evan. Mookie the last week made this all about herself. Whether it was the threatened lawsuit with the Washington Post about an article that never come out yet, which was turned out to be pretty harmless, and then she
got an apology from the LA Times writer.
Yeah, and he should have. He was out of line. But what I'm getting at is like Mookie, I just think they just weren't together, LSU. They just had too much happen to them all year. They were a little out of sync late, and Iowa's a team that's been together a little longer.
But early they were playing, Stoney.
Of course they're going to play. Yeah. I'm not saying they're going to not show up, but the end of that game, it came apart a little bit when the big-time adversity hit.
No doubt about it. But, I mean, the world was watching. We'll get the numbers. I got to believe that was the biggest night ever in women's college hoop, and I hadn't forgot about the Lisa Leslies and all the great women, players before. But last night, you just talked about it, 4 special players, and the world was watching. Man, I'm on a high off of that. And I watched UConn, Gino. See, so it's on. As they say in the streets, it's on, Stoney.
What do you think about the Warrior game tonight? They play Dallas.
All right,
here at Chase Center.
Yesterday, I disappointed
How important are you?
I disappointed you yesterday,
Twice,
but I was
actually.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I thought about it another time,
We'll
too.
talk about the second part later.
Yeah.
But let's get to the first part. And Bonte kind of echoed my sentiments as he got up out of here. Stoney, it's becoming clear that this could be the last 8 games of the Big Three. 9 if they get into the play-in and don't win it. So I'm overcome with emotion from that vantage point. I want to see if this road trip is really, where they beat kind of some pretenders. And I want to just see them win a game at home because they've been struggling at home. And I want them to take it to Luka and Kyrie tonight. And
what if they do? What if they do?
Again, I'll feel a whole hell of a lot better about their chances moving forward when that night comes, whoever they play, either at home or on the road in that play-in game. But if Jonathan Kuminga is out another game, then that's me worrying, before or regardless of what happens on the court, tonight if he's not there. So I got a lot going on in my melon, and I'll leave you with this. I thought about Klay Thompson's future, and I mean this to the core. I don't think the Warriors are in any position to say bye-bye to Klay Thompson with his specialty is shooting. The league is about shooting. And this team, Stoney, I'm going Mark Jackson, doesn't have any shooters. So how in the hell can you not do your damnness, Joe Lacob and company, to keep him a Golden State Warrior?
Well, as well as he's shooting it, he's having the worst shooting year of his career. So you have to think about 2 years down the line and what he might shoot from 3. He's shooting 38% right now. He's definitely still a threat, but if you're telling me they can't afford to lose Klay, and I'm not saying I disagree with you.
I'm hearing you. I'm listening.
Well, then we're running it back, aren't we?
Now,
for the most part.
I think you might be onto something.
Because Tim Kawakami of The Athletic was on with the afternoon show. Here's what he said about Draymond Green.
I hear this from the Warriors stakeholders, as I wrote, not just the last few days, but over the last few weeks, last few months, even the last few years, is that he's worth it. They make that decision every time. And at some point, he probably won't be worth it. And that might be in a year, it might be in 2 years. If there's some great trade offer for him, it might be this offseason, but I don't think that's coming. And a game like last night is why they make these decisions. I'll tell the honest truth is I was going to write a column on Draymond is very similar to the one it turned out even before that game happened, just presuming he was going to have a really good game, because that's the way it goes with Draymond. Something controversial happens, something that pushes the Warriors and the fans and the nation to wonder, is this guy, should he still be around? And he usually pulls out a great game or 2 or 3 or 5.
Well, if they're not moving Draymond and you need Klay, then you're essentially going to try to move Wiggins. Is that going to be enough? I guess what I'm saying for Warrior fans is, and I just kind of throwing this out. I'm going to throw a bunch of stuff out there today because there's a lot going on. And one is the idea of the Warriors having big changes if things don't end well. Are Warrior fans ready for big changes? I was talking to a buddy tonight, or yesterday rather, and he's like, I'm just not ready for this to end yet. I'm just not ready for it to end.
I feel that.
All right. So I don't, and obviously he was talking about this season, but my question is kind of where are the Warrior fans at? Is it as simple as, listen, if they make a run, they get into the playoffs, maybe win a series, you know what? Maybe we do run it back. Is that a possibility? If the Warriors somehow get into the playoffs, and even if they lose, let's say in the first round, but they take it to 6 games, will that be enough to stave off changes? Like, is there a result that the Warriors can have this year where we look at this team and say, you know what? God, let's bring it back one more time. You know, Wiggins played pretty well down the stretch, and Draymond had a good last 12 games, and the young guys are growing. Steph's still playing at a high level. Let's get Clay back here. I guess what I'm wondering is, are fans more excited about that idea or the idea of, at the end of the season, Clay becomes a question mark, and we're going to try to move somebody to make this team better? What do you want to see? Goo.
Addition, the plus button on the calculator. And everything you want, you can't have. And I know there's financial restraints, but I don't want to see Klay Thompson in another uniform. Tim Kawakami's an icon out here, Steiny, but I'm being real here. So because he said he talked to the stakeholders, are you taking that to the bank 100?
No.
Where they're okay?
Absolutely not.
So to me, then, big could be, Draymond Kuminga package. I'm just throwing stuff out there. That's what qualifies to me as big. But and I've always thought this was a possibility, kind of running it back with no suspensions. Where are you at then? I'm okay with that.
I'm not. I'm not. And I'm interested, and you've brought this up a lot, and I don't dismiss it at all. And it's the idea of, well, if Draymond wouldn't have got suspended.
Go ahead, man.
Okay. Where would they be? Instead of 40 and 32?
Would you guys laugh me off the block if I said 6?
That's too many for me.
Is that too many for you, Evan? 6 seed?
A 6 seed? Or I thought you meant 6 games.
Yeah, no, 6 seed. If maybe Draymond had not got suspended and only missed 3 games of the amount that he missed.
Potentially, but then also you might not have had the emergence of Kuminga, who's a big reason you're playing good basketball. So, I think they're probably in this position one way or the other, because if the older guys stay healthy, maybe Kerr is still hanging on to him.
But here's a bigger question. Can you go into next year assuming that Draymond Green is going to have a year like he hasn't had in the past 2?
Well, last year he played 70 games.
Right, but he punched a teammate and he messed up the season.
I think
this year he got suspended for 25 games. Like, that's where I think I don't know. I'm not a Warrior fan. But to me, that idea of let's bring Dre back and count on him to play 68 to 72 games at a high level with no incidents. Like, how excited are fans about that? Or how realistic? In other words, if I told a fan, you know what, I think we're going to, we probably won't get a great deal for Draymond anyway. He's still very important to us. We're bringing him back. He's going to be on the team next year, and by golly, let's hope we can get 70 games out of him and high level of play. Do you go into the season with that being your expectation? That's risky to me.
Well, I'm a lover and a dreamer, and I'll say this to that. We don't know what the ramifications were for Draymond Green and what happened last week in Orlando. But what if I told you, Stoney, that hurt him to the point of, or that woke him up to where next year that won't happen. You could call me a fool or be in denial, but reality is...
If that's the way you feel, that's the way you feel. I'm wondering how other Warrior fans feel about that.
Well, let's put the right on the table, brought to you by Atco. If this were a poker game, I don't like the hand I have if I'm Joe Lacob. You know what I mean? That's
you don't get to have
aces.
You don't get to have a great hand at the end of a dynasty.
Oh, man.
Like there are going to be brutal decisions to be made.
So
there's no doubt about it.
Let's just talk about what you just said, the end of a dynasty. If you went around...
People aren't even ready to say that right now.
But what if they're feeling it, and maybe that's why the mood is melancholy like you talked about yesterday?
It's possible.
I hated series that I used to watch Alice and One Day at a Time, and every time they had that finale to where the show was over, your boy was sad, Stoney. And I feel like there's some of that with the Warriors. Now, if Klay comes back and is still the big three, okay, maybe they're done winning titles, but I still get to watch them aspire to try to get back.
Would you?
And, as crazy as that sounds.
So you would almost... You'd be willing to give up success, like winning a title, for these guys to play 2 or 3 more years together?
No. Let me hit it in reverse. I'd be willing to give up my prize young asset after Steph Curry, which is Jonathan Kuminga, to try to get me an immediate seasoned veteran that maybe could enhance our chances right away to get us back to the promised land. And no shade at Jonathan Kuminga, but I'm willing to mortgage his future with us for what we have left of not just Steph, of the big three. Because every day I wake up, Stoney, I'm like, what are they really, what you just talked about, what constitutes a big change? You got to move a Draymond or a Jonathan Kuminga or Andrew Wiggins.
Or
you
Klay.
just have to.
A big move to me is pretty easy. It's losing either Draymond, Klay Thompson, Wiggins, or Kuminga.
Well, that's a lot.
I think if you move any one of those 4, that would constitute as a big change, because 3 of them are champions, and one of them is your best young player. This from the 510, and this is interesting. Even if the Warriors win the title, I want changes.
Damn.
CP3 would be 40. Wiggins still inconsistent. If they win the title, cash in the chips while the value is high. All right, well, let's not go that far. Let's not.
Chris Paul might get a 4-year deal if they win a championship.
Man, he's got to be a starter. He's a starter in our league, right?
No, I don't think he is.
You don't think so?
No, I don't.
I wonder, does he think so?
I don't think he's had as great a year as people think. I think he's been fine. I think he's been okay. I don't think he's been great. But I don't think anybody's been great.
Well, I was just following up with
Who's had the best year for the Warriors?
Jonathan Kuminga.
All right. Evan, you think that? Jonathan Kuminga has had the best year?
I'm trying to think, who would he even be up against?
He would be up against Curry.
Yeah, Steph, obviously.
I feel like that don't count, but yeah, that's a given.
It's probably one of the young guys, just from the progression standpoint.
TJD?
So Kuminga. If Trace Jackson Davis starts the last 8 games of this season and you get looks like a piece, maybe.
Let's go to Philmo Mike. Start us off, Philmo.
Mike.
Philmo, where you at, man? What's going on?
Hey, man, I'm on the Bay Bridge, man. Going to the town real quick. But we need to stop focusing on the big 3. Because first of all, let me get this straight. We don't have a big 3 no more. We got a big 1.5, a big 1, and a medium 2.
Wow.
Feel me? No, seriously. Our big, and then also on top of this, our big 3 was never really like a big 3. It just happened to happen. You got Draymond Green, a 6'5" power forward center with long-ass arms, and that could run the point. You got Steph Curry, one of the most greatest under 6'3", 6'4", and you had Klay Thompson. We never had, like, the big 3 where it was like James Worthy, Magic Johnson, Michael. You feel me? Like, we got to remember that. That's very key. Also, let's stop worrying about the big 3. That's the problem. That's how we got in this trouble in the first place. We keep Warriors team. Why do we keep worrying about the big 3? Who we trying to keep who we trying to keep together?
Mike, so you're okay. Yeah. Mike, let me ask you this. So it sounds like, and I'm just picking Klay out because it could be anybody, but if Klay Thompson does not return as a Warrior, are you like, oh, we had good times, shout out J.J. Evans, and now it's about the future? Or would you be like, I don't want to lose Clay because that's where I'm at for a team that has no shooters outside of Steph.
Well, when you thinking like Joe Lacob, the goal should always be about the future and not now. I'm pretty sure Joe Lacob's goal is about the future and not this season.
I think so, too.
He's probably already written away this season.
Wow.
He's probably like, you know what? We'll see what it do on the other side. But you got to remember, Steiny brought this up. Don't be scared to see when Steph coming off the bench. I'm telling you, it could be a great thing, but the Warriors have to figure it out going forward. Our big three is not as big as we wanted to believe and we think it is. We had some great years, awesome years, the greatest years of my life. But it may be time to move on. It may be.
Appreciate it, Mike.
Wow.
Have a good day, buddy.
Yeah. Like Chris Paul not coming back was always a given for me.
Right.
When he came with the money and you talk about the second apron and all that other technical stuff. So that doesn't constitute, and you didn't mention that, as a big change. But one of the big three not here, and like you ran it down with Wiggins, but Steiny, the big change to me is I'm just throwing Paul George's name out, somebody that's been in the league, a guy like that, a Bradley Beal or a Kevin Durant, where, somehow you can make it happen to where Jonathan Kuminga, his future is so damn bright that you said, you know what, we got to sacrifice this to get something to add some longevity to Steph Curry and Draymond and the Warriors trying to get number 5.
I'm not doing that. Obviously.
So Kuminga's untouchable in your eyes?
I wouldn't say untouchable,
okay.
but I am not, in theory. Now, you want to throw 10 deals at me, maybe one, I'll say, that's interesting. But here's what I'm not doing. I'm not moving Jonathan Kuminga for again, a try at a grand slam in the bottom of the 9th inning of this dream that somehow next year we could be a title team. How? I don't know where Warrior fans are with that, but I'm not moving Jonathan Kuminga for a guy like that, for like Bradley Beal. No chance. Absolutely, positively no chance.
No, that sounds ludicrous. I hear you. But Bradley Beal, but
are you really going to be able to get LeBron James for just Jonathan Kuminga? And here's the other problem with.
Well, you're going to have to add a lot of stuff to that.
Here's what I'm not. Steph's 36 years old. You're going to trade Jonathan Kuminga and 2 future firsts for what?
A shot in
one shot, 1 year. A shot at 1 year. I don't.
Well, then what you said, running it back is reality then.
No, but I don't think, that doesn't sound like Joe Lacob to me. Forget about what I think of it.
But what do you think he meant then? I know it's the 100th time I've asked you. What did he mean by
I'm breaking up the big 3?
Caught up in the moment.
I'm breaking up the big 3. If we can't win, if we lose in the play-in, all bets are off. That's what I think he's saying. Man. And of all the deals that come out, or if they can't get out of the play-in, then I think all bets are off. Then they have a decision to make with Clay. Then, to me, they'll talk about what they can do, if anything, with Draymond Green. And, at that point, they'll probably have a conversation about whether, do we really want to move our 21-year-old for a 33-year-old who, when Steph might only have 2 or 3 years left? Like, that doesn't sound like Lacob to me. I think I'm not saying Lacob's excited to move off the big 3, but I don't think big changes scare Joe Lacob like some of the fans.
All right.
I think Joe Lacob will have every right, if this team cannot get out of the play-in, to say, hey, I'm doing whatever I want this offseason. We have no allegiances to anybody anymore because we didn't even make the playoffs. And if he has that juice, then I think all bets.
This is what's bothering me, Stoney. I hear you.
Yep.
I've never envisioned a season, a scenario to where Steph Curry would be playing basketball for the Warriors, and they really weren't, a threat to win it. And that's what I feel like
the playoffs
that we're about to embark on, and that is weird. I think it's unhealthy, just for a fan base that is used to, And I'm not putting this at anybody's doorstep, but this could be the first chapter of you run it back. Well, the Warriors, they can make that's. I don't know if he wants to sign up for that.
Well, what's he going to sign up for? I mean, no, I hear what you're saying. If Steph Curry if Steph Curry's a bigger priority than the Golden State Warriors, I think that's a big problem in and of itself. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, I want to talk about the Dallas Mavericks who are in town tonight.
Man.
Who play the Golden State Warriors. Goo, you said yesterday the road trip was nice, but you want to see them beat a good team. Well, tonight a good team's coming into Chase Center. How does it feel if you're a Warrior fan in terms of if you get tonight, do you start to believe again? That segment was presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. 888-957-9570.
Ready to upgrade your savings? Here's your chance.
It's the lunch special.
Yeah.
With Big D at the hospital. What are we having today for lunch, Big D?
Give me some salami, baby.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
One thing I was thinking as it relates to the Warriors, and I kind of want to do this, although some people...
Fix your camera.
Thank you.
I got you.
Although some people may not want to, but shouldn't we just assume that the Warriors aren't going to make a run? There's never been a team from 9 or 10 go anywhere. There's never been a 9 or 10 seed that's made any noise. Even last year, everybody cites the Lakers and the Heat.
Yeah.
They were both 7. They were both 7.
It feels like a 9
which
or 10.
guaranteed them 2 straight home games if they can't get it done in one. Miami Heat lost to the Hawks in the play-in at home, but then they got another home game, and they won, and then they made the playoffs, and then they beat the Bucks, who were a 1 seed.
I'm not mad at you.
There's no 10 seed that's ever made a run. They just don't.
And maybe that's why you're not feeling what you thought might be out in the neighborhood yesterday.
Maybe that's it. Is that it? Is that it? That the reality's setting in that a 10 seed, it's just too much work?
And the Warriors, I got good people. I am positive, Pete, but I'm being real too. Steiny, they haven't won a game ever in the play-in. They're 0-2.
And
I'm just Steph is up. Steph.
How much does that matter? Really?
Come on. They're 0-2.
So
2 games.
What?
Yeah, 2 games they had and they didn't win 2 years ago. I asked you a question because we're going to get into the Dallas Mavericks, and I think Luka could be MVP. I really do.
Guru said to me.
Tell him, because I'm about to do this.
Evan.
Is hot water in your face, cold water.
Hey, one of you guys. I just got Guru. He says, "Hey, do you think a Warrior fan would? You think they'd want to switch places with the Dallas Mavericks?" Yes.
And then I went over every team in the West, and I'm like, outside of the Clippers.
Last time I checked, Dallas didn't have 4 championships. So no.
Yeah.
Okay.
It meant future, though. Yeah, future.
I'm good.
What?
Oh, for the future?
Yeah, for the future.
I'd rather have Doncic, of course.
Yeah, no,
yes,
and that's what it was predicated
What happened to Guru during the break was he just went down the teams in the West and said, would you rather be the Warriors or Oklahoma City?
Because everybody's younger, Evan.
Well, there's a couple teams from the Warriors I wouldn't rather be. I wouldn't rather be the Suns. I don't know if I'd rather be the Lakers. They're kind of in the same place to me.
Would you rather be the Spurs with Victor Wembanyama?
I would. See, that's too far.
Yes, I would.
I don't know.
The Warriors can rebuild by the time he's ready to really. I mean, he's going to be a Hall of Famer, but they need other pieces.
How are they going to rebuild? But
I wouldn't rather be Sacramento.
No, I'm with you there. Me neither.
But no, what I'm saying is, what are you laughing at? If you guys are going to tell jokes back there and laugh, and we can see you laughing.
No, we're laughing that we were all in unison of not wanting to be the Kings.
Don't let the D-Lo and KC hear that, man.
Yeah, I don't want to be the Kings.
Yeah.
At all.
But I got to say something to Evan about Kevin Durant. Phoenix is coming on, and they had a big win last night. They beat Denver this year twice at Denver, and I know Devin Booker went for 50, and Phoenix is kind of attractive.
Oh, I also wouldn't rather be the Clippers moving forward.
Yeah, I'm with you there. That thing's at the end. See, I love all 3 of those dudes.
Okay, and I guess my question would be, and I'm not going to pick the Clippers, but you realize you have 3 players who are 34, 34, and 36.
Yeah, so do they.
Who?
The Clippers.
Well, what about? So you don't want Sabonis and Fox?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather be the Kings. Come to think of it.
Steiny,
they have better young players.
Oh yeah, you love Sabonis.
I don't like Sabonis,
but they've yet to win a playoff series.
Okay,
and I think that probably will keep up this year too. With the injuries, but
you guys are more.
You're taking De'Aaron Fox and his youth over Steph.
Yes, yeah, of course I am. De'Aaron Fox is 24 years old.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to win that. Any Curry stan or Warrior fan when it comes to the birth certificate, and that's what's kind of scary, man.
Exactly. That's why I'm not trading Jonathan Kuminga for a 1-year. What is it even? A 1-year gambit.
Well, then what do you do besides run it back, partner?
You try to move somebody in the offseason, and you try to get a couple pieces in here that fit and see if you have a little addition by subtraction. And you hope your young players get better. Let's go to Don. Don's in Fresno. Get us started, Don. 888-957-9570. What's up, buddy?
Hey, yeah, so if we're not losing Clay or Dre, which I don't think we are.
Okay. Go ahead. We lose him?
I think so.
Don in Fresno calls back.
No.
If you're not losing Dre or Clay, that's where we lost you.
That's a hell of a tease.
And who picks up Wiggins slack? Like, I've never been a fan of addition by subtraction. If he were to get out of here, who is it? Moody? Like, I'm not saying it can't be, but be careful what you wish for.
You don't think, if just hypothetically, and I'm not even a huge Moody guy, like Moody being in the lineup day in and day out would probably keep you.
And I like Moody.
Like, Wiggins has had a terrible year.
Yeah.
Like, he has not been good.
But I'll never say he's a terrible player.
Well, you don't have to, but he doesn't help. Like, he didn't help you win this year.
Well, the last month he's been better. I know he had a stinker in San Antonio.
So that's that's
you're gonna need him, Stein. He's starting tonight.
When are you gonna need him?
Tonight?
Okay.
Well, and then the playing
if you need him tonight, then you're gonna need him next year.
Well, I'm not ready to run him out of town. I'm ready for somebody to see what's up upstairs.
Let's go to Devon. He's in the Uber. What's up, Devon? How you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen. How's it going today, man?
Talk to us.
So it's tough, man, being a Warrior fan forever. I'm 33, but I've been a Warrior fan forever, about to be 34. And you know what? I hear this, we're so used to winning thing, and I'm not. I remember the days of walking to the Coliseum and getting in for 10, 15. You see what I'm saying? Like, I remember those teams. Majority of my life, the Warriors have not been successful, and so I'm not used to winning. I wish this would be a lot longer. I loved it when KD came over. I said, it's about time, so when I look at things from that perspective, I see things like I'm with ownership. We got to get Dubs. He's been in the luxury tax for years, and it's time for the players and the roster and the Warriors culture to start looking at Joe in a way like, all right, let's give you some relief. You looked out for us. Let's look out for you. Some of these guys got to go. We have to create a new dynasty. Like, just because this dynasty's ending, it doesn't mean we can't. Like, we're trying to be a step ahead for a new one as well, a smooth transition. I think that the only guys that can't go anywhere are Curry. I really do want to keep Kuminga. I don't even think this offseason has anything crazy enough to offer for us to give him away, pretty much. So, and I like, I can't think of his name, but our new rookie center. I'm sorry.
TJ Jackson Davis. Yeah.
Right. I would love to see what he does forward. Bigs usually develop a little later than like guards and forwards. So I love Clay. I love Dre. You guys did great, and they did great by giving you guys these contracts over the years. When Clay was hurt, he was still getting paid. It's not like they restructured anything, so everything that was given, and now we have to look at it and say we may have to part ways, So I love the culture. I love you guys. That's just what I wanted to say. I think it's time to move forward, but I do kind of want to keep Kuminga because as you see in the West, Shai, Ant, throughout the league, the young Luka, there's young guys stepping up for their teams. Man. Maybe that could be Kuminga. So love you guys.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate the call.
So this won't be a last dance if Clay is brought back, but it might be the last parade. You know what I mean? Like,
what do you mean?
The last dance, it was over. Jordan, everybody was gone. But the Warriors you'll still have that nucleus, but you won't have a threat to win titles.
No.
So the last parade is what you would call. He sounds like a guy that's full, a fan that can take a step back and say we've been blessed and lucky. Remembers the hard times.
Well, it's also a fan that I think knows you bring Clay back and Draymond comes back and Steph comes back and Kuminga comes back and here comes Wiggins because you can't get rid of him. What are we doing then? We don't have a draft pick. We don't have a pick this year.
Trying to win games is what my answer would be.
We're a 10 seed.
Are we really, though? If we do the Draymond math about the suspension, you know what I mean?
Okay, then let's keep it together, Goo. Then bring it. You keep saying that, and I'm not saying there's no merit to it, but don't say the Draymond math puts us at 45 and 29. Well, then we're talking about this team differently.
Yeah, and it's not as dire then, too.
Okay, well, then you know what? Think that way.
Well, no,
seriously.
He may be doing that. He may,
I don't think he's doing that. And this is where I think Joe Lacob's different than a sentimental. I do not think Joe Lacob is as sentimental as a lot of fans. For example, I kind of just asked you, would you bring Clay back for a couple years just to watch this team with the big three, play 2 more years? He's not doing that just to be a 500 team. Like that, I firmly believe with my whole heart and my whole soul. If he brings Klay Thompson back, it's because the moves he's also made around Klay Thompson, he thinks can get him back into contention.
All right. I have something for you.
There's just no way that Joe Lacob's going to say, well, let's just bring Klay back and so we can, keep the big three together. We might not have a move for Draymond, so he'll be here. Wiggins, boy, can we really take pennies on the dollar if his value's so low? We'll keep wait like that. That to me is like he would never do that.
Okay,
I don't think Joe Lacob would ever do that, even if they made the playoffs and took the first team to 6 games.
All right. I'm going to show you how much
maybe I'm wrong.
I love you because I listened to you. And a couple weeks ago, a few times you said this. So you're telling me, that's a Steiny, you're telling me that Draymond is going to get his contract, and when it's all said and done, the bottle would stop spinning when it got to Klay Thompson. When you just think of it that way, you kind of feel like, wow, that's basketball version of unfair. But when you talk about the sentimental, he told Tim Kawakami, Joe Lacob did, that he looked at Draymond as a brother, and that went into Draymond getting 400.
It wasn't the only reason.
But you don't think any of that relationship aspect of it or component of it is going to stop when it comes to Klay? That's where I'm at.
I do.
That's when I would be like, oh, he's for real then. Not saying it's a bad move, but
what are you saying? Like, you just bring Klay back.
No, the fact that Klay's been here and has been a big part of this dynasty.
You're arguing
just
both
like
sides.
Draymond. No, I'm trying to sell this point.
Okay.
The fact that he showed you, Joe Lacob, he would give Dre 400 and cite how much of their closeness their bond means something. I think there's a credit card for Klay Thompson with that same
I don't think they have the same relationship. What if I told you that?
Now that's
we had a report that Klay's relationship with Lacob has not been good.
Hey, real quick, that's some real S. And you might be right.
Would Warrior fans, here's one question I have for Warrior fans at 888-957-9570. Would it rub you the wrong way if Klay had to walk and Draymond were still here?
I got my hand up. It would. Nothing against Dre. You just cited that relationship,
man. So if that would bother the fans, then, bring Klay back.
But again, this is not Joe. It would bother the fans. Question is, will it bother Joe?
Yeah, I think it would. I think it would bother Joe. They're not, if they don't get out of the play-in game and they don't make changes, what Warrior fan could get behind that, I guess is what I'm saying. I mean, you're going to re-sign, you lose in the play-in, we re-sign Klay at a fair number, $25 million a year. Then what? Then what? We don't have a draft pick, so we can't even get somebody in here. And don't say Wiggins for Paul George.
Well, what about your favorite part of this team right now? The youngsters get more.
That's all there is to.
Because we talked about this the year they won. The youngsters were going to be a big part of it and, take some miles off of the big three, and it didn't go that way. Right. They won the title, but that might be.
Do you think the Warriors could make a run with their older players playing heavy minutes from here on out?
I know you think I'm being a homer. I'm not. I'm ready to see. Like, Steiny, I think we are about to embark on that in a couple weeks.
That would bother me as a fan.
Now, what if you got two? What if you won a series and went 7 in the second round in the conference semis?
Well, you know what? I'm not doing that. Like, why would you do that? We've never had a 9 or 10 seed win a round since 2020. This thing came in.
I got you.
So, I'm more looking at this. Yes, okay, yeah. If they win a round and go 7, and they go further than last year, would you? Okay,
man, I understand. I'm looking at you like that's highly unlikely, but if it happened, that stuff changes.
Okay, so then you would bring the same team back.
See, I would be more open to it, and depend on the young pods, TJD and Moody.
See, the only way they're making it to the second round is if their young guys are a factor.
Wow.
I went back and read the articles from after they were eliminated by the Lakers, and Steve Kerr could not have been more adamant that we were gassed. We had nothing left. We only had one way we could play. They took that away from us, and we didn't have anything left.
We still really only have one way to play.
Okay.
Like, I would tell Kerr,
so bring everybody back.
No, I guess what I'm saying, Stan, is I'm reading the chessboard from my vantage point right now, and I just don't feel what other platter could you show me as an option right now, as opposed to not playing the big 3 heavy. Like, they play the Lakers in LA the night of the, Curry needs to play 34.
34 is different than 38.
Right, but what else is there?
There's the young guys who have more energy. To me, my feeling is, don't you get it? One of the reasons they haven't won games late is because they faded late all year long. Their horses faded late too often this year. They have to have youth come into this thing and give these older guys some juice. That's where I'm at. Don's back in Fresno. What's up, Don? How you doing, my man?
What's up, guys? Good week to you. If we're not losing Dre or Clay, which I don't think we are, unless someone offers Clay way more money than we can give him, which is possible, say trade Kuminga, get 1 or 2 players who are more championship ready, who also fit more of what we need and what flows with our play style a little more. Kuminga has all this potential. Everyone talks about his potential. He's been held back. He's been in the NBA for 3 years, though, and the G League. And all I see really is flashy dunks and a player who can't close games and win games when the pressure's on at the end of the game. I've seen that more than once. And I like Kuminga, and I want the best for him, truly. And I feel like if a lot of people do want the best for him, then have him go play where he said he wants to be like Kobe Bryant. Let him go be where he can have more of a role and do exactly what he wants to do. I don't think he's championship ready. He's 31% from 3. Doesn't have a reliable jump shot outside of the key. Defense is not great. Wiggins just won us a championship. He's one of the key pieces 2 years ago. I think he's better without Kuminga because they're the same position. And Kuminga's trying so hard to play more and be a star, which I totally get. But it's kind of, I think.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I mean, the one thing about
that's a guy going in on what you got, your future.
I mean, look, Kuminga is going to have, he's not championship ready. Okay, well, he's 21. Be prepared for, if you want
bumps and bruises.
Yeah, be prepared for Kuminga to have a bad playoff series if he gets into the postseason. And that's what will happen to a 21-year-old.
But
he comes back
at his doorstep. This is bigger than him. That's how consistent you've been all year. If they were, Stoney, I hope you don't think I would come in here and be like, oh, Jonathan Kuminga needs to show. Let's put another right on the table. I like Kuminga so much, and I see what everybody sees, and I know he's not polished, Stoney. What if I told you, though, Dre is in his way? The way the Warriors play is not suited for Jonathan Kuminga, and he's took leaps and bounds trying to learn this way. But he has another gear. Now, you could be like, well, that's a 25-win team when you talk about system. But, Steiny, the whole team doesn't run like him. So
I don't know what you're saying.
If Jonathan Kuminga wasn't in the Warriors' offense, we would see him be a dog more. He would be more productive.
For who?
For whatever team that is out there. I feel like he's held back in this offense. That
he would not be more productive for a better team.
And that's what I meant. A 25-win team.
Yeah, he'd be great on Detroit.
He would put up
But what does that mean? Well, you've got to play in the context of winning. And I'm not saying he doesn't. I am not and listen.
There's going to be a day when Steph, Clay, and Dre aren't here, and if Jonathan Kuminga, it's his show.
Right.
It starts with him.
We'll see. But you know what? There's going to be a day without Clay, Steph, and Draymond. And you know what? You don't want to be sitting with no draft picks at that point. Like this idea that you'd move Kuminga and a couple picks to try to hit a grand slam in the bottom of the ninth next year. Good luck selling tickets in 2028. And that's the other thing. Well, who cares about 2028? We still got Steph. If you really think so, if you really think this is a championship team, then go ahead and mortgage stuff 3 or 4 years down the line. I'm not doing that. I can't do that. You know what? It hurts us now that we don't have a pick this year in the draft. I mean, we theoretically, if the Warriors get eliminated,
but it felt good getting that chip 2 years ago.
It sure did. But now you need a pick. You don't have one. Vince is in Austin. What's up, Vince? And I don't want to go. You can't go without. When you have a 36-year-old, a 34-year-old, and another 34-year-old, you cannot just be trading draft picks 2 years down the line. I don't think so. That's maybe. Vince, what do you think?
I think the Warriors absolutely need to keep Kuminga. And I think all these casual fans saying that, well, we should trade him away and get a couple more champions. What are you guys talking about? Kuminga already won a championship. He's already been through the program. He's taken leaps and bounds this year. You know, people are going to hate on his jump shot. His three-pointer, the last 10 games, he's shooting close to 43% from the three-pointer. His jump shot will be there. You know, when I was 21 years old, I know when you were 21, Steiny, what were we doing? I mean, come on, give the guy a chance. You know, it's just one of those things that frustrates me when I hear Warriors fans, and I know they have good intentions in their heart, and they go, well, Kuminga, he has injury problems, and, he's not defense. He's a kid.
Right,
Let him go out there and play. You know, there's guys in this NCAA tournament that are 25 years of age. So let's just pump the brakes for a little bit. We all know the Warriors are going to keep Kuminga. They're not going to butcher this thing the way they butchered the Wiseman pick. You guys were talking about that yesterday.
Right.
But my whole thing is this. Be patient with Kuminga. He's shown you leaps and bounds. And one more thing before I let you guys go for the day. Everyone who's complaining about his knee problems, well, yeah, the guy's jumping 60 inches in the air. He's going to need a little maintenance. He's not a superhuman. So all these casual fans who want to, ride Kuminga's back and say he's not the answer, watch the game. Watch how this young man gets to the rim at will. Watch how he cuts in and out of the lane. Watch how he's able to
He's a beast.
55. He's a beast.
Okay.
So all these guys can shut it.
That's a good place. Like two things going to be equal. Yeah, he's a beast. But guess what? He ain't going to be a star till Steph's gone.
And is he playing tonight? Yeah.
He's not going to be a star. He's not going to be the player you need him to be with Steph on this roster.
I just need to know if he's playing tonight. We got to go.
I'm still... Yeah. This segment brought to you by In at the Tides. Mm-hmm.
Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Every day is magical.
Steiny, you're more like me than you think you are.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
I've told you that.
What?
You and Bonte, we had a show together.
Steiny, you're more like
you
me
guys
than you think you are.
Man, I said it first years ago. Shasky and I got a lot in common, boy. That's my guy. I'm mad at him, Steiny.
I am shook.
You got something on your mind?
How could you tell? Look, I wore a suit Easter. I've been going down memory lane, seeing myself, about 10, 12 years ago. And I'm trying to get back there. And I'm going through a midlife crisis, Donnie, so I'm trying to grow a beard. I come in and see Shasky. He puts his hand on my face and goes, "You didn't shave on the other side." I said, "No, that's just how it's growing in, bruh. But I'm trying to get a beard." Yeah!
You seem to be consumed with recapturing a youth that you'll never recapture. It's okay to grow old.
Anybody with HGH out there or any enhancements, just call Goo. I'm ready.
916 on the Xfinity mobile text line.
Get it, Steiny.
Okay, since when is Steiny advocating for the young guys to play?
Oh
for
my
years,
God.
he promoted relegating them to the bench to let the vets play.
I'll let
Quite
you
the change
that.
in the story. They're not a title team anymore.
That's
what changed. That's what changed. They won a title 2 years ago. They had illusions of repeating last year. As long as they had that illusion of repeating last year, they weren't going to play the young guys heavily. I think now it's a year later. They're the same damn team, a 44-win team. Only this year they're not a 6 seed. They're a 10 seed. That's why I've watched the big three lose a step this year because of age. That's why we need the young guys. Here's the other thing I was thinking about. Why does everybody quote Bill Walsh as a genius when he says you've got to get rid of a guy a year early rather than a year late? Oh, everybody thinks that is the greatest piece of advice of all time.
And it's cold,
It's
too.
one of his greatest sayings of all time. All right. Well, the Warriors had a chance to do that with Draymond. They didn't. They have a chance to do it with Clay. They may not. So, I've never understood that. I guess it's just something that's much easier said than done.
Well, we're going to find out. But you are right.
Well, we didn't find out last year.
Golden State Warrior and Kawakami, as he sees it right now, Draymond's not going anywhere.
Listen.
I just hate that people keep citing the 21-point game against what was left of San Antonio as just this Willis Reed moment.
Listen, FP Santangelo yesterday.
He was great.
Was speaking to me. He was talking about Draymond and kind of teammate and whether you can rely on him or not and what's he going to do next. There are two things. It's really simple. Nothing's going to happen now. They're going to play the last 8 games. Draymond's going to play. We'll see how they do. Then they go to the play-in, ideally, unless they stumble. And I'm not expecting them to win 2 road games to get a series. But we'll see.
Even with their road record this year.
That does not mean anything to me. But neither does the home record. I know they're not good. You'd still rather play at home than on the road.
You're talking about talent.
You cannot tell me if they got to go to the Lakers and then go to Phoenix.
Let's say
you'd rather have those games on the road.
Yeah, but what if you had to play? What if somehow
you'd rather play the games at home? I don't care what their record is at home.
No, I was just saying, forget where you play them. What if somehow you knock off the Lakers if you were to play them first, and then you didn't get KD in the game? You got Sacramento again with what they're dealing with. You got to feel good. I mean, injuries. You got to feel good about going back up there.
I don't feel good about
their season.
Yeah, see, I guess that's where I don't feel good about a 10th seed. You're a 10th seed for a reason, and now you're just assuming they're going to win 2 road games against 2 teams that are better.
So I guess here I'm back a day later, Steiny. There is excitement. I guess it was bigger than the road trip. I'm like the finale of it all. Win or go home. I don't think Houston's a threat, and I think we'll find out Thursday when the Warriors put them away if they beat them. But I feel like now I just want to simulate the season and get past these 8 games and get us right to that damn moment of, are we playing another game after that play-in game?
Playing games.
Yeah, game.
They've got to win 2.
Yeah, but it'll be game if you lose. Like, that's where I'm at. I'm like, nothing. This is scary. Nothing. I don't think they could get to 9th. I'm like,
here's another reason.
It's going to be hard.
Here's another reason why they beat the Kings last year. Because they had a week off before the series started. Because they were a 6 seed. Now they're going to have to play a play-in. Win. In theory. Play another play-in.
That
win.
happened.
Go right to Denver. Duck Sauce. Yeah. What's up, Duck? How you doing, buddy? My man.
Hey. I might not be your man after this call, Stein.
Duck Sauce.
You're always going to be my guy, man.
Nah. Right on. No, I just wanted to give a different perspective, and I respect, the way you look at it, Steiny, as far as more of, a business perspective, you got to move off guys, we got to clear cap space, you got to get younger. I get all that. All I'm saying, and some fans have called in to the station and said the same thing. I respect that, and I'm not saying I speak for every fan, but I know there's some of them like me where it's just not that simple, man. We have grown attachments to these guys, over the years, listening to them being covered on 95.7 The Game, watching them on NBC Sports or whatever the station's called these days. You build relationships or attachments to these guys. And it's just not that simple for me to just move off a guy like that. Of course I see that it's coming to an end. It's not that I'm naive. I see that the sun's setting, but
right.
You go down with the shit sometimes, guys. These guys were.
Oh, you talking to me?
Well, real Warrior fans know how bad it used to be. They took us to 6 titles and we won 4 of them. What are we talking about here? And we're over here asking, would you rather have this guy or this guy? Well, of course we're going to say Fox or Doncic if they're 10 years younger and great players. But, man, it's more than that. It's also aesthetic to me. I don't like watching Doncic play. I couldn't think of a guy watching Leafs in the league. He's boring. He's boring to watch to me. And then the last thing I'll say is, I also take pride in being a fan of an organization that, for the most part, they built through the draft. I know not every single guy, but we drafted these guys. I love watching KD play. To this day, he's one of my favorite players.
Right.
When we got KD, I was conflicted because we drafted Harrison Barnes. We drafted Barnes, and I'm saying that as KD being one of my favorite players of all time.
Hey, listen, so, let me get. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is go ahead.
No, I was just going to tell you, I'm with you. You're speaking my language, but man, Steiny hasn't heard this. This has a San Francisco Giants type feel to it, and we saw how that ended with Crawford, Belt, and Posey, and it happened overnight. And I'm just nervous. I'm all in like you. You spoke to me, but I'm just nervous that I'm not ready to watch that. And it sounds like you may be, but man, I've been spoiled, but I'm not ready to watch that.
I get that, Goo, and just sometimes to me though, there's an exception to the rule, and I think these guys have been that great to me. So the last thing I'll say, I know I'm being long-winded, is when this dynasty comes to an end, and it does look like it's ending, I'm not naive to that. It's going to mark a timeline in my life that I'm going to look back on fondly, and that's going to be sad for me, because it's going to mark an end of an era for me personally. So that's all I'm saying. It's just not that simple to me. So thanks for the time, guys. I appreciate it as always.
Yeah, good stuff.
And he's not by himself, Stoney. It's a lot of people.
Well, then find a number for Clay. And I'm not being facetious.
I'm not out on...
Find a number for Clay.
Stoney, you need to, because again, I don't know what your goals would be if they ran it back, and Stoney, you want to see more of the youngsters. Hey, I get that, but I'm sorry, you need shooting. So how can you let...
Okay.
That's who's going to be your shooter?
You also need a big player. You need a defender inside. You need more than one shooter. I mean, I get it. If Clay, but here's the other thing. This is let me throw this at you. This is a practical thing for me. If you're going to bring Clay back, okay, now you have Clay, Draymond, and Steph. All right? They're still on the team.
Yeah.
They're still the core. I get it. Kuminga's still okay. Kuminga's still here, but they're still the core. There's still 3 guys who you're going into the season, and they're going to play 30 minutes a night, at least. Those 3 guys. How many games can you win
during a regular season with those three guys still at your core, knowing that they're probably going to play fewer and fewer games in the next year or two. Like, the problem I see from a practical level is if you keep this team essentially intact, you're never... They can't get higher than a 6 or 7 seed anymore.
I was going to say, okay.
Because the regular season's too long. It's hard for them to stay healthy. Draymond is a wild card. Like, what happens if you're starting Steph and Clay and they're still playing 30 minutes a night and Draymond's playing 30? You got Wiggins or Kuminga back and Trace Jackson-Davis. And, the only way you can really win a title is with a 55-win season, pretty much. Sure, you can come from the 7 like Miami or the Lakers did, but is that really, like, you're carving out a very difficult path for you, to my way of thinking, before the start of the season by guaranteeing that Steph, Clay, and Draymond are still going to be playing a lot of minutes on this team?
Well, I would say to you,
hopefully they play a lot of. That's the thing.
What are your goals?
To me, they're either even if they're healthy, they're kind of wearing down, and over the course of a season, I don't know that they can win more than 50 games and put them in an advantageous spot in the postseason. But if they don't play games, then you're in just as bad a shape because you can't really win without them. Like, I see a ceiling on this team right now in terms of the regular season win total. And I think it's kind of unrealistic to think that they're going to be able to win a title from a 6 spot. And I don't know how how are they going to win more games than a top 4 team? Like, next year, how are they going to win more games than Oklahoma City or Denver or Minnesota? Like, it feels like you're ensuring that you're going to be coming from a deep seed if you continue down this path.
Well, listen, I'm not saying anything you said is wrong, but we just got this year as an example. They still played the amount of minutes that 30 until they pulled Clay off out of the starting lineup. And I know yesterday, and I thought you'd been a bit unfair yesterday when you said, you know what, Guru? I said, Steiny, they're going to eclipse 44. They got an opportunity. And you're like, you know what, 46 is 44. And I kind of get that. But if you do the Draymond whole thing with if he were available, then we might be talking about Dallas is 45 wins. The Warriors would have an opportunity to actually win 50 with those guys playing those minutes.
So, I'm not being
Now, I'm not saying that's option number 1 for me, but I could understand Joe Lacob and company being like, let's take a step back.
So, before next year even starts, you think Draymond Green's going to play 65 or 70 games?
I would hope that he
cannot.
will. And you already signed up for it when you gave him that contract last year.
You can change if you need to.
I mean, but I guess TK was saying that's highly unlikely.
Well, first of all, they're not doing anything now. There's 8 games left. Of course they're not doing anything now. They can't do anything now. We'll see what happens in the offseason. But, I'm not saying... I don't think
was just saying surpassing the win total last year with the next 8. You go 7-1 or 6-2. You're going to have 2 more wins than you did last year with these dudes playing pretty much the same amount of minutes they played last year.
But why? Why would they be 2 games better? To me, it's because the young guys have chipped in. A big reason. Because Steph, Clay, and Dre have not been as good as they were last year. So if you win more games this year than you did last year, that would almost tell me, you know what? Maybe the young guys can get more good than the big 3 kind of gets worse, and we can get better as they take on diminished roles. That's the only... to me, that's the only solution here for the Warriors is the young guys got to get better. Jeremy's in North Oakland. What's going on, Jeremy? How you doing, man? They can run it back and get 50 wins. That's what the Xfinity mobile text line from the 510. Okay, if you think there's a 50-win team next year, running it back, you lose me a little bit there. What's up, Jeremy? How you doing, buddy?
What's up? I'm doing good. Steiny, you kind of took the words out of my mouth, but I'm with you. There's no quick fix. There's no blockbuster trade that's going to put this team back, in a top 4 Western Conference seed. And that's all you can really hope for. Hypothetically speaking, let's just go through a quick scenario.
All right.
Okay, so Clay reads up, right, for 2 more years.
Sure.
All right. So then theoretically at that point, Kerr, Steph, Clay, and Dre can all walk away at the same time. All right. And in those 2 years, all you can really hope for is that the young guys, Pods, GP2, I know he's not young, but Kuminga, Moody, and whoever else can kind of up their game a little bit, and they can supplement whatever the big three doesn't have. And I think right now, from where they stand, that's the only pathway that they can hope for. And obviously there's no guarantee that they're going to remain healthy and play, 75 games, but there's no other pathway that I see or that anyone else can tell me that is optimal. At this point, there is, and I'm not trying to be a pessimist, and I'm optimistic that this team can do something, but you have to look at the reality of the situation. So that's it.
Appreciate the call. I mean, if Clay comes back, so now you still have the big three, and Kuminga takes another jump next year, and Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis improve, that leaves Wiggins. That leaves Wiggins. Is he back or is he not back? Andrew Wiggins. And if he's not back and you get a player or two in here, how much better can that team be next year than this year's team this year, if this year's team wins 45 games?
I think it all starts with, like you said, the rat on the table is Andrew Wiggins and his mindset. Steiny, what could you really, how valuable do you think Andrew Wiggins is? And
well, this is where I think, and
if you could not trick somebody, because we know he's got the talent.
408. Steiny, you keep saying they're way off with no quick fix. I'm just saying I don't think they're quick fixes. But could you admit that getting Bobby Portis in here for Wiggins, stop! That's not happening. Why would the Milwaukee Bucks trade one of their toughest players for Andrew Wiggins? If it happens, you can revisit it and say, Steiny, you think you know what you're talking about, but you don't. And I'll be the first to say, I guess you could get Bobby Portis for Wiggins. But can you really get Bobby Portis for Wiggins?
No.
Scott in Texas. What's up, Scotty?
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing today?
Hey. Doing well, man.
Hey, I just wanted to chime in because I've been listening to y'all all day, and, you guys are talking about could Clay walk and then what are the big changes. And I'm thinking Clay's probably going to have to walk because what he doesn't do now is what kind of hurts the team the most. His shooting, we definitely need his shooting.
Yeah.
But what used to make the big three
it's a great point.
so perfect is that their flaws got covered up by each other. Clay can't guard anybody anymore, and it's not because he doesn't want to. We all know what happened to him. So I think that a team like Orlando, though, with all those defenders out there, may throw $20-25 million at him for 2 years and say, hey, we need a guy that can shoot 43% from three because nobody on that team can shoot. And then I kind of was thinking if Clay's going and we're talking about big changes, the only guy on the team besides Kuminga that has any value is Draymond. Not a lot of teams are going to want to take that flyer, but could a team like OKC with nothing but young guys come in and say, hey, we'll take him for, like a Lou Dort or just someone that's making $15-16 million, get some cap relief for the Warriors, and then you get off that contract because Wiggins, GP2, Looney, Moody, none of them have any real value to help supplement this roster going forward. And I don't want to blow it up, but if Clay walks, you almost don't want to keep Draymond either because just stepping Draymond isn't going to get you there either.
Right.
So you kind of need to start moving forward for the future if you let Clay go. Obviously, if they bring Clay back, then we're just going to be a 42-win season or win team till Steph retires. But that's just my thoughts. I want him to come back, but I think if the big change is going to happen, we're probably going to have to move Draymond because he's got the most value outside of Kuminga, who appears to be untouchable.
Good call. Appreciate it, Scott.
Any update on his availability tonight?
I think there's a few teams out there that would take on Draymond.
Oh, man.
Not a lot.
I could think of 4 or 5. But out of 30, that's not a lot. But all it takes is
he's not going to the Lakers unless LeBron's there. That's one. Okay, so I don't know how they get him there. If Milwaukee stubs their toe.
I was just that I got them.
That's something that I could see, like Portis for Draymond, maybe, if you're the Warriors. But why would they take Wiggins? I could see Draymond in Miami. They would take a shot at him because they know they could get him in line.
Yeah. See, this is the negativity I talk about.
They would get him. They got LeBron in line.
Yeah. The Xfinity.
Until they didn't, though. Heat culture with Draymond, I don't know.
Man.
Jimmy Buckets and him getting into it.
Bam would need that.
See, Jimmy Butler is not Stephen Curry, Steiny. I think we're sleeping on that a little bit.
No, I know. Pat Riley would have Draymond Green in his office for 5 minutes, and Draymond would change. That's what Pat Riley
And
does.
Miami would be a badass. And Bam's life would be easier. Guru, what if I hit this Xfinity mobile text line? Guru, what if I got the Powerball for $1 billion? Get real. The Warriors stink. They don't stink.
Well, they're 10th seed. They're about the 18th best team in the league. That's where, I mean, I do think it's funny.
Know what day to play in
I do think it's funny that just the amount of people that are just, well, we're going to win 2 road games and then we go into the playoffs.
I hope I'm not one of them.
You absolutely
I'm hoping,
are.
Steiny.
You keep saying playoffs and make a run.
Well,
then they have to win 2 road games.
Yeah, you're correct.
That's all I'm saying. If Kuminga could take another step forward next year, we could have a final run a la the 2014 Spurs where their big 3 were past their primes, but a young Kawhi Leonard took the reins. Can Kuminga grow into our version of Kawhi next year and take the reins from our aging big 3? I'm not against that. I think you should rule out a title because he's not there yet, Kuminga. But there'd be worse scenarios than Jonathan Kuminga just growing into a role, a bigger and bigger role as Steph, Clay, and Draymond age.
Well, I'll tell you this, and we kind of talked about it and threw it around. I got all the respect in the world, and rightfully so, for one Joe Lacob. But, Steiny, there's not a soul that is looking at this Warrior team and the decisions he has to make to get them back to be a powerhouse. Like, this is the most difficult offseason that they're going to experience. And I'm putting the 2016 one up there because you lost. But, yeah, you knew you still were badass and you got KD. But this one is where it gets real and uncomfortable maybe.
888-957-9570 is the number, Steiny, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. How you feeling about the game tonight? Warrior fans, I just want to talk about the game tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. What can somebody tell me what they have at stake tonight?
For me to tap into the 4-1 road trip and say, you know what? They are playing better basketball. They handled business against a good team at home who they lost to 2 weeks ago. And I don't think that's asking a lot. But, Steiny, if they somehow stub their toe again at home against a good team, I'm not going to come here throwing papers tomorrow, but I'm going to feel like I felt the whole season. Every time I think that's it, let's go. You kind of just, what was the cartoon where the guy tried to catch the bird? Yeah, you kind of feel that way.
Roadrunner?
Yeah, Roadrunner. Beep, beep.
Looney Tunes.
Waldy always thought he had him, Steiny, and he just blew up in his face.
Real quick,
It's not a bird.
You were asking about
give me a week in the play-in. Give me a week
2 weeks away.
Okay,
today.
So it's week. It's during the week.
Tuesday and Wednesday.
Boy.
It's back-to-back?
No, it can't be back-to-back.
Well, no.
Those are the first 2 games.
I like that
back-to-back. There's a Tuesday. I'm looking at the schedule for the NBA right now. They just have it TBD.
Play the funeral
on
hymn
Tuesday.
if that's the
There's
case.
2 games there, then TBD Wednesday, April 17th.
Yeah, I bet it's going to be a Friday because when their season
if they win.
It was at home against Memphis on a Friday. I'll never forget.
Correct, and they have Friday, April 19th.
Oh, my gosh.
Wake up, Dub Nation.
You reading that or are you saying that?
I'm reading it.
Oh.
From the Xfinity Mobile text line, 650. Wake up, Dub Nation. The Warriors are in the bottom third of the league.
Why? I know your answer, but there's some more to it than just age.
Why do you... I'll tell you what, I want you to think of something. Think about something. I want Warrior fans to think about something, too. Why do you think this team should be better than it is?
I
Why?
don't even need to think.
888-957-9570. I don't think they're underachieving at all. I think they're achieving about what they should be achieving. That segment was brought to you by 888-957-9570. Jump in. That segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt! Yeah!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Are the Warriors underachieving this year? They're 40-32.
That's a tremendous question.
I don't think they are. I mean, like, to me, what more do you need to see? They won 44 games last year.
Correct.
They're going to win 45 games this year. That's the pace they're on, 45. So they've had two, like, usually if they underachieve this year, they probably underachieved last year. I guess what I'm saying is when teams underachieve, usually make changes, especially if they do it 2 years in a row during the regular season. Like, I think, like, to me, the last 2 years, we've had 2 years now of the Golden State Warriors, and they're 44 and 45 wins, essentially. So doesn't every move you make in the offseason, forget what they do in the postseason. You want them in, don't you? The first thing is to win more regular season games. So how does this team go from a 44-win team last year, a 45-win team this year, to a 50-win team next year? How can we do that? Because that sounds a lot more. That sounds more realistic to me than, oh, well, they're going to win a title next year. Let's just talk about how do you get from 44 wins last year, 44, 45 wins this year, to 50 next year.
We've already talked about it, Stoney. I'm looking at Draymond Green's game played log. It's at 49 games. If you avoid that 15-game suspension, I believe right there, if you let me right there, you can sell you on. So I would feel better about that.
Can you sell yourself on that?
Yes, because I think he means that much to the team.
All right.
Not that they would have went 15-0, but we might have 5 or 6 more wins.
So you're advocating for the Warriors to bring Clay back, bring Dre back, Steph back, and see if you can move Kuminga or Wiggins for a really good, make a really good move for one or two of those guys, and they can be a 50-win team.
Well, I'm answering your question. One, I keep thinking of our guy Willard, who said the answer to the Warriors, what ails them is not in the building. I feel that way at times. And I guess what I'm saying, Stoney, is I'm not advocating for this portfolio. I'm advocating for how do you get back to the promised land? And I'm advocating, or I'm co-signing on the fact that this could be the way Joe Lacob does it. Clay gets his 2 years or whatever. Wiggins is back, and this is your team. And Pods, Moody, Kuminga, and TJD are all more seasoned. Like, I could see that. I'm not saying that's the most attractive, but I could see that happening.
I think the idea, first of all, I can't go into next year. Like, let's say Steph's going to play how many games this year? 75? He's going to play a lot. And Clay's played a ton, right? Clay hasn't been hurt.
No.
Like, if you bring, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you bring Clay back and you bring Draymond back and you bring Steph back, I guess here's what I hate about that.
Yeah. Curry's played 68.
Okay. What I hate about that is you're telling me that they're going to have all three of those guys playing 70 games at a high level. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to, and here's the other thing. If you do that, then you're asking Steph Curry to be essentially the same, like he's going to have the same kind of role. You're going to expect the same kind of things. I don't know. I mean, look, I don't predict injury, but by the same token, how do you go into next year saying the big three is going to be healthy? Like, you have to prepare that they might not be, right?
I would give them an A- for.
That's my point. And you're a 44 win. You're still only won 45 games.
You know, I gave you my answer. You actually, what if, I'm being real, Steiny, what if it was 50?
But it's not. It's different? 45.
Yeah, but what if it were 50?
It doesn't, I'm not even answering it. They're not a 50-win team. They haven't been for 2 years. They haven't even resembled a 50-win team. 45. They won 44 last year. Let's see how they finish up. Maybe they might not even get to 44. Might lose tonight, lose to Dallas, lose to Houston. get beat by the Lakers. The one thing I've always had trouble getting a read on is if you bring Clay back and we ride this thing out, which we heard duck sauce. I get it. It might not be the worst thing in the world. How do you rationalize the fact that they're probably not going to be any healthier than they've been this year? And what if I said,
there's no way to control that. You know what I mean?
But but you're going into the season with a 36-year-old, so you would just go in and in your mind, Steph is just like 26.
Yes. Okay. And I feel like the Warriors,
I can't do that.
Steiny, he keeps himself in shape. You can't run from what you are, but if you look at the log, as far as, you could tell me this is his worst shooting percentage from the field in his career. I mean, 44.
It's been probably his least effective year of the last 10.
Okay. But with that, when you look at the most important, one of the most important to me, games played physically, he's been able to night in, night out at 30, 32, 33 minutes. So
that's Steph.
They're going to try to do that. And to me, that's Curry telling them, I can do it. Now, how effective, we'll find out. And what if Clay is a six-man to start? I'd rather him being a starter, but what if he signs his 2-year deal and he comes in and he's a six-man, so he's giving you 25 to 28 minutes next year. And so that's one thing, one guy off the table in regard to, how you going to?
I don't know about that. I mean, I get it. You never can predict injury, but you kind of can when guys get older. That's the other, just the idea of, you bring Clay back and you got the big three. I think.
Because injuries happen to the youngsters. Look at Karl Anthony Towns.
So you have to go into next year with open eyes and realize these guys are 30. Right. One guy's going to be 37. One guy's going to be 35. One guy's going to be 34. But we all expect him to stay at about the same level and play a full season. That kind of defies sports.
Didn't the Clippers kind of do it this year?
They're falling apart right now.
Well, I wouldn't say
they're getting banged up.
Well, when you look at the overall where they're at, you can't just take 10 days and say they're falling apart. I'm just looking at where they are in the standings, and I would say they've been surprising.
Look what they've been in the last month.
Yeah, and I could say, look at Curry shooting the last month. But, it's about, can you get to be your best on the most important night of the season? And they're going to get a series. So
is there any Clipper that works as hard as Steph Curry?
No.
I don't think so either.
But look at LeBron, and I got to be careful.
You cannot compare somebody who's 6'3", and unfortunately,
I don't want to compare them. I'm just saying they're both old as goats, and they're still.
One's a 9th seed and one's a 10th seed.
I can't. I have nothing for you on that. I just, what I feel about the Lakers. I think they're going to Western Conference Finals still, and I got 2 bets with Willard and Dibs on that.
Well, good luck. Steel toe. They've got to win 2 games.
Right now,
who's not going?
Well, no, I think they're going to catch the Kings. I think the Lakers are catching Sacramento. They're only going to have to win 1.
So,
I think the Lakers are going to get out of the 9th seed.
Well, what if they don't? Then the Warriors, then both teams can't make a run.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do then?
Well,
if it's 9 versus 10, and you think the Lakers are going to the Western Conference Finals, so you don't think the Warriors are going anywhere this year? No, because you made a bet on the Lakers, who they're going to have to beat.
We got to. We'll fix that. Hey, slow down over there.
Steel toes in San Mateo. I didn't know about that bet. What's up, Toe?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
Yeah, I believe that. I always believe that the Warriors kind of underachieve. What we noticed why they underachieved. The last time they won like 50 games was when Wiggins was doing good, right? Mm-hmm. And then out of nowhere, Wiggins acted like he had like 2 leg injuries and then just never came back. And then that's part of the problem that Steve Kerr doesn't recognize. He's kind of really an underwhelming head coach. He just now, it's April, just now realized that Trace Jackson Davis should be a starter. I mean, everybody knew he should have been started soon, either in December or January. And here he is taking forever. Like, he's just too in love with Wiggins. It's Wiggins who fell off, and that's the only one. Everybody else can maintain what they're doing. Nobody can compensate for Wiggins. And then now you got Trace Jackson Davis. I always liked Draymond at the 4, and then it should have been Kuminga at the 3 and replace Wiggins. Wiggins, it would be the best backup power forward off the bench. Wiggins is a bench player. He should have never came off the bench, and that's why they're underwhelming. You replaced his numbers, what he did in 22 with Kuminga. You pretty much got a 50-win team.
No.
And Steve Kerr can't even recognize it. He's so frustrated. I think he's the one who frustrates Draymond and make him go crazy and start getting suspended.
Oh.
Well,
Thanks, Steel Toe.
Yeah. Wow.
Where's the one thing I was going to... How about this? We had Brian Geltzeiler on yesterday. Kuminga's a big part of the future, but does he have to take a step back right now?
As great as Kuminga's been, I may make him a six-man extraordinaire because I like Trace Jackson Davis in the starting lineup. And one of the biggest problems that the Golden State Warriors have is the lack of size. And Jackson Davis fits so well because he's not only really athletic, he not only does smart things with the ball, he's big. He's good size, this kid. They need that. So, like, my point being is that it's Kuminga and Draymond are somewhat of a clunky fit together when you're playing against bigger teams. You're going to have to probably pick one of them, I think, going into the playoffs. And it may be that Jonathan Kuminga ends up with a bench role, or you play him at small forward, and it's Draymond, Kuminga, and Jackson Davis, and it's Wiggins off the bench, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either.
Well, we've seen it all. We've seen Kuminga come off the bench. We've seen Wiggins come off the bench.
Can you really bring Kuminga off the bench right now?
No, that would be like, if I'm Coach Kerr, hell no, Stoney.
Why?
I think it would mess with him upstairs the most.
Well, they're 3-0 without him, so who cares?
Well, what if
I'm playing devil's advocate?
No, I hear you, but I would say that 3-0. Like, win tonight, if Kuminga weren't to play, then maybe we could have a conversation. But I just, on a good day, I think we're best with Jonathan Kuminga in the starting lineup.
Who's not? So what's your starting lineup?
TJD wouldn't be in.
Would not?
Yeah, would not. Now, if we're playing the Lakers that night of the play-in game, TJD, get your ass up, and then I would have that conversation about who would come off the bench, Wiggins or Kuminga.
Let's go to Mac Life, CEO in Oakland. What's up, Mac Life? How you doing, man?
Man, what's going on, man? What's going on, Steiny, man? I know I give you a hard time on the YouTube chat, man, but you my guy, man.
Oh.
You my guy.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, hey, Goo.
What's up, baby?
You my guy, too, Goo, man. Hey, I never get out to the little get-ups, man, y'all, the get-togethers, man, but I'm going to try my best to get out,
We got
man.
one coming in a few months, man. It's about to be summer.
Oh, okay. I'm going to make sure I'm there. I'm going to make sure. But now I just called in really to agree with my guy, Philmo Mike. You know, man, I've been a Warrior fan. I'm 43, man, so I've been around all the teams, you know, way back to, you know, the good old days of Run TFC and the We Believe situation. So to me, everything that's happening now, man, we got 4 chips. Like, people keep calling it ragging on Kerr. It's like you got a coach that gave you 4 chips, man. You can't blame it on Kerr.
Yeah.
We got a big 3 that's not even a big 3 no more. Like, they got to figure it out. It's getting to that time. It's getting to that point. Draymond is a great player. He's slipping. He's starting to slip. So he acting out. And it's just kind of what happens in natural maturation of your career, man. You know, Steph is amazing, right? But you got the future. You got JK here. JK, man, there's no way in hell you trade JK. You trade that kid, man, ain't no fans coming to the game, man. We need something for the future. You got to be able to come and want to watch the Warriors for the future, man. Now build around a young kid. Keep Steph, obviously. Clay 50-50, and you might be able to trade Dre and get some picks. But that's kind of how I feel. The team they just not good enough to win this year. It just is what it is. But I'm enjoying watching them. I'm still rooting. I'm a forever fan. Even when we had Bimbo Coles. So,
Bimbo.
You know, it is what it is, man. Yep. But hey, I just wanted to tap in and really finally call in and chop it up with y'all. Steiny, I love you, man.
Appreciate it, man.
Don't trip on how we get on you on the chat, man. And Goo, you already know I love your passion, bro. I'm the
Right
same
on,
way.
baby. Back at you, Mac.
I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
Who should start for the Warriors tonight? You just put.
Well, we don't know who's available because Kuminga might not even play.
Okay, well, when Kuminga's available.
Okay, gotcha.
So you're taking Trace Jackson Davis back out of the starting lineup, and you're going with Draymond at 5.
Well, I guess you know what. Here we
got to make a decision.
Yeah, we're playing the Lakers. I'm putting the lineup out for the Laker game, the playing game.
What about Dallas? You're playing Dallas tonight, and Kuminga's available. Who are you starting? It looks like. By the way, it looks like Klay Thompson's back in the starting lineup, right? Even though Steve Kerr said nothing's permanent,
I like that.
That feels permanent.
Okay, so Steph, Klay, Dre. Darn it, Steiny, I'm going Kuminga and Wiggins, and I'm going Dre at the 5 until the wheels fall off. That's your best team.
How does it feel to pound your head into concrete day after day after day?
I wouldn't know.
That's what it feels like we're doing with Draymond at the 5. Draymond at the 5 for 32 minutes a night.
That was fear of him not being able to hold up. But
how if you go with that lineup, and there's no right
there's
answer.
8 games left, Steiny.
Okay, so you're going to make a run with Dre playing 32 minutes at the 5.
I mean, you've got us here, but I'm not adverse to this juncture to where you got a chance to supersede last year's win total. And he's missed 15 or more games.
Would you rather win more games? Would you rather win 45 games and be a 10th seed or win 44 and be a 6?
Well, you don't control that. You ask me questions, and then you don't answer, so you end up being right because you just shoot my answer down.
No,
the bottom. I'd
rather be. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. What do you think's going to happen? TJD get the start for the rest of the season? And for that night in the play-in game, or do we see Dre at the 5 for the rest of the season? I'm inclined to believe we see Dre at the 5 for the rest of the season. Now, if they put TJD in there and sat one of the guys down, I wouldn't come in here throwing papers. I get it, but I think your best starting 5 is without TJD. Wiggins,
what if I just said, what if
Klay, Steph, and Dre?
Couldn't it? Does it stand to reason that if you were a 44-win team last year and you were 6 and you won 45 this year, but you're 10, doesn't that mean the conference is getting better?
Well, there's no doubt.
Okay.
But doesn't that mean if you didn't lose 23 for umpteen games, maybe you would be getting better with them too, and you might be sitting with 50 or 52 wins?
I think that's a joke. I think it's a joke.
But you just said there's some merit to that if the team took a step back to think we might have more wins at this juncture if Dre hadn't got suspended. I thought I heard you say that.
They might, but you think they're a 52-win team?
I'm just saying.
With Draymond? I don't think if, but it's like I guess what I'm saying is doesn't it matter to anybody out there that Draymond messed up last season and he kind of messed up this season?
I'm with you.
But next year he's going to play 73 games and we can count that to me is.
Well, let's say you were in on that interview with Kawakami yesterday. Wouldn't you have said that to him? Not that he made the decision or telling you what he's heard with the stakeholders.
Well, that's why
wouldn't you address the stakeholders what are you guys doing?
I don't believe him.
Gotcha.
He's saying what he's hearing right now.
I hear you.
The Golden State Warriors are telling Kawakami right now. You know what? He's really important. We really need him.
I feel
See how they feel in the offseason.
No doubt about it.
He may do something dumb between now and the end of the year.
And Joe called his shot when he said to Tim, TK, that big changes were coming.
Yeah, unless they make a run. That's what he said. Let's go to Nick's in Ohio. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
Hey.
Going well.
Hey, I got to go for the future, man. We can't just keep spinning the wheels and maybe get 10th. See what we can do. Bring them back next year. I say clean house, keep Curry, center name.
Trace Jackson Davis.
And Kuminga. Keep those core guys and go after some prospects with the upside, young, talented players. We may stumble for a couple of years, but then, we're back in 2013, 2014 with a future. The way it's going now, you can't even bring a superstar in that's going to change that much. So you got to unload, plan for the future. And Curry, I mean, he's got four rings. I mean, it's a little selfish that he's demanding the team, you know, make decisions that aren't going to help for the future. I just feel like, you know, he could help mentor and maybe have a lesser role, but go out with dignity and stay a Warrior, and the team can get somewhere in the future. That's what I got to say.
I'm kind of with you there.
Well, there haven't been any demands.
No, but there's a perception that Steph, if Steph wants Dre, Dre stays.
Right,
and I don't necessarily believe that anymore. I'm not. Yeah. You do what?
I believe.
You think he wants Draymond around
and
still?
that's why he got that.
Even after last week?
No, that's in flux now. But I'm saying that he signed off on that contract last offseason for Dre, I believe.
I mean, look, one of the stickiest things about the Warriors right now is what you ostensibly owe Steph Curry. And I am sorry. I do not owe Steph Curry depleting the next 3 to 5 years of. Now, if there's something out there, but that's why I'm not trading Kuminga and a couple draft picks, 26 and 28. I just, doesn't that sound foolish to Warrior fans? Even if you get a really good player in here, moving Kuminga and losing a pick in 26 and 28 because you got to give 2 picks up for a really good player. I'm serious. Like, doesn't that sound crazy or no? Maybe it doesn't sound crazy. I'm asking.
No, I
don't think I'd pursue that path.
Well, then how would you? So what is it? And I'm not saying you're wrong, but it seems like you're just like, hey, they come out and see the youngsters, and we don't know how good the youngsters are going to be. And I'm not down on the youngsters.
Steph Curry next year is going to play 30 minutes a night. Okay, so he's going to play 30. Clay's going to play 28. Draymond's going to play 28. There's plenty of room under that scenario to get Kuminga 33 minutes and to get Trace Jackson-Davis 24 minutes and Pod/Moody. They have plenty of room to get 20 minutes. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we're going to start Moody at 2. Right, okay. We're going to start Kuminga at 3.
That's how I'm taking it. I hear you.
You can't do that. Once you re-sign Clay, you can't do that anyway.
Well, I think now when you had never said those guys would supersede the big dogs, but now it's becoming clear to me, Stoney, that's the way it's probably going to go. We'll never know about the possible woulda, coulda phone calls. We do know about the LeBron phone call. I could be wrong, but just looking at it right now today, I think that's where we're headed, man.
And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. But the one thing that I wanted, and I'll say it again, and I see we'll get to some calls on the other side. I see we got a lot of people wanting to chime in here. The one thing, I may say this every day, the one thing I don't want to see, playing games in 2 weeks, the one thing I don't want to see are the old guys playing 35 minutes a night right now because you think they're the ones who are going to be able to make a run deep into the postseason. Like, I don't think you can make a run deep into the postseason unless the young guys are a big part of it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan is telling me to get out of here, which I will. That segment was brought to you by Robert Half. It was wrong.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10...
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
James!
You know what I'm starting to think? I know you're going to think I'm trolling. They traded him too soon. 10-10 for Wiseman last night. You do really? How old's Wiseman now?
I gotta believe not 22 yet.
22?
Oh, is he?
2-2. 2-2. That wasn't a great trade for Gary Payton II.
We ain't giving up on old James. I didn't even see the box.
Well, I don't think he's ever going to be Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. But what if he be a serviceable big man, give you 15 minutes a night?
Are we really going to come in here and do 4 hours of sports talk radio and not mention what happened in Houston last night? Ronel Blanco threw a no-hitter.
Oh, God.
The no-hitter has died. What's happened to
How many guys combined?
No, it was just him. Yeah, but I think that might... Now, why would you go there? What if it was a combined...
There's 7 no-hitters a year now.
Dude, the world used to stop.
It didn't. No, it didn't.
To me, it did. Tom Seaver, Doc Gooden, that era of pitching.
Evan Giddings.
Do we know both? Evan! When did you step it? We don't want to know D3 stories. When did you throw yours?
Oh, God. It was in high school my senior year. Honestly, I kind of forget the high school was against.
Oh, boy.
Might have been Liberty. We kicked the crap. I remember walking 3 in the last inning, so I was so mad at myself I didn't know it was a no-hitter.
Let me see.
I struck out 14.
Doc Gooden definitely had a no-hitter. Did Doc Gooden definitely have a no-hitter? Tom Seaver did.
Well, I was saying that era.
Wait, didn't Doc throw in for the Yankees, I thought?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Doc Gooden, that curveball.
Here's the other thing I was thinking about. We got the Dallas Mavericks in town tonight. And
Luka, Kyrie.
Yeah, he threw in for the Yankees in 96.
Gotcha. And so Luka's in town and Kyrie's in town. Warriors have 8 games left. They're 10th seed. They're pretty... I guess what I'm saying is, how do you handle the last 8 games?
I'm so with you, man.
Because you can make a case, like, just hypothetically, the Warriors get beat tonight by Dallas, and the Lakers go beat...
They're Toronto tonight. They're going to win. They're going to win that. You would think.
At that point, it just becomes stay ahead of Houston.
Oh my gosh.
And rest the big 3 as much as possible.
But what if you slip up and lose tonight and then lose to Houston? Then there's no...
You said they were going to take care of Houston earlier in the show.
Well, no, I'm saying if you lose tonight and then Houston knocks you off, Houston's got a little action.
Okay.
So then...
I mean, if you go 3-5 down the stretch...
That might...
Like, it doesn't matter anyway. You're going to get caught.
Okay.
Kind of is what I'm saying.
That's where I was going. I thought you were saying the other way.
City Boy. What's up, City Boy? How you doing, man?
Hey, good fellas. Thanks. You know, I know that I'm usually pretty pragmatic and level-headed, but you know the playoffs are coming, and I'm going to be an optimist. I believe in this team. Do I think they're going to win a chip? I don't think that it could happen, if I'm honest. But I believe in Steph Curry to the point where I just don't know. It's not off the table, and I think I'll be honest. I think that's how he feels. Now, when you saw how mad he was at Draymond, does that look like a guy who doesn't think he can make some noise when he gets into the playoffs? And I just want to leave you with this. You know, Steph Curry's entire career, and Matt, I know you're probably rolling your eyes at all this, but listen, Steph Curry's entire career, he's made a career out of doing things that no one has ever done before or thought could be done. So if anybody in the league was going to take a team from the 10th seed and win a championship, I would have to say it would be 30. So I'm gonna get my popcorn. I'm gonna hope they make the playoffs, and I'm gonna sit there and root until they're not in the playoffs anymore.
City Boy, what if he looked at Draymond like, you know what? You're the damn reason we're in the 10th seed.
I think that's exactly what he thinks, but I think that he's going to use that as a way to motivate.
All right, got you.
He's probably telling him that, and he's like, "You owe me now. You owe me." And we saw Draymond last game. And for all the people coming down Wiggins Road, and I've done it too, I do want to say that Steve Kerr is playing him as much as he does because he knows that if this team does have championship aspirations, which we know they do, whether or not we think they're capable, I guarantee you they think they're capable.
I wonder.
And they know that without Wiggins' defense, they have no chance.
Yeah.
Kerr knows.
I agree with that.
Wiggins defensively is their best defensive player. And if they can't get Wiggins to be the best defensive player, they have no chance. And we're going to see Wiggins match up with Doncic tonight. And I'll tell you what, I guarantee you, Doncic is not looking forward to that matchup. He'll still give us 30, but I promise you it's going to be difficult.
Who's guarding Kyrie?
Oh, Kyrie, whatever. He's always the second option. He's never the focus of the defense. So
but he could take over a game, City Boy. Yeah,
appreciate it, City Boy.
Yeah, I feel the same way about City Boy in regard to Wiggins' defense, Donnie. But you see it like the eclipse coming up.
By the way, and I'm certainly no Andrew Wiggins cheerleader. He wasn't bad against the Spurs. He just didn't make a shot.
Yeah, he's 2 of 12. He
was active.
Like, you can do other things outside of scoring, Donnie, on the basketball court.
How many rebounds did he have? I think he had like 6.
He had 1.
Now that is a flow.
But he initiated
he was ball watching on defense the entire first half.
Wow, Evan coming over the top. 1 rebound.
He was really good against Orlando. He was amazing against Orlando.
Oh, my God.
He was solid against Charlotte.
How many minutes did he play?
22.
12 shots in 22 minutes is a lot for Wiggs. You know what I mean?
They needed him to shoot.
But everybody said we need an aggressive Wiggs. 12 shots in 22 minutes. He was shooting.
Well, he missed like 3 putbacks.
He was active around the rim. How could he miss 2 putbacks, but he only had 1 rebound? 888-957-9570. Mike in Santa Clara wants to trade Kuminga. Yeah, that'll be the answer.
No, actually, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, actually, I don't want to trade Kuminga. I think it would be one of the worst moves that we could do since, the Wiseman pick, in my opinion.
Right.
Look, Steph has every right to be selfish when it comes to wanting to win another championship. Now, if we ended up trading JK with some picks and we ended up getting that player that makes us win the championship this year, am I going to be sad? Not entirely, but I also would be looking at, the future as well. What are we going to have as a future? I mean, you take JK out, who is basically the Warriors' future. We're going to basically be back into those really low-end seasons of rebuilding everything. Now, can we still try to find a role player somewhere and making a trade? Yeah, of course. But I still think, that we need to give it one more year with TJD, like Moody, Paj, all those guys. And they're going to get even more experience. And we could make an even deeper run next year because they have that veteran presence now, especially with the way they're playing right now. I just think that, in the end, it would be a bad move to move JK. So I just want Steph to have patience. And again, that's a big ask. He has every right to ask to be selfish and everything. But I just think it would be one of the worst moves to move that guy, especially when he's going to be the future of our team. So, guys, have a great day.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. That's kind of where I'm not saying Kuminga's untouchable, but you better be careful when you talk about moving him. I'm with. And
you don't want no old head for him.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't. Here's what I think is within the realm of possibility, and that is, okay, you want Clay back, you find a number, boom, you got Clay back. All right, so here come the big 3 coming back again. I think they're going to be worse next year than they were this year.
As far as win total?
No, as far as their ability. Okay. They're going to continue to drop off. That's a fact. They're dropping off. All 3 of them are not the players they were. That's fine. Can the young guys get better enough to pick up the slack from the old guys declining? And you know what? I think that's within the realm of possibility. I really do. If you got Steph playing 30 minutes a night, you're going to have to get a backup. Who can play backup point guard 18 minutes? Can Podziemski? I don't know. Maybe it's another guy. Chris Paul II. He's out.
Yeah.
He's out.
Pod's got that role.
Kuminga takes another step next year. Maybe next year Trace Jackson-Davis becomes an effective starter at 5.
Nothing you're saying is impossible thus far.
Well, that's kind of where I'm going. If you can move Wiggins, move Wiggins for a guy who you think fits better. But I mean, what that to me makes a lot of sense. The only issue would be, well, is that enough for Steph? Well, I don't know. I mean, we got your guy Clay back. We got your guy Draymond back. You're back. You guys are going to be here for 2 more years together. Okay, you know you're going to be winding down. You can't play as many minutes. You're not playing the minutes as well as you have in the past. Can 4 or 5 other guys who are getting better, because we got 3 guys who are getting worse. Do we have 4 or 5 guys getting better? Because if we do, maybe we can be better next year, especially if the older guys take less of a role because they can't sustain it. I know people are going to be thinking that. I know people hate to hear that, but that's what it's going to take. Like, that's what it's going to take. It's going to take Kuminga taking another step next year and the young guys playing more of a role next year as the old guys play less and less.
Yeah.
I'd rather do that than move Kuminga for an old guy in the hopes of winning, of I don't know, running the table next year.
The City Boy has me thinking about, you guys were talking about Luka, and then I went back to the March 13th game, Steiny. Luka played 30 minutes, 7 of 18, 1 of 6 from 3, had 21 points, and they beat you by 10, but Curry didn't play.
I'm pissed at Evan.
What happened?
He said something for his own benefit, and then the people on the YouTube chat then piled on me. Oh, yeah, see, Steiny didn't even watch the games.
No, I was going to tell you right.
Thank you.
That was also right.
So now you're not pissed at
Wiggins had 5 rebounds in 22 minutes.
Oh, okay.
He also missed putbacks.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
That's how you get 5 rebounds.
I think it's 2.
Is it impressive that you have only 5 rebounds when you miss 2 year
I got my popcorn.
It's
Michael
impressive
Jackson
that he goes after his own miss because a guy who's not playing hard wouldn't.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, he's not, you know, it's not a knockout. Like, he's following his miss.
Let me ask you, everybody wants an active Wiggins, right? You don't think when he went up against Wemby, he went up against Wemby, he tried to big boy him, Wemby blocked the shot.
He doesn't.
That's aggressive, though.
Right.
He was being aggressive.
No doubt.
You're the same guy who said it's not good enough just to have a pulse.
I'm trying to stick up for the guy.
Why is that the game that you're sticking up for him?
Because I didn't think he was any less active against San Antonio than he was on the trip. He just couldn't make a shot. Like 5 rebounds in 21 and a half minutes for Wiggins. I don't care how he got
a bad game is a bad game.
You didn't think he was more aggressive or decisive the 2 previous games?
Maybe a little bit more, but he's not going to be that, like, I don't think he had an effort issue against the Spurs. Like,
he was dropping his head. Like, he was sitting there waiting for other guys to grab the.
I'm just saying.
I think he looked tired. I'm not saying he didn't have effort.
Okay, and I'll just use the numbers. People want an aggressive Wiggins. They don't care at what cost it comes as long as he's aggressive. And I saw a guy who took 12 shots in less than 22 minutes, which is a lot for him. And I saw a guy who got 5 rebounds in 21 minutes, which is better than his per 36-minute average. That's all. I didn't think it was necessarily K-Wig. I just didn't think he made a shot. That's all. Yeah.
I just think it's interesting. That's the game that you want to cape for Wiggins.
I'm not caping for Wiggins. In fact,
he only played 22 minutes, too.
Yeah. And he took 12 shots. Like, I'm just saying, it's easy. Like, this is what you guys do. Oh, we just need an aggressive Wiggins. Well, aggressive Wiggins. Okay. Well, sometimes you may have an aggressive Wiggins. He's going to go 2 for 12. If he's going to shoot that much. Let's go to Rafi in Berkeley. Okay, you guys. That's fine.
Don't put out guys in there. That was you and Evan.
No, you jumped in at the end. You almost stayed out of it.
Hey, guys.
Rafi, what's up, buddy?
How y'all doing?
What's up, baby?
So, I got a question for you.
We got an answer.
How many, you can play game show music, but I think it's an easy one.
Okay.
Okay. In the Eastern Conference and the Western Conference, in the top 8 seeds, how many teams have a number 1 who is older than 30 years old?
The way you're asking the question, I'm going to say
there's 1.
0.
No, I'm saying 1. LA Lakers.
Who?
Anthony Davis.
The Lakers are number 9, man.
Oh. Yeah.
No, that's a wrong. That's wrong.
I'm out.
Okay, go ahead. Who are they?
The answer is zero. It's zero.
Thank you.
Like the idea, if I may, dudes.
Yes.
The idea, the delusion that we think this team is going anywhere. Steph, I'm sorry, he's amazing.
Wow.
Is not a number one on a championship team anymore. You have to find a new number one. Forget about the supporting cast. He is not a number one on a championship team. And we as fans, because I'm a fan and I love the Ducks, and I don't operate in this way, but many, I guess, are operating under a delusion that this team is going anywhere this year, is going anywhere next year, and realistically is going anywhere the year after that.
I get your point. Yeah, but the Clippers got Kawhi Leonard's their number one. He's over at their
Rafi.
Yeah.
What about the Clippers?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Goo, come back out.
Oh yeah, that's it. And yeah, that's pin your season on that.
You're right. You're right. Okay, so 1 out of 16. My apologies.
No, you're all good.
You're fine with me, Rafi. No, Rafi, you don't have to apologize for anything. Not a damn thing.
You know what I mean? It's just like,
I know what you mean.
We're rebuilding, and that's fine. Like let's take it for what it is. This is the decline of a championship team, and it's fine. And you make some noise in the postseason. We're a 10 seed.
So, Rafi, what do you do? What's your cure? What do you do if you're Joe Lacob? What do you try and do?
So I'm fortunate that I don't have to be in that position, but you got to move off Clay. You got to get away from any kind of nostalgia. You got to trade. You got to trade Wiggins. Draymond. Is Draymond even tradable? Honestly, I think there's something really beautiful to Steph spending the rest of his career with one team, and I think he will. I think that's the kind of guy he is. But it's just going to be the slow decline, and you got to draft well, and you got to develop. You got to develop the guys. Is Paz? You really think Paz is a future starter in this league? Not really. He'd be a great seventh man.
Yeah, that's okay though. That's okay though. And thanks for the call, Rafi. Pods was the 19th pick in the draft. He's kind of like
and he's helped you.
The guy who's lousy now for the Kings who got hurt, but used to be half decent.
Herter.
Yeah, he's like Kevin Herter a little bit. I'm not saying the same type of player, but the same kind of contribution. Yeah, if he's starting for you, not great. But if he's coming off the bench, okay. By the way, I need to disabuse you.
I'm good now. Evan or me?
You.
Because y'all been fighting.
Clippers are 13-12. Clippers are 500 in the last 25 games.
Oh, no. I don't care.
13-12.
They're cooking the books.
They're
fading. The fourth seed. I don't give a damn. We're all fading. They're the fourth seed, and they shocked everybody. And had I told your ass before the season started they were going to be the fourth seed, you would have been like, get out of here.
They haven't shocked us.
Don't try to nitpick and cook the books because they're the last 25. They're the fourth seed. So take that, Jack, and admit you're like a bunch of other people that thought the Clippers weren't going to do anything.
They're fading.
You were wrong on the Clippers. I don't want to hear about the last 25.
Well, that's why they're fading, because they're old.
The fourth seed,
they're old.
And you would have took that bet, and I think we had one, that they wouldn't have been the fourth seed.
They're fading because they're old. That's just a fact.
What about Milwaukee?
They're fading.
They're getting better.
Well, nobody's really fading until it starts.
I'm just saying, you can see the Clippers.
No, it don't look like what it looked, but the fourth seed.
No, okay, so the Clippers have action.
I just think it's unfair that you say the last 25.
Why?
Because every team
an
goes
older
through ups and downs.
You don't think it's fair to talk about them like an older team? Listen, you don't think there's don't think there's a correlation that the first 40 games they had nobody miss a game and everybody couldn't believe it. Nobody could believe it that Harden and Paul George and who's the other stiff?
Yeah,
Harden missed a game.
Yeah,
okay.
But are you?
This is the price you pay for being an old team playing a lot.
Are you saying they're? Well, you're not. I don't want to put words in your mouth. But Steiny,
I don't know. Does they have a second win?
They could be because they got out to that great start. You're not telling me they have no chance in the first round.
I think they'll lose to Dallas.
I think they'll lose to Dallas. That bet. If they hook up, we'll do that bet. After we see what happens with my 25 wins for the Warriors on the road, they got to go 3-1.
Yeah,
you think the Lakers are playing good ball?
The Lakers are just doing the bare minimum.
But
that's what LeBron does.
And they got Vincent back. Like, I think they're going to be a problem.
Oh, that's
Nobody
great,
controls a game
the
like
Warriors
LeBron
ain't.
James. Well, no, I got you. Because they're not sitting with a 7-foot savant and a guy that can control the game with the best of them. And that's why they went to the Western Conference Finals from the play-in. I know it wasn't 9th or 10th last year.
There's a big difference between that's what Geltziler was talking about.
Like, I love Ant. If the Lakers got to play Minnesota, OKC, like, I'm taking the Lakers.
Okay, that's great. So I'm not, because I'm not taking any 9 or 10 seed. So, like, even the Lakers, if they win 2 play-in games, then they got to go play a really good young team. I think, like, how about this? I don't think the Clippers, the Warriors, or the Lakers have a deep run in them. I'll put it that way.
I won't
because of their age. That's the bottom line.
Can you give the Clippers some love just for being the 4th seed, even though
Let's see
are
where
right?
They end up.
They are
who's 5 now?
Dallas.
Well, how close is Dallas?
They're going to play each other. Like, that ain't 5 to 6 is. I don't believe is happening. I think it's Dallas. Whoever has the home court, Dallas or the Clippers.
Dallas is 2 games back.
Okay. Eric's in Alamo. Let's talk Draymond Green. What's up, Eric?
Yeah, how you doing?
Hey.
Wow, I'm I waited long, but I want to tell you something, Sonny. You know, I see you criticizing.
Yeah, I criticize
Draymond Green.
Yeah,
but if you look back when we drafted Draymond Green, doing Jackson, you know, he's a hard-working man.
Very hard.
Having saying that, show me another team in the league that have no center and playing like the Warriors. Yeah. Listen, when we had Bogut here and we had Festus Ezeli, it was easy life. The main thing, we need a big center. And about Jonathan Kuminga, no way of trading this guy. No way. Wiggins, I agree with you. We can trade Wiggins and get somebody else. But, I mean, we need a big guy. I don't believe that Latham don't see the picture. He sees the picture. And I'm sure we had a chance to get Fazinga, you know, from Dallas before he moved. And we never went after that, you know. So think about it. Draymond worked like a forward and a center and everything. And nobody else in the team playing like him. Now, I know he's got his own craziness, but, you know,
No, hey.
I like this guy.
Eric.
I was going to say, they tried to draft James Wiseman, and I was going to ask Eric, he didn't mention Jackson Davis.
Well, I mean,
I ain't
there's
saying
no
Jackson
doubt.
Davis is Shaq, but he's a presence down there.
I mean, there's no doubt Draymond does the best he can at 5.
Oh, my gosh, he does.
But is that a position of strength for Golden State?
No.
Right. He's just making it less weak or the least amount of weak that it can be with a 6'7" guy.
Putting a
at
Band-Aid
center.
on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Zach Edey is not the savior.
Who says he is?
That dude is just his physical. I mean, he just looks humongous out there. Yeah.
And so did George Murasai.
Oh, boy, 77.
Who's the other guy that looked? Oh, yeah. Guru's
Bradley.
favorite player. Oh, you got to get this guy in. Okay, Andre Drummond.
I thought you were going to go Dwight.
Yeah,
Shout out Boogie Cousins.
DeMarcus Cousins.
What's Hassan doing? Whiteside.
888-957-9570 is the number. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. The number, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Dallas in town. How big of a game is it? It feels like there wasn't a lot of excitement after the Warriors won 4 in a row on the road. I heard Bonte say it's a big game tonight. It's a big game tonight. I guess my question would be, why is it a big game? Why is tonight a big game on 95.7 The Game? And it is on 95.7 The Game.
Darnie, you're more like me than you think you are.
Tune into
I was going to call him Stumpy. I mean, Steiny.
Hey, cool.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, we got a WNBA team coming to the Bay in a year.
Yeah, no name yet.
No.
I wish we could get Clark, but she'll be gone.
Which of those four would you like to have? You could take any of the big four from last night's games. I know who I'm taking. It's not even close.
Miss USC?
Yep.
I'm taking Caitlin Steiny. And I mean that. She's Curry. Norm just texted me, my dad.
You are just so... Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And he says, take it easy on Steiny. And I tried to call him. I couldn't. Like, what the F is going through your eardrums? The dude just came at you, yelled at me about the Clippers, and he's telling me take it easy on you. I'm good now.
Because
wow,
he knew you obviously didn't know the Clippers have been 500 for 8 weeks.
So you missed my point again. But go ahead.
Probably.
Yeah.
Thanks, Norm.
Well, the Warriors have been the second best team for 2 months.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they have the second most wins since February 1st of any team not named the Boston Celtics.
Second most wins.
Yeah. And let me look at this.
Do you know that? Do you know that stat by winning percentage?
10. Okay, so they're
because they've had a lot of extra games.
So they're a top 5 team.
You're just guessing.
How could you have the second most wins in the league and be outside of the top 5?
Because maybe they played 9 more games than some other teams because they had
because they had 2 makeups.
Yeah, well, they may just be behind. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Well, but I'm saying we don't talk about them like they're the second best team in the NBA.
Guru does.
No.
Thank you, Evan. Go ahead. Your question's kind of provocative. Who would you want? I said Caitlin Clark.
I'll take Watkins.
What do you love so much about her?
She's good. She's really good.
And she's young.
Thank you. She's a freshman.
So they still got the rules where,
Angel Reese, I'm out on.
Oh.
I'm out on. She's good.
She was controlling that game up until she's
a little too robotic for me.
But she'll work in the WNBA though.
I have no idea. I don't know what that league's like.
Yeah.
I can't assume.
And UConn got some bangers. What's number 10 on UConn? She is a problem down low. She was like Draymond. But anyway.
She punched somebody?
I'm going to give you a 3.
No, what
we don't have a name here for the WNBA team as of yet.
No, but you can suggest names. They had the general manager of the women's team on with the night of the women's empowerment broadcast, and she said she's accepting suggestions. I'm serious. I can't remember her name.
Do you know if it'll be San Francisco, Golden?
Jess Smith.
Of course. Yes, exactly. Jess Smith. So if you have any ideas for a name of the WNBA,
we got to get it right now.
Of course it's going to be San Francisco, right?
Okay.
I would think.
Well, we tried to get Evan play-by-play when we were over there. You did. You hooked him up.
Next question.
I tried to point out you did something good. That's all.
You don't have to do that. I got a reputation for not doing stuff like that.
But Steiny stuff.
So I don't necessarily think. I take Watkins.
The world stopped last night. You were
stop saying that.
It did.
That's the seventh time.
Well, you weren't on Twitter.
No, it didn't.
You were not on Twitter, so you don't know.
The world didn't stop.
You weren't on Twitter, so you don't know.
The world did not stop.
Sports world.
We're still here this morning. It didn't stop.
Well, I didn't say it's done.
Yes, you did.
I didn't
you
go
said
Kyle.
it stopped. So it stopped. Well, it stopped for the first game. Then it stopped again for the second game.
It was beautiful.
And according to you, it stopped because somebody threw a no-hitter that nobody heard of.
No, it was
How many
beautiful.
times did the world stop since the show ended yesterday?
The fact that you weren't on X, you missed that. That added to the experience of watching those 2 great games.
Let me tell you what added to the experience is being off X. That adds to the experience.
It wasn't a cesspool.
I'll never go
last
back.
night.
Yes, it was.
No, everybody was talking about.
Oh, how'd Paul Pierce do on Twitter last night?
Well,
he said he was catching grief.
Oh, yeah, no, for something he said on TV.
So it was toxic.
Well, he just pointed out.
Very toxic.
Oh, Caitlyn did it against. She's white and did it against the sisters, which is ridiculous. But he did that on TV.
Mike's in Berkeley. Hey, Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Mikey.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. Feels like the world's stopping for this call. Mike.
Uh-oh.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, that was bad. That was bad humor.
I got you. I give it a 1.
Hey, there you go.
Hey,
1.
Mike.
Go ahead, Mike. I'm going to give you a 5.
Hey, guys, I'm sitting here thinking, all these people calling in, and, a lot of them are right. They got their opinions, and bits and pieces are right. But the Warriors play like a team. that have recently won 4 championships. There's no hunger. There's no focus of detail, and they're being coached like they've won 4 championships recently. Now, let me ask you guys this. Do you think Steph Curry would play the way he plays if he hadn't won 4 championships? Jacking up crazy shots in the fourth quarter, being so careless with the ball. Do you think Steve Kerr would coach a team the way he coaches a team if they recently hadn't won 4 championships?
That's for Goo.
I mean,
I'm not answering that.
It's just kind of obvious that there's no hunger, there's no attention to detail, and I just see it as, unless you press the reset button at the beginning of the year and do the Etch-a-Sketch and shake it above your head and do all this stuff and start over, then you're just resting on your laurels. That's all they're doing.
But what about Wednesday when we saw Steph Curry with that emotion? That falls under hunger for me, right? He was fed up. I mean, they're trying to win, and Steph's always played with a flair and turn the ball over. That's just, they've been so great, they were able to overcome that.
I just think that that's an accumulation of years and years of Draymond's nonsense. And that's another thing. Do you think this team would put up with this if they hadn't won 4 championships in recent memory? This would not be happening. And the way they coach the young guys, I mean, you look at Moses Moody. I know everybody talks Moses Moody. I mean, he's a fan favorite for a reason. The guy hustles. He plays hungry. He's one of the guys out there that you can count on day in and day out. And if you see what the coaching staff has done with him in the last 3 weeks, I mean, Wiggins goes out for 4 games. In comes Moody. Now, albeit a day after that, Kerr said he was out of the rotation, and he was the 13th man. He steps in and he plays some ball. Guess what? The very first game that Wiggins comes back, he's the 10th man off the bench. He's the 10th man in the game. So, I mean, you're going up and down with this guy. If you invest in him and treat him like he's a valuable player and he's got upside, give him confidence, the guy's a dynamite player.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. With you.
I don't think they're lazy or not trying to play. I don't see that part of it, Stoney. That's when you quit.
Well,
but
Draymond,
hey, that's his.
Draymond quit the other night.
No, that he did.
And apparently Wiggins quit on Sunday.
Paige Beckers
according to
quit.
you guys.
Oh, she's baller too.
Mike Bassick was on with the Morning Roast. He's a talk show host out of Houston, former Major League Baseball player.
Gave up Barry Bonds home. Go ahead.
Here's what he had to say on the Warriors. He said something that I'll let Guru react to.
My wonder is where they're at standings-wise last year and this year, and how much Curry has left. I don't know where the future is for the Warriors, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. It's almost like they need to rebuild a team around Curry, but then you have to ask yourself, is Curry young enough and have enough left in the tank that we could do like a 1 or 2 year rebuild, and in 2026 possibly put a championship team around Curry?
What is a championship team around Curry? And he's from Dallas.
Yeah.
What does a championship team around Curry look like when he's 38? And what does he look like at 38?
Well,
is he a starter?
Oh, no doubt, Stoney. You're looking at me like...
How many minutes is he playing?
I would say up to 30, 26 to 2. I know they're not the same. Don't take this the wrong way because you did early. Stoney, they dedicate themselves to staying in tip-top shape, and that's why I always bring up the LeBron comp. I know it's different bodies, but Stoney, 2 years of Steph Curry playing 30 minutes a game, I don't think if you get the right people around him and his specialty is shooting and you take the ball handling duties away from him, I don't think that's impossible.
Well, of course, it's not impossible.
This is the crazy thing.
What kind of player is he, night in and night out, at 38 years old?
I think he can get you 24 to 25 points a game, and can you shoot 37% from three?
Well, how are you? Okay, no. How important is he at that point? Is he still your best player?
At that point, you would have like Kuminga would take it would be an argument. Like he wouldn't be number 4. He would be 2, maybe 2.5 in a perfect world.
That seems,
or maybe I'm lowering it to like, come on, Goo, we're not.
I mean, I don't know. The idea that I mean, I'm advocating for Kuminga to stay, but I'm advocating for Kuminga to stay because I think you can use Kuminga and some of the young guys to try to rebuild something here. But I guess that's where I think they're effed in a way. You're going to try to rebuild something in 2 years, and Steph at 38 is a main cog on a championship type team. Like, if that happens, like, great.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Mix in San Jose. I don't know.
Well, you said something that's a rat on the table that nobody wants to talk about but me. Steiny, life is about relationships, and sometimes you make decisions because of friendships and the history, and you said it earlier and it hit me. Do the Warriors feel like they owe Steph Curry that opportunity?
Okay, let's talk about it this way.
Yeah, that is some real stuff.
Let's say they feel like they owe Steph Curry.
They go that way to say, what can we do something
what
fast
is that way?
And try to get something around you in the next 2 years.
Okay, what do you do with
if we don't get it, we tried.
What do you do with Clay?
I think he's a part of this because I think Curry wants him to be a part of this.
All right. What do you do with Kuminga?
If I could get something that was more seasoned that I think could impact us right now and maybe be that best player and take the mantle from Curry, Stoney, I might be inclined to listen or do it.
Let's go to Mike in Oakland. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
Hey, you guys. How you doing today?
Hey. Doing well.
Thanks for having me.
Sure.
Hey, man. This is my take. If you don't get anybody that's of any significance, then this is what you do.
All right.
You go through a development series with your players. You go to the summer and you have somebody like an Akeem Olajuwon to teach them offense. Then maybe you go to somebody else who's a great player to teach them defense. So if you can't improve the roster, then you can improve the roster by getting guys in there who know the game, who can teach them the game, teach them certain moves inside, how to get their shot, what angles to take. If you can teach them these things that they don't know over the summer, then what happens is when you come back next year, they know what to do. You got better players, and you've developed them. That's what I call development. Development is taking the time out to have somebody teach these guys how to play. It's not just playing, because playing is not going to develop you at all the time.
But what if Curry doesn't have that time for development? And I just asked Donnie, I'll ask you, do you...
Over the summer.
All right, okay, got you.
Over the summer,
all right, I got you.
Not play ball over the summer the entire.
No, I get you. But Stoney, can you admit there is an element of that, I believe. Now, Joe Lacob may say, what do we owe this man? And this man, I'm talking about Steph.
Well, you guys think...
I'm just being real.
I mean, in a way, and this is where people disagree with me, I don't think Joe Lacob looks at it like we owe Steph. I think I've said this a million times. To me, Joe Lacob is a businessman. If he thinks that if his number one concern is, well, what are we going to do if Steph's not here and we can't sell out the building? Right. Well, extend him now then, for goodness sakes, at the end of the year. But I don't believe that's the way Joe Lacob views his Warrior team. Like, I'm not saying Steph's irrelevant, but I don't think you can. I guess the same person that thinks from the 10 seed they're going to make a run this year and win it.
Wow.
Yes. Would I do anything possible to get Steph a fifth ring? Yes. But what they're looking to do now, how? Like,
well, no, that's
nobody's saying, you know what? Right. Hey, Jeannie Buss, can you just get?
Well, no,
we'll take LeBron for Moody.
Yeah, but he called.
Can you just do us like they need somebody to do him a favor?
Yeah. Well,
who's going to do him a favor?
Well, they can sweeten the deal, and again, that's mortgaging more of the future.
Thank you.
But again, Steiny, you just said something. I got goosebumps of. I'll do whatever we can to try to get number 5, and I'm gonna say this for Steph Curry because he doesn't need it. All right, a lot of people think Draymond Green drove over and had dinner, and he ended up. He got 400. My question to you and the fans is, what's Curry's 400? Like I just really believe where he's taken this franchise, where the Warriors were at, 4 chips and him being transcended, I just have to believe I don't believe we're there yet, but we're about to embark on it. What do we do when we kind of know we don't want to do it, but we can't have this dude in another uniform? And Jonathan Kuminga might be a superstar down the road, but we got to get something now. So when it's all said and done and we're gray and old at a luncheon, we can look Steph Curry in the face and say, you know what? We did everything under the sun until that car was not able to drive anymore.
Not only did we do everything under the sun, we tricked off 2026 to 2029. This is what I'd love to know from Warrior fans. You need to think about a 5th title and how realistic that is. And if you think it's realistic, are you willing to move Jonathan Kuminga and let's just say 2 first-round picks in 2026 and 2028 for a Hail Mary pass that the move you're making gets a guy in here that wins a title with Steph, his 5th. That's where fundamentally I am out. How can you just deal out draft picks in 2026 and 2028 when Steph's not gonna be here? That's the scariest thing to me. To me, that's how you do miss the playoffs 5 straight years. Warrior, I got to believe Warrior fans, I don't know what Warrior fans would say to that. I mean, obviously, if you could guarantee a 5th ring, sure. Yeah. But
you can't.
You not only can't, you can't even assume a playoff berth anymore with this team. Mick's in San Jose. What's up, Mick? I bet you Warrior fans are. Hey, let me ask you, Mick. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Would you give up Kuminga and a couple first-round picks in 2026, 2028 for a player that I don't know, maybe you catch lightning in a bottle and give it one more run for Steph Curry at 36?
No. I would give Klay Thompson for 2nd or 3rd and get a young guy in, possibly lighten the bottle, because I honestly think Klay is going slower and slower. I watched the game against San Antonio. I don't know, 1 for 7, and the 7 was a buzzer beater. I mean, is that what we're going to pay for him? Really? I would kick Kuminga, give him more time, get rid of Klay, get something for it. I know the top 3 are good players, but I don't know, man. Would you give up Kuminga at that age or versus Klay at that age? And look at the cap money you would be saving.
Appreciate the call. It's Mick in San Jose.
Yeah. I know it's not fantasy basketball, but that's kind of what Joe Laker was doing when he called Jeannie Buss, Donnie. Let me just say that. What about that package for Kevin Durant?
No.
Would you do that?
No. 2 draft picks and Kuminga for Kevin Durant?
Right.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't. Do you realize that Kevin Durant's team is a 7th seed and LeBron's team is a 7th or is a 9th seed? It's just, I mean, you want to start talking about Jokic or Doncic or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Well, first of all, that's unrealistic. But, those are the guys now. So I don't think LeBron and Steph get anything done in terms of something that's automatic.
And Durant, Durant's in that camp too.
He is in that camp. And you know what? Here's the other thing I'm worried about. If you make a move okay, Jonathan Kuminga and I don't know, Wiggins and 2 first-round picks for Kevin Durant, and I get it, everybody gets hurt, but when guys get hurt at 35, what do you do if somebody gets hurt? Then, it's not like Doncic gets hurt. Okay, we're going to stink this year, but he'll be back next year. If one of your big boys at 36 gets hurt, oh my God.
But wasn't that essentially what the Warriors did this year before we saw Pods prove that he could hold it down in his rookie year? Wasn't that kind of what they were doing if Steph would have went down? There was no Jordan Poole. Who, you know what I mean?
Right. And Steph stayed healthy, and they're a 40-win team. 40 and 32, 40 and 34 right now, or 45-win team. I mean, I don't have a dog in the hunt, but I mean, my first thing is like they won
I guess
40,
I'm asking you,
44 games last year. They won 40. They're going to win 45 this year.
I don't want to speak for you, but it sounds like your energy is the best way to go is to run it back, but you fundamentally don't want to do that.
No,
but we could change the minutes.
I told you what I'd do. I'd look to move Draymond in the offseason.
Okay, all right.
I believe he's holding this franchise back. And I believe the proof of that is last year and this year.
All right.
And I believe, and Warrior fans, come down my road if you want. I believe coming back next year with essentially Draymond. First of all, let's look at it this way. Let's say they let Clay walk. Can you come back with Steph and Draymond without the Clay buffer for Steph Curry?
I get that. And I get the last 2 seasons. Oh, Goo, you just throwing stuff at Dre for hijacking the season.
Maybe
I get that.
2 seasons. Two seasons. That's what,
I get that.
Tell me I'm wrong. You can tell me I'm wrong, Warrior fans. But I am not coming into the next season and what's our strategy? Our strategy's this. Our fingers are crossed. That's not a strategy. I can't have Draymond come back next year and we're all just like, well, what do you think's going to happen? Because even when nothing happens, there's still the specter of something happening, which also takes a toll on a team. That's Tom in Sonoma. What's up, Tom? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. How you guys doing today,
all right,
man?
baby.
Hey, we got bud break all in the valley, man. These grapes will be going to popping out and start making some great wine pretty soon. So.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's going to be a great year, too, man. We got
it's going to be a big summer. I know that.
Yeah, it's going to be a hot one. So, Warriors, man, oh, boy. So, with Wiggins, if he doesn't start the game well, offensively, defensively, it carries them to the whole game, man. He just never gets unleashed. I feel the Warriors need to make sure he gets on track early. I think that's one of the game plan things that they need for him. Secondly, Joe Lacob. Did anybody hear Joe Lacob? He said he had a plan A and a plan B. I believe his plan A, he wants to see how far this team goes into the playoffs. For me, we'd have to be the 4th team in the Western Semi-Conference or better. That's going deep in the playoffs. If we get knocked out in the play-in or the first round, I believe he's going to go to plan B. And his plan B is he's going to break up the 3. And I believe he's going to take Clay and let him go. And if you get rid of Clay, Chris, and Darch, you're looking at about $80 million. So we don't have a lot of choices, man, you know, and we don't even have, what just drives me crazy, we don't even have draft choices. That really blows me away. I mean, and we don't draft in the middle of the season. We don't go for anybody. You know, we don't go.
Appreciate it, Tommy. We got to go, Tommy, but good call.
There's a price to being successful, man.
Right.
We'll talk about it on that side.
That just pissed me off that he said that. Because that's like what I've been saying for 3 years. You don't just get to have a dynasty for 40 years. But we'll do anything and everything to try to keep this thing going.
Ottoman Empire.
Love it.
Don't forget to download that Odyssey app. And that segment was brought to you by Safeway. Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Challenge or Danish Creamery Butter, selected varieties, $2.97 each, limit 4.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, I believe, and Evan, you can confirm this, Steph's the highest paid player in the NBA?
Yes.
51 million this year, 55, and then about 60.
Damn.
They owe him more than that. Like that, and I don't necessarily know if I want to go down this road, but like one of the issues a team has is when the highest paid player in the league, they've got a lot of issues, but it doesn't help that you have a player on the team right now who's the highest paid player in the game, and he will be next year and the year after that. But he's not the best player in the league. So then now, and it's not Steph's fault he's 36, but now you look around the landscape of the league, and there's players out there that are performing at Steph's level.
No doubt.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Rick Brunson,
Luka,
Jalen Brunson, Luka.
No. But don't you think Joe knew this when they gave Curry the contract?
Yes, but what I'm saying is, and I'm not saying they shouldn't have, but these are the logistical things you run into.
Right.
Why it's impossible to keep this thing going, because you had to pay Steph, the best player in the game. Well, now he's the highest paid player in the game, but he's not the best player in the game anymore.
Yeah, but he hadn't fallen. I hear you.
But it's important if he's 15 now. That means 15 teams not only have a player better than Steph right now, not a better career because nobody has, but they're also making less.
Yeah.
So then you have more flexibility.
And Steiny,
that's a rat on the table.
No doubt
really.
it is. I want to say it's a rat, but they could have saw it. I think they saw it coming. And I'm not wearing Steph Curry underwear when I say this.
You owe him 51, 55,
right.
and 60.
And he's worth
you don't owe him mortgaging 2025 to 2030
but let me tell you what they do
for a pipe dream.
Okay,
that's all I'm saying.
Let me tell you what I feel like they do on. When this season culminates, and I don't know if it's going to be with the NBA championship because it's highly unlikely. I don't know if it's going to be with the playoff berth. But Steiny, when I think of the 2023 Golden State Warriors, I don't say Steph Curry was our biggest problem. What I do say is we did not have, for whatever, a litany of reasons, a defined number 2 player. That, to me, is where you start. And again, it may sound like I'm making excuses. I'm not. I'm telling you, Steph is giving you 27. You compare him to him, okay, yeah, this is not his best year, but if you watch this team, they're nothing without him, and what's eroded around him is the answer is, who is his Robin? And that's what's really got this team where it's at, is it fluctuates.
Can he be Batman anymore?
He has to.
No. Can you win a title if he's Batman?
I think you can.
Okay.
Scotty, I'm not being, I believe you believe, I believe that. Okay. I believe that.
If Steph's making 55, how do they get a Robin in here?
Well, you might already have them if you could have got somebody to unlock Andrew Wiggins. And I'm not citing the Warriors for failing at that, but that's what you signed up for, and you couldn't sustain it.
Well, I guess that's that's the other thing that,
the Robin's here.
The
talent.
Why does everybody, 2 years ago, Steiny, 2 years ago they won it, 2 years ago they won it, 2 years ago they won it. Well, now all of a sudden he doesn't have a number 2. Well, he had one 2 years ago, apparently. So, the minute there's diminishing around, I don't get the mortgaging the future when you're where you're at right now. It's not like you're going in 53 win. Maybe this year you get to the Western Conference Finals. Hey, what do we need to get over the top?
Yeah.
What do we need? I just think it's obvious that this team needs a lot to get back into contention, and to put the onus on yourself to do it in 1 year for one guy, it's negligent. I'm sorry, and I say this a lot, it's the most important thing here is the Golden State Warriors. It's not Steph. It's not.
But can you elaborate on where you're going with that? Because to me, I get you. It starts with him, but to me, he is your franchise. So I know that sounds heavy, but Steiny, he's untouchable. Right. He's going to get those paydays, the 55, the 60. So
I get it.
We can't start there with him. But when you say, hey, we're paying you, so I guess are you following that up with, hey, buddy, we're not winning the chip now, but we got to save these draft picks. We can't just go get what you think you might need to get number 5. Like,
I'm ready to just start laughing about this idea of number 5 because it's holding this whole thing back. It's just absolutely holding this whole thing back in a way, I think. And again, let me make it clear. This has nothing to do with Steph Curry. You have to pay him. You paid him.
Yeah.
Nobody didn't want to pay him.
Right.
They did the right thing. But it doesn't mean as he's 36 and 37 and his skills are diminishing that it isn't an obstacle to overcome. You have, again, nobody's saying trade Steph.
Right.
Nobody's saying Steph got us into this mess. But from a salary standpoint, you have a guy on your team that's making more money than any other player in the NBA. And unfortunately, there are players earning less money who are better than him now. So that's a challenge you have to overcome to win it or to be successful.
But okay.
That's just the nature of having a dynasty.
And I'm just
what you got. People got to wake up and understand.
Right. But what about what's around him as he gets older? And now it's necessary
because
that he's
making
on the
$60 million. Right. It's harder to put a team around
well, you
him.
had a guy that could give you 18 points a night. I'm just going on the offensive end in Jordan Poole, but he got slugged by another guy you just re-signed. No, my point is he can make Steph's job a little easier, man.
Okay, are we talking about making Steph's job easier or the idea of winning a 5th title?
Well, I was trying to do both. Okay, if there's some slip, we're all slipping, but damn, I just don't see the thing to where you would put me in a room and say, why can't the Warriors win the 5th? Oh, like we're talking, and I'm not saying you're doing it, but we're acting like we've seen Steph fall off a cliff. We have not. I have not.
We may have
compare him to him. Okay, there's something.
But
come on now.
Do you acknowledge that we may be at a point with Steph where he can't be the best player on your team? That you actually need somebody either as good or better.
If I'm gonna say yes to that, but that's more unrealistic than getting the number. Like you can't go get that. Bet that player better than Steph, where I think Steph is still playing at. Like he's a top 10 player in the league today, Steiny.
Well, I'm just saying, if Joe Lacob doesn't think that Steph Curry can be the best player anymore on a championship team, and he knows. Because he's exhausted.
I feel he can. Do you? I'm being real.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Steiny, I'm not there, man.
And
we just saw it 2 years ago.
And he's not the same player. I don't think. I just don't. I just don't. I don't think.
And it's nothing about who's around him or what's not around him.
But again, you know who you got to put around him? You got to put Durant and Clay from 4 years ago and Draymond from 4 years ago.
Okay, I'm not living in the past because I don't think it's that far. He didn't have those dudes when they won it in 2022.
What are you talking about? You're talking about how Wiggins was a number 2.
No, I'm right. So that hasn't changed. He's still on your team.
Right.
But it ain't like they had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic, and those dudes are gone. This is fundamental. Draymond messing up and hijacking 2 seasons.
Okay.
This is, you're in the play-in, really, because you're not the 10th best team in the West. It's because you've been without a guy that means a lot to you.
And he'll be around.
He was gone, so you're in the 10th seed because of half of what he's done. I just trying to hammer home to you, it's not Steph why they're 10th.
It's not why they're 10th, but he's a part of it.
The biggest riddle is
he's a part of it.
This team is damn near this. Well, Jordan Poole's gone too.
What is so hard about saying Steph Curry is one of the greatest players who's ever played the game?
Right.
We all know that.
Gotcha.
He's the most beloved player in Bay Area history.
Right.
He's 36.
Right.
Like, pack it in already.
Yeah,
we got to move on. And the other thing is, like, the only way he stays at this level is by playing less.
Oh. I would say having guys pull their weight more that are capable of doing it and that's what's not happening. Plus, with the natural attrition, I'm not sitting here blind, Stoney. I don't get 27 points, 40% from three. Is he perfect? No, but he's damn near the same dude he was when they closed out Boston.
No, he's not.
How I would ask you.
No, he's not.
What's the biggest difference to you?
He was fresher 2 years ago. He took a month off before that playoff series. Right. He's not that player from 2 years ago.
Right.
I'll give you that. Is he great? Of course he's great.
I mean, man, a top 10 to me, Steiny.
Okay, well, we can go. I mean, you'd rather have him over Shea Gilgeous right now.
No, that's a whole different conversation.
Embiid.
No, my point
Davis,
is,
LeBron.
Can I get a
Durant.
Kyrie next to him?
Who?
Can I get a Kyrie next to him? Can I get him some more help? He's carried it so long that I'm not going to double back now a year and a half later and say, oh, dude, he has not fallen off a cliff. I'm watching him, and go ahead. I'm sorry.
So whether he has or hasn't, 2 years ago, all the players you're talking about were better. So Clay was better. Well, Draymond was better. Wiggins was better.
Right.
Poole was here. You had Otto Porter. GP2 was better.
Looney.
So even if let's say Steph is still the same player he was from 2 years ago, you got to find five better versions around him to put him in that position to prove that he's the best player.
Evan, that's all I guess I was trying to say.
I think that's unrealistic to ask.
Right. And Stoney, I don't want to say that's a point for me, but that's kind of the picture I was painting it.
Well, Steph's declined like them all.
Yeah.
Like, if they've all dropped 10%, they've all dropped 10%. And I think they have, Steph included.
But if I'm at a 90 on my best day, I'm at 80.
Right.
But if
that ain't Doncic. That ain't Giannis. No. That ain't Jokic. That ain't Embiid when he's healthy. That's not Tatum or Brown. Like, he used to be Jokic. He was a 2-3. How many MVPs did he win?
2.
How far? And what do you think he'll finish in the MVP voting this year?
Number 1.
Okay, but
Nobody's blaming Steph Curry, but when you're paying a guy more money than any other player in the league, and he's 36. Then you're going to have to make up for some stuff elsewhere. And I don't think they can. It's going to be really hard to get guys in here to elevate this team to championship level. Bobby's in. No, let's go to Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. What's up, Timmy?
What's up, guys?
Yeah.
Hey, Sonny, I'm really, really with you on this one. I just don't understand why we've got 4 rings and 6 tries. And we just act like it's a rite of passage to get 5. It's almost like we don't understand how hard that is. I mean, the guy is 36. You're absolutely right. And let's think back to we talk about trading Kuminga. To me, that ain't even in the thought process. But think about Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. You think the Clippers regret trading him 2-3 years into his career?
Great point.
We actually mentioned in trading Kuminga. Go back and look at Kawhi Leonard's first 4 years in the league. First 4, he didn't have the numbers Kuminga had. And so what if they were ready to get off Kawhi? This is the guy, and I'm not saying he's the new Steph and all of that, but guys, why is that even in the process? I mean, the guy is doing what he's doing now, pretty much. Kind of not even really being, I know, Sonny, you like to say you like the way Kerr coached him and all of that. I disagree, but pretty much not even being empowered and, given a boost of confidence by his coach. It's almost like he had to kick his way through to get on the court. Imagine what may happen when he's actually empowered and trusted and another off season. You ready to give up on what this guy may be in 2 years? I just don't understand why we feel it's an entitlement.
So what do you do? I'm asking you, what do you do then? What are you ready to do?
So you think Joe Lacob is ready to say, he wants to sell that place out for 5 to 10 to 15 more years. You think he wants to just go all out for the next 2 or 3? I mean, a year from now, Steph's going to be 37. We already know nothing's going to happen this year with these guys. So a year from now, he's going to be 37. We talk about transitioning, and I hear Kurt talking about that with these guys in their career and how Clay has to transition and all of that. The next transition needs to occur when Steph goes to transition into just being a pure point guard, where he becomes a pure point guard and not running over 100 picks a game. We've lost players on this team because they couldn't play with Steph. We gave up on them because they couldn't play with Steph, right? The off-the-ball movement, all of that. Well, at 36, 37, Steph needs to transition more to a pure point guard, and we start highlighting others on the team and getting them better, and let him be the second and third option, knockdown 45% three-point shooter. Like, we got to start thinking about that, Gooey. Why is it just we got to win 5? Man, we got 4 out of 6. Let's transition and just continue to be a damn good team. And maybe it comes back around in 2 or 3 years once we build around other players. I just don't understand who's willing to give up on Kuminga. Like, think about what these other teams have done when they stuck with their players and watched them grow. You think OKC is not the winner out of that trade between the Clippers and I mean, come on, man. I just don't understand. I don't get it.
Appreciate it. Well, what are you thinking?
Honestly, do you really want to know what I'm thinking?
Yes, of course.
Is Kuminga playing tonight? That's really what I'm thinking, Evan. I don't know if you know.
Still questionable.
Okay, man. So this is something that probably, I'm no doctor, Stoney, could flare up in the next week or two when he does come back. But 4 games down the stretch, and I know you had to take every game important, but here we are, like, young fella, we need you. And I know you're hurting, but that's worrisome.
So let me ask you this, and just crunch some numbers.
Right.
And over the last 6 weeks, Curry's shooting 40% overall and 34 from 3.
Yeah, that's not his steal. Okay, I got you.
I'm looking at last year's playoff series against the Lakers.
Oh, okay, got it.
He shot 43% from the field and 34% from three-point range.
Facts.
So the second round against the Lakers, he felt it. How many playoff series can Steph Curry play in consecutively where he's 50, 40, 90, the player he was?
Well, against top-tier talent, I would probably say maybe 1. Okay. I wouldn't expect that.
So
at this juncture,
where do you go with these? So you actually think, okay, as a number 1, his numbers are coming down deep into a season, which, by the way, you'd think is understandable for a 36-year-old.
Gotcha.
So,
and you hate their team.
How do you get better when your heart and soul and the best player on your team is declining, and it shows up probably at the end of seasons more so because of age? Like, there may be a chance that, and I guess what you're saying is, well, if you get a couple stars around him, those numbers will go back
and
up.
They might not even have to be good players. Like, I was just thinking that after we got done with the conversation. Like, I don't even necessarily know if it needs to be stars, but better players, smarter players that fit with him better. That's all. And
smarter players and better players than these same players who you all tout as champions less than 2 years ago. I guess that's what bothers me is that, 2 years ago, everybody was good enough. Wiggins was great. And now, like, everybody's acting like they've left Steph high and dry. Well, no, actually, Wiggins isn't as good, and neither Steph. And, like, I don't say, well, Steph's still really good, and so everybody else owes Steph something because, why? He's declining like them all. Bobby and San Leandro.
Guys, how are you guys doing today?
Doing well.
All right, so Steiny, I agree with you on a couple of things. I agree with you that they're overpaying him, but some simple realities.
It's just a necessary evil, but it's a factor. Go ahead.
Yeah, but they set the market, right? So now they're paying Steph $50. When Shea comes up for contract, what is OKC going to do? Pay him $60?
Right.
No. So by setting that market, they are competing unfairly. And then the comment was made earlier that the talent around them, around Steph, they're just not performing. And then the thing that I'll point out also is there was 2 points in the season where they had 2 runs. And in both of those times, their defense was top 5 in the NBA. And every time that defense slides below top 5, they suddenly have all the other questions on the team. So I think the question that we need to be asking ourselves is, how do they stay productive on defense? Because that always translates to the offense.
Yeah. And that he's not. I'll read the super chat, Steiny, from Chubies, $4.99. Oh boy, I'm with Steiny. Keep JK. I don't want to relive the late '90s and 2000s where there was nobody worth watching.
Also, Curry's not overpaid.
Yeah, there's not even enough money they could.
Well, how do you mean that?
I mean, when he came to the franchise, they weren't worth $7 billion.
Well, no, I mean,
like they can't pay him enough.
Of course,
to be honest.
Exactly.
Let me be clear. I'm using.
You never said not pay him. He ain't worth it. You understand what it is, but I just. Like Steiny,
I mean, the bottom line is
not this team's problem. It's defensively.
Well, he's a problem on defense, too.
But Draymond got a new contract, and he has slipped way more than Steph Curry on defense. Let's put the rat on the table.
Well, hold on a second.
Draymond's taking the
ball.
ball.
You're the same person that said Draymond's having a great year when he plays.
And I'm the same person that said he can't guard 5 when he used to do that for all.
Okay, so what do we do if all these, like...
So
why do you think you can win a title?
Well, I didn't say I think. I'm hoping. But I know what it is, Steiny. I'm sitting here tonight thinking, what Warrior team are we going to see? They can win the game, and they can easily lose it. And then the one thing that really is in my craw that I can't shake is this team's losing record against good teams. Like, you up here thinking I'm up here just ignoring that. I'm hoping, Bud, when I watch this version of the Warriors.
Right, and I just think that it's gotten to the point where it's like, you think this is you're holding everything's being held back.
I'm holding on to the past.
Everything's being held back when you're only the idea that you can only talk about this team in championships is the biggest problem right now this organization has.
Yeah, but don't you think that's not a reality? Because I hope I'm not.
That's an absolute
last
reality.
Year you lost in the second round.
You can say
and
whatever, and I'm going to get pissed here. You can say whatever you want, but I know you still view them as a championship caliber team that if they can get hot, they can beat Denver and then beat Minnesota and then beat somebody else. I don't. I think that's a joke.
All right. And from the 10th seed. I know we got to go. Steiny, that's all with Steph, though. It's no other player, and that's the problem.
What do you mean?
It starts and ends. We've got to go. I'll tell you another song.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
You got a little cop to you.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Should I?
Oh, no.
You know what? I apologize.
I might go viral.
To everybody. You know what? And believe it or not, I'm not being sarcastic. I don't think this team's going anywhere, but it doesn't matter. They got 8 games left. They've got to play 8 games. Then they're going into the play-in if they do well enough. Yep. Then they'll either get eliminated in the play-in or they'll advance to the playoffs. Then they'll either win a round or they'll get beat in the first round, or they'll advance to the second, or maybe, just maybe, they'll shock the world and win 4 series and win it all. So you know what? Like, I kind of get people who are like, just chill out and wait.
And enjoy.
I just don't happen to think that much can happen between now and the end of the year that's going to dramatically change the way I think of the Warriors as they move forward with who they have and how they have to try to make moves to get better.
And you're including the play-in and the playoff.
Maybe they go 8-0.
Yeah,
they finish 48-34. They get up this 8. They win a play-in. They shock Denver. I get it. People out there, why write it off if it's not written off yet? But if it, I think the evidence is in on this team over the last 2 years. And I would be surprised if something dramatically changes in the play-in and postseason for the Warriors.
Well, yeah, I'm going to be consistent. This could be the last 8 games of the Big Three as we know it, and I'm going to just enjoy it. And it'll all come out in the wash as to what they're going to do in the play-in and hopefully playoffs. But, Stoney, this is the first time I really believe, and this is including Draymond last year, I never really felt like he was going anywhere. So I never had that feeling of they're going to break the Big Three up. But, again, tonight is one of 8, the last 8 possibly, that these guys could be together, man. So win or lose, they're going to get the play-in game, most likely 99.9% because Houston not going to catch the Warriors. But that's where I'm at. And maybe that's where I was at yesterday when you kind of like, Goo, where's the energy? And you don't feel it. Maybe people are, as crazy as this sounds, subconsciously thinking about that component of it.
Yeah.
This will be the end of an era.
And it lasted.
Good God. It's not over. Go ahead.
Like, it lasted longer than most dynasties. I mean, if you think about the first one they won, which was 14-15, and then they won in 22, that's 7 years, and they had the exact same core. Not one different player but Andrew Wiggins, essentially. Like, that's not easy to do.
Man.
And then to think that 9 years between championships, they're going to have, without an addition. Like, that's the other thing that I think about. So 2015, that puts Steph at 26.
That's the most incredible one. Yep, to me.
So you have essentially the same. Your best 3 players are still your best 3 players. You got Kuminga. Like, this, what they're doing right now is actually more than what most teams that have had a dynasty kind of do. Because they haven't had much change in their. I know. My point is, yes, they had Durant for 2 years and they won 2 titles, but they won without Durant. They won before without Durant and after without Durant.
2
with the big 3. That's still all they have, really, the big 3 and Wiggins. But they're so far removed from that first title. Like, it's unrealistic to think they can win a title unless they were sitting with a Kawhi Leonard like the Spurs got late, or the Lakers who got to draft James Worth. Yeah. Well, they didn't have a chance. There wasn't a player of that magnitude. They had a draft pick. You talk about Wiseman?
Yeah.
What player other than Tyrese Halliburton, who went 12,
and LaMelo Ball, who was rookie of the year?
You really think that changes their fortunes?
Yeah, we would feel a whole lot better than a guy that a bust. LaMelo Ball's got a 10-year career ahead of him and probably a perennial all-star. I'm just saying.
Well, he's already been an all-star, but they won.
And he's been the rookie of the year too. I would love to have that as opposed to nothing burger.
Yeah,
nothing burger.
Well, he is a nothing burger. He hasn't played in 2
he's
years,
box
bro.
office when he plays. And he played this year. He went back out. And they were playing for nothing.
58 games the last 2 years.
But my point is, he's coming back.
Okay.
I would rather have that
well, of course I would.
than the nothing burger that was Wiseman.
I'm not sure LaMelo Ball.
Oh, Steiny, he's electric. To me, just his style,
if you drop LaMelo Ball onto this team and he were healthy, are they a 4 seed?
No, I'm not going to do that. I won't even. I would let it try. I would feel better about the future. Well, you might be able to pass the baton. I mean, this dude went in the lottery, and he hasn't disappointed yet. He just has not been available. Steph was hurt early on, and look how that turned out. LaMelo Ball is box office to me.
Well, he's box office, but is he good?
Yeah,
is he a winner?
Yeah, I think. Well, no, he would have learned how to do that here,
like Jordan Poole.
I don't know why I'm not going to get. You know how I feel about Jordan Poole.
No, what I'm saying is like he may have, like.
Yeah, Jordan Poole.
He may have developed like Jordan Poole.
Yeah, no doubt. All right.
I don't mean
because people think of Jordan Poole, and I just think it's so effing unfair as a zero.
Well, and how about this?
I just hate that.
I think it's unfair to hold it against the Warriors that they didn't draft LaMelo Ball when they were sitting with Curry, Clay, and wasn't Poole on the team at that point?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't have
But what if they
that.
did what you said during that year? I keep going back to this. Steiny, I could hear you like yesterday. Do you draft the best available player?
Oh, they made a mistake. Don't get me wrong.
All right.
But I don't necessarily think if they're sitting with LaMelo Ball.
What about Tyrese Halliburton?
I don't like.
You
to
don't
me,
think
that's
he would
unfair.
be Halliburton? He wouldn't.
That's unfair.
Would he be what he is in Indiana here?
I can't. Why?
Because he was an option. They could have called his name.
Why didn't the third team call his name? And I'm not holding it against the Warriors for not drafting a guy at 2 that fell all the way to 12. Who also is a guard.
Yeah.
Like, I just can't. I mean, yes, would I rather have Halliburton? Of course. But I don't know, do they do that in Atlanta? Do they do that in 10 other cities? Well, we messed up. We didn't take Halliburton. Nobody took Halliburton for a reason. Because people were afraid. They didn't like his shot. It was one of the reasons. Should we take a call?
Yep.
Jonathan in San Francisco. What's up, Jonathan? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, baby? Yeah, Jay.
Hey, what's up? What's up, man?
Talk to us.
Great to talk. I just want to run it by you guys. Keep talking about Steph Curry. I don't think it's the problem. He's still great, man. The problem is the supporting cast. Young guys are not ready, and then Wiggins, he became a butterfly again. So, but I have this crazy thought, right? Not this year, but this year is going to be important. Get in the playoffs, play in, maybe win a round and get bounced in the second round. That's going to be wonderful for the young guys to get that experience, right? But I'm thinking, I got this crazy feeling that they're going to have their best chance to win another chip on Steph Curry and Draymond Green's last contract. But you know why? Hoping that by that point, Kuminga is a number one and Trace Jackson Jr. is like a Bam Adebayo.
Well, I don't know how he's going to score like that, but I appreciate the sentiment. And you know what else we're forgetting?
Well, he's a bit heavier than Bam, too.
What's his name? I got to give this guy credit.
Muhammad
Alavi. Isn't it so convenient how we just forget things? Oh, if we had Ball or we had Halliburton, you know what?
What?
They wouldn't have played. They wouldn't have played because the young players never played when there were titles at hand. Like, there's a chance Ball might not have played here.
Yeah, Wiseman started, but I hear you.
But that was coming off a terrible year. Like, can we assume now they would have developed those two guys?
I would hope that's what I was doing. I would hope they would. Even
why couldn't they develop Wiseman? I guess I'm just saying.
Well, and the thing about Wiseman, Scotty, his career ain't dead.
No.
Oh, boy.
I mean.
No, I'm serious.
Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. You can do it anytime and listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo. On the other side, it is Willard and FP Santangelo in the house. Mm-hmm. I'm scared of Willard.
Want a career with purpose? Great pay.
And from the head up.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Willard,
my job.
Willard and FP Santangelo in the house. I'll tell you what.
And I'm here too.
Let me tell you, and Goo. Let me tell you, listening to you guys on the way home, and what a joy just to listen to Willard and FP, to get FP's perspective, just logical perspective from a former player. Willard, it must be, how nice is it to have a partner just like that?
Stir the pot. Look at you.
No, you know what?
Pot. This dude ain't no athlete. What are you talking about? FP
Fix my camera now.
It's a
I'm
relief.
leaving.
It's a relief.
You know, no, seriously.
It's a relief to have finally have someone to talk to around here. That's all. Yeah.
FP was very logical yesterday. I was just listening to him, and I'm in my car, and I'm like, he got it exactly. Like, I think he's right. Like,
What did I say?
It was just, you said this.
Can't remember 10
There's
Draymond.
there's 8 games left. You got Draymond Green. There's 8 games left. Can you play hard those 8 games, and can we be the best team we can be and see where this thing ends up? And then the offseason will come, and we'll figure out what we're going to do with Draymond Green, whether we're going to keep him, whether he's a vital part of this team, whether we're going to look to move him. And I've just been talking for the last hour about, well, I don't think they're going anywhere. It doesn't matter. There's only one thing to do. Play 8 games.
As hard as you
and then
possibly can.
see what happens, and that'll determine where the team goes from here. Doesn't matter if I think they're done. Maybe they're not.
Probably 9 games, but yeah, probably 9.
Okay. Could be the last 9 of the last 8 of the big threes tenure together.
Could
just
be.
think about that. That's how I woke up this morning. Like, hopefully it's not, but man, just imagine if Clay were to put on another uniform, or big changes happen and Dre was traded. Like, that means something to all of us, I think, when you look at it through that prism.
What's the worst uniform Clay could put on next
That
year?
is, I think the Lakers. No,
Lakers?
good call. Lakers.
Well, for sure, Lakers.
Yeah, no doubt.
I thought you meant just in terms of style.
Oh, no.
It would probably be like a 1990 Nuggets jersey. Those were just awful. But no, what if I twisted the screw a little further into a bit of a different direction? Same question though. I don't even know how many of them he's going to play. But what if this is the last 9 games for the Warriors to decide whether or not Jonathan Kuminga is untouchable or not?
We talked about it, Will.
And the reason I bring that up is I do think a lot of us are cruising around having a conversation that's not really realistic, which is to say, if the Warriors do only have 9 games left and they lose in the first play-in, we're all going to head into the offseason going, big changes. Big changes are coming.
Cal Conley on with you yesterday.
And what changes are actually big if they don't include Jonathan Kuminga? Because I don't know if y'all are going to get what you think you can get.
Andrew Wiggins, I don't think that ain't big.
I don't know if a Draymond market, I don't even know how to pull apart what that would look like.
What about a package, though, of those two maybe?
Yeah, boy, who's asking for that?
Wow.
And what is the forget who's asking for? What's the return on that? That's a lot of money, which means someone's going to give up something really valuable for those two who are cruising around with the "you can't count on us" label all over their foreheads right now. So there's 2 kinds of big changes. There's like what represents to us like emotional change.
Yeah.
Clay's not on the team anymore, or we moved Draymond. But actually getting better would have to include Jonathan Kuminga. That's who people are going to want.
There's no doubt.
You mean getting better in a trade?
Yeah. Well, you can't just go on the market and spend.
Because I cited you. You're on record, Willard, as saying the answer is not in the building to fix this team in your estimation. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
I feel the same way.
I agree.
But they might run it back. We talked about it, FP. Draymond doesn't get suspended. The young guys take more of a bigger step, and Steiny's like, that ain't winning you no chip. But I'm like, you got to give up something to get something.
Yeah.
And if you're not willing to give up Kuminga, then there are no big changes.
I'm not there yet, though. I don't like to get to the offseason until you get to the offseason. I'm more about these last games and seeing what happens. And if these guys can come together and do what they did, I know it was San Antonio, but they came out to play the other night. I don't care what their record was. They won 3 in a row, and they were playing hard. Whatever happens these last few games and into the playoffs, I'm focused on right now. And then the offseason, it's fun to get some calls. What do you think? What would you do? But first things first, get Kuminga back.
What's going on?
He's untouchable for me. I don't care.
Well,
he's the franchise.
But see,
he is. He's 21. What, 21 or 22?
21, but I would blend what you're saying because I think that these last 8, if they turn into 9 or 10, or heck, if you're lucky enough to get to game 11, which means you get at least 4 more, I would argue that we can experience that, but those games, while experiencing them, there's 2 things happening at once. There's what you're talking about, which is the effort to actually win and go make noise into the playoffs, but that also is unquestionably linked to then what you do next. So I'm suggesting you have the conversation about the offseason based on actually diving into these next 8 games. This is, you want to call it an audition or whatever.
Go down in a blaze of glory, as the great John Bon Jovi said.
So, Willard, are you
Let's
alluding?
go.
You think the great Joe Lacob,
there's still eyeliner,
may not know which direction he's going, and it's kind of still up in the air, all dependent on these next 8, 9, 10, or 14.
Well, I think that I think he knows. You're always living hell. They call themselves light years, right? So if you're a front office, you're always living a year, 2, 3 in advance. To watch the 49ers right now are getting ready for Brock Purdy's contract, even though it won't even happen for 2 more years before he's actually being paid that money. So you're always living ahead, and I'm sure that they have an idea of what they think is going to happen, but then it can get messed up. I mean, if the Warriors win 2 play-in tournament games, and then you're suddenly sitting there getting ready for Game 6 against the Nuggets, you might have a very, very different perspective over what that group or specific players are able to do. And so, yeah, the changes could be smaller if that happens. But if you just grab the 10 seed and go lose in LA 2 weeks from tomorrow night, you got to swing big. And I'm sort of with you emotionally, FP. I hate the idea of trading Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, nobody wants to do it.
But someone's got to explain to me.
What about the idea?
If they lose in LA in 15 days, explain to me how you're going to get your roster better without doing that.
Well, what about the idea that you wouldn't just be trading Kuminga, you might be trading your 2026 first round pick and your 2028 first round pick if you have to. See, I'm just being totally honest. The idea of being depleted of some draft picks when Steph's not here, that scares me.
It's bad
because But I've always
thought you could have Zach Edey with one of those picks.
You could
have him.
Let's define what a big change would be. To me, if Clay walks, that's a big change, just because he's Clay.
No, it's a big change, but isn't an improvement.
Well,
how do you get better if the only thing that happens is Clay walks out the door?
I get there's 2 different things here. Yeah. There's making moves and getting better. But I guess what I'm saying is if they flame out, then to me, if they let Clay walk, that would be a big change. It means they're walking from one of their main guys. Sure. I would say Kuminga would be a big change. Draymond would be a big change. And Wiggins, I'm not sure about, but I'm going to put him into the big change because he was a champion player here.
Dude, you get rid of those guys, I'm not buying a ticket. I'm not going to a game.
You wouldn't get rid of all of them.
I'm just saying, if you get rid of all those guys, I'm not going to a game. I don't care who you get.
Who's coming back?
I don't know. It's just that didn't sound very appealing to me. I'm not going to a Warriors game. If you get rid of Kuminga and Draymond and
that's why.
you're going to get me excited about who they get for him.
It's a faceless, nameless return. You know what I mean? I don't know. What if Tyrese Maxey's on the team?
All right.
Well, but he's a better player than Andrew Wiggins is right now. No question about that.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we just went 15 rounds with 12 rounds. Steiny said, can Steph Curry be your best player and you still win an NBA title? I said yes. And I'm not just saying that because I got Curry underwear on, FP. I still feel like he's a top 10, top 15 player.
Because your shirt
what's around him.
Because your shirt says it's Steph we trust.
It's around him. Shout out Sheed Warriors World. But, I mean, how would you guys answer that question? He has not fallen off. I don't want to lead the witness, but he has not fallen off the face of the earth. What's around him is what I'm focused on.
Can he be the best player on a championship team? I would answer that by saying, what's the space between him and number 2?
Well, what would you say that is now? It fluctuates, right? We don't know on any given night.
The space is too large right now.
Okay, and there you go.
The space is too large right now. Like that's
a problem.
That second play, that's like going, well, Shaq was the best player on a championship team and Kobe was the second best player. Like, yeah, there's too much on his shoulders right now.
Well, like if they got LeBron in here and somehow could get LeBron and still keep Kuminga. Oh, I've made it clear. I'd be for that.
I'll go to that game.
Yeah. Who's the one? Who's the two? Who cares?
Exactly. Like when Durant was here.
You know what? And Warrior fans probably hate this. You know who the one is? It's LeBron, because he'll handle the ball most of the time in that scenario, making most of the decisions. You've got a guy in Steph who can play with the ball and without the ball. So LeBron, they would change the way they played if they got LeBron. I'll bet you that.
Wow.
So that's the only thing I'd advocate is if you could get a theoretical big boy in here and keep Kuminga. I just don't know how that happens.
How?
I don't know.
How?
It's the $1 million question.
I mean, they're really good at pulling rabbits out of their hat. You know what I mean?
If you could sign Jimmy G from Field 6 throwing footballs into a garbage can, and then he's your starting quarterback, you could do anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a 3. Because that's what happened. We don't need you. Can I read some numbers to you two guys? Because I ran them by Stoney. I don't get worried. It's only 5 games for the Giants, but I just want to read some bullpen numbers to you. 18 innings pitched, 20 earned runs, 4 homers, 11 walks. Nothing to see here, because when you got 2 starters coming back, you can bump one of the starters or the fill-ins to the bullpen. Life is about good friends and having a good bullpen. And right now, it seems like the Giants don't have the good bullpen or nothing to see here. It's too early, Goo.
I don't have either.
I've been waiting on y'all.
I don't have either. Good friends or a good bullpen.
You got good friends.
Yeah, nothing but good friends.
No, I'm
so many people in that phone. Every single day, we'll be in the other room when FB's in.
Dude, there was
hey, do you want to have this person on? He's like,
no. We got baby
I was at his wedding 3 weeks ago. It's just constant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't love the. I didn't love the fact, if I'm being 100% honest, that a guy that was a career minor leaguer made his debut against the heart of the Dodgers order last night in a 4-run game.
Man.
I don't care what the reports were in AAA. He's 15-0, whatever he was. He's throwing 95. That's a tough place to make your debut. In a big game, even though it's only game, 5 of the season?
What pitcher did you want to put in?
A-listers, man. It's the Dodgers. Yeah. Let's go. It was still within Grand Slam range at that point when Soler made the biggest base running blunder I've seen in a while, down by 4 runs.
That was bad. Oh, go ahead, Stoney.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I would say you're not too early to express concern about the bullpen, because the bullpen, as I've always said, is exactly like an offensive line in football. You're going to get no attention to it, but it's why you win. And so they've got to be very good. And you can say, oh, but Snell and Cobb are coming. What do you think is going to happen when Snell and Cobb get here?
Wow.
I'll tell you, they're going to throw 5 innings, which means 4 innings. Half
Taylor
the game.
Rogers, we need you.
Yeah, half the game's going to go to these other guys, and they've got to be good. Yeah. They have to be good, or else the Giants' season is not going to go well. And we're still getting to know who these people are.
Dude, bullpens are bullpens, man. You could tinker with bullpens. You got some kid in Double-A that throws 100 that's a starter.
But they better be good.
So no biggie.
They better be good.
It's not that bad. The one thing I would want to be my deficiency in April is my bullpen, because if you're a president of baseball operations or a GM and you know anything about baseball, you can fix a bullpen.
I don't disagree, but it has to be good.
That's the easiest fix.
But it has to be good.
Yeah, it does, especially in the best division in baseball.
The reason the Dodgers, with all their dominance in the last 12 years, have 1/3 of a championship is because they've never had a great bullpen.
Or they've made weird moves with that bullpen.
Well,
like what is Dave Roberts doing right now?
They've always had a great lineup. They've always had starting pitching. They don't have a great bullpen. So they get 1/3 of a championship. Like, that's got to be good. I don't think it's too early for Giants frustrations at all.
The last team I was with on a daily basis won a World Series with a bad bullpen. And they pieced it together in the playoffs with starting pitching out of their bullpen, but they just duct tape, baling wire, crazy glue, Gorilla Glue, figured out the bullpen throughout the season.
I'd argue that's a one-off then.
And they won a World Series.
The majority of the teams that win a World Series.
There was a trade at the deadline to get a Doolittle and an Anderson and some big pitchers, and all of a sudden you got 3 new pieces in your bullpen that weren't there at the trade deadline for some like borderline prospects.
Fine. I'm not saying you can't fix it. I'm just saying in the end it's got to be good.
It does.
The Giants 3 championships. You could close your eyes and you knew exactly who was going to pitch the 6th and the 7th and the 8th and the 9th and the
after the 5th game of the year, you knew that?
No.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not arguing that this is I'm talking about bullpens in general.
Yeah, I think as a manager, I'm feeling out my lineup right now. I'm feeling out my bullpen right now, and I'm seeing who gets the A innings, who gets the B innings, and I always think the B bullpen's more important than the A bullpen because if I'm going to come from behind and we're down by 2, you got to keep it at 2. But if a 2-run deficit goes to 4 or 5 runs, we're not coming back. So the B bullpen that keeps me in the game where I can snatch a win in the 7th, 8th, or 9th is every bit important. So right now, if you're Bob Melvin and you're new to an organization, you're feeling out your lineup, who's comfortable where, who's comfortable hitting behind who. And I think I'm hoping Tyro moves up a little bit somewhere down the road. But Bob's figuring all this out. That's what April's for without getting too far behind or getting buried in a division. You're trying to find the rhythm of your lineup and the rhythm of your bullpen and who fits where, what piece fits where, who can handle the big 8th inning, who can handle the big 7th inning when we're ahead by 2 on the road against the Dodgers. Like, I think I got an idea, but there's no bright lights in the 3rd deck in spring training. It doesn't go on the back of your baseball cart in Scottsdale. It does now, so you'll see guys have great springs, and all of a sudden it counts, and they go, oh, God, it counts. And this is Dodger Stadium, and the organ's really loud. It's the Dodgers, and that's Freddie freaking Freeman, and oh my God. So
what a lineup.
He's freaking, I know, right? I've never seen Mookie Betts this hot, dude.
It's like watching the Warriors with Durant, where when it's good for you, you love it, but it's like, this is a joke.
No, it's super frustrating to root against. It's super frustrating to root against.
It's hard to root against Mookie Betts. It's really hard.
Well, Mookie's just a great player, but it's very, very frustrating to watch your favorite team try to pitch to this group. It's incredibly frustrating. But what I also found frustrating last night was you sat down and you watched that thing and you went, so this is game 5 and this is the first Giants-Dodgers game of the year. This renewed excitement around the Giants, I had a hard time finding on my television set. It felt very, very reminiscent suddenly to the last 2 years in terms of vibe and in terms of the way the Dodgers go about beating you, which is after 3 innings, it'll be 1-0. And you're like, okay, you're still, no, here they comes the lineup again.
Oh, man.
And then it's 3-0. And then they come around again, and then it's 5-0. And then you're sitting there in the 7th inning just hoping that it doesn't become embarrassing. And then it's like, okay, is it 8-3, or do you end up with one of those DeSclafani games where it ends up 14-2?
But the Soler base running move, that's why it was so big. I know it was one, but that was bad. You could have killed a rally.
Down by 4, that can't happen.
You can't happen.
It can't happen, but we're also acting like the next guy was definitely going to hit a 3-run homer or whatever. Soler's had a...
That's what you were talking about the other day. And I don't know if Soler fits the category, but... You learn that stuff in the minor leagues.
What's he doing? Like, no.
It's time of game. It's when to take a chance. It's when not to take a chance. That's not Matt Williams' fault at all, because if I'm base running there down by 4, it's station to station. We just need base runners. I don't need to advance to 3rd there. You just need more guys on. You need to keep the line moving. Yeah. And the one thing I will say, and this might get an eye roll from you guys and people listening to their cars, but when you face a guy like Paxton last night and he walks 6 guys, those are the hardest at-bats for a hitter because it's a snowball fight. He throws 1 at your head and then he paints on the black. Then he walks 3 guys in a row, then he paints 3 on the black to you. So guys that the term effectively wild, when you're facing a guy and you don't know where it's going, and all of a sudden it's 2-0 and then he paints and it's 2-1. And then he throws 1 at your head, and then 3-2 he paints on the black. And then at the 3-2 pitch, he throws a nasty hammer for strike 3, and you're like, wait, you didn't know where it was going 40 seconds ago, and now you're painting. So he was doing that last night. He's throwing 95. He walked everybody. He was behind everybody. When we had to make a pitch, he had to make a pitch. And what that'll do for a hitter is it'll get you on your heels, because whatever your game plan is, like I'm sitting on a fastball middle away, and if that dude throws it, I'm smoking in the right center field gap, and that's my game plan tonight. And you got a solid game plan because you watch video for an hour before the game, and dude never throws a ball in the place you're looking for because he doesn't even know where it's going. Those are the tough nights, and I think that's what happened.
You know who you just described?
Is it a fear?
Yeah, Blake Snell.
Exactly right.
You can't have a game plan against guys like that. It's just like
is it a fear? that you may get hit, or is it just I don't know where the ball is
I don't know where it's going. So as a big league hitter, you want to have a game plan. Like, what's a good at-bat? A good at-bat is having a game plan in the on-deck circle, getting in the batter's box, and following through with your plan. Because a lot of times when you go from that on-deck circle to the batter's box, that little man in your head starts talking to you real fast. And you're like, I'm sitting on a fastball middle away. What? And you get in the box and you're like, well, maybe a bunt's good right here. Or what about a fastball middle in? I think he's coming fastball middle in. And that guy's talking to you. He's talking to your head. He's in your head. So a good at-bat is in front of 50,000 people at Dodger Stadium, and you have a game plan, is sticking with that game plan the whole at-bat. Even if it means getting to 2 strikes and you still haven't got the pitch you're sitting on. Because there's two counts to hit in a baseball. 2 strikes and less than 2 strikes. And with less than 2 strikes, why would you swing at anything other than what you're looking for? 2 strikes, you got to stick your nose in the dirt and battle. But until you get to 2 strikes, I'm looking for 1 pitch in 1 spot. And if it's there, I'm getting off my A swing on my A pitch. I'm barreling something up. But when you have a guy that's just a big, tall lefty that's throwing 95 and doesn't know where it's going, now I don't have a game plan, and that's frustrating. It is.
You know how good the Dodgers are?
Tell me. Well, they've owned the division for the last decade.
The runner-up in the Cy Young race will start against them tonight versus
TBD.
Undecided.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right, got you.
And the Dodgers are a minus 145 favorite.
I got you, man.
They're throwing we don't know against
know,
one of the best pitchers in the National League, and Vegas is like, you're not just a favorite, you're a heavy favorite.
Well,
Vegas is like, hey, we got Shoei.
Let's go in 15 rounds. So that's what Vegas is saying. You're going to earn your money tonight going against this lineup.
Yeah.
We could have Bugs Bunny throwing.
No, what they're saying is like, hey, we got Shoei on our side. We got Shoei on our side. Hey, we got Shoei. Shoei told us he's going to try
minus 145.
Would you, real quick, what'd you think of those women's games last night? Did you watch any of them?
Oh my God, we watched the first half while we were sitting here doing the show.
Wow.
It was incredible.
It was
pretty fun.
That was one of the most, here's how I would describe it. That was one of the best paced sporting watches.
That first half was incredible.
That I think I've seen in this calendar year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
I mean,
Caitlin Clark.
Which one would you want on the WNBA team? You can have any of this. Would you want Caitlin Clark?
I want her on the Warriors next year.
Yeah. Do you know what stuns you if you haven't watched Caitlin Clark play? Everybody knows that she can hit ridiculous 3-point shots. The way that woman runs a game, like a complete quarterback, her passing ability, her court vision.
Yeah, she was, man.
The whole thing looks more wide open when she's got the ball. There's so much going on. I never found when she had the ball in her hand, it was just exciting, whether she shot it or not.
Did you see her walk-off interview at halftime?
No.
She couldn't even breathe. She's like, you never see that in the NBA, right? When they're talking to somebody on the way into halftime, that's how hard she was playing. She couldn't breathe. They're like, well, I'll let you catch your breath. She's like, yeah, that was a great first half. I'm like, damn, she's playing hard, man. It was awesome.
Yeah. All right, that was great. Yeah. What'd you guys think?
I thought it was awesome. I really liked the Juju Watkins from USC. Like, she's got a game.
Oh gosh, yeah, that was
Gino.
That was a tough ending watching her walk off the court.
I mean, just a freshman. She's good.
But it was a Steph Curry experience for me watching her shoot and running. It was incredible. So and it was breathtaking.
And it was incredibly difficult and unfortunate to watch Kim Mulkey lose.
Yeah.
I thought that sucked.
Gamer.
I thought her team came apart a little bit at the end.
She is something.
Well, those girls do have a lot of emotion on their shoulders. Like the fact, like Angel Reese after the game with that press conference and saying that she has not been happy since they won the national championship because of everything that gets pointed at her and thrown at all of them. That stinks.
I like her.
I got nothing against any of those players.
Then they could have won it as long as Mulkey could have gotten the loss.
Yeah.
On 95.7, the game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, man, get in here. FP's in for Dibs again. Dibs will be back tomorrow, unless we tell him to stay home because we're having a good time with FP. But welcome you all in. 888-957-9570. Yeah, I think it's about Jonathan Kuminga. That's what I think. I know that we want to focus on the big three. I get it. But let's be real. The big three, as I said last week, it doesn't really exist. It doesn't exist in the form that we've known it to exist in the past anyway. If Jonathan Kuminga is still on the team next year, he's one of your best three players, right?
Yes.
He might be your second best player.
Yes.
He might be trending someday soon being your first best player.
Yes.
Okay, so that means that the big three is no longer the big three. They're not the three best players on the team, right?
And you're about to say trade him.
No, I'm not. I hope they don't. I want to get that out front.
Okay, good.
I hope Jonathan Kuminga's on the team. I find him to be a fascinating, exciting player. I was admittedly a little bit late to the party. I wanted to deal him for Drew Holiday in the last offseason. But I like the guy. We've been waiting for the growth that we have seen now in the last 3 months. And now I really, really like the guy. And so I very much hope he's on the Golden State Warriors. That said, I just want to point out that while we're all talking about if things don't go great for the Warriors over the next 2 weeks, big changes. You can have big changes, but that's that whole John Wooden thing. Remember, there's a lot of activity, but you're doing nothing.
Yeah.
That's what the Warriors would do right now if it's like, well, yeah, Chris Paul will be gone and Klay Thompson will be gone and maybe trade Wiggins. Okay, great. What? That's a lot of activity, but you're doing nothing. How are you actually getting better? I would argue that right now this Golden State Warriors team, if you are of the mind at the end of the regular season that there are big changes necessary, someone explain to me how you do that without trading Jonathan Kuminga. That's the only way you're going to get a big return, right?
What if I told you if you just took out all the drama, they're a 5 or 6 seed right now?
I don't think
if you took out all the Real Housewives of Golden State Warriors drama that we've seen over the last 2 years and they just played basketball.
I don't think I'd believe you.
You don't think they're good enough if Draymond was there for all the indefinite suspension that he had and getting ejected? You took all that out and he played basketball and you took all the drama that these guys have had to deal with besides playing. They lost one of their coaches this year. He died right in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
Kuminga killed Joel Embiid. He's coming back tonight. Well, he's not coming back tonight. He's close, but he messed up his knee. I mean, there's been so much drama all season long. Like, if you take all that out, you still think they're a 10 seed. What I'm saying right now might sound really stupid, but I don't think they have to make too many changes. I don't think it's blow it up. And I'm not saying run it back like we're talking about with the Niners, but I'm saying if you take all the drama out and you just play basketball and there's a way to do that this is a pretty damn good team, but they have had to deal with a lot self-inflicted and otherwise this year, which has made them inconsistent, and it's why they're a 10 seed.
I have multiple questions to answer your question.
Go ahead.
First question, do you really believe that this group of people and players are capable of going through a season without drama?
Oh, I thought you were going to say winning. Yeah.
I mean, you said it yourself that a lot of it is self-inflicted.
It is. Wiggins didn't come to camp in shape. If he went away for family reasons again. I forgot about that part.
Yeah, it was only 4 games.
Still, that's a lot. Yep. 1 game is a lot when you're getting paid that much money and you're playing at the highest level and you're trying to win a championship. Missing 1 game for personal reasons is a lot. So 4 in a week is a lot. I'm sorry, and I'm not saying that he didn't. And it wasn't justified. I'm just saying that's a lot.
Well, I guess this is what it sounds like to me.
And Kuminga saying that he needs to play more. I mean, take all of that out. Sure,
but that's a normal flow of a basketball season.
Yeah, I mean, if it's been above and beyond the last couple of years with these guys.
If what you're saying is, it's like, the Warriors would be good if Wiggins would be focused and if Draymond would behave. Well, for God's sakes. I mean, we've been doing that their entire careers. I don't think those are reasonable ifs. So I don't like to say that this group can just play basketball, just forget the drama. I don't think they're capable.
I just think when you start making changes to make changes, and obviously you want to get better, in these trades that we're kind of playing with right now, that you got to be careful that all of a sudden you lose your identity and you just get a bunch of pieces. And now you're playing with a bunch of pieces that don't know how to play together.
Maybe.
And there's an adjustment period. We already have some pretty damn good pieces right now that have either underperformed for whatever reason, and one guy's like coming into his own in Kuminga. I think you tweak. I don't think you blow it up.
The other thing you said, and this is my next question, you said, don't you think if they just played basketball and forgot all the drama, don't you think they're a 5 or 6 seed? Is that the goal?
I mean, it'd be a lot easier to be a 10 seed.
Sure.
And I know we're all spoiled here, and we want parades on Market Street every year, and we think they grow on trees on Market Street. Is there trees on Market Street?
Probably fake ones. There's some plants out there.
We think those things are easy around here, those parades.
No, they're not. They're not, but I'm just trying to get into the brain of Steph Curry. That's all of us are really trying to do, aren't we? At the end of all of this, when you've got your superstar player, and whether it's direct or indirect, the decisions made surrounding an organization are kind of based on him. Not solely him, but that's the straw that stirs the drink. So his opinion matters, his age matters, his abilities matter. Everything, if that's the eye of the storm, is Steph Curry. Well, we're trying to get in his brain. And I wonder if his brain, with how many years left? 3? I wonder if his brain is sitting there going, man, I hope we could be the 5 seed again in my career.
I think his brain is over Draymond's antics.
Maybe.
I think his brain is over all the drama. I think if Steph was sitting here having a beer and you were his best friend and he knew it was off the record, he'd tell you, dude, I just want to go win. I just want to play. All this other crap, I'm so over it. And I think there's a lot of guys probably in that locker room that would say the same. I bet you if you ask Clay over a beer, he's like, he's the most mellow dude in the world, right? Fierce between the lines or on the court. I guarantee you he'd sit here and say, like, yeah, I'm over all this. I just want number 5. I just want to win. Okay. And he might talk about his contract and the owner and where we're going with that too. And he's telling me one thing and doing another thing, and you hear some things off the record that'd probably be super interesting. But I think if you took like a anonymous poll in that locker room right now with coaches included, they're over all this drama and they just want to play basketball and they just want to win.
Yeah, but how do you do both of those things? That's always been the question with this particular group. How do you just go drama free and go win? Because the drama, if in this particular case what you're talking about is represented by Draymond Green,
there's been other drama too.
Yeah,
Wiggins has had his share, even though it's family and everyone's got to tiptoe around it because it's family.
Yeah,
he still wasn't there.
Okay, so get those 2 off of the team in form of a trade. What are you getting back, and are you now going to go win?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fun to talk about, but like I said in our little handoff thingy. Is that what you call it? The handoff thingy?
It is now.
It's the handoff telling thingy. You. It's the handoff I don't know thingy. What it's the handoff thingy.
Yeah. We call it the crossover, but I hesitate to say that to you because I like it better when you call it the handoff.
It's the handoff thingy.
Yeah, it's very suggestive.
We don't have a handoff thingy because we're the last show, right?
Correct.
So there's no handoff thingy at the end of our show.
We hand it off to Grandy.
Oh, all right.
And he does an hour of the best of all of the handoff.
Let's get Grandy in here for the handoff thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm focused on these games.
Me too.
I'm excited. But they're such a roller coaster and an S show at times this year where you're like, they're great, they're going, they're going to make one more run. And the next game you're like, what are they doing? What are you even doing?
Tonight is a classic example of what you're talking about. I can already tell you what's going to happen tomorrow.
They're going to blow a big lead and lose to the Mavericks tonight?
No, I can't tell you what's going to happen tonight. I'm done predicting Warrior games, but I can tell you what's going to happen tomorrow. One of 2 things. There are only 2 things that can happen tomorrow. If the Warriors beat the Dallas Mavericks tonight at Chase Center, it will stir up feelings inside people who follow the Warriors that they can still win a damn trophy this year. If they lose, that will stir up the exact opposite of they can't win at home. This is a complete charade that we're all having all year long. I don't know why we've been taken on this journey. It's like we're totally myopic. What on earth? Those are your 2 options. There's no in between, which is where life exists. But
that's what being a fan is about.
And that's fine. I'm not here to rip it. I'm just sitting here telling you that, like, what the dynamic you're talking about is classically triggered by this game tonight. This type of game.
Right.
Good team.
Good team.
Home game.
Yeah.
Key moment. opportunity. If you win it, it's going to feel like when you beat the Bucks 2-3 weeks ago. If you lose it, it's going to be shrug shoulder. We're not good enough.
Well, you know what's weird? I always felt like the routine as an athlete was better at home. Because, you're in your car, you're in your bed, you reintroduce yourself to your family when you come back from a road trip, and especially your dog, because your dog's like, where you been, dude? I don't even know who you are anymore. And then you have your routine in your locker, and then you have your fans that give you energy. Like at the end of a season, when you're dragging, you feed off that energy, you pull on that energy. And then their record at home it's below 500, right? What is it?
It is
18 and 19.
18 and 19.
Yeah, it's below. I don't understand that.
22 and 15 on the road.
And every time I've been there, it's loud, and the fans are.
Sure.
In it. I don't know. Are they too comfortable at home? Is it too nice at home?
This one is a bigger mystery to me than what was happening last year when they literally were disallowed from winning a road game.
Right.
This is so mysterious, and. Last year, as it turns out, there was an answer. We just weren't given that answer until the year was over, which is that I think that this team had a hard time last year getting along. So you all get on the road together, and there's tension. And that became problematic for them when they were away from home. This year, there's not an answer that makes sense. You can't. There's nothing you could say that'd be like, oh, that's why they're not good at home. I don't think an answer exists. It's quirky. It's odd.
They've lost some tough games.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, that's
loser talk.
That's right. That's the NBA. These games are close most of the time with 5 minutes to go.
Well, I mean, whatever's happened. Like I said, focus on these last games and then take a deep breath and detox and make decisions. I think like Brian Sabian used to come on the air all the time when he'd get in fights with people on the radio, and he would say, judge me by my body of work. And I'm a firm believer in that you wait till the season's over. You wait till every leaf has fallen off the tree. You sit down, you have a really nice bottle of wine, you decompress for a month, and then you make decisions.
Okay, but
because you take all the emotion out of it.
Right.
If you try to start like planning for next year right now and you're done, Levy, like, no, let this thing play out, and that'll all happen how it's going to happen, and you'll figure things out when you take the emotion out of it.
But that's got to go both directions. You said Jonathan Kuminga's untouchable.
He is.
Well, that means you've already made a decision.
No, I made that decision.
Right.
I'm not the GM. I'm a fan.
Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you can't say that either then. You've got to wait and let it play out and see a month after the season's over how you feel, right?
But there's just certain guys are untouchable in an organization.
No, there's a certain guy.
But I will say this, too, Mark.
I want him to stay. I want him to stay.
There's no such thing as untouchable in any sport, any player. Because if I'm going to push my chips in and you're going to give me what I want, there's a legendary story about Bryce Harper on the trading table for 7 of the top prospects with the Houston Astros. And the front office went to ownership and said, we're getting guys that throw 100, we're getting 3 first-round, but whatever it was. And they just got like green and said, no, the fans.
Did they really?
Yeah. So like everybody's on the table for a trade. If you're doing your due diligence as a front office, yeah, everybody.
No. Steph Curry is not on the table.
All right, we'll take it. Take him out.
He's not on the table.
But everybody but him.
Okay.
Guys, let's just put it this way, thinking about it on live radio, guys that you wouldn't think are on the table always.
Sure, I get that that's the nature of the beast.
If Logan Webb at the trade deadline and I can get what I want for Logan Webb, and I'm telling you,
I understand.
I wish we could be a fly on the wall for the talks.
I understand.
Just because you're talking to a team about them doesn't mean you pull the trigger on it. But all some dumb GM goes, "Yeah, I'll give you like 4 first-round picks for Logan Webb, and they're all good." Okay, and you're like, Trey Turner. Like there's examples of like if you can make a great trade and you feel like you're just ripping somebody off, you do it.
So we agree then that Jonathan Kuminga is not untouchable. Say it.
I
say it.
From a fan standpoint, I love the guy.
Fine. Is he touchable?
I'm like one of his biggest fans, and I think he's Dominique Wilkins part 2.
Is he touchable?
I mean, you can see. You can see, but it would have to just blow me away for me to think about that.
Uh-huh. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Yeah. Isn't that what we're doing here the next 8 games? Is Jonathan Kuminga untouchable or not? We'll take some calls on it. 888-957-9570. What Tim Kawakami said about available moves for the Warriors yesterday on this show. We'll have that for you next as well. FP in for Dibs. This is Willard and Dibs.
Replace your worn-out brakes and save now on Brake Best Select. Brake Best Select Pro are import direct.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Get your camera. Way too good looking of a man to not have the camera pointed at you.
It's radio, dude.
Somebody help them. It's not just radio. It's also YouTube.
Whatever.
Say hello to our YouTube audience. They love you.
Hi, YouTube audience. I love you guys more.
That's right. You should, in fact, check out our Twitch page, our YouTube page, twitch.tv/957 The Game.
Fix it, camera boy.
YouTube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live and watch FP rip our producers. Subscribe to the channel for all of the 95.7 The Game content, all of the hosts ripping all of the producers. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and you can now download the free Odyssey app by scanning the QR code in the bottom right corner of our Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone. Look at us. We're smart. By the way, if you were just watching on Twitch and YouTube, you also got to see a less handsome man. That was Lucas Alexander. I took a shot at him while he was between rooms, so I'm hoping he didn't hear it. Did you hear that, Lucas? Yeah, he didn't. Good. All right, sweet. Yeah, join us and rip us and all the things that you do there in the chats on the pages. It's fun.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I've been reading it a lot while I'm here.
It's very distracting.
You
have to find a good middle ground. You have to find a good middle ground.
When I first started this business, I was so sensitive, and I'd read like every article about the baseball team, but always evolve into how bad the new announcer is and how terrible I was. And then I was so insecure, and finally I am so desensitized to all that.
You have to get there.
Yeah,
that's a part of the process.
Fine. Sometimes I like it, and one of my favorite things is one guy just said like the Nats broadcaster is such a effing douchebag.
Okay.
And so I tweeted at him. He had a military, like his profile was in like fatigues. And I said, "Thank you for your service." And that guy, he was a
watch.
He was.
I already know what he did. He flipped?
Yeah, we're friends.
You.
And he's a helicopter pilot, a Marine helicopter pilot.
Yeah.
He flies Hueys. And he actually moved from Atlanta to D.C., and we became good friends after calling me a douchebag with the F word in front of it on Twitter. And I just said, "Thank you for your service."
That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's cool.
We know this about all of you. I know you try to get to us. You're much more impressionable than we are. That's just the truth. That's the experience 90% of the time. You loser, you suck, you got your opinion, blah, blah, blah. You go find them where they are for a second and just be like, so glad that you're here listening. They're like, they're like, actually, you're not a
They're
bad
probably good people. They're all good people. There's good in
people.
everybody.
You know what you need to do is come to one of our summits. You ever been to one of our summits?
Is that like a religious thing? Do we all just like wear robes and hug?
To us, it is very much a religious experience.
The handoff thingy.
That's right. We call it the penultimate handoff thingy. It is where all six of us, the six hosts during the day on the weekdays, we all get together for one roundtable podium event out in the public space of the world. And the people who show up are energetic, awesome, fun, engaging. It's incredible how many show up. And many of them are these people who you are looking at scroll on your YouTube page right now. And they're fantastic. We take selfies together, and then we get back to our normal rooms, and they rip us again. That's the process.
I like it.
Yes. They high-five you. They're like, "It's great to meet you. Will you sign this shirt? I will be on the internet calling you a moron tomorrow at 2. And I'll say, "See you there."
I love
That's how it works.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
We're just glad you're listening.
You're all morons too. Great. Let's drink.
Yeah, I think.
Cheers.
I've deferred some like physical confrontations in bars at times and say, "Hey, let's just do a shot together." Okay. And then that ends it all. It's like an umpire saying,
that's way more fun than getting into a fight.
I missed the call. Once you say, like, let's rip a shot together, they're like, okay. Like, I got you. Let's go.
Yeah.
This is silly.
It's
and then it's just
way
like,
more fun.
It's like when you road rage. Like, you're down the road 10 minutes later and you forgot all about it. But at that one moment, you really want to,
Road rage is some of the most fascinating human behavior I think that's out there.
I'm a road rager by myself in the car. If there's anybody else in the car, I'm not a road rager.
Oh, right.
Like if there was a hidden camera in my car at times, you would think I'm bat-ass crazy.
No, you would never do it with another person.
I never do it with other people.
That's my point.
I hold it in.
You would also never do it if you weren't surrounded by the car.
Yeah.
Like you get cut off in the grocery store by a cart.
The Costco in San Francisco is like grocery shopping Darwinism.
All Costcos.
They just cut you off and they don't care. And there's no traffic lights.
Twice the size of a normal cart.
Oh. Can I just get all this out right now?
Get it out.
When 5 people take up the whole sidewalk and they're all in a single file line and they're just like taking up the whole sidewalk and you can't pass them.
Brother,
the diagonal walker that's on their phone. And it's like they're drunk driving, but they're walking on the sidewalk and I'm trying to jog around them. Okay, I'm done now.
No, you shouldn't be. What you just described happened to me on the way to the office yesterday. I'm walking down the street. I won't say which street in San Francisco. I'm walking down the street. And there are 6 people in suits
across
taking a selfie across the entire sidewalk. And I'm like, we're good, except for they needed 47 selfies. I'm like, time's up, people. People are diving out of the way, getting into the street. The cars are changing lanes. And here's the thing. I got no problem if you do that, but then notice that you're doing it and go, oh, hey, guys. We should notice that people are now flying into the streets and cars are swerving out of the way because we're blocking the sidewalk. To this day, FP, they're listening to us right now. They have no idea we're talking about them.
Yep.
No clue. None.
Yeah, just don't take up the whole sidewalk. Like stagger your party of 7 to like two,
be aware.
Maybe 2, and 3.
Just be
because you can still hear them, just don't walk across the whole sidewalk. So it's like the kickoff team coming at me or walking the other way.
Let's go to Kevin in Fremont. Hi, Kevin. What are you doing?
Hi, doing well. I think it's very entertaining, actually, to talk about the road rage and whatnot. I find that very entertaining.
Yeah. Have you ever pulled your car over and gotten out and beaten the crap out of somebody?
You ever killed somebody?
I can't drive. I can't see.
Oh, well, there you go. That takes that out of play.
Nobody likes a quitter.
All right. Bless you, Kevin, for having a laugh with us. Whoops.
Yeah. Well, I've been that angry, but not about that.
Okay.
And,
right.
so anyway, but anyway, what I was going to say about Kuminga is I just don't see how if Curry, it's really going to be up to Curry and management as to whether or not they want to win quickly, and it doesn't guarantee anything, but whether they want to win quickly and want to even have a halfway decent chance of getting back to finals, because I don't see Kuminga fitting into that timeline at all. And so definitely I think they need to package him if they're going to win right now, package him along with, I don't know if there's even takers for Wiggins and draft picks to move off of and actually get an impact player, because my comment over and over throughout this year has been that they have to get another impact player. That Klay Thompson used to be that player, but he's not that player anymore, and through no fault of his own. So even if he comes back next year and they want to pay the price, that's not going to change anything. They have to get another impact player. There needs to be a Robin to go with Curry's Batman in order to get to that level again. And one other thing, as far as keeping Kuminga long term, I don't know. I've had knee problems in my life. I had my I severed my quadriceps tendon in half a long time ago.
Good Lord,
and I'm very
Kevin.
fortunate. I was very fortunate to have a great surgeon to reattach that thing. And they had to pull it all the way back up through my leg and reattach it. And I still have my original quadriceps tendon. And all I'm saying is once you have tendonitis in your knees, and this guy jumps out of the building, lands on his legs all the time, I don't think he's going to have a long-term career if he's already having tendonitis. And so that would be another reason, while his price and trade value is high, move him on and get that player to go along go along with Curry.
Yeah, Kevin, thanks, man. Thanks for having a good time with us. I like that. I don't know how to handle that last part other than that to say, I mean, we asked Doc Pandia that exact question last week. We'll ask him again today. He's on with us here in about an hour and a half. And he expressed zero concern whatsoever about Kuminga and his knees. So I'm not worried about that. The other part of what Kevin's talking about is clearly the rub. This is the Golden State Warriors organizational rub, if you really want to get to it. We get to 1,000 different angles about the Warriors. To me, this is the rub. And it is, does Jonathan Kuminga's ascension match Steph Curry's descension? That's the rub. That's the entire rub as to whether or not whatever Steph's got left and whatever that direction is, whatever that timeline is, does Jonathan Kuminga's rise match Steph Curry's fall? Is he old enough? Is he good enough? Is it all happening fast enough? It has started to accelerate, so that's great. I think that's made it a healthy discussion. If you'd asked me this in December, I'd have told you the Warriors probably got to move Kuminga and do something for the remainder of Steph Curry's career because he's not it. Now I'm on the fence. I'm hoping he's it. But is it going to rise fast enough to where he's truly a dynamic, game-changing type player in the time span that Steph has left? And if he's not, hey, Dubs, how you going to handle it? To me, that's the rub. That's the rub. If you're going to, quote, maximize the remainder of Steph Curry's career, you got to answer the question about whether or not Jonathan Kuminga can do that.
Well, I would just say based on the improvement the last 2.5 months, I don't know that I can remember anybody improving that much that quick. Whether it was talks behind the scene with Steve Kerr, it all coincided with when he came out and said I should be playing more. And I don't know why I'm being taken out of the game. And he came out publicly and said that. And I remember doing a show here saying I want him to say that, but I want him to say it behind closed doors. I want him to come into my office if I'm the coach and I'm the head coach and say, like, look, I want to play more. I want all my players to want to play more. The worst thing you could have is guys that are okay with sitting on the bench. I don't want. It's just how you handle that.
But don't you think he probably said that 100 times behind closed doors before he called shams? You know what I mean?
I don't know that, and I'm not going to assume that. I'm just thinking it was a young player making a mistake going public with something that should have been kept private. But ever since then, it was addressed, and his improvement's been off the charts.
Yeah, it started the conversation that I think Steve finally listened to, and part of his ascension has just been opportunity, don't you think?
I think it's opportunity and also being way more coachable than he was in the past and being open to being coached and not thinking he knows everything. And all of a sudden, I'm playing, I'm gaining confidence. I don't have to look over my shoulder that I'm going to get pinch hit for, like we were talking about with the platoon thing yesterday. I don't have to look over my shoulder every time the buzzer sounds and I'm coming out of the game because maybe I did something stupid. There's so many things that we don't know about on how he practiced and how he handled himself in the locker room and all the other things that go into it. We just see game time. So the fact that he's evolved so quickly and he's becoming one of their best players and a guy that I just generally love watching play. He's fearless. He's fearless. Like that, those are things you can't teach. Like he's fearless. He's not afraid to go right at you. His jump shot's developing. His defense is developing. His rebounding could get better. I mean, what do I know? But I'm just saying, like, I think he's just on the verge, if he keeps trending this way, like a stock, we talked about it yesterday, that he's going to be their guy. And I would even think about trading him for 1 second.
Okay, great. Is he getting better fast enough?
Yes. I just said, like, I've never seen anybody, like, improve that quickly in the course of a season.
Okay.
Going from, I think it was the haircut, too, by the way. I left that out. When he got the haircut.
Yeah, got the haircut.
Yeah. It was like on.
It was different.
I think all you kids listening right now, go get a haircut.
Get a haircut.
You get 3 hits tonight in Little League.
Boy, I drive by a high school and just yell it out the window.
Oh.
Get a haircut.
There's so many mullets.
Oh, my God.
The mullet is back.
The mop and the mullet is absolutely crushing the teenage world.
I went to the Campo Lindo game I was talking about, and everybody had mullets.
Yeah.
The kids like the mullet out the back. It's a baseball player look. Get a haircut, kids.
Bad look.
It was a bad look in the 80s the first time around. It was a bad look.
But I also feel old saying that. I don't like looking at I don't like looking at.
Logan Webb's got one. Have you seen it?
I know. I don't like looking at my teenage son and being like, I don't like the way you look.
Yeah, clean it up.
It's just like,
clean it up, kid.
God, could you be older? Oh, but anyway, yeah. Jonathan Kuminga's had a fantastic second half of the season.
I like what Steiny said. I want LeBron.
Cut that. Go ahead.
I want LeBron, Steph, and Kuminga. Like, that's who I want next year, and then just figure the rest out.
How the hell are you going to do that?
I don't know. Just go down there.
That's a great question.
No,
throw LeBron in the trunk and bring him up here. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Shoei and I got friends that can get LeBron here whenever we want. We can get him up here.
I just, I don't see how they're going to do what we all want them to do. Tim Kawakami joined us yesterday. TK Pod is available through the Odyssey family and on our YouTube page. Okay, so which one is it here? Yeah, the bottom one. What's available to the Warriors this offseason? Tim Kawakami.
I think Chris Paul coming back is now very dwindling chances of that happening. That's a contract that would just disappear. Klay Thompson will not be signing for $40 million. I'll tell you that. And if he does, it will not be with the Warriors, and it might be half of that. I think those are two easy things for them. Those are two big changes, right? To not bring back those two players would be large, or to bring back Klay at a low number. I think Kevon Looney, probably at this point, I would not draw him down as being on the roster. So just those three things would be interesting, or they could possibly use the Chris Paul contract. It's non-guaranteed. If the other team, if you trade him to a team that guarantees it, you can use it to try to acquire money back. Those are the easy things, or maybe not easy. Those are the kind of the workable thing.
Okay. That doesn't change anything.
A little Farhan laugh going there in the middle of his answer. He did. Sound like Farhan. He sound like Farhan for a second there.
Yeah, those laughs mean, it sort of means like, I don't have the answer for you.
Yeah.
It's not something funny just happened. There's no, like, everything that TK just said, he's right. However, does that make you better? All right, so Clay's at 20. Chris is off the team. Looney's off the team. Talk to me. What seed is that?
What best do you get? You just take them off the team and nobody's there. They don't have enough players, and they're going to be at the 40th seed.
You're not getting anything for that. Chris is just walking. Looney is basically being waived, and Klay is now making half as much, and you're still over the tax.
I'm talking about who you sign.
Who's coming?
I don't know.
How are you getting better? You can't just go shopping in the free agent market. How are you going to do it?
I already told you what I thought. I think you just tweak. I don't think huge changes are necessary. Like, things change from year to year.
Right.
You got to get through to a few people. Older. Yeah. I mean, you get through to some people. And
talk to me about that. Who do they need to get through to, and what do they need to say?
Well, Wiggins came in out of shape, it seemed like, and that's what you were hearing, the rumors were. And it took him a while to get into shape.
Getting through to Wiggins? Walk across the room right here and just whack your head against the wall 8 times. That's getting through to Wiggins. I know what you're going to say next. Let's get Draymond to stop getting thrown out and suspended.
Yes.
Now go to the other side of the room and whack the other side of your head against the wall 8 times.
And
here you are.
And everybody's ready to go after I whack my head on the wall 16 times.
No, they're not. They're not.
I'm never been a believer in just hodgepodging it. And there's something sentimental in me, and I'll say this as a fan, that I don't like a lot of change. Like, I don't like guys. It feels like it's a costume and not a uniform when you have a bunch of different guys in a certain year. Like, right now, it's taking me time to wrap my head around Soler and Chapman and Ahmed at shortstop and all the new Giants. Like, that's going to take some time. Because you feel like right now, it's only 5 games into the season, they're in a costume and it's not their uniform.
Totally.
And I think if the Warriors tinker too much, and I know they have to make adjustments and they're a 10 seed, the biggest adjustment I would try to make is laying down the law about this isn't our culture. This drama crap and this reality TV show that was our season the last 2 years, enough of that. And however you do that, and it might take getting rid of some people, okay. But like that part's got to go away for me. I know it's the NBA, and you're like, come on, FP.
Yeah, do you know what I'd argue? It is their culture. It's totally their culture. It's always been their culture. When have the Warriors been drama-free? Like, remove the first championship when they were all pups. And outside of that, tell me from the story of the 73-win season that does not end in a championship, to signing Kevin Durant, to fighting with Kevin Durant, to having David West say, y'all don't even know what the hell we went through this year.
There was police outside the locker room in Oklahoma City.
Right? And then you're going to go through the KD and Klay Thompson injury years. You're going to come out the other side with Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole, for God's sakes. You're going to win a championship. You're going to punch each other.
Well, how about just less drama then?
When the hell has this group not been filled with drama?
Yeah, but making change for change's sake, unless somebody's an absolute cancer and they're tearing apart your very fabric of what you believe in, I think is dangerous. And if somebody is a cancer, I'm of the old school thought that I don't care who they are and what they've done or how much they can help me. If you're tearing apart the fabric of what we need to do to win, I got to move on from you.
Yeah, I get it. I just, if they finish in the 10 seed and get knocked out by the Lakers, I don't think you're making change for change's sake.
Yeah.
I think you're making change because this ain't good enough. You know what I mean? And that's what they vowed to do. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570 is the number. Is Jonathan Kuminga auditioning over these next 8 games to be touchable or untouchable? Also, we got some things to get off our chest with regard to the San Francisco Giants already. And we will do that coming up next. FP's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
I can't drive. I can't see.
eBay Motors. Great. Let's drink.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, man, cheers. Although I will tell you, 5 o'clock somewhere, 6 o'clock somewhere, 7 o'clock somewhere. Last night was a night that I thought I'd have been sitting down to get into it. Like, let's go. This is a rub your hands together game for me. It was only game 5 of the season, but honestly, like, I was excited. The Giants are playing the Dodgers. It is a new season. It is a fresh start. It is a new roster. And I sat down and it failed to spark anything, and it looked exactly the same. It's a baseball game. We're 5 games in. I know this whole thing's going to evolve. And it's no surprise that the Dodgers are fantastic. And sure, they're probably going to finish ahead of the Giants in the standings. Like I wasn't under some sort of an idea that this was just going to look completely different. But I'm not going to lie, I found last night to be very, very disappointing.
Why?
Multiple reasons. It felt the same. It felt totally overmatched. It felt like the wrong people were in position at the wrong time. And maybe more so, it didn't feel like everybody gathered around to go, sweet, Giants versus Dodgers, let's go. Like, where was that? I don't know where the oomph was. I just, it wasn't there. And if that's your debut, like in theory, that's supposed to be the big reveal. That's supposed to be the excitement. The curtain rises on Giants-Dodgers, this brand new roster, and they went out and it looked exactly the same as it has the last couple of years, which is the Dodgers just bleed you for about 5 or 6 innings, and then they get a big hit because they always get the big hit, and then you look up in the 7th or 8th inning, and they've got a 6 or 7, an 8 or a 9 on the board, if you're lucky, because sometimes it's a 14, and you whimper into the night, and pitchers you've never heard of are on the mound.
All right, it's a good answer. I'll say this. The Dodgers are really good, back to you. No, but it goes deeper than that.
We already knew that.
It goes deeper than that. And in my experience, you can't, as a new player, understand the significance of the Dodgers-Giants rivalry until you experience it for yourself. Like, I was lucky enough to grow up with it.
Yeah.
So when the first time I did it, I was like, oh, let's go, baby. But Matt Chapman has no idea about Dodgers-Giants. Nick Ahmed has no idea about Dodgers. They know, but they don't know until you do it. And I feel like when it comes back north and the Dodgers are in your ballpark and you see the enthusiasm of Giants fans or the hatred they have, if they're there, because the Dodger fans have been pretty prevalent the last couple of years. And when I experienced it at Candlestick the first time, I was like, oh, damn, this is what I thought it would be. In LA, it's just it's the 5th game. It was the 5th game of the year to Nick Ahmed and Matt Chapman and Jorge Soler and any other new guy, Jung-Hoo Lee. It was the 5th game of the year. You have to grow into that Dodger rivalry thing. The other thing is, and these aren't excuses, this is fact. The other thing is, with Paxton last night, we talked about in the handoff thingy, is he's effectively wild. He's throwing one over the backstop and then paints away. When guys are sprayers, we call those guys sprayers. When they're sprayers, it's hard to execute your game plan. When you get to the highest level, you watch video, you face a guy before, you have a game plan. I'm sitting on a pitch, and you don't ideally swing until you get that pitch. But when a guy's a sprayer, you could go 3 at-bats and never get the pitch you're sitting on, so your game plan's kind of out the window. You have like a night where you're maybe swinging at things you shouldn't be swinging at. He walked 6 guys last night, didn't know where it was going, but then he'd paint 95 on the black middle in and throw a nasty 3-2 hammer. And he struck out, I forget how many, he struck out a lot of guys. So these aren't excuses. I felt what you felt last night. I didn't feel as a fan watching on TV that it felt like Dodgers-Giants. It just didn't. There's something missing. Well, what I think it is all those things I'm saying. It's maybe Bob Melvin figuring out his bullpen right now. It's maybe Bob Melvin figuring out the rhythm of his lineup after 5 games right now. It's so damn early that any big league manager that would come on this air right now, it takes them a month to 40 games to figure out, okay, this is my life.
Oh, dude, I'm not freaking out. And by no stretch did I expect the Giants and Dodgers to be on even footing or now. You know what? In just listening to you talk, what sort of resonated with me, you know what just popped into my head? You know what was disconcerting last night? I think Giants fans sat down and they know the Dodger roster better than their own.
Yeah.
That's disconcerting.
Well, the Giants fans probably know the rivalry better than half the guys that were on the field last night.
No doubt. No doubt.
That's why maybe we were more fired up for that. I was fired up. I couldn't wait.
Yep.
I got a couch. Let's go. Giants, Dodgers. It's a good measuring stick. I don't care how early in the season it is. It's always a good measuring stick. It's always a good time to make a statement, even if it is Game 5 of the year. Not going to overreact. They come out and win 10-0 tonight. I don't know. But damn it if Betts and Ohtani and
they're
Freeman
fantastic.
And Will Smith is hitting 500. It's just like, what do we do?
No,
that's a really damn
They're an
good
absurd
team.
lineup. And then they set the table and Teoscar Hernandez gets a hold of one and you're done. And the ball game's over. I'm glad Logan Webb is throwing tonight, somebody who understands the whole thing. But that's kind of what I'm getting at. And I'm not mad at it because I'm glad the Giants have new players. But we are still being introduced to this, and it felt weird to sit down and you're like, I know the Dodger lineup, and then, the Giants get into the bullpen, and you're just like, this is part of the problem with the way the Giants have built this thing, and part of me says, okay, you finally had a good offseason and fixed it, and then the other part of me goes, yeah, but Matt Chapman and Blake Snell might be off of the team next year too.
Don't worry about that yet.
Well, and I'm not worried about it, but put it this way. Does Jung-Hoo Lee feel different than some of the other additions? Maybe it's because he's playing well, or maybe it's because that's your guy. That's going to be your guy for a while. That guy got a contract.
Chapman wants to play for Melvin. He's going nowhere.
Okay, great. Well, if they pay him, they're going to have to pay him. I mean, we'll see the kind of year that he has.
There was a bad base running mistake by Soler last night, down by 4. You got to go station to station. You got to know those things as a big leaguer. There's nowhere to go there. We just need base runners.
But you're already down by 4. You're probably going to lose that game.
Yeah, but you had first and second.
I know.
And you swing and you're down by 1 there with one swing.
Or he grounds out and you're still down by 4.
Yeah, but that can't happen. That doesn't matter because we'll never know because of that base running mistake.
I'm not disagreeing with you. It was a horrific base running mistake, and I don't even know if it was his. The broadcast, I thought, was not great in explaining what had happened. We couldn't even see who was rounding third, and I think it was Lamont Wade. I think he stopped. I think he went around third and stopped. So Soler was running towards third, and then he stopped. And then Wade took off again and went home, and they threw behind Soler, and he was standing there. So I don't even know how much to what level it was his fault. He would have made third if he had kept running, but doesn't matter if there's a runner standing on third. You got to stop. So whatever it was is a terrible mistake. I'm not disagreeing with you, but the Giants have built themselves in a way where, it's still difficult to sit down and watch a game and know what you're going to get. And even if you're a big fan, you're like, I know all about Keaton Wynn. I got it. And you get to the 6th inning and you're like, what's happening? All right, well, okay. There's time.
The career minor leaguer making his debut against the Dodgers in Dodger Stadium. That's a tough place to debut.
And he's following up Miller, who's also brand new. And that's fine. I got nothing against new players, but that's a weird feeling. When you sit down and you're like, I totally get who's coming up next for the Dodgers. As a Giants fan, and you're like, wait a minute, who's playing right field for us tonight?
You know what made me the most mad last night? Excuse me, there's a cough button here, probably use it. You know what made me the most mad last night is everybody's uniforms.
What's that mean?
Did you see Joe Kelly's pants? They were like floods. And then Avila's pants, they were like floods. And there was a picture for the Dodgers at the end. I think it was Brazier. No, it was the second picture, Brazier, that you could see through his pants and you could see his shirt tucked into his pants. You could see
that's the
shirt tails.
The Fanatics
These
thing.
uniforms are terrible. They don't fit the guys. Half of the big leagues is feeling cool in your uniform because you have a tailor in the clubhouse that tailors your uniform like a suit.
That's half
These guys,
the big leagues?
I don't know. I just was searching for something to say and I couldn't figure it out what to say on live radio. A really cool part of the big leagues is you can look badass in your uni, and you could feel sexy in your uni. And these new unis are see-through. You can see their shirts underneath.
There's nothing
The pants
sexier
don't
than
go down
see-through.
far enough, and they look like bell-bottom floods. That's not a look. And it's just the uniforms are terrible. Somebody's got to do. It's the big leagues, and they look like they're wearing minor league uniforms.
I don't know why. When this became a thing a few weeks ago, I don't know why it didn't become a bigger thing. It just went away. Everybody was outraged, and then nothing happened, right? They're still wearing the same things.
They're see-through pants.
Yeah. I didn't notice. I really didn't. I mean, the Giants are wearing gray, so that's okay. It's when you're wearing white that it's a problem, right?
Yeah, when you're wearing white, it's a problem.
And the Giants' home uniforms aren't really white. They're kind of cream.
You can still see through them.
You can.
Yeah, and they don't fit. Like your uniform's got to fit perfect.
We're sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department. 888-957-9570 is the number. There is a very, very large basketball game tonight, and my sense is that you're going to be upset about it tomorrow, no matter what. Further explanation on that around the bend. FP is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future?
right. I'll say he's an idiot.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
FP's in for Dibs. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. That's twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. Watch us live, and you can play America's favorite drinking game, which is how long into a segment do we go before FP turns his hat around? Great. Let's drink.
It's my rally hat. Let's go.
Crazy thing is I was already starting with that sentence when you turned your hat around. You
Really?
just did it. Yeah, you just did it. Your hat was on forward, and then you turned it around backwards. And to wear a backwards hat in your 50s, I find to be a very forward movement.
That's a nice way of saying I'm too old to do it?
No, I think that you can pull it off, which is a compliment because most can't.
I like it backwards. It's a rally hat. We got a rally right now. What do we got? 2.5 hours left? We got a rally. Let's go. The Giants tonight are going to rally against the Dodgers. The Warriors are going to rally against the Mavericks. It's going to be a great show tomorrow because it's going to be win-win.
Are you doing 2 TVs? What are you doing tonight, by the way?
What do you mean?
Giants, Dodgers, Warriors, Mavericks. This is all happening at the same time.
The YouTube TV has the multi-channel thing, but I don't think they show 2 different sports. I like the YouTube TV because I can watch like 4 college football games at once, and if something's going on, a good one, you click on it and watch the whole screen. Or during the NCAA tournament, there's 4 games going on. It's got multi-view, whatever. The only bad thing about the YouTube TV is they don't have the MLB network, which I'm having trouble not watching right now, which I like to watch.
Good problems to have that no one wants to hear about. We used to live in this tiny little place, and the TVs were kind of like right in rooms right next to each other.
And the remote work for both?
Well, no, but I could easily just move the wiring around and yank the second TV into the same room. So when we had one of these moments, or like an NFL Sunday where we want to watch both the Niner game and a Red Zone channel at the same time, it's very easy for me to yank 2 TVs into the same room. But we have recently moved to a larger establishment, and that is no longer possible. Thank you. And I'm conflicted on a night like tonight. I honestly am. I don't like to beep. I don't like sitting there pushing the ball. I want to lock in on both of these. And the Warriors is a little bit more. There's more urgency. It's basketball versus baseball.
Dodgers,
Giants, Dodgers. You're not going to get me to diminish that. Logan Webb is pitching to Dodger Stadium. That's a big freaking deal. And last night's game annoyed me largely because it picked the scab of what I was talking about on the air yesterday.
I want to know what the listeners are thinking. Which one are you watching tonight?
Let me ask you this. Do you think what fans are feeling and thinking works its way into the consciousness of the players?
No.
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 So the Giants are not lacking confidence against the Dodgers?
No.
No.
They think they can go up against them, I would imagine. I mean, it's good, probably 26 guys and 26 different opinions. So I don't know what everybody's thinking. But I would say that just based on the quotes you're hearing from certain guys, that they think they can play with them. And they lost last night.
I mean, they're big leaguers. Of course they don't think that they're overmatched. I get that.
I think any team that sees Mookie, Shohei, and Freddie come up in the first innings going,
yeah, they're good. Like, it's not news. The Dodgers are really, really good.
Yeah.
My thing, though, is that I've been trying to attack this for 3 years. And last night's an example of why it's a very, very difficult nut to crack. I think the entire organization's, at least fan base, I don't know, I can't speak for the players, but I do think also members of the front office / non-player portion of the organization, I think is suffering from a huge inferiority complex that I don't quite grasp or understand because I don't work for them. I'm not there. But you cruise around in the hallways of 3rd and King, and if you talk to fans, which I do on a daily basis, both here and outside of here, there is a big, like, we're not any good. I mean, the number one statement that you've heard for 3 years now that has been the number one thing that's annoyed me about this conversation is, no one's coming here. I'm not going to sign here. Here? Who the hell would sign here?
I think that narrative's changed, though.
Only in the last month.
But it's changed.
There's residue.
But that's changed.
There's residue. It's not gone yet. And a night like last night really whips it up.
Really?
I think.
One game?
Yep.
So if they won 8-3, you'd be coming in here today going, they're parade on Market Street, baby. We beat the Dodgers 8-3.
Not doing the Market Street thing, but there's a bounce in the step. Hell yeah. If you beat the Dodgers 8-3 the first time you looked at them, oh my God, yeah, there'd be a bounce in the step. Hell yes. I understand it's a baseball game. I understand it's one of 162. But I think there's something larger at work here. And I think that it has been something that I have at times not even done a great job of pointing out that is a byproduct of the way this particular front office has built its team. Whether they've made good decisions or bad, I do think that too much of the mob sort of only points to the bad of Farhan Zaidi. Look, there's a lot of both. But one of the byproducts that has really stunk, and you pointed this out to me last week, when you heard what he said in the Blake Snell press conference. Well, we didn't think we could get him. I mean, there's a lot of teams that wanted him. What? What the hell is that? What's with the inferiority complex?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a different way of going about it. Like Brian Sabian would say things like, we don't make mistakes, and he'd point in my chest when I was hitting 100 in April. We don't make mistakes, and turn around and walk away. I remember my first opening day in Cincinnati with the Giants. I was in the lineup, and he said, welcome to the big leagues. After meaning that Montreal wasn't the big leagues, and now I'm in the big league. So like little things like that were they helped you out. The one thing I would say is I think that's more of the last manager thing. And I don't want to kick somebody that's down or on the way out, but I don't think a player wants to come here and get pinch hit for. I don't think a player ever wants to go to a place and get platooned. I don't think a pitcher ever wants to go to a place and be an opener when I'm supposed to be pitching the 9th inning. I don't think a pitcher wants to go to a place that they tell him he's going to be a starter and he comes in the 3rd inning every time. So these guys all talk, they text. So in that regard, I get that sentiment amongst the fans. I would say the one thing I hear most from fans is they just don't like math. They just don't like the math approach and the analytic part. And they want to fall in love with players and wrap their arms around somebody and go buy Jung-Hoo Lee's jersey or Chapman's jersey or somebody's jersey and be like, that's my guy. And you see that guy play for 9 innings.
I was stoked to see Jung-Hoo Lee and Michael Conforto in the lineup against the lefty last night.
Yeah,
I was stoked.
And it's not about like an inferiority complex with wearing the orange and black, because this is one of the most storied franchises in the history of baseball that's arguably had the 2 greatest players ever to walk the face of the earth play for him, and Barry Bonds and Willie Mays.
Yep.
And we can go down the list. So it's a privilege and an honor to play for that team on the corner of 3rd and King in that ballpark in front of the smartest fans in baseball. It is. So when that's a whoever you're talking to's problem, I think. And it might have a little residual effect of what's going on in the city right now and how the city's getting crushed, and maybe we have an inferior. Like I defend the city, I defend the Giants. Like and like Blake Snell said so perfectly, like it's not like as players we walk around the city.
Yeah.
We get in our car, we go to the ballpark. We're in the clubhouse with our boys.
You think
we get in our car, we go home.
I give you Sam Darnold. You think Sam Darnold a few weeks ago was like, you know what I want in life? I would like to be cold. That's what I'd like. I want to live in Minnesota. I was in the Bay Area for a year. I grew up in Orange County, and I would like winter in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Now they offered him $10 million.
Yeah, exactly.
And a possible starting role.
And it's indoors.
He don't give a rip where the hell he plays.
He's got to go from his like, not even, if he parks his car in his garage, he's never going outside because he pulls down in the stadium. He doesn't care what the weather is like when you play in a dome. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. And I just think when you talk about, if you hear the things that Matt Chapman said, like we wanted to get Bo Mel his first win. We love this guy. Like just listen to the quotes about what they're saying in the manager. We'd never heard that. I never heard that before. Like we really want to get Gabe a win tonight.
Of course not.
Like so there's a different feel and a different vibe. And it's always cool as a player when you respect your manager and in the middle of a game you're thinking like, I don't want to let him down. Like that gives you an extra edge and an extra advantage. Never want to let Dusty down. Never want to let Felipe down. Like you're thinking about that in the course of the game. And then and if they're like real positive dudes and they give you praise, like there's nothing like, I don't care how secure you are as an athlete, going by Steve Kerr and getting a pat on the butt, like way to go, high five, going by Bob Melvin and slap on the butt, way to go, great swing right there, nice play. Like these things and these reinforcements, and I've told you this before, like it just feels like baseball now. So like I'm still jury out until after 40 games. Do I know if the Giants are going to be good or not? I like the feel right now, if that means anything.
No, I came out of the weekend very excited. I remain excited. I'm not going to make this about one game. I just think that last night picked the scab that is not fully healed yet. It did, because I agree with everything that you're saying right now. I really do. I don't think this team is those teams, but maybe this is just impatience.
No,
I really, really rubbed raw the last few years of how many different fans I have heard do the here, this roster, that city. Come on, nobody wants to do that, and I'm like, that's just not true. And I am anxious for this team to erase that crap. And so it was hard to look like the Dodgers' little brother again, because they did.
I mean, if we're being completely honest, on April 2nd, the Dodgers are better than the Giants.
Of course they
on
are.
Paper.
Of
the
course
Diamondbacks went to the World Series last year. And the Padres or whatever, they're always going to Padre. the Braves are really, really good, and the Phillies are really, really good. And there's probably like 3 or 4 teams that right now, who knows how the season goes, how these guys evolve, how they gel, who has a great year, who has an all-star year, is Tyro an all-star, is Chapman an all-star, is Patrick Bailey an all-star, is Jung-Hoo Lee an all-star? Like, who knows how this goes? But like, as we sit here today, when you look at those teams, okay, they look better. It doesn't mean the Giants aren't good,
but it's baseball.
But there's some really good teams in the National League.
It's baseball. You can have the worst team without looking completely outclassed. Do you remember the series in Atlanta against the Braves last year?
I was there.
There you go. And did the Giants look competitive the entire time? No? What do you mean?
Well, I was at the second.
The Giants, I think that the Braves won 2 out of 3. The Giants blew one late.
Yes.
They had the whole series.
Yes. They could have won 2 out of 3.
Absolutely.
Yes.
They did not go into Atlanta and look like, well, these two teams don't really belong on the same field together. It didn't look like that at all.
Right.
Even though Atlanta's Atlanta. They're incredible. Their lineup, you could argue, is better than the Dodger lineup. It's insane. There's something right now about this era of Giants baseball that when they play the Dodgers, they look like they just brushed aside.
Yeah, because, I mean, the Dodgers they have 3 MVPs.
But the Braves are just as good, aren't they?
Do you know the history of baseball? I saw this stat earlier. I hope I don't screw it up right now. 3 MVPs hitting back to back to back in a lineup has happened a total of 12 innings in the history of baseball. 12 innings in the history of baseball. The Dodgers already blew through that in the first whatever game. And they're going to blow through it all season long. Those are 3 MVPs back to back to back.
Sure.
So by comparison, that doesn't mean that David can't beat Goliath, and over the long haul, something can't happen where this team clicks, and all of a sudden they all get to know each other, and they all, this whole thing with new guys in a new uniform and getting used to this rivalry takes a second. So I'm not shocked at all that maybe they were looking at each other going, oh, this is what it's like last night, and it kind of like, woof. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I hope it looks
if they get swept and it's 8-3 every game, then we can talk on Thursday. You won't be here, but we can talk on the phone. Then maybe
I might need
I'm a little less enthusiastic about opening day.
Yep. No, I got it. If it looks different tonight, Logan Webb is throwing against Bob Undecided, and so I would hope that something is better tonight. But I don't know. I got all kinds of DeSclafanis running around in the back of my head.
He's out till 25. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
He blew out.
Well.
Yeah, he's missing next year too.
It's another good.
I mean, he's out till like 26.
It's another good Farhan Zaidi trade. That was a good trade. I can say that without even knowing if Robbie Ray is ever going to put on a Giants uniform.
Are you a roller coaster fan guy?
No.
Are you like, oh, they're great. Oh, they suck. Oh,
no.
They're great. Because that's part of being a fan.
I'm like very much the opposite of that.
I thought so.
Last night was not about losing. It was about the feel. That it brought up some stuff. It brought up some stuff.
What would make you feel better tonight?
Be in the game.
Winning?
It doesn't even need to be a win. If this is a one-run game in the 8th inning, we're good here. Play baseball and look like the major league team that you're playing.
What if you walk the first 3 guys every time tonight? And then hit Will Smith and then figure out like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because like when you get down to Lux and Taylor and those guys, there's some outs down there.
Yeah.
But the first 4 guys.
There's some 3-run homers down there too.
Yeah, whatever. He's hot. He's hot.
He's hot.
But so is Conforto.
Yeah.
Maybe he hits 3rd tonight.
Well, that's
I don't know if it's a right
lineup. I got lineup questions. Can we take Bobby in Los Altos, and then I got lineup questions for you. Hey, Bobby, what are you doing? You're on with Willard and FP.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, what's up?
So I wanted to, well, first of all, I guess you guys have had a lot of discussion about the Dodgers versus the Giants. I want to say this quickly, and then I want to talk specifically about the Giants by themselves. But look, it's the beginning of the season. I mean, it's kind of like when you walk into a casino. You know the casino has a house edge, but you feel like you got a chance. So, I mean, it's not like we're 100 games in. It's like the 5th, 6th game of the season. So I don't feel like the Giants are coming into that first game thinking, oh, we don't got a chance. I mean, everyone's got hope at the beginning of the year. On paper, of course, the Giants are better. But what I want to talk about is the Giants. Like, my conflict with them is I'm rooting for them, but then at the same time with Snell and Chapman, I feel like if they have a great year, I get really invested in them. They're gone anyway, right? It's kind of like, look, I'm a cisgender male. Well, I identify with he, him, so my example will be as such. But let's say you find some girl that you have no business being with because she had a bad breakup, and you get her. At some point, she might realize her self-worth and leave you, and then, that's kind of how I feel. But if she doesn't leave you and she's just broken, kind of like how the Niners broke the Eagles last year, then you're kind of damaged goods. So I just don't know how I feel. I'm all in on Jung-Hoo Lee. I think he's having an amazing start to the season for a guy that's never played MLB baseball before, and obviously we got him long-term. So if there's anyone I want to invest myself into, and also given the fact the Korean things just don't seem to fail anymore, I'm all into Jung-Hoo Lee. But Chapman and Snell, I just don't know how I feel about them because I feel like it's going to be fun if they.
It's really a great question, Bobby.
They both love the manager, though. Like, cling on to that, enjoy the ride for a year. And who's thinking about 2025 right now? But I know his point.
Yeah,
he's scared to fall in love.
Me. I mean, right.
But you don't want to go with a hot chick for a year and just see what happens, have fun?
Oh, yeah, we can have fun.
Okay.
We can have fun. I mean, Bob Myers.
What if you go out with a girl for a year and in October there's a parade?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
It's all good. It's all good. There's going to be, look, if it's not them, there'll be someone else. Right? It's not like those are the only 2 baseball players on the planet. But he brings up what is a fair. We have talked so much about the emotional experience for the Giants fan the last 3 years, and it has not been a good one. So if we're going to talk about the emotional experience, I find this question that Bobby brings up to be a very fair one, which is I can simultaneously go, okay, Farhan, you did a smart thing. You maintained flexibility. Even if these guys opt in, it's only one more year. You maintained flexibility and got difference-making players. But at the same time, if we're going to spend 3 years talking about, God, we don't get to know any of our players, nobody wants to buy a jersey. If Blake Snell wins the Cy Young this year, it's gone.
Why?
Well, because the Giants have not shown that they are the ones that grab guys after their 30th birthday and give them 5-year deals. They don't do that.
I wouldn't give a pitcher a 5-year deal if you put a gun in my.
Well, there you go.
I wouldn't just because.
And I get it, but if we're going to talk about the fan experience, that is kind of tough. I mean, Conforto has done something here to start off the year, which is he has started optimism on the back end of exactly what we're talking about. I was excited when they got Conforto last year. I know some things that right? Like your average, just like, oh, let's go to the game. You may not know. Michael Conforto is a fantastic baseball player. He's not a superstar, but he's really good. This guy has the capability to hit 25, 30 home runs in his sleep if he's healthy. But he didn't show that to this fan base last year and got jerked around by Kapler's system, no doubt. So he ends up opting in. Well, he opts in, and everyone's like, Conforto. So, in other words, if we get Chapman or Snell next year, it's probably going to feel like that. Unless, as you're suggesting, they're awesome and they opt out and the Giants re-sign him.
Well, winning
seems like an unlikely parlay.
Winning helps in the fact that they wanted to play for this manager,
yes,
and they both have played for this manager. It's hard to articulate what a comfort level that is when you really, really love the guy you play for.
But that's not at all costs, right? Blake Snell famously, again, I didn't really care where I played. So it's not like they're staying just because Bob Melvin.
Yeah, maybe I put more emphasis on that, and that's a me thing and not a case-by-case basis thing with players. But I think that it's a huge advantage to have a comfort level with your manager, to know how he's going to use you, to know that you vibe, and there's not like this push and give and take, and you just, whatever he's saying, you're like, what? Why? What is he doing today? And then guys start talking like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What is he doing? What did he say to you? And then it just gets to be like one of those things, and everybody's going like, what? What's going on? And he's a jerk. He walked right by me today. He didn't say hi. I've been in these situations. And then you got a guy that you love, like a Dusty Baker or a Bob Melvin, that's super communicative, tells you when you're playing, when you're not playing. You know, the way he delivers his message is super pro, like Bruce Bochy. Like there's no high highs and low lows. He's not a front runner. When you're hitting 300, you're his best friend. When you're hitting 200, he walks right by you without saying hi. When you can find a manager that you just you can take a deep breath and play for, that's huge, man. And Blake Snell, if he didn't like the way he was used in San Diego last year, he wouldn't have signed to play with Bob Melvin for Bob Melvin again. He wouldn't have. So they like this guy. And this guy, to me, has kind of changed the whole vibe. I don't know if he's a great manager. I don't know if he's a Hall of Fame manager. I don't know if he's Bruce Bochy. But I do know that players want to play for him. And I do know that that's a huge thing. So if Matt Chapman goes off and they win, winning cures everything, they win this year, and Chapman goes off and Blake Snell wins a Cy Young, they're going to equate that to playing for Bob Melvin. They're going to equate that to wearing the orange and black. And believe it or not, players, if they find a comfortable place where they feel as home, they don't want to make changes. Their families don't want to move next year. They don't want to start over with a different coaching staff in a different city and try to impress a different fan base and impress your new teammates. Like if you got a place you like and you're winning and the manager's cool and the fans are cool and the ballpark's cool, there's no need to go other way unless your motivation is every last cent in my account. There are guys like that.
Unless someone offers $180 million.
But I don't know that.
You know what I mean?
I don't know that the Giants are they really getting outbid?
I don't think they're getting always outbid. There are times where the length takes players away, and I would argue that their record is very good on that. Chris Bryant got an offer, but he left because of length. He left because the Rockies offered 7 years.
Yeah, how'd that move work out? He hasn't got a hit yet this year.
Yeah, not good. Carlos Rodon. Giants win that one.
Did you see his nipples through his jersey the other day?
No, I did not.
He
God,
sweat
you
right
are
through
staring at everybody's bodies.
Dude, it was see-through. He had a gray Yankees uniform on. It was see-through, and he was just nipping out everywhere.
You are like this sensual baseball watcher.
What is going on here?
What are you doing over there?
These are paper mache uniforms, and I can't stand the uniforms.
Watch the ball, not the balls.
And he's big.
Saying.
Carlos Rodon is big.
He is big.
He's big. He got bigger.
Yeah, he's a big boy.
He's big.
Yeah.
Anyways, another good move, I would say.
You better be careful.
Right.
Chris Bryant, no.
Gosman.
Rodon, no.
Gosman.
That's not a good move.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So you're going to win some, you lose some, and they've won more than they've lost when it comes to that. But all I'm saying is I understand when the fans are like, am I supposed to root for this guy so that he's gone next year? And the answer is yes, because if he plays really well, you win this year.
Be in the moment, man. Be in the present. Look at not the 20,000-foot view. Be in today's game against the Dodgers. I'm not thinking about 2025 right now.
It's the hardest thing to do.
All right.
But it's the advice everyone gives you all the time, right? All you have is now. There's 2 days of the week that don't matter. Yesterday and tomorrow. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. FP's here for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Business. It's all the things that keep this.
What's the ball?
Anyways.
Not the balls.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hang on, I'm placing my bet. FP told me to place a bet. So I'm placing a bet. Lock it in. Okay.
Based on the lineup that was just released for the Giants tonight, I told you to lay some money down on the Giants.
And
you got the second place finisher in the Cy Young pitching.
Yep.
It's Lee, Chapman, Soler DHing, Conforto, Flores, Estrada, Yastrzemski, Bailey, Ahmed. So Matt Chapman's hitting second, Conforto's hitting fourth.
That 2-hole has been interesting.
Like, you're supposed to hit your best hitter second now. That's what the analytics say. It used to be the third place hitter, but now it's number 2.
Who's the Giants' best hitter?
Chapman, right now.
He hasn't been hitting second.
Well, he is tonight.
Right.
And that's all we can control, Mark, is today.
The 4 games in San Diego, Soler hit the second hole.
Well, they figured that out.
And then Slater did. Slates did last night.
Soler's got protection from a guy in Conforto that has 3 home runs already. So he's going to get some pitches to hit tonight.
Okay.
And then you go left, right, left, left, switch, right.
Perfect.
And Bailey's hitting 444.
By the way, the betting sites have a starter for the Dodgers. You said there's no starter listed for the Dodgers?
Not on MLB.com. It still says TBD with a shadowy figure.
Who's Brazier?
He pitched last night, so he's an opener.
Okay.
He pitched last night.
That's the betting sites say that's who's starting for the Dodgers tonight.
Well, he pitched last night. He's the guy that I saw through his uniform. You could see his shirt tails tucked in. That's the guy I just made a point about.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the see-through pants, if that interests you.
What's the ball?
Anyways.
Not the balls. Yeah, why do you watch baseball the way you do?
Because I've never seen such sheer pants. I don't understand it. Did you not see Casey Schmidt in spring training? Did you not see that picture?
But I mean, like, after the fact. I saw it because the internet made a big deal about it.
Well, yeah.
I'm looking at baseball right now. It looks like baseball.
Yeah, those uniforms suck. You can't even see the Phillies pitcher. I can't even see his name on the back because the font's so small.
Well, that's the Phillies' fault.
If you're having a bad season, it's a good thing.
Yeah, that's not Fanatics' fault. That's the Phillies' fault.
If I'm playing like crap, I don't want people to see my last name.
The Giants don't even put their last name on the back of their jersey.
You work your whole life to get to the big leagues. You want people to see your name.
Or they did now, huh? They changed that.
Yeah.
They do now. They didn't for a long time. But, okay, I do have lineup questions.
The City Connect uniforms are going to be super hot.
You couldn't even get through the sentence.
You better be careful. Sexy. Anyways.
I'm so not bothered by the City Connect uniforms.
I love them because they win in them.
Exactly.
And I like the fog logo. I think that's super creative.
The Padres went City Connect in the second game of the year.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Game 2.
It looks like a pickup. It looks like a semi-truck hit a clown. It does. I don't like those uniforms at all.
Visual.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't have any, but like I've learned this about myself. Hang on, I had a granola bar, so I got to keep.
That's not a good thing to eat while you're on air.
I know, I've learned this lesson 1,000 times over, but I'm cool with it because you're here.
All right.
I'm going to eat it. Thank you.
Crushing coffee.
No, but you know this. When you do solo radio and the granola bar thing happens, it's a wrap.
It is.
Life is over as we know it.
Yep.
It's the worst experience of all time.
I'll pick you up.
So
turn your mic off and hawk it up.
Yeah. I got water. You're here. Right. I'm like, we're going granola bar. We're doing it, and it's going to be fine.
So I got a good feeling about tonight.
Okay. Well, I bet on it. So
I like this lineup.
So you're in trouble if they don't win.
Betts, Ohtani, Freeman, Smith, Muncy, Hernandez, Outman, Taylor, Lux. Lux, did you watch Lux last night?
I don't even like listening to this.
Lux rhymes with sacks. I mean, he can't even throw. Did you see? He's throwing the dirt.
It doesn't, though.
It does.
But yes.
It's 3 letters. It ends with an X. It rhymes. Sacks, Lux.
Yeah.
Tommy Lasorda tells this great story where like there was a group of fans that were wearing helmets behind first when Sacks was playing second that year when he had the thing.
Do you like Tommy?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah. He's fun. There's collateral damage when you eat with them because it's spraying everywhere.
Oh, gosh, that's gross.
You need one of those like shields, those COVID shields. Yeah. And I don't think anybody's, well, God rest his soul, used the F word more in the history of the world.
Restaurant I worked at 1,000 years ago. Okay, this is like just out of college. I'm waiting tables at a restaurant down in L.A., in Brentwood. Italian place, fancy joint.
Did Cato go to that one?
Expensive.
Cato Kalin?
No, Cato, no, not to my knowledge.
He didn't come to that one? Did you see OJ?
No, I did not see OJ. But
did the white Bronco park right in the front?
I did get this story.
Too soon?
I did get this story. Tommy would come in there, and maybe this only happened once or twice or whatever, but this was a thing. Tommy would come in there with a massive group of people. Okay, big Italian meal, Tommy, 12 people. You can totally visualize it, right?
10 of those were connected, by the way.
No
10
doubt.
of those people were connected. Trust me. They were facilitators, all of them.
Tommy was under the impression that his signature paid for the bill.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
You are?
No, but there's certain perks that go with a big league manager in a big league town in a big market.
So the Dodgers employed someone to be at these types of dinners to depart with the group and then circle back into the restaurant to take care of the restaurant and the staff, because Tommy decided that he didn't have to pay for things.
So somebody did pick up the tab.
Yes.
But Tommy was under the impression.
Tommy was under the impression that his money was no good here, but his money would have been good there.
Yeah, none of this surprises me at all. You color me shocked, and none of this surprises me at all.
No, it's not. No, I think. Look, I'm not here to speak ill of the dead.
I love Tommy. I thought he was great, man. I got to know him real well. He's
not a fan.
Fantastic.
Not a fan.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
Well,
he got really mad at me one time on the air. So there was that.
Really?
But that was like whatever. I don't hold a grudge.
Did you go Giants fan on him? Is that why? And you weren't bleeding Dodger blue?
No,
because God loves the Dodgers.
I know. Well,
according to Tommy,
that's amazing for God. He's got a really good team this year. You know, good for you, God.
That one caller said it's like walking into a casino playing against the Dodgers, and there was an Ohtani joke there that I just let go because he kept talking.
You did, but I thought that was a great analogy.
Yeah.
And I will be walking into a casino this weekend, and it is that intimidating.
And you'll see Shohei there.
You're walking in, and you're like, this place is probably going to beat me. It's probably going to beat me.
But every once in a while, you play third base at a table,
I feel
and
like
you get hot.
Yeah, I feel like we got a shot.
And you start sticking the $100 chips in your pocket.
I feel like we got a shot.
And all of a sudden, you got about 20 of them in there, and you go cash out.
I'm a when in Rome type of a dude now. I don't do a whole lot of gambling when I'm not in the casino.
Yeah.
I haven't been in, it must have been, it's been a year and a half. It's been about a year and a half, I think. And FP, it went well. I beat the Dodgers that day.
Tell me the Tommy story when he got pissed at you.
Well, the whole thing was okay. So this is back when the guys in the other room are like, crap, do we have to listen to this again?
Well, I haven't heard it, and there's people on the YouTube line that want to hear it. I want to hear it.
We got 3 minutes to kill until Doc.
This is for me.
That's true.
We can ask. No, anyway.
All right. So I'm doing the show with Tony Bruno, and Lasorda used to come on all the time. And I had to just kind of stomach my way through it because I hate the Dodgers but it was more like this sports hate. I didn't know Tommy. I didn't know him from Adam. But he would come on. And do you remember the time where cameras caught him asleep at a Dodgers-Cubs game at Wrigley Field?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Chicago.
Thank you. I love Chicago.
I may have dozed off during a day game there myself.
What's wrong? Why would you fall asleep in Chicago?
It's hard to go into your room at night.
Why?
Because there's a really good nightlife in Chicago.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's hard to get back to the hotel at night. So then there's a day game that ambushes you. And if you're not in the lineup, you're kind of tired.
And Tommy was not in the lineup.
Yeah.
So anyway, cameras catch him asleep, and everyone's like having fun with it. But it's whatever. Like, this is a national story for about a week and a half. Tommy's asleep at the game. All right. So we finish an interview with Tommy, and Tony, jokingly, knowing that I'm a diehard Giants fan, looks at me after the interview and goes, because I'm sitting there looking at him kind of sheepishly, and he goes, Mark loves it when we have Tommy on. And I go, I sure do, Tony. I fall asleep the same way he does at a Cubs game.
Oh, no.
Problem is Tommy was still on the phone.
Oh, no.
He had not hung up yet. And Tommy decided to remember. And so the next time we called him, he did not tell the producers that there was anything going on. He said, hey, my producer's name was Craig. Hey, Craig. Great to hear from you. Sure. Love to go on with the guys. All right, perfect, Tommy. We'll put you on hold.
He's keeping receipts.
Tony brings him on. Hey, Tommy, how you doing? Sets the whole thing up. World Series coming up. Beep-a-da-bop-a-da-boop. Hey, Tommy. He goes, yeah, hey, Tony. Mark Willard there? And I'm like, yeah, I thought it was like a joke. Like, oh, we're in on the joke. Hey, Tommy, yeah, what's going on? I'm right here. What's up? And he launches in, you disrespectful. I was listening last time. You said that you fall asleep when I come on. You're a smart guy. You like to have fun at other people's expense. I mean, launched.
That's pretty good Tommy, by the way.
And I'm just sitting there stunned because I'm super young in the career. Super young. I'm frozen. I'm like, oh crap. Producer's in my ear the whole time. Say sorry and move on. Just say sorry. Just say sorry. Say sorry and move on. Say sorry. And I'm like, Tommy, I meant no offense. We're having fun. You're having fun at someone else's expense. And I'm like, Tommy. And so, okay, I'm going to sit the interview out. Tony does the whole interview, finishes up. Okay, Tommy, we've done it. We're good. Thank you for coming on. Mark has apologized. Are we good now? Click.
Hung up on you.
That was the end of that.
Mic drop.
What I don't know if the guys know, do you want to know who my boss was back then? It was on a national network called Sporting News Radio. You want to know who my boss was? His name was Matt Nahagian.
Really?
No joke. No joke. This is 100 years ago for both of us. I walked around for 7 hours I thought I was fired. I was absolutely terrified.
Why?
And I'll never forget, because I was a pup. I was just scared. I'd been I'd been in the business for 2 minutes. And I'll never forget, I finally got on the phone with Matt that night, and I was like, okay, boss, lay it on me. What do we got? He goes, that was probably the best radio I've heard in 10 years.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, what? He goes, I'm never going to forget that.
What would you do different? What would you do different now? If that happened and he came back on, would you?
I would have challenged him.
Yeah, like if you don't like it, drink a cup of coffee.
Yeah. I'd have challenged
Stay
him.
awake. You're a big league manager.
And what, Tommy? You can't take a joke? We're doing sports radio here. This is sports. Have a good time. You fell asleep at a game. Like, not to get combative, I would have said, look, I'm sorry. And then when he didn't accept the apology, I'd have been like, okay, well, now you're just being a whiny, like, right? Now you're overreacting.
If you think about, like, he didn't like Yuppie on the dugout in Montreal, and he got Yuppie ejected from a game. And I think there was something the Fanatic did to him with a doll or like a rag doll or something in Philadelphia, and he took it and ripped it apart. And then was it an all-star game in Seattle where like a broken bat came his way and he tumbled and Barry Bonds came out and effed with him? And he didn't like that either. He was not playing.
No,
so
I've learned now that Tommy's just a horrible human being.
No,
yes, he was.
God rest his soul.
Yeah, and go read about all the things he did. But anyway, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya, who also does not like Tommy Lasorda. Is that not right, Doc?
Yeah, no, I'm not a big Tommy Lasorda fan either. Yeah.
All right. See, you and I just get closer by the week. Do you see that?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Hey, Jonathan Kuminga. Last week you thought, hey, probably going to be back, and he wasn't. Has your opinion changed at all?
No, I think, if you look at obviously the cornerstone of this is resting. So if you're going to rest him against teams, you're looking at the teams they played over the weekend where you can necessarily don't need him to win. Now, as he kind of progresses during this week, if it's like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, he's not necessarily playing, then you get a little bit more concerned. The fact that they reported that it's bilateral makes me less concerned because this is more of an issue of, look, this is probably overuse. He's played a lot of minutes. He's averaging significantly more minutes than what he did in his first two seasons. So once again, I think they're just being cautious with this. The treatment for this is just rest. And if they're winning without him in there and they feel that they can have other players there who provide good matchups, then I think it's just more cautionary than anything else.
Doc, I also want to ask you about sort of the way that Steve Kerr said that they're playing Steph Curry. You remember this about a week ago. He's like, look, we've been leaning on this guy for the better part of a decade. There have just got to be moments where we limit the minutes. I think a fan goes, wait a minute, there's 8 games left and you need to borrow 3 minutes from the fourth quarter of a close game. What would you say about that with regard to the whole rest issue?
Yeah, I think it's important for fans to understand that, like, even though it seems like 1 to 2 minutes, it's not a big deal. Like, the Warriors are tracking these minutes very, very closely, obviously with their sports performance staff. And when a player is fatigued, they're more likely to get injured. So even though Curry playing 2 to 3 minutes, a lot of people are thinking that that's not going to be a big issue in terms of him performing the next day, but you're trying to prevent that injury risk. And one of the things we have seen with Curry at the tail end of seasons, whether it's his foot, it's an MCL, it's an ankle, there has been a tendency for injuries to kind of happen at the end of the season. So the goal is not necessarily that he's going to be tired and that he's a professional athlete and you don't want him to be tired for that next game. It's injury risk increases when you're fatigued. So you're trying to prevent that, particularly at his age.
Doc, I follow you on Twitter, and you're a great follow, by the way, or X, whatever the hell you call it right now. And I know you're a huge Warriors fan. And we've been talking about Jonathan Kuminga. I say he's untouchable, don't trade him. Mark thinks you should trade him tomorrow.
Not true.
What say you, Doc? Non-medical question. What do you think the Warriors should do with this guy?
Yeah, I think anyone they're going to be able to get in free agency is not going to be better than Jonathan Kuminga. And I think your best shot next year, if you look at the free agents, see the people out there, is there anyone who's going to have Kuminga's potential, both the way he's playing right now and what he may be in 2 to 3 years? So I think you keep Kuminga, get the core around him, maybe make a couple changes, but there's not some huge free agent out there. So you get rid of Kuminga, who's going to be that number 2? I don't think there's any player in the NBA out there, barring some crazy thing like Giannis demands a trade out of Milwaukee, that can replace what Kuminga can do as a number 2 to Steph Curry.
Doc Pandia cleared to play. Okay, tell us about the ramp up of Blake Snell, who they've announced will start next Monday against the Washington Nationals.
Yeah, I think the latest report was he pitched, 4 innings, kind of ramping leading up to this. So I think in general, you want to be somewhere between 4 to 5 innings in terms of showing that you can play. And in today's Major League Baseball, that's potentially how many innings you're going to pitch. So I think we are looking for maybe 3 to 4 weeks when he first got signed in terms of him playing. Next Monday would put him right in that 3 to 4 week time frame. So absolutely, I think he probably had been working out a little bit in the offseason, got some live pitching against real Major League batters. And, it sounds like he's going to be ready to go early next week. So I think that's a very positive sign and bodes well for him being a mainstay in the rotation moving forward.
Yeah, what's sort of what you would say about the ramp up once he is starting? Like, how much does it matter that guys stay around, 70 or 80 pitches? How far into the season can that change?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think a lot of it has to do, obviously, with the individual player. Like, you can have 1 or 2 games where you're going above that, but as FP probably knows, pitchers coming in now have a lot different mileage on their arms than, say, 20, 30 years ago. Like, these players who are in now started playing when they were 8, 9, or 10, throwing year-round. So the amount of mileage on that elbow is a lot less than, say, someone who didn't play year-round travel baseball. So I think you have to keep them at 70, 80 pitches, not because there's something wrong with them, but just because the amount of throws that are left in that arm at this age are just a lot less. So I think a lot of this is going to be 70 to 80, not because there's something wrong, but because you're just trying to preserve him, given what he's done in his career preceding the major leagues.
Oh, don't get me going on travel baseball. I could do a whole segment on how it's the devil and how kids don't know how to be a good teammate now and how kids don't know how to be part of a team. And it's just like punt, pass, and kick mentality and how hard you can throw it, how far you can hit it, and how fast you can run. I got a serious question for you, Doc. I got an ingrown hair on my leg. And I looked on the New York Post. This guy died from an ingrown hair at the New York Post. I'm following the feed on my Instagram. So I'm Italian. I'm a hypochondriac. Am I going to die, Doc?
No, I think there's a very high likelihood you're going to be just fine. You're going to be totally fine. Nothing to worry about. The rate of death from ingrown hair is marginally low. But
how do I treat it? What do I do?
But to be safe, do a really good show today. Just to be safe, give us your best effort today.
Like it's the last show you'll ever do.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I think the key thing is to keep the area clean. You want to make sure there's not any kind of rough area around that area, and don't try to dig it, take it out. Just let it kind of happen in itself.
Whoops on both of those already. Yeah. How do I play makeup ball there, Doc?
Men and hygiene on 95.7 The Game coming up next. All right, Doc. Who plays basketball tonight?
Moses Moody, Mr. Always Ready. Moses Moody plays basketball tonight.
Let's go, Moses.
Let's do it. Thanks, Doc. We'll talk to you next week.
No problem. Take care, guys. Yeah.
Okay, the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. You see Chris Paul say Moses Moody is one of his favorite teammates ever?
Really?
Yeah. Like the just stay ready mentality. He's like, and that's someone who's been on how many different teams?
It's hard.
He's like, I've not really encountered too many people that handle this situation the way Moses has.
Yeah, they were talking about on the broadcast how he plays 3-on-3 during the day, and then he doesn't even know if he's playing or not. And they do these 3-on-3 pickup games where he goes hard all morning, and then all of a sudden you're starting tonight, and he's like, I don't care. Like if most guys know they're starting, they won't do that, and he just still plays. Because he's trying to get better.
I mean, you can do that at his age. He doesn't look. It's funny. Some guys, you realize how, like Jonathan Kuminga, when you look at him, and you know sort of the raw nature of where he's been and come up to this point, you're like, my gosh, this freakish athlete. But you can sort of guess, like, yeah, he's only 21 years old. You watch Moses play basketball. You listen to him. You see the way he looks, and you're like, maybe 26, also 21. 21, Moses Moody. So, like, you can do stuff like that when you're 21. I wouldn't suggest he still do that 5 years from now.
But the mindset to be prepared and not to pout and not to say I'm getting screwed and to be ready to play whenever he's called upon and to play really well when he's called upon and to have that mindset and that mentality right now.
Awesome.
That you can't teach.
Nobody is not a fan of Moses Moody. I don't think that exists.
But I think Steve wasn't for a while.
Well, he wasn't a fan of playing him. I don't think that ever means that he wasn't a fan of him.
I am just trying to be funny.
But he's one of those guys. He's that type of guy. There's kind of a little bit of an FP Santangelo type of a feel to it. Like, you didn't have people who, right? Like, you didn't have boo birds.
It's just hard. It's hard to be ready and not know.
Sure.
That's an art. That's a mindset.
How'd you do it?
I was not good at it.
You weren't?
Nope. I was better playing every day and getting a rhythm, and then all of a sudden you don't play for a week, and then you didn't know, and you get to the ballpark and your name's in the lineup, and it's like instant, like, check your pulse. Oh, I'm playing tonight. Oh, Randy Johnson's pitching. Oh, it's one of those things. So for him at 21, that's why I like him. He doesn't complain. He's just ready to go.
Nope.
He's like lunch meat. He's always ready.
It's good. I've never heard that one before. Yeah, and you know what? The other thing is too is not always, but sometimes he really affects the game on both ends of the floor. Like, there are times where he disappears, and then he has those nights. Those nights where the three-pointer is fallen, and he's making hustle plays and rebounding on the defensive end. Like, he is a guy that sometimes when you go to him, he actually really has an effect on the game. And we have taken calls on Moses Moody all year long. If he's not in, people are upset.
A likable dude.
Yep.
I like when he's aggressive to the rack.
Yeah.
That's my favorite, Moses Moody.
All right. We're sponsored by Safeway. FP is in for dibs. Dallas is in town. FP will party with Luka tonight. We'll explain that next on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for Challenge or Danish Creamery Butter, selected varieties, $2.97 each, limit 4. Signature Select Classic Ham, shank half or whole bone in for $87.
He is big.
He's big.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my dude. FP's in for Dibs. What do the Purdue-Tennessee game on Saturday, the Golden Globes this year, the final round of the Masters last year, almost every game of the 2023 NBA Finals, and every World Series game from last year, what do they all have in common?
They're sporting events.
No, the Golden Globes is not a sporting event.
It's a great question.
It depends. They drink a lot in that.
They do. No, all 5 of them had fewer viewers than yesterday's Iowa LSU women's basketball game.
Wow.
I'll say that again now that the big reveal is out. The Purdue-Tennessee game on Saturday, the Golden Globes, the final round of the Masters last year, 4 out of 5 NBA Finals games from last year, and every World Series game from last year. All of those things had fewer than the 12.3 million viewers that watched LSU and Iowa women's basketball yesterday.
That's cool, man. That's
cool is
awesome.
that? Yep.
I got goosebumps.
Yep.
My mom and dad are liking women's college basketball better than men's. They had it on all weekend when I was home in Sacramento this weekend. They're like, it's just better. We like it more. They're watching the whole tourney. They're watching everything.
I don't think that's a crazy thing to say at all.
I don't either.
I mean, I also don't think it's, I don't want to sound disrespectful. I don't think it's saying all that much. The men's college basketball game is in disarray. It's in total disarray. You have no characters and very few people who can score consistently.
And you have the NIL, and you have guys transferring every year, and you just don't know who's on what team anymore, and they're all one and dones, and it's different than it used to be.
Totally. Oh, way different.
Everything is, though. But
sure, but I mean, it's worse.
I like women's soccer better than men's soccer. They're tougher. Men's soccer, you get tripped and the helicopter lands and they take you off on a stretcher.
Well,
women just dust themselves off, get up and run somebody over. I love watching women's soccer.
There's no question that over the last decade and a half, if I asked you to name players from the U.S. women's national team and name players from the U.S. men's national team, you'd be able to name more women.
Yeah.
They're more famous. The Alex Morgans and the Mia Hamms and the Brandy Chastains, Megan Rapinoe, like they're bigger names.
Right.
Than what? Clint Howard. They're just bigger names. What?
Clint Dempsey.
Tim
Howard.
Clint Howard is Ronnie Howard's little brother that played in all the B-roll
Christian
movies.
Pulisic? Come on.
Yeah,
Clint
that's
Howard.
one.
Weston McKinney?
By the way, my mistake proved my point. I blended 2 players.
Was it Apollo 15? Was that the movie where Clint Howard was he was part of he would run he was at Houston, there's a problem, and he was the guy in the back pressing buttons.
Do you know that I've been in a fantasy league with Clint Howard?
Have you really?
No
He's
joke.
a big wiffle ball guy. He loves baseball.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
He loves wiffle ball.
He's a big wiffle ball.
I was in a wiffle ball tournament with Clint Howard. He loves wiffle ball. I love wiffle ball. It's the greatest game ever.
If you don't know who Clint Howard is, it's Ron Howard's brother.
Yeah.
And if you look him up, you would immediately go, oh, that guy.
Yeah.
That Clint Howard is one of those guys.
He's in every single movie ever made.
But has never had a part that's had more than 5 lines.
Yeah.
That's Clint Howard.
Google him, even if you're driving right now.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I had no clue who that guy was. But now I know who he is.
Look it up. You're like, oh, that guy.
See?
Definitely remember him from Austin Powers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just name a movie. He's in it. Go on Netflix, hit a movie, and it'll say Clint Howard.
He's a great dude.
He's a great dude.
I've been in a fantasy football. We have a mutual friend, and I've been in a fantasy football league with Clint Howard.
Not a soccer player, though.
No. It's probably not much of an anything player.
Little fella.
It's just
about 5'5".
Wee little guy. Yeah. He wears a big hockey jersey to the draft.
Got a nice resume, though.
It sure does.
Wait, I'm going to Google. I'm going to get the Wikipedia page up because he's been in every single movie ever known to man.
Bet it's a big IMDb. There's no doubt. I keep telling people about this. All right, FP, hold my hand. Hold my hand through this.
Okay.
I don't want to offend anybody.
Well, then don't.
Well, I won't, unless people want to be offended.
Everyone wants to be offended.
And a lot of people do. I don't want to offend anybody. But here's one thing that I see about the rise in women's college basketball that I do not find to be a point that resonates. You'll hear a lot of people take these numbers, 12.3 million viewers for Iowa and LSU, and they will say, see, if you would promote other women's sports, it would work. And I go, it's not that you're wrong. You're diminishing Caitlin Clark. You are diminishing, in my opinion, you're diminishing the achievements of Caitlin Clark. You're diminishing the personality that Angel Reese has become. You're diminishing them by saying it's just time and now everyone wants to watch women's sports. I don't think it has anything to do with women or men at all. What we like to watch are television characters. This is exactly the problem the Giants have had the last 2 years. They don't have any television characters. The reason that this got 12.3 million viewers yesterday is not because we're now all gung-ho on women's sports or gung-ho on men's sports. We're gung-ho on television with television characters. Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, and that crazy coach of LSU are television characters. And we tune in for characters. This is what we do. If you look around, like NFL, what resonates? Well, they're a good team. Right? For years, whatever. The New England Patriots. Or actually a better example would be the NBA. The Warriors right now would outrate the Oklahoma City Thunder. Why? Television characters. This is about people. It's about entertainment. The reason that game went bananas yesterday is not because we've decided that women's sports is the bee's knees. It's because there are two women in this game that are flipping unreal and really fun to watch. And they're television characters. And guess what? Iowa's game is going to do, their next game is going to do well. And it's going to do a lot better than the other Final Four game. So it's not because we're now ready for women's sports. I think to a degree, as you just detailed, we've been ready for women's sports. U.S. Women's National, we watch. They do great. They launched a huge campaign about equal pay that I supported because they were a draw. But that's how you become a draw. You become really good and you have characters. I've always thought that's what we watch.
Would you rather have television characters in a draw to watch, or would you rather win? Ideally, you want both.
Ideally, you want both.
But if you had to pick, like, there's great guys to watch on the Giants, but they finish in third place every year. Or there's great guys on the Warriors, and they're a 10 seed, so they're a draw. I think I'd rather have my team win.
As a specific fan, I agree with you.
Because the characters develop as the season goes. If they're winning, you're drawn to winners.
Right, but no one here is a fan of Iowa or LSU.
No one would have been a fan of Iowa yesterday and wouldn't have got 12.3 million viewers if Iowa had a losing team and Caitlin Clark was the best player on the planet.
Right, but
if they weren't in the tournament and they bowed out and she broke all the scoring records and they weren't in the tournament, nobody would have cared.
But if Caitlin Clark
chicken and egg thing.
Right, but if Caitlin Clark was not on the team at all, we would not give a rip that Iowa was good.
That was a great rant, by the way.
Yeah,
I just let you go. That was really good.
No, but your response is a fair one too. But I think what you're asking is now are you a fan of the team versus are you just watching a sporting event? I have no ties to Iowa other than George Kittle, and I have no ties to LSU other than. Give me a Niner who
Joe Burrow.
LSU.
I like Joe Burrow.
Yeah, is there a Niner? I wanted them to draft Justin Jefferson. Anyway, point is, I got no ties to those universities. But Grandy was sitting here watching, as you and I are talking and watching that game yesterday, Grandy's watching me like, there were moments I was having a hard time listening to you because that game was on over your left shoulder.
Well, I don't blame you if you did anyway.
And I was really rooting for Iowa. I want Caitlin Clark to go.
You want to see her again?
To the Final Four.
Yeah.
Yes.
I get it. I watched it on tape this morning. I watched the whole thing.
Well, it was a great watch.
It was easy. It's fun.
Fun.
She's so good. LSU's good too. And there's other players that I didn't even know that are great too.
I just think there's two ways to look at this. And I am in full support of diversity and our eyes go where our eyes go. Like, I don't think you should watch sports because it's men or because it's women or because it's anything. And I'd love for everything to have the support that it deserves. But this is one thing that I think is a constant when it comes to the media, is the media gets very criticized for what it puts out there for consumption. And I always, it's like in the classes that I teach, I always bring this, it's a great conversation starter. And you just said it, chicken or the egg. Who decides what's on TV?
We do.
Exactly
because
right.
Because of the ratings. What we watch.
These corporate interests, all they want to do is succeed.
Why do you think they get a bunch of housewives together, give them wine, and then have them argue?
And then we rip them. We go, oh, Kardashians again? Well, the ratings are through the roof.
But here's the thing, though. Like, I'm a little different from you, and you sound like you're the viewer in sports that wants to be entertained, and it is entertainment industry. I get it. But I'm the guy that watches because I want my team to win. And there's something about when my team wins that makes me feel better than if I was just entertained. Like, we were entertained with Barry Bonds. Every time he came up to the plate, it was must-see TV. He's breaking records. But I would have been more entertained if the Giants won a World Series. When in 10, 12, and 14, I was.
I'm totally with you.
And those teams did have characters. They did have TV characters with Lincecum and Wilson and Zito.
Oh,
and
God, yes. God, yes.
God rest his soul, Aubrey Huff.
God rest his soul.
I don't know what happened to him.
You know what?
That's a story for a different time.
He didn't become a TV character now until after he was gone.
I don't know what happened to his brain.
We didn't know.
But
the only thing we knew was the rally thong.
Yeah, we didn't know at the time.
Oh, we didn't even know.
So we got both with those teams, especially 10, I believe. 12 and 14 had their characters, but I'm more of I want my team to win.
I'm totally with you.
And then I like the guy on the team that helps them win the most because I like that guy, and I usually go to the guy that's not the guy that everybody else likes.
But what about the sporting event that has nothing to do with your team, like women's basketball, or even men's basketball? I don't have a team. I went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. We don't do this. We went to the tournament one time, got our bell rung, go home. I'm not I have no dog in this fight. Golf. You know, one of the things we just listed was the final round of the Masters. It's one thing that golf really struggles with when Tiger Woods is not there. Television characters. Like that, what's bringing me to the TV when I don't have like a hat and a shirt on, you know, rooting for a team. Interesting people, interesting performers. So to me, that's all this is. So it's nothing against men's sports, women's sports, whatever. I don't really make it so much about that. Do you have interesting characters or not? If you do, great. We'll watch. If you don't, I won't.
I've never watched a whole lot of women's basketball.
But that game last night was the most intriguing college basketball game of this year, women or men.
I would say there was what would you say? There was probably 10 more million viewers than a normal game? 12, 11 more? Do you? What does a normal regular season game get? A million maybe? If it's on ESPN prime time?
Yeah. I mean,
so she drew probably 11 more million that watched, or maybe even more than that?
Maybe
11.5 million more?
Probably. I mean,
she moved that needle. Plus,
exactly.
But there was other stories with the coach at LSU.
No doubt. But that's what made it so great. So, I don't think, let's say, here's a good example. Caitlin Clark, let's say she gets knocked out in the semis. How's that final game doing? You think it's going to break records?
No.
It won't.
It's probably turned more people on to the sport.
Maybe.
Because of her.
And South Carolina may be... By the way, who does Iowa play? Do they play South Carolina? Or are they in the other bracket?
No, Iowa plays UConn. It's
perfect.
Yeah. Packers versus Caitlin Clark coming up.
Incredible. But South Carolina's undefeated. So the dream matchup is Caitlin Clark is going against South Carolina. South Carolina has not lost a game. Caitlin Clark's the greatest thing we've ever seen in terms of a female with a basketball in her hand. Okay, that's the matchup you want. But what if South Carolina plays UConn?
Yeah.
I'm not watching that. But I'd like to hear about it.
I'm one of all my friends didn't like the Taylor Swift angle to the Chiefs this year, and I thought it was great.
Yeah, it didn't bother me at all.
I thought it was great. Because it got more eyes on the sport.
Absolutely.
And there was what you're talking about, TV characters.
She's an interesting person.
I've always liked Travis Kelce. Always like him. Since I watched Catching Kelsey, he had a reality show.
You watched that?
Yeah, I watched it.
What is the matter with you?
I like trash TV. I watched The Bachelor. I love The Bachelor.
Yeah, you watch a baseball game and all you're doing is looking at crotches. There's a lot of stuff going on here.
There is, but that's none of your business.
What's happening?
I like I like Catching Kelsey. I thought it was great. Yeah, so I like Travis Kelsey. I thought he was a good dude. So I've always liked him. And then the Taylor Swift. If it gets more eyes on the sport, like baseball needs a Taylor Swift. Like right now, baseball is not the most watchable sport in the world, even though we're tinkering with rules. If somebody sat down from Ireland next to you at a Giants game, and it's their first game ever, and you're trying to explain all these new rules and why is the clock this and what is this, and they can only throw over 2 times, and he only gets 1 timeout, and the bases are bigger, and there used to be a shift, but there's not a shift, and what a balk is, and what an infield fly rule is, that person's going to be like, this sport sucks. Like, why would I watch this? So, like, to get more eyes on women's college basketball, it took a Caitlin Clark, which is awesome.
It's incredible.
Like, Tara Vanderveer, like the greatest coach that ever lived. Like, were we tuning in to watch Stanford basketball?
Right.
But she's the greatest coach maybe in Bay Area history. Right. Period. End of story.
Right.
So, I think, I don't know what baseball needs to do to get more eyes on it, but I was a big fan of the Taylor Swift angle in football this year. And I'm in the minority because all my friends are like, I don't want to see her. They keep showing her. I'm like, this is great. Like, this is great. It's great. Anything that gets more eyes on the sport that's entertaining to me, I'm all for. But I don't know if all these rule changes are getting more people to baseball, because now baseball is more complicated than ever to watch. And there's so many rules, even though there's probably the best athletes in the history of the sport playing right now. And you and I talked about this before the show. And I said, is Mookie Betts the greatest athlete on the planet right now?
Which I guarantee you people listening will immediately roll their eyes because they're not thinking about the fact that this outfielder has just decided to go play shortstop.
That's
just the hardest thing to do on the baseball diamond. And he does it seamlessly. And seems to get a hit most of the times he's up. His stats say otherwise, but when I watch, most of the time, Mookie Betts is on base. Most of the time. I know that's probably not true, but my God, it feels that way.
I struggle with I like him so much, and he's a Dodger. I really do.
It's the worst.
It's the worst. He makes everything look easy. He's like Steph Curry of baseball. He makes everything look easy. But like, who is the greatest athlete on the planet right now? On the planet, not just like who's the greatest athlete on the planet as we speak? Because that's who you're going to tune in to watch. It's along the lines of what we're talking. Caitlin Clark, like, she could be right up there. Like what she's doing on a basketball court, where she's shooting from, how she passes, how she runs a game, how clutch she is.
She's incredible.
Like there was a time when, I don't know, what did we talk about before? The Patrick Mahomes? Who's the greatest athlete on the planet? Was it Steph Curry? Is it Steph Curry? I mean, like, Steph makes basketball look easy still at his age.
Yeah.
He makes it look effortless.
But the traditional idea of like athletic freak, I feel like if you were going to go to the NBA, people, the number one vote getter for best athlete on the planet would be Giannis.
Right.
Just because, and I'm talking about a specific skill set that screams athlete. Steph Curry, great shooter, amazing player, but it's hard to call him the best athlete when you're like, can he even dunk? You know what I mean? This is not to take anything away. It's just the way we think about it. I can see Grandy moving around back there. He probably wants to say Mbappe. Do you want to say Mbappe? Is that the greatest?
That's a name that popped up for me.
It's popped in your mind. Sure.
There's a conversation that greatest North American athlete and world athlete.
What about world?
You could consider like track and field athletes. You could consider soccer athletes. You can consider the non-major sports in North America.
What about Ovechkin?
Well, not anymore.
Not anymore. I don't think.
I'm just saying. I just.
Do they still play hockey?
Yeah, there's this game called hockey.
Okay.
They dropped the puck.
Go Sharks. Yeah. I mean, those are the names. Mahomes. Throw that name into the conversation.
But I like Tatis. I think he's a freak.
Dude, I don't even understand.
I like Odell Beckham Jr. back in the day. He's a freak.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the best player. I'm talking about the best pure athlete.
Sure.
The guy that, like Mookie Betts, can bowl a 300 in his sleep. And if Mookie Betts played football, he'd probably be a damn good receiver. And if he played basketball, he'd probably average 25 a game.
We're a few years removed from, I believe, the answer was LeBron. Don't you think?
Yes.
The answer was LeBron not that long ago.
And maybe Kobe before that?
Maybe.
Jordan before that?
Yeah.
On the planet.
I mean, most people, I think, when they think of basketball players first when we think great athlete. The other sports feel like it's really different. One of the things that's interesting about what you're bringing up, I think it's an incredibly hard nut to crack to make this a baseball player. That's not the way people think.
Yeah, but Mookie is making you think about it.
He's incredible. He's incredible, but it's hard to say.
Willie Mays made you think about it, and back in the day, he probably was.
Well, I mean,
yeah. I mean, if he's pitching, yeah.
Yeah, he's not pitching. Not pitching. He hasn't even homered yet.
That's a great answer, by the way.
It's a great answer.
And now that you said that, what's going to happen tonight?
I know. Sorry.
What, he's going to pitch tonight? Is he the TBD
No,
tonight?
I said he hasn't even homered yet.
Shohei's pitching for the Dodgers. Pass it on.
Left-handed. Yeah. Anyway, to me, that's where this goes. It's about, and I know we want to make it political, and we want to make it about men versus women, and we want to scream and yell. I don't think for most people it's about that. It's about television characters. I could give a rip what sex you are, what color you are, what height you are, where you're from. I do not care. If you're amazing at what you do and it's interesting, I'm watching.
Yeah, but if you're 3'6", you're not the best athlete on the planet.
Let me see what you can do.
That's true.
Can you dunk? You'd watch that.
Dude, Clint Howard was the mayor's right-hand man in How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
Yes,
do you remember that?
Absolutely.
Sorry, I just had to get that
I know
in.
all of his movies.
Clint Howard is the greatest athlete on the planet when you watch him play football. No, I like playing this game, and I like the fact that all eyes are on a sport that doesn't get enough attention.
That's great.
It's great.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I just would love, and I understand. I really do. But there's a lot of finger wagging going on of like, see, everybody should be promoting women's sports now. And it's like, well, sure, but this is not the mic drop for that you think it is. I'd love for everything to be promoted. I'd love for everybody to watch everything. I'd love for everybody to be successful with what they're trying to do. But this is not this massive, like, written in ink thing now where it's like everybody now we're all lined up to watch women's sports. No, we're lined up to watch Caitlin Clark.
Do you watch Love is Blind?
I don't.
How about Love on the Spectrum?
No.
Great shows. I highly recommend both.
Here's the other thing you may not know about me yet. You could list all the shows, and my answer will be no.
Do you think
I see the game and then I go to sleep?
Serious question.
I'm not very diverse. Like, I got a lot of holes in my game when it comes to this.
Wait, I said that they should name the women's basketball team here the Golden Girls. That's my nickname for the team. They should call them that. What if Caitlin Clark is here? I know it's probably not going to happen.
Oh, would I buy a ticket?
Yeah.
Hell yes.
She's going to move the needle in the WNBA.
Yes.
We need to get her here.
Hell yes.
And I will get season tickets to WNBA if she's here.
Totally. Oh my God, I would love that. I'd bring all the kids
to watch the Golden Girls.
So fun. Whatever they're called.
The Golden Girls. They play the theme song and they all run out of the tunnel from the Golden Girls.
Whatever. I don't think they would like that.
I'm onto something.
Yeah,
I'm onto something.
I don't think they would like that very much. Did you see that she got offered a big old check by the Big Three?
No.
Yeah. Ice Cube, they just came out and said it. They offered her $5 million to go join the Big Three. Caitlin Clark. Play in the Big Three. And actually, she can do it alongside the WNBA. So she may be available for viewers and watchers and all that in multiple platforms. I think that's great.
I think it's great too.
Yeah. Okay. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. There is a way, by the way, that this what we're talking about could have fixed the Giants within the last 2 years, which I'll explain.
If Caitlin Clark was signed as a free agent to the Giants,
no, that's
they'd
not
sell out, and then the Golden Girls are going to run out to thank you for being a friend. I got it, dude. I got ideas over here.
You really lined that one up. Okay. More on that in a second here. 888-957-9570. That's the number. FP's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank. It's my bank, a family-owned bank, and it's a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. And when
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Nice musical interlude, yes. FP's in for Dibs. 888-957-9570. Is Jonathan Kuminga untouchable or not? More on that in just a second. I mean, when the Giants were putting everybody to sleep the last couple of years, the lovely Christy.
How's she doing in the pool, by the way? Excuse me. How's she doing in the pool?
Why you bring it up now?
I don't know. I'm just asking.
You didn't bring it up when she was crushing everybody.
I did too. We talked about it. She was in first place forever.
Yeah, off air, you talked about it.
Oh, how's she doing now?
Not so good.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. She had Houston winning the
I'm
whole
not
thing.
either. So.
Yeah. So am I.
I had Houston.
I went 0 for 4 on Final Four.
I had 2.
I got to the Final 6 with like a legit chance to win the whole pool, but then that was it. I needed Illinois to beat UConn, and I needed Tennessee to beat Purdue. And Purdue and UConn reminded everybody that they're the 2 best teams, and that was the end of that.
Edie's like, you remember when you had the Nerf hoop on your door in your bedroom?
I have that now. I have a 10-year-old.
That's how he plays basketball.
Yes,
like the Nerf hoop in your bedroom.
We're all so good. That Nerf hoop will make you think that you could have been an absolute pro. You could have done it.
Baseline jumpers all day on the Nerf hoop.
Oh, my God. If just
nothing but net.
You know what I mean? If the
we used to work up a sweat when I was 10, 11, and 12. It's just a lather playing Nerf. My dad and my friends would come over. We would play like games against each other, and you dunk and you break it, and everybody would cry because you broke the hoop off the door. It's the greatest invention ever. And the Nerf football. Both of those.
Gosh, if only the rim were a little bit lower. I could have been playing tonight. I could have been playing in this game tonight.
You could have.
I was good enough. Anyway, just can't jump. No, she used to say, the lovely Christy used to say, you know what the Giants need? They need a scandal. They need somebody to punch somebody.
Ooh, I think we've had plenty of those over the years.
Well, but obviously she's joking, but you get what I'm saying. Like, let's be real. The Warriors were coming out of a championship 2 years ago, and a reality television show broke out in training camp. Like, I know that, you've actually sat here for the last 48 hours on a platform of no drama, and I get it. And you're coming at that from the perspective of what will help the Warriors win, and there's nothing that helps a team more than winning. I'm not suggesting otherwise, but I think that fits into the conversation we were just having that was driven by Caitlin Clark and the idea of television characters. The Warriors had a really good ratings year last year. We certainly did, and I'm not stupid enough or egomaniacal enough to be like, well, we're very good radio hosts. Now, Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole. That's television characters.
Yeah, but that was a crap season. It was derailed before they even played one game, and they had no chemistry, and it was over before it started.
I'm not suggesting that that's what you want.
I'm
suggesting that works in the world of American content in 2024. I'm not suggesting we should all do that. Let's all start punching each other. But what do you think would happen if I told our YouTube audience right now, okay, everybody listening, you go to youtube.com/957 The Game. You go to twitch.tv/957 The Game. FP and I are about to come to blows. Numbers go up or down?
I don't know. It's violence. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Same.
I don't know. I don't like to listen to contentious radio. That's just me. That's my music. Okay. That's my music ear.
And that's fine.
I like, you have to agree on everything, but there's a way to agree, a way to disagree. I think it's professional, and yelling and screaming is not my thing on the radio. I'm chill. I choose to yell and scream when I'm in my car by myself and somebody cuts me off.
Exactly.
That's the only time I yell and scream.
Road rage.
Or when I used to make lots of outs. But my helmet used to take the brunt of it. Used to go through 4 years. No, but seriously though, like I want winning. Winning is what draws me to sports, not all the extracurricular crap. I don't want that from my team. I don't want that. I want that on Bravo when I watch Real Housewives. I want that when I watch The Bachelor. When I watch sports, I want to see my team be good like the Niners with no drama and a bunch of guys that care about each other, that are in it to win it, and there's no egos. That's what I gravitate
But
toward.
I still feel like we're having two different conversations at once.
You're saying what moves the needle is drama.
Again, what like you're asking these teams that we are emotionally attached to, do you want them to be dramatic or do you want them to win?
Win.
Agreed. Now let's go broader. Because how many teams are you really like, I am emotionally attached to their outcome?
2.
Okay. Do you watch others?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're good.
Well, maybe this is just because you played professionally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's nobody listening to us right now that's like, I was watching the Pirates play the Reds because they're good.
I like watching Mike Trout.
Fine.
I like watching the Phillies.
Why do you like watching the Phillies?
Trey Turner and Bryce Harper.
Those are television characters.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
They're good players.
Right, but that's all Caitlin Clark is. Like, she's a standout. She's a complete standout.
Yeah, but you're trying to... I might be misunderstanding, so help me. You're trying to say like Giants would be more relevant if they got in a fight.
No. That was a joke.
I thought you meant they need
Christy used to joke because Draymond punched Jordan Poole, and you're sitting here and you're going Warriors, Giants, and Warriors and whatnot. And she's like, Giants need somebody to have scandal. Somebody needs video of Kapler at a bar doing something he's not supposed to be doing. And then you guys would all be interested.
I know we are the flagship for the Warriors. I get that. But like tonight, what are you watching?
Both.
No, but I mean, if you had to make a choice, not you, but like everybody.
Well, the Warriors.
It's not just a Giants game. It's Giants-Dodgers.
The Warrior.
And it's not just a basketball game. It's Mavericks Warriors, and they're playing for their playoff life right now.
By the way, what's happening on NBC Sports Bay Area? What do they show? The Warrior game or the Giants game?
I think they have alternate channels.
The double channels?
I think the NBC Sports, the Ocho.
Everybody's scrambling in the other room talking to each other like, I don't know.
They got all kinds of them.
Yeah, no. I know they got the double channel. What is it?
They got the Plus.
Yeah, the Plus. Is that all it is?
But which one's on what?
My guess would be that the Warrior game does more people.
I would agree with you.
That'd be my guess.
It's also on TNT tonight.
Okay.
Ooh. That puts a dent in it a little bit.
The Giants game might be on MLB TV.
Yeah, but not everybody has that.
MLB Network?
MLB Network, yes.
I mean, maybe.
I think it is. Doesn't it say over there? I
think it's the Wednesday night feature game, if I'm not mistaken. Nope. The Reds at Phillies.
So.
Reds at Phillies.
That's tomorrow.
Wednesday.
That's tomorrow. What about tonight?
I don't know.
Tonight? What is MLB Network playing?
I just want to know what Bay Area fans want to watch tonight, and I think it would be the Warriors if I had to guess.
Well, some would say just basketball versus baseball. Others would say, like, what's on the line? The Warriors are so much further into their season, right? There's a lot more implications on the line for the Warrior game than the Giants game.
And how many more games do we get to see everybody together?
There you go.
Is this the end of an era?
Why did you say it like that?
Is it? I mean, if Clay's wearing a Laker uniform next year, it is.
God.
Which would suck. If Draymond gets traded, you might have like however many games left to watch this group together, the core guys that have given us so many thrills over the years.
Mark Spears, who is a longtime NBA reporter and voice, recently said, I cannot imagine the Warriors not having wholesale changes this offseason.
Well, then you got to lock in. You might not see Captain Clay he might be driving his boat, I don't know, on the Intercoastal Waterway in Orlando next year.
Warriors Live in 1 hour right here on 95.7 The Game.
Cape Canaveral.
Yeah.
Out in the ocean.
I do think this. I do think that there is a little bit more of a cutthroat vibe inside the Warrior hallways than we think. That would be my guess.
Well, a lot of times, Mark, you know this as well as anybody, you get loyal to people that have given you so many championships and thrills, and they've been such good players that you can paint yourself in the corner with certain contracts where all of a sudden you're like, whoa. The Phillies come to mind on that one when they signed Ryan Howard and Chase Utley and Jimmy Rollins to these contracts, and then at the end of their career, they weren't as competitive as they were. I don't know that the Warriors are there yet, but like, unless adjustments are made, you could be that team.
No, I think that happens all the time.
Yeah.
prior to Brandon Crawford suddenly getting MVP votes and Buster Posey returning from COVID and being freaking awesome, prior to that, the Giants fan base was totally upset at the thank you contracts that had been handed out. They were exhausted by the two Brandons and Buster Posey. But there's no way around that. I always try to remind people of that. It's like you have to remember how you felt in the moment. You can't get mad at a team for handing out that contract when the confetti is still flying out of the sky and they're beloved and they're all playing at the height of their powers and they're free agents. You cannot get mad at the team because they re-signed them. And that is, by the way, that is how I felt last year about Draymond Green. There are people at this station, there are plenty of our listeners who wanted Draymond to not be re-signed. I wanted him to be re-signed. I also think that it wasn't as easy as people think to let him go because he wasn't actually a free agent. He had an opt-out. I don't even know if he would have opted out if he didn't know that he had another Warrior contract waiting for him. I don't even know how that would have gone. He was under contract for this year already. So he opted out to get a new deal because that was on the table. So I don't know, man. When I look at a team and they hand out that deal in the shadow of greatness, I get it. And I'm okay if 5 years from now it's a little annoying. I'm going to remember that 5 years ago, I wanted the team to sign that contract.
Are you a sentimental fan where you would rather see Clay be a Warrior his whole career and it tails off a little bit more every year?
A little bit.
Based on miles on the car. I mean, nobody's ever beat Father Time. Yeah. It's nothing against the guy. I love him.
A little bit I am.
Yeah. I am too. I'm a same uni retire in the uni guy. Well, Joe Montana as a Kansas City Chief sucked. Jerry Rice as a Raider sucked. Yeah. Brandon Crawford as a Cardinal sucks right now. I'm kind of a softie when it comes to that. I know it doesn't happen. It's a business and you're going to chase the money at the end of your career, whatever you can get. But I'm kind of a sentimental fan.
You know what's interesting about that? First off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I think a lot of people, you feel that way in the moment.
And then you're like, during the season, you're like, oh, why do we sign him back? Well, he's terrible.
You will watch the Bill Walshes and Eddie DeBartolos of the world just get tons of praise for, remember, get rid of him a year too early rather than a year too late.
Right.
They get praised for that, but not in the moment, not when the decision is made. If the Warriors let Clay walk, my prediction, most of you are going to be really mad.
Of course.
You're going to have a hard time. And it's no different than like having Twitter muscles, right? You'll rip the celebrity on Twitter, and then if you ran into that celebrity on the street, oh my God, can I get a picture? Can I get an autograph? It's the same thing here. I think a lot of you right now have muscles with the idea of, I've had it with Draymond, and Clay is washed, and it is time to cut bait. Well, and then they actually do it, and you're going to be like, oh God. Oh, they did it. Oh, this doesn't feel that good.
And you see who they sign, and they just don't look right in a Warriors uni.
You're like, you did that for him? Well, yeah. But I do think that Joe Lacob's got a little Bill Walsh in him. I do. I do think the Warriors are having conversations right now that we wouldn't be comfortable with if we were privy to them.
What do you think about just letting it play out first before you have those conversations, or do you have to be proactive as an organization and have those right now?
Well, of course they're going to play out. They're going to play out, but I think they have to do their jobs. Their jobs are to be ready.
Yeah,
they're going over scenarios, right?
I agree.
Right? I mean, if you're Dunleavy, you're going over right now. If this, then that. What else is available to us? How could we approach this? The season might be over in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from tomorrow night is the 9-10 play-in game. The Warriors are probably going to be in it, and they're probably going to be underdogs. All right. How do we feel if the season ends in that game? And what is available to us, and how do we want it to look? Call 30. Ask him what he thinks, because we got to be ready for that. Second that it happens. if it happens. Isn't that his job?
It's not his job.
It's not?
No.
It's not Dunleavy's job to be ready for that?
I thought you said it was Steph Curry's job.
Isn't it Dunleavy's job to be ready for that?
Yeah, absolutely.
For that moment.
Yeah, I thought you meant 30's job.
No.
I'm like, no. Even though he's probably it's not his job. His job is to go win games.
His job is to shoot the ball.
He shoot the ball a lot. And make a lot. Yeah, that's just a weird thought, dude. That's a weird thought to go down that road that those guys might not be together next year. And I know they're a 10 seed and the emotion gets into it, but like the sentimental part of me is that would be like, it's just hard to even fathom at this point. But yeah, you keep going back to, but how is it playing out right now? They're a 10 seed. That's what they are with this group. I countered with today, if you cut all the drama out and you don't have the drama, which I don't know how you do, and if Draymond was playing every game as much as he means to him and what we saw against San Antonio the other night, and how many games did he miss? Like 17, 18 this year because of suspension?
Draymond?
Yeah.
I don't have the number for it. It's at least
sorry,
that
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, it's at least that many. He's also missed some because of injury.
And you could argue that they would be they wouldn't be playing for their playoff lives right now. So I think, and I could be wrong, and Mark Spears knows way more about basketball than I do, and he's around it more. I'm not there every day. I think you tinker here. I don't think you blow it up. I think you bring back Clay.
I think your statement runs the risk of almost being a little myopic, which is every time it doesn't go well, you do the if.
I'm just saying that they're all the drama. A coach died in front of them this year.
Sure.
A player was suspended that they need on the court every day because he had his own agenda of being mad at people.
Self-inflicted
wounds. Then you have Wiggins for family reasons that leaves, and they have Kuminga saying I need to play more. And it's probably impossible to cut all that out. But if you do, they're not playing for their playoff lives. They're solidly in the playoffs right now, and I don't know where. Maybe you could. We could all play that game. I think this team's a lot better than a 10 seed if ... and that's a big if, right?
I mean, the one that is most out of their control, obviously, is the tragedy around Coach Decky.
Right.
However, I don't think that you can argue that caused them to lose games. They went on a huge winning streak when they came out of that. They took a week and a half off, and they came back to basketball and played probably their most inspired stretch of the year. So I don't know, as much as that was like on a personal level, so tragic and hard to stomach, I don't think that hurt them in the standings. Draymond did, totally self-inflicted, and the centerpiece for my argument that I don't think the Warriors can avoid drama because he has shown he can't avoid these kinds of things. It's reasonable to assume there will be more suspensions if Draymond is still on the team next year. The Wiggins thing was only 4 games. I'd argue that's mostly out of your control too. We don't know what it was that's going on. Andrew certainly feels like it needed his attention, and that's totally fair. It's like maybe I feel this way. If your point is the only way we can really be good is if everything goes perfectly, can you expect everything to go perfectly? That seems unreasonable.
No. But I also said if you tinker too much and you start blowing things up and then they're just players in uniforms, but I'm sure they're going to get guys that want to play for Steve, and it's a destination. You want to play for Steve Kerr. You want to play for the Warriors. They're the biggest brand in the NBA right now. Why wouldn't you? If you got traded or you're a free agent. It's not like...
It's lessening.
And then you go
lessening.
Is it?
I think so.
I don't know.
That was actually a question I had because Lacob said that recently. Like, we're the Warriors. And I'm like, you're the 10 seed.
But don't you want your owner to say that?
Yes. And I want...
Not we'd be lucky to have somebody come and play for the Warriors?
I want to believe it to be true, but I don't really know. What does drive a free agent? I understand that you need to, in the NBA largely, you want to be in the big markets. You want to be on TV a lot.
I want to play for Steve. I want to play with Steph.
Okay. Although some players would argue, if you're really a great player, maybe you don't. Maybe you don't want to play with another one. You know what I mean? Dame Lillard did not originally want to be a Buck. That's not where he was headed. He wanted to go to the Heat.
It's because it's Milwaukee. It's cold.
Right. I think he also still wanted to, right? He wanted to be the main guy.
That's not a big market, and he came from a small market to another small market.
Right.
But with a chance to win a championship.
But I don't know if the Warriors are the same destination that they used to be. Yes, they're more of a destination than Sacramento. I don't think they're the destination free agent-wise that the Lakers are.
How come nobody talks about the Warriors in San Francisco, but they talk about the Giants being in the city of San Francisco? Nobody ever says, well, the Warriors are in San Francisco. I'm not going there.
I brought that up 4 weeks ago. Well, when this stupid thing was going on. I'm still like I'm gonna forever be mad at the Giants for talking about this as much as they did, because it made it real. And you know this, the baseball culture and the basketball culture are two totally different things. But I can't tell the Giants that it's not a thing because they're saying it's a thing. They're the ones experiencing this. I just thought trumpeting it only made it worse. But I think what you just asked is a great question. Like, you would never hear about, like, oh gosh, the NBA would love to join the Warriors, but woo, the Tenderloin. Yikes. Not going there. I mean, what? It's absurd. It makes you laugh. It's an absurd thought. And their arena is literally on the other side of the parking lot of the one we're talking about.
Well, they just had a championship a couple of years ago, too, and if you want to do that, the city and the player, I mean, in Montreal, we used to take the thing, the whatever the thing is there to the ballpark, the metro, the BART, whatever it was. Yeah. But you're never really in the city. Like,
of course not. You're barely even, half the year you're not even here. You don't even know where you guys are. Be real. How many times did you wake up and you didn't even know where you were?
I told you I didn't know where the charter was going a lot of times. I'm like, where are we going and who are we playing? I'm sitting on the airplane. I don't know. I didn't know. My teammates would be like, you don't know? We're going to Philadelphia. I'm like, oh, all right, cool.
How would you pack?
For how many days the trip was.
Right, but you got to know, like.
I'm not going outside. I get on the team bus. It pulls in the stadium.
You're not going to go out?
I mean, maybe, but I don't. Yeah.
You went out.
Maybe.
Stop it.
Maybe you had a few pops.
You're going out tonight.
Maybe. This is today end with a Y? Maybe.
Let's go to Bob in Marin. Hi, Bob. What are you doing? Young with Willard and FP.
I'm laughing at FP. Like, I don't know. I don't go out.
Nope.
Well, I think the one thing I wanted to say, Willard, I have to say that with the whole, like, did you sign Draymond too early and do you sign Clay next year? I think they probably learned the lesson from Draymond, so they're probably not going to sign Clay. And at this point, if Clay is getting more money to play somewhere else, I think better for him, go do what you need to do. The one thing that you guys were talking about earlier, I think I'm not one of those fans that's going to say, oh, he's wearing a different uniform, so he's going to be better. I remember you guys brought up Jerry Rice. He actually went to Pro Bowl when he went to the Raiders the first year. And I think Montana took Kansas City Chiefs to the playoffs. But
sure did.
Point is, if they're going to do what they need to do and play at the highest level, but they're not going to win championships, what the Warriors organization need to understand, do they have a Steve Young on the bench? Do they have an Aaron Rodgers on the bench? They don't. So they can't really build moving forward. So are they going to pay these guys and watch them, walk into the sunset and, not be their wholesome when they were winning championships? Probably not. So I think their concentration this year has to be, can they bring in that other person that's going to bring them deep into the playoffs besides Steph Curry?
Well,
I think Clay playing for the Lakers, that's fine with me.
Yeah, Bob.
I don't mind.
Bob, to me, the only way you have that conversation is if you're willing to trade Jonathan Kuminga. Are you?
At this point, he hasn't really showed me that he is the guy that's going to take you to the promised land.
Yeah.
As much as people want to hang your hat on like Jonathan Kuminga is the answer, he's not. He's not Steph Curry. He's not 1A and he's not 1. So he's not going to be. He's always going to be the second guy. So you need that one guy that's going to come in and say, "Hey, I'm the future." And until Steph's here, as long as Steph is here, then that person you have to find or draft.
Yeah, and that ain't easy. Bob, thank you. That's the thing. We get conditioned. This is all fans of all teams. Like, you get conditioned when you go on a run to think that you just get one of these people, and you don't. You don't get one of these people, even if you're a great organization. My God, once Kobe Bryant and Pau Gasol were done with one another, how long did the Lakers go before they're like, let's find our guy. And that guy ended up being the guy that can just go wherever the hell he wants in LeBron James. And then they were able to pull off the trade for Anthony Davis and all that stuff. And they won a COVID championship. And okay, that's great. But
That's what you do in LA.
Yeah. Like, LA has got it the worst. The disease of thinking that every star belongs to you. It's a disease. Like, they just believe if anybody plays well, they're like, future Laker. And it's even for them. In 2024,
future Dodger.
I mean, the more the money goes, the higher the money goes. The problem with the Dodgers is they're right. But the higher the money goes, you know what I mean? Like over here is Giannis. Here's Giannis. He decided to stay in Wisconsin because I'd argue like when the best player in the game was making $10 million a year, you're like, oh gosh, right? I need to, well, let's live in LA. Let's live in New York. Now, with the way the world is so small and you're making $55 million a year, it's like Blake Snell said, I don't care where the hell I am. I can be anywhere an hour from now.
$55 million in Wisconsin is $100 million.
Good Lord.
Easy.
Right. And if I want a home in LA and New York and I'd like to be there in an hour, no problem. Private jet, 4 homes, let's go to Europe for dinner. It doesn't matter where you are. So that is one thing that I really wonder about, especially as the curtain falls on Steph. Have the Warriors actually built themselves to be this destination they clearly believe they are? I hope so. I don't know. I don't know if everybody's just going to flock to the Warriors because Chase Center. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either, but I know I'd want to play for Steve Kerr, and that's where I always go.
I don't even know if Steve Kerr's going to be here anymore after Steph's not. Steve only signed 2 more years.
I'm talking about next year.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know I'd keep Kuminga and build around him. I think he'd get his superstar.
Superstar?
Yeah. Perennial all-star. Yes. Absolutely. 21 years old. Just scratching the surface. Just figuring it out.
I hope.
Developing right in front of our eyes.
I hope.
Into an A-lister.
I hope.
And if you trade that A-lister for a couple who's, I don't know.
But you're talking about...
I'm not trading that A-lister.
But you're
no
talking
way.
about the rub.
No.
Okay. But...
What's the rub?
The rub is that timeline that you're talking about doesn't line up for Steph.
Kuminga's ready right now. He's improved. He's the most improved player I've seen in years, and he might win that in the NBA. Do they have that? Might win that in the NBA.
Then why are they the 10 seed?
Because Draymond had an agenda this year, and there's drama around the team.
But you're telling me that if Steph is still playing the way he is, and if Jonathan is that established as a clear 2, then you're not the 10 seed. Something is not clicking the way it needs to click to actually contend.
Like maybe have one of your core 3 be available more and actually be on the court.
I don't even know who the core 3 is.
I know. The guys that won all the championships. Draymond, Clay, and Steph.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they can be a core 3 anymore. You know, that's part of it. Janet is in Berkeley. Hi, Janet. What's up?
I just have to say, you guys sound like a bunch of fair weather friends. It's like being ageist. It's like no one is going on and on about LeBron's age, and to kind of just rule Steph out and to say he's too old, he's getting old, and let's get rid of Clay. Whatever happened to the loyalty that I've seen people have, in New York with the Yankees? It's like as soon as the guys stop playing, 100%, everybody's ready to dump them and come up with something new. I remember hearing you guys talk about Jordan Poole like he was the next saving grace for Steph. And look what he's doing now, where he's at with the Wizards. He's doing nothing. So age has nothing to do with your acuity and your ability to bring it. And it's like, just give him a chance. It's like, I wouldn't, if I were one of the Warriors, I wouldn't want to listen to the radio and hear this. It's terrible. You're supposed to be part of their fan base.
Well, first of all, Janet,
I agree with you 100%. I've been saying that for 4 hours that I would not get rid of anybody.
Wow. First of all, no, it's not our job. Our job is not to fan out. That is not our job, not even close. Janet, that's number one. Number two, I would completely disagree that anybody, at least on this show today, has sat here and said all those three guys need to be out of town. What I'd also say, the number one response to you, though, is when you say, I don't hear people going on and on about that about LeBron. Yeah, they do. Guess what the Lakers are? The 9 seed. Janet, we cannot ignore age. These dudes ain't the dudes anymore. The data is everywhere. So I love your loyalty. I love your fandom. I just said to FP 5 minutes ago, and I have said for years on this station, that I hope these three guys never take the uniform off. But all I say, and I know where you are on this, if that's what you want the Warriors to do, then do not get mad at them for missing the playoffs for the next 3 years. That's the agreement you have to make.
The dudes aren't robots. They're not going to make the playoffs every single year. Let's keep it real. They're not the bionic man. They're just not. They're human beings.
Agreed.
They've been playing since elementary school in AAU. So these guys have done a dang good job with what they bring to the Bay Area. I am not going to shoot them down if they got to go out one at a time.
Bang. Totally fair opinion. Janet, thank you.
It's a good call.
It's a great call. But that's where I stand. You have to pick one or the other. And if Janet wants to be all in on loyalty, and I get it. I've got a lot of friends like Janet who are like, they've done enough. I don't care. They've won 4 rings. If this takes us 20 years to get back, fine. I love them that much. Great. Fair opinion. Do not be on this station next year when they're the 13 seed and say,
I don't think that's going to be happening.
Maybe it isn't, but to me, it's an agreement. If you want to go all in on loyalty, then that's your stance.
But you're acting like Clay can't play anymore.
No, I'm not. I'm acting.
And if they keep him and if they keep Draymond, that they can't play anymore. They'll be a 13 seed.
Did not say they can't play anymore. They cannot be the big three anymore. They cannot be asked to be the core anymore. They're not. They're not available enough. They're not good enough. They're not young enough. If Jonathan, you're sitting here saying Kuminga's a 2. Well, then that removes one of the big three from being the big three. What are they? They're the big 1, 4, and 6. Like, that's what I'm talking about. I don't care if they're still on the team. I actually hope they are. But you can't have it both ways. You can't go all in on loyalty and then rip the team if they're not as good. You have to be either loyal or cutthroat. And then that shapes your opinion as far as where it goes next year.
I don't need to put labels on these guys of what number they are. If they can help me win basketball games is all I care. And I don't know what role that is because that's not my job. But
Sure.
If I still think that they're better than anybody else out there or as good as anybody else out there, and they know how the system goes, and they know like how we do it here, and I like them too. And by the way, Steve Austin might be one of the best athletes ever. The Bionic Man.
That's fair.
She said they're not. Have you ever seen Steve Austin run the 40? It's like a 2.4.
That's not true, but yeah. Listen, I get everything you're saying. I get everything Janet's saying. I love these guys. I hope they finish their career here. Here's what a lot of you don't want to acknowledge. They're the 10 seed. And they're freaking out about the Rockets. And no, FP, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear that it's all because Draymond missed 20 games. It's not.
That's a big reason.
They are largely healthy this year.
There's intangibles that go along with the tangibles of missing those games.
And that's his
fault.
fault.
And the drama that goes with it. And me having to answer questions about that. And me talking to all the guys on the team and us having meetings. And my focus being distracted to that instead of beating the Denver Nuggets on that night.
He did that.
I know.
And you're the one who's told me that you're guessing that there are plenty of people in the organization who are done with him.
I know.
So why would we expect him to come back next year and play 80 games? Like, you got to bake all that in. These guys are who they are. And if you want to just stick the flag in the ground and be like, we are all in on these three until their career's over, great, let's do it. Let's do the tour. But understand that's what it is. It's a waving tour. You want Brandon Crawford to be the starting shortstop this year?
No.
Okay. Like, at a certain point, you've got to decide, Are we loyal or are we trying to win? Because those are at times at odds. That's all I feel. I got nothing against these guys. I don't want any of them gone. I do want their roles to be diminished. Too much is being asked of them. They do need other people around them, as evidenced by 10 seed. They went 3 seed, then 6 seed, then 10 seed. Where's it go next year?
I'm just dumb. I think they're better than 10 seed, but they are a 10 seed, and that's where we sit. And I get it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, Mark in Oakland. Hey, Mark, what's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I haven't been able to listen for so long because of my work schedule. And what an awesome surprise to hear you, FP. I would call your night show all the time. That's so awesome.
Thanks, dude.
I was like, whoa, I didn't know you were here. That's great. And
I'm a 10 seed at the station, though.
A 10 seed?
I'm just kidding. Thanks for calling, dude. It's good to hear your voice.
In general, I tend to agree with you on things, and I often disagree with Mark. Has been my pattern when I would call before.
Damn
but
right.
on this, I'm much more in agreement. I'm much more in agreement with you. I think Bob Myers was an almost malicious signing of Draymond Green. I couldn't believe he did that and then left. That felt not cool to me. But what I don't think anyone's thinking about, and even that caller about the loyalty can go both ways. With sticking by players when they're injured and giving them huge contracts later in their career, maybe they can take a pay cut. I don't think they're going to do that to bring in players. But what I think people are forgetting more, because nostalgia is a disease and it does not pay off to get stuck in nostalgia. Think about how this team and these championships happened in the first place. Picks. All 3 of those guys we drafted. Part of those picks came in trades. I think it's time to trade Steph Curry and get as much as we possibly can. Bite the bullet, let go of the nostalgia. Trade Draymond if you can, which I don't even know if you could. I think you might be able to get something actually for him, but not sign Clay for sure. And it's time to rebuild. If you want more championships and more guys that you care about and more people to have nostalgia about, you got to do what got you here. So don't forget what got us here. It was through the draft, and we could still probably get a haul. I would have done it a year ago. I've been totally down on this team for about a year and a half since the punch. But and I don't like how they handled that whole thing, the team or Draymond. But it's time to do it. Get picks for them. Get rid of them. It'll be fun to watch.
So Mark, I've been waiting for someone to bring this up this week, and so I'm going to use you as a little bit of a sacrificial lamb here.
The trade Steph thing?
Trade Steph Curry. Let's talk this out for just a second. Even if FP and I can get over the emotional, offensive nature of what you're saying, that's fine. I'm not actually offended by it. But take me through logistically how a Steph Curry trade in the NBA right now could even work. What would you suggest? Who are we calling? Who do you want in return? Talk me through that.
I would be going for picks, not who so much. So the who you take could be more like trying to take people where you can create salary. There's got to be people that want him. He's a huge star. He'll put butts in his seats and he can still play. But think about how you got him. You got a 7 pick. Could we get a 7 pick? I would take a 7 pick and some stuff that clears salary cap.
Oh, wow.
That's what I would do. And I don't even think that's good. But you got to think about what got us here. I know in the moment it sounds crazy, but just think through, how did we get here?
But Mark, you also got to remember how many times they had the 7 pick and it led to nothing. You have to remember Todd Fuller. You've got to remember all of the 7 picks and the lottery picks that were absolutely nothing. Hell, the current GM of the Warriors was one of them. Like, you can't. So that just feels to me, what you're suggesting is 2 things. It feels like a poor percentage play, and thank you, Mark. It's great to hear your voice again. It feels to me like a poor percentage play, and secondly, it does not even feel logistically possible. The reality of a Steph Curry trade means that you have got to have enough money match to where someone is going to have to give back to you significant player or players. And no one's doing that for someone who's 36 years old. Because the only people in the NBA who have these significant players are contenders. And they don't want to trade their young star for your old star.
There's just some things you never thought you'd talk about on a sports talk radio show, and that's one of them. I'm not even. I like Mark. Thanks for the kind words, but I'm not even talking about that. You guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Probably a smarter response.
Yeah,
that's probably better than what I did.
I mean, you went there and you're being a professional, and I get that, but that's not worth me even saying anything.
I don't even think it's possible. I really don't. Go ahead, call the Nuggets. Can we have Jokic? Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. What are we doing?
It's just
they're not giving you Giannis for Steph.
It's not even worth even joking about or talking about.
Let's go to Amy in Pacifica. Hi, Amy. What are you doing?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
What's up?
I want to talk about these guys, our big three, the elegance, the beauty, everything that they've given us. It's been phenomenal. And I honestly, it breaks my heart thinking about losing them. Also, I don't think Clay's going to be able to sail his boat anywhere else. He's got to go someplace with a bay if he goes away. I mean, the dude has a boat, okay? You got to give him a piece of water to be on. He won't do well anywhere without water. So I just want to say this. I think that there's a way to do both. I think there's a way to keep these guys and do the work that it takes to make them into pure mentors. There's a beauty to that, where they can be mentoring the people that are around them already. They all have all the pieces. Honestly, I don't think this year has been as bad as it looks on paper. We've had so many games where we almost won. All these clutch games. I mean, if you look at that, we're like number 4, number 3 in so many of these different stats when you look at the stats. So I think we got what we need right now. We just need our people to become the mentors in the next few years and kind of take what Steve Kerr has given them, and I think he's an awesome coach. I think people don't give him enough credit. Everyone wants to tear him down and say that it's his fault because of this, that, and the other, but I think they got something still, and I think we are going to go this year. I got hope.
Amy, you're awesome. And thank you for calling, and I wish that's how people actually thought. I really do. And there's plenty of Amy's out there. Amy is not far off from where Janet was. Let me say this. If you love these three that much,
why don't you marry them?
Amy and Clay sitting in a tree.
Dude, I love the emotion and the attachment. You're hearing the emotion and the attachment to fans that have grown to love these people and these players because of what they've provided for us. And all the thrills and the parades and the chills and the three-pointers and the high fives and the great moments.
Yes.
And nobody wants to let go of that. And I get it, and it's beautiful.
Agree 100%. Here's the thing. All those words you just used, the love and the joy and the glory and the attachment, and you know what else it's also created?
I don't know.
Complete irrationality. I'm sorry. Like, if you're looking at this Warrior team and you're going, God, but so many of the games were so close. Like, just a little, and they'd be the 3 seed.
But that's a fan. That's how fans think.
Again, I'm not criticizing it. It's beautiful. You're right. And I will firmly say it again. If you love these 3 this much and you want to just watch the retirement tour, I get it. I'm not even telling you I'm not one of you. But you don't get to get mad at the team if they stink in 2 years. Like, legitimately stink. Because right now, they've got a game in an hour and a half, and they're not sure if at the end of the week they're going to be ahead of the Rockets. But a lot of you still grab that fact and go, I think we can win the title this year. You can't. If that's okay with you, great. Let's go on a boat ride with Klay Thompson for the rest of his career and Steph and Draymond. I'm 100% with you. There are days where I go one way. There's days I go the other way. I lean more in these days where, like, yes, I just want Steph, Klay, and Dre to finish in a Warrior uniform. I want to see it. That matters to me. I'd like to see if the team can put people around them. Jonathan Kuminga might be one of them. and just adjust the roles, and it goes the way it goes, and I'm not going to be mad at you if it doesn't go well. That's worth it to me. I get that point. All I'm saying today is if that's your point, then you don't get to be mad at the team if they're not good in the next few years.
So there's no way they win this year. There's no way they go deep into the playoffs, in your opinion.
That feels like a
It feels like a stretch.
That feels like a stretch.
But stranger things have happened.
So yeah, I can't say there's no way. I can say there's no way they win the title.
Also, if Klay signs with the Lakers, he can zoom around Frontier Island at Disneyland in his boat, or
there is a marina down there.
Or he can zoom around It's a Small World in his boat too.
I don't think you're actually allowed to do that.
At Pirates of the Caribbean, you can zoom around that in his boat.
In their boat. I don't
There's
think
a lot
you
of
can
options
take your
at
own
Disney,
boat.
is what I'm saying. If it's so,
And that's a very slow river, actually.
It is.
You're not allowed to zoom around Pirates of the Caribbean.
Is there any other water rides at Disney? I'm just trying to think on the fly.
Is there a log ride there? I don't think there is. Oh yeah, whatchamacallit? What's the one with the bears?
Splash Mountain.
Splash Mountain. Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah, but he might
Lucas.
get hurt on that. He might null and void his contract. There's a big hill there.
There's a whole thing called Catalina Wine Mixer, Catalina Island.
Yeah, there you go.
Isn't that down there?
Yeah, there's this thing called the Pacific Ocean too.
He said Disneyland. He said water rides. Catalina is just an island.
Trying to be realistic here.
Dude, I hope they shock the world and do something crazy.
That'd
in
be
the
great.
playoffs. That would be so awesome.
That would be fantastic.
I'm rooting for that.
I am not here to say that you should want one of these guys gone. How the hell did anything that I said today translate that way? I'm not here to say that. If you want,
maybe it's your tone. Maybe it's just the tone on how you're saying things, Mark.
I have struggled with that in my life.
Yes,
I have.
Maybe you're implying strongly that that's how you feel, and maybe you can't fool the listeners. They're listening.
I know.
They know.
I know you all
They
think that
know your vibe right now, and maybe they're putting words in your mouth, but they know your vibe.
I'm such a know-it-all. I know.
You're not a know-it-all.
No,
You just your vibe is, and I'm being honest, is that they should move forward. It is. You haven't come out and said get rid of this guy, get rid of that guy, but you're kind of implying that they're too old and they need to make adjustments.
Okay.
And that's fine. That's your opinion. You get paid for that. You have a great show and you have great ratings because of that.
I am implying that what is obvious and in front of us is that this roster is not good enough. I don't even know how that's an opinion. It's a fact. Look at it. Sorry for the voice squeak.
This is what Danny Bonaducci.
I know. I just turned into
Partridge Family.
Lucas in the beginning of the show was like, "You want Tim Kirkjian on?"
Bobby Brady when his voice changed.
No, they're the 10 seed. Everyone. I wish they weren't, but they are.
They're a couple bounces away and some suspensions away from being a 4 seed.
Isn't that what makes a good team in the NBA? I love when people do that. They're like, "Oh, the games are close." Right. It's the NBA. The good teams win the close games.
Everyone's telling me it's Peter Brady. Yeah, Peter Brady.
It was Peter.
Yeah, it was Peter.
Some things change.
It was Bobby when Joe Namath came on there, right?
I don't remember.
I bet you Joe was hitting on Alice for sure. I guarantee you offset. He was just like, hey.
I try to.
You know who I am?
The Brady Bunch and Gilligan's Islands conversation only get us in trouble because the producers are too young and they look at us and they're like, I don't get the joke.
That was every day after school, dude.
Joke.
It was Gilligan's Island and Brady Bunch every day after school.
When he says Joe Namath was hitting on Alice, Lucas, do you have any idea what he's talking about at all?
Do you even know who Joe Namath is?
He play baseball?
Yeah.
Do you know what he means
was a
when he
closer
says Joe
for the
Namath was
Giants.
hitting on Alice? Does that even resonate with you?
97.3, our sister station?
No, like for real. Do you understand what he's talking about?
Dude, Ron Peronowski was the pitching coach for the Giants, and Joe Nathan got called up, and he got on the phone in the dugout at Candlestick, and he said, "Get Joe Namath up." So Joe Nathan, that whole year was Joe Namath because Peronowski called him that.
I love that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that have anything to do with your other story?
Nope.
Next time you tell a story, have a point. It makes it so much more interesting for the listener.
We moved on because we realized you didn't know what we were talking about, which means half our audience doesn't know what we're talking about.
Oh, they all know.
Can I address Dublin Marge real quick? One of our great loyal YouTube listeners. Gosh, thank you for being here every day. We don't see this the same way. I mean, maybe she's got the statement, though, that is the clear, maybe I should have thought of this 5 hours ago. Clear statement. Do you agree or disagree? This roster is good enough.
For what?
Well, that's a great way to answer it.
This roster is good enough for what? Deep into the playoffs, another parade.
For what you want. I don't know what you want. Do you want to just have fun and have a couple of rounds?
Maybe I have multiple personalities, but certain nights I think yes. And other nights I'm really frustrated.
Yeah, I believe this roster is not good enough. Their fingernails are hanging on to a potential one-game road playoff situation in Los Angeles that, if it goes well, earns them another elimination road game against Kevin Durant or De'Aaron Fox. And if they win that, it earns them a road series against, like, the Denver Nuggets. I don't believe that's good enough.
You don't think this team has enough resume to flip a switch in the playoffs?
I'm not going to rule it out, but I'd certainly bet against it.
Now we go. This is what we were built to do. You don't think that's possible?
There's just other champions waiting for them.
I
love when we do that. DNA, like LeBron, like Durant, like Jokic, all champions. That's who's waiting for you.
4 of them, though?
They can't flip a switch?
They have 4 of them?
Can't they flip a switch?
Do they have 4 of them?
No, they do. Well, LeBron yes.
does.
Yes.
With like 18 different teams.
Exactly.
No, I'm holding out hope, and maybe I'm an idiot, but I want to see. I can't wait for this to play out, and I'm more focused on the Nuggets.
Be a fan. Yeah. I don't want you to not be a fan. I don't want you to not love these guys. You got to pick a side. Do you want the Warriors to? If this doesn't go well over the next 2 weeks,
yes.
Do you want them to be loyal, or do you want them to be cutthroat and go try to win?
I think you do both.
Okay.
Not loyal to a fault.
Some would argue that would be.
Well, if you kept it exactly the same, yes.
Yeah.
No team's exactly the same year after year.
We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Not done with your calls. 888-957-9570. That's FP. It's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs.
These guys, our big three, the elegance, the beauty, everything that they've given us, it's been phenomenal.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I think both of us want to thank Janet. We both feel like she kind of took the show to another level.
Shot of espresso.
Yeah. Which I could always use.
I agreed with her 100%.
I don't disagree with her.
You're being mean to me. No, I always love passion.
Well,
no matter what it's about.
But her point was, I'll tell you where I did disagree with her. And people do this a lot. And I get it. It's a misunderstanding. They think that we're the flagship station of the Warriors, so our job is to like run around in circles and get everybody all rah-rahed up for the Warrior game tonight. That's not our job. That's not our job at all. Our job is to have an interesting conversation. Our job is to have a compelling conversation. Our job is to have you want to listen and be involved.
Until you do a post-game interview and the guy won't talk to you. That's all fun and games.
Yeah. I'm surprised you want to talk to me. Yeah, I think Draymond might be one of the people that doesn't understand our job.
That was tired, by the way.
Well, it's totally tired, by the way. And if Draymond, if you're listening inside the Warrior locker room tonight, I'll be the first. I would say this to your face. I think it's kind of crazy that you would get mad at someone else for making a controversial statement. That's not hypocritical. You're a say it guy. You're a throw it out there. Say exactly what you're thinking. And you're going to get mad at media people for their opinion? That's kind of wild.
Agreed.
That's kind of wild. So that's but he's also allowed to totally take it personal. That's also within his realm. So that's fine. But that's Janet is speaking to her experience as a fan. I can't disagree with that. That's your experience as a fan. But I can disagree with the idea that here we are at 95.7 The Game, and our job is to be like, so his first name's Clay, his last name's Thompson, and he's got a great family. His dad is Michael. And, you are supposed to only love every single thing. And let's go. Come on, there's a game against the Mavericks tonight. Like, that's not our job. That's not our job. I don't even find that to be that interesting, if that's how we sounded.
No, you pay for your opinion. And the reason you guys do so well is because you have those opinions, and they're strong ones. And I recapping what I said earlier is you're going to have most of the team back next year, and I'm good with that. You got to make some tweaks. And I think if things had happened a little bit differently this year, this is still a good basketball team with players that still can contribute. Maybe not as mightily as they used to, but nobody does. Nobody's ever beat Father Time, and it doesn't make them bad players or get rid of them or dump them on the side of the road because they're getting into their 30s. And in sports, that's old. I still think, or I should say, I don't think you just blow this thing up and overhaul everything. I don't. I just never like that. And maybe that's the athlete in me that was treated and has been treated like a piece of meat before.
Yeah.
So I'm oversensitive to that. But as a fan, as a Warriors fan, I still think there's gas in the tank. I don't think these guys are leaking so much oil that you need to get rid of them.
You might be right. Like, by the way, this whole thing was based on the premise of if this ends 2 weeks from tomorrow. But maybe it won't. Maybe this is going somewhere.
This season had a lot, dude. You could make an argument that the last season started with a punch, and it was never railed. It was derailed from the get-go. But this season is like, what these guys have been through a lot.
Sure, I kind of feel
some of it's self-inflicted, and the Coach Decky thing is not a small thing, dude.
No, I sort of feel that way every April. I'm like, wow, this has been a journey.
You with this team?
Yeah, I felt this way 2 years ago when they went in and won a title. Remember, Steph was hurt?
Yeah. And like they played together for the first time in however many games.
Clay wasn't playing back-to-backs. Like, it was there's a lot. It's a lot of stuff. I got another opinion, by the way. You need to stop talking about this station like it's a they. Yeah, you guys get paid for your opinion, and you got stop that.
We Goose. We Goose.
Okay,
I'm the pilot in the back of the plane. I'm the navigator. I'm the navigator, and you're taking off.
There you go.
I'll get us to where we're going.
Matt in Oakland is where we're going. Hi, Matt. What you doing?
What's up, Willard? What's up, FP? Look, man, I want to tell you the reason you keep saying they're a 10 seed. They're a 10 seed. Look, they got 2 rookies that are capable of starting right now. They were not that in the beginning of the season. They got a lot of experience under their belts for this season. The Draymond stuff, self-inflicted. Clay has had his ups and downs. They are better than a 10 seed. They're a 10 seed now because they did. They had to develop. Even Kuminga developed from the beginning of the season to now. They are getting better. You can do the 2 timelines. I think the reason they couldn't close games in the beginning of the season is because those guys are old. They can't, when the fourth quarter comes around, they don't have the same juice that they had 3-4 years ago. So you got a point there. So you do have to implement the young players in here. I think even if they lose the play-in or lose the first series, you throw a younger veteran in there for next season. Maybe you trade Wiggins, or I'd like to keep Wiggins, to be honest. But you figure out what kind of bait you can put out there to get a younger, good veteran, and I think this team can do some things. You implement some of those young guys in there. Give them a chance to play. Let them be the energy, and you got something. You don't have to blow it up. And this team is better than a 10 seed, and you could see it. Draymond derailed the season with his antics. He's got to do better, but he's still a very serviceable player. I think you keep Clay as a sharpshooter, and you try to ride Curry out as much as you can.
Yeah, Matt, okay, there's got to be something in between these 2 points. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. When he says, or even you say, hey, they can do it they can do it as they are. They're not a 10 seed. Even though I went to the game against Charlotte on February 23rd, and I watched one of the weirdest NBA games I've ever seen. The Hornets only scored 84 points. They had 29 at halftime. Awful, awful performance by them. Since then, the Warriors are 11-7. So that's who they are recently, which is, I think, what his point was. No, they're not a 10 seed anymore. Well, 11-7 in their last 18 basketball games. That's kind of 10 seed-ish, if you will. Maybe 8 seed-ish. They're not. They're not. But what he's saying is, there's got to be something in between. We don't need to make any changes versus you don't need to blow it up. I'm not necessarily saying that they have to blow it up, but you better be open to, in my opinion, something significant. Because everyone I'm hearing, you guys keep doing if everything goes perfectly, they're still good. Well, everything doesn't go perfectly. Like if you say, but Draymond messed the season up, except for in the next sentence, you're saying you should stick with Draymond. And this is who he is. You're not going to get a different Draymond next year. You're not going to get a Draymond that comes back and goes, now we're never going to get a technical again.
What if he takes the whole season and the whole off season and does therapy?
I thought that's what he did when he was suspended.
That was just like in a microwave. He was only suspended for what, a couple of weeks?
Do you think Draymond thinks that he needs therapy?
No, that's probably part of the problem.
Tell you what I've learned in the last 3-4 years of my life. If someone does not want therapy, pointless exercise.
I'm going to end the show with my initial point. Just play basketball.
Right, but I don't
put the podcast down.
But they're not capable. He's not capable.
Put this down and this endorsement down, and just for 1 year, just play basketball, or at least for 1 week, the end of the season, just play basketball. Like put all the BS down and be a 20-year-old again and fly around with your hair on fire like they did in the third quarter against San Antonio. It was the most beautiful thing I saw all season between Steph and Dre, and they were just going back and forth. And they just played basketball. They reverted to teenagers again. 3-on-3, winner keeps the court, first one to 11, win by 2. That's what I saw in the third quarter in San Antonio. And that's what gets me fired up when they play basketball. When Pods is diving for balls and JK's dunking on everybody and Draymond's playing defense and Clay hits a couple clutch shots. He didn't even to go for double digits. Just hit a couple, knock in a run in the ninth inning, hit a clutch shot in the fourth quarter. That's all you need to do. And Steph be Steph. And who knows what happens?
Yeah, but I guess the difference between you and me is you seem to think that they're capable of that.
I do.
All the time.
I do.
I don't. The just play basketball sort of sounds like, hey, Draymond, just behave. He's not going to.
I don't know I don't have any evidence that would suggest he will.
Hey, Wiggins, just try hard every night.
Maybe I'm just like fantasizing right now.
Not going to. Yes, of course they can have a cup of coffee and look like the old team. But not enough. Not often enough. I don't think.
Well, tonight's going to be interesting.
Really
We just talked about it for 4 hours. I'm going to lock in. I might watch that instead of the Giants and then watch the Giants on my laptop.
Do both. Laptop it. Lakers are blowing out the Raptors. Sorry.
Right now?
Yep. Fourth quarter, they're up by 22.
They're going to blow that for sure.
The Rockets lead at Minnesota.
Drama. Are we doing it again tomorrow? I think we are.
We're doing it again tomorrow. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go.
Rockets are up by 3 minutes to go till half. I'm sure that Warriors Live will keep you up to date on that. Thank you all for all of the interaction today. Absolute ton of fun. FP, can't wait to do it again with you tomorrow. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Warriors Live with Mark Grandy ahead of the game against the Mavs, live from Ballast Point, just a couple of blocks from Chase Center. So if you're on your way to the game, go say hi to Grandy, pat him on the head, and tell him that Mark ends with a K. For FP, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Business. It's all the things that